On a blind date, I discovered the woman who showed up was a young mother. She mentioned having a daughter 3 years younger than me and asked if I minded. When I saw the photo of my ex-girlfriend, the campus belle, I quickly said, "Age isn't an issue. If you don't mind, let's go straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get married." This sentence caught me off guard, and by the time I processed it, she turned out to be my blind date, which scared me so much I bolted. But before I could even reach the door, two burly men forced me into a car, with the young woman following closely behind, then instructing the driver to head straight to the Civil Affairs office. That nearly scared me to death, so I said, "Sis, kidnapping is illegal." Shin Ningshue chuckled softly, then pinched my cheek. My old face turned red after 18 years without holding a girl's hand as I asked, "Why are you taking me to the Civil Affairs Bureau?" Shin Ningshue replied, "Of course it's to get a marriage certificate. What else would we go there for?" I thought she was joking, but the next second I was stunned. I watched as Shin Ningshue took out 2 household registration books from her bag, opened one, and waved it in front of my eyes. I realized it was my family's household registration book and asked, "Did my mom sell me off?" Shin Ningshue said, "How could that be? Your mom and I are good friends. She likes me so much that she gave me the household registration book. After we finish this blind date, we can go straight to get our marriage certificate." In an instant, my face turned ashen. I thought to myself, it seems my mom must owe a lot of debt. Otherwise, with her son's outstanding looks, why would she worry about not finding a suitable match? I looked at Shin Ningshue beside me and said, "Sister Shin, should I find someone else for you?" Hearing this, Shin Ningshue got a bit angry and said, "Do you look down on me? If you agree, after marriage, you'll get 2 million in pocket money every month, I'll buy you a house and a car, and my company worth 200 billion will be yours in the future. Or do you think I'm too ugly and not good enough for you?" Hearing this, I shook my head frantically. Actually, the moment I saw her, I was already attracted. Her beauty leans more towards the mature side. I instinctively glanced at her, her curvaceous figure making her look barely in her 20s. Standing so close, I was somewhat intoxicated by the fragrance she carried. I sighed and said, "Sister Shin, to be honest, you're beautiful and wealthy, but the age gap between us is too big. Your daughter could practically be my girlfriend. Besides, have you even asked your daughter about this? She might not be willing to accept me." Shin Ningshue caught the underlying meaning in my words and replied, "I see. It's not really my age that bothers you, but the fact that I've been married before, isn't it?" I felt somewhat embarrassed, being called out so bluntly, but this was indeed something I couldn't accept. I have a bit of a mental purity complex, and having never been in a relationship before, the fact that the other person was not only married but also had a daughter made me feel uncomfortable deep down. Along with my embarrassment, I also felt a bit ashamed for dressing up my disdain in such lofty terms. But what I didn't expect was that Shin Ningshue didn't seem hurt at all. Instead, she laughed and said, "So it's just a mental purity complex? Mine is even worse than yours." Hearing this, my mind started racing, and Shin Ningshue seemed to notice my confusion. She said, "Do you think I'm lying to you? That despite having such a grown-up daughter, I still claim to have emotional purity? Actually, I've never been in a relationship, let alone married. My daughter was adopted from an orphanage." Hearing this, I was shocked. I never expected the campus belle to be adopted. Shin Ningshue thought I didn't believe her and added, "Your mother knows about this too. I even have the official documents if you'd like to see them." I already believed her. She really had no reason to deceive me. If it were a lie, it would be exposed sooner or later. A moment later, the car pulled up at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Shin Ningshue looked at me seriously and said, "I've explained my situation to you clearly. Let me ask you one last time, do you really want to get married?" Hearing this, I fell into deep thought. Whether it was family background or appearance, Shin Ningshue was the top choice. But the idea of becoming the father of the school beauty's child, I had to admit, it did stir something in me. Shin Ningshue, seeing me remain silent for a long time, thought I was unwilling. With a tangled mind, I asked, "Are you sure you want to get married?" Shin Ningshue quickly nodded. After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, I looked at the marriage certificate in my hand and thought to myself, this cushy life is truly sweet. Just as I was lost in my fantasies, the car had already pulled up in front of a large villa. I exclaimed in surprise, "Sister Shin, is this your home?" Hearing this, Shin Ningshue linked her arm with mine and said, "We're married now, shouldn't you change how you address me?" I immediately felt somewhat awkward. Having met at a blind date at noon and gotten married in the afternoon, I really wasn't quite used to it yet. At that moment, Shin Ningshui pressed close to me and said, "The marriage certificate is already signed, and you're telling me this now?" Then she took my hand and walked towards the villa entrance. At that moment, a man in a suit was waiting at the door. Upon seeing Shin Ningshui, he quickly stepped forward and said, "President Shin, the purchase contract for your villa is ready." Shin Ningshui took it and immediately shoved it into my hands, saying, "Didn't you just ask where we'd live? Sign the contract now, this will be our home from now on." Lu Yu, the manager standing nearby, was stunned upon hearing this. Shin Ningshui is the chairwoman of a corporation worth 200 billion in market value, stunningly beautiful and exceptionally capable. Marrying her would be a win-win in both wealth and beauty. He came here with fantasies too. If he could win Shin Ningshui's heart, he would instantly reach the pinnacle of life. But he never expected that Shin Ningshui would be accompanied by a man, holding hands no less. Gone was her usual domineering and icy demeanor from the business world. Instead, she seemed to be deliberately trying to please that man.
It was as if the status of the two parties was that she was below and was pleasing the man. Even this villa was bought for this man. It's unbelievable. Hubby, what are you waiting for? I promised to give it to you after the wedding, so sign it. After we sign here, it will be our home. He Dongqing was like a heavy blow after hearing this. These two are married? Before, he was just guessing, but now what Lin Wan said all revealed that the two had already registered for a license. This flower of beauty that how many people miss was just stolen and plucked by this man? He Dongqing was so jealous. The heart was very unconvinced. The guy in front of him could be judged from his clothes to be an ordinary kid. It's also just that face which is a little too handsome. He couldn't wait to have a mutual swap with Lu Ming, so that Lu Ming could be the general manager of this $1 million a year company, and he himself could be a handsome young man, and then marry a beauty. But these thoughts He Dongqing did not dare to reveal half, still bowing slightly in a regimented manner, until Lu Ming finished signing the contract. There was also an effort to show a smile. "Welcome Mr. Lu to stay in our hometown cloud residence. You can contact us if you need anything." After handling the relevant matters, He Dongqing quickly excused himself and left. It's hard to be miserable on the inside and still have to smile on the outside. All of this Lu Ming and Lin Wan, who were immersed in joy, naturally did not know. And not long after Lu Ming signed, Lu Ming's system's voice once again sounded in his head. "Ding! Congratulations to the host. The first time he ate soft food he was awarded a villa, worth $46,800,000. Rewarded with a genetic potion. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The acquired assets broke $40 million, rewarding 48% of Red Rock Group's shares. Genetic agents and related documents have been deposited in system space." Hearing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but get excited inside. I didn't realize that the system's rewards were so generous. One's own earned assets have reached $46,800,000, at a 10% increase. It also means that as soon as you open your eyes tomorrow, he earned $4,680,000 himself. How many years would it take to earn that kind of money without eating or drinking? This is a direct step to heaven. If it wasn't for the fear of being treated as a psychopath by Lin Wan beside him, Lu Ming was afraid that he was going to jump up and down. "Come on, let's go inside." Lin Wan held Lu Ming and walked into the villa, visiting together. From Lin Wan's mouth, he learned that just from the green areas, lakes, groves, etc. that they had just walked into were also within the villa's belonging to the villa's outer gardens. Could literally be a small estate. The greenery is so lavish, not to mention the luxury of the villas. What Lu Ming thought of and what he couldn't think of, the villa had it all. It really amazed him. The life of the rich is really beyond the imagination of ordinary people. After a half-hour walking tour, the two men sat down on the couch to relax. Lin Wan cozied up close to Lu Ming. "Honey, how about this villa, do you like it?" "Love it." Lu Ming nodded and said, "Who wouldn't like such a luxurious villa?" "Well, don't you have to give me a reward for that?" Lin Wan blinked her eyes with a hint of a bad smile. Lu Ming listened in confusion. There's nothing we can compare such an expensive villa to, nothing to take away. But then see again. Lin Wan pouted and moved her small crystalline mouth. This way. Lu Ming had seen a pig run even if he had never eaten meat, so of course he knew what to do. Looking at Lin Wan's small and exquisite fiery lips, Lu Ming couldn't help but greet them with his heart racing. The two awkwardly kissed until they couldn't breathe. Chapter 5, Your Son. What? Lin Wan, that rich flower was taken down? Really? The license is taken. This news has a strong enough impact. How many big men have to have their dreams shattered? What in the world? The news that Lin Wan had married and licensed a man quickly blew up in all major circles. The source of all this was naturally passed on by He Dongxing, who was present at the time, and the relevant staff people. Gossip is human nature. In just a few days, those who had usually been coveting Lin Wan quickly learned of the news. Bang! An unruly-looking young man barged into He Dongxing's office. Who? He Dongxing mood is poor. See someone without greeting barged into the office. Just wanted to scold angrily. But when he looked up and saw the visitor, he immediately swallowed back the words in his mouth, only to see that the young man ignored He Dongxing and walked past him. He then sat down directly in his office chair and headed for the backrest to recline his feet on the counter. Such a turtle dove. He Dongxing also did not dare to say anything in the slightest. Young Wang, why are you free to come to the company today? The other side of such arrogant behavior, He Dongxing did not dare how to still have to greet people humbly. Who told the visitor to be the son of the president of Castle Peak Real Estate Company and the biggest shareholder, Wang Yaolin. People are the owners of the company and he is just a part-timer. Even if you become a general manager, you still have to get out of the company at the word of others. All those years of hard work can go down the drain. Could it be that I specifically ran to receive Lin Wan on this list and wicked this great young man to hold me accountable? He Dongxing was a little nervous. Wang Yaolin pursued Lin Wan. This matter is known to everyone. And he suddenly had a momentary brain fart and thought of taking Lin Wan by the chance of this reception. It was likely that Wang Yaolin had come to trouble him because of this. Thinking this way, He Dongxing felt a chill run down his back. What's up with that Lu Ming guy? Wang Yaolin asked lightly, making it impossible to hear any emotions. He didn't say anything about He Dongxing's small mind. In his opinion, there was no need. A person of He Dongxing's status and position was like a mole cricket in his eyes, and this kind of bottom feeder wanted to take down Lin Wan? That's just a fool's errand. He had come over this time solely because he had received news of Lin Wan's marriage to a man named Lu Ming. And when He Dongxing saw that he was not held accountable, as if he had walked out of the ghost gate, he breathed a sigh of relief and said in a hurry, I heard it with my own ears, Xiao Wang. Lin Wan said it was a wedding gift for Lu Ming. The other staff members who were around at the time heard it, and I called them to testify. No need. Wang Yaolin shook his head. What exactly is the origin of this Lu Ming? He Dongxing showed a difficult face. He didn't know this Lu Ming at all. Last time was the first time he saw such a person. This? Wang Xiao, I don't know. Circle has never heard of this number of people. Wang Yaolin cursed immediately after hearing this. Waste. What use are you if you don't know anything? He Dongxing silently lowered his head, not daring to reply. Roll. In the face of Wang Yaolin's dismissal, He Dongxing was like an amnesty and hurriedly walked out of his office. After He Dongxing left, Wang Yaolin walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. His face was hazy, and his heart was very indignant. As Lin Wan's suitor for many years, he knew Lin Wan very well and knew the high level of her vision. What kind of god was this Lu Ming that he could actually be favored by Lin Wan? Thinking about how much effort he had gone through over the years to pursue Lin Wan, how many women he had rejected by pretending to be a gentleman, and in the end, Lin Wan was actually taken down by a person who came out of nowhere. Wang Yaolin then became enraged. I'd like to see what this Lu Ming is. Dare to rob Laozi's woman. Laozi will definitely not let you live well. And just as Wang Yaolin was burning with rage, Lu Ming and Lin Wan have moved into the hometown cloud residence to start living together. The couch. Baby hubby, why are you so red in the face? It's a little hot. Lu Ming withdrew his gaze and looked squarely at the TV in front of him. Lin Wan, who was wearing a black silk nightgown next to her, suddenly plopped over and said with a smile on her face, Seeing me makes your whole body hot, doesn't it? Lu Ming was a bit overwhelmed. It's too hot. I'm going to take a shower first. Hurriedly, he made an excuse and prepared to flee. These days of cohabitation, Lin Wan's successive words of tiger and wolf made him really hard to bear. And Lin Wan's eyes lit up when she heard the bath. A bad smile appeared. You! What are you doing in here? Wash it together. Yeah. Night. In the villa bedroom, Lu Ming and Lin Wan lay in bed under the covers. Lin Wan seemed to have read Lu Ming's thoughts and said in an enlightened manner, Baby hubby, we're all married. People will always be good to you, don't worry. The clueless Lu Ming nodded, saying the same thing. But hubby can't tell, you're skinny in your clothes and meat in your clothes. Those muscles are pretty strong. Lin Wan's hands and feet were not honest and said as she touched Lu Ming's muscular line. I usually work out. Lu Ming was a bit vain, although he was not fat in the first place. The muscles on his body were changed by drinking the gene potion rewarded by the system. After getting the gene potion, he took the time to give it a drink. The system produces a good product. Lu Ming, who drank the potion, obviously felt some changes in his body, while his physique and strength became much stronger. The two of them just chatted with each other. Bell. At that moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. Lu Ming casually picked it up and instantly thought of something. He was so shocked that he almost dropped his cell phone off the bed without holding it steady. The video caller was his mom, Li Yuju. The video phone kept ringing, and Lu Ming didn't dare to hang up, so he had to pick it up. After the connection, before Li Yuru's figure appeared, her voice arrived first. Little brat, you didn't come home after the blind date. Where have you been? Mom. Oops. Here. Lu Ming squeaked and didn't know what to say, but Li Yuju in the video realized something was wrong. Little brat, why aren't you wearing any clothes? Hearing this, Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Mom's eyes are so sharp that she saw it when she didn't hold her cell phone steady. For a while, Lu Ming didn't really know how to explain. This time, Lin Wan, who was next to him, spoke out. Sister Ru. Lin Wan took Lu Ming's cell phone and appeared in Li Yuru's line of sight. Seeing the rosy-cheeked Lin Wan and combining it with the naked Lu Ming, Li Yuru, as a person who had been there before, instantly understood. Lin Wan also continued. Sister Ru, Lu Ming and I have already registered our marriage. Great! Li Yuju burst out laughing. She also didn't expect her son to be so powerful and actually take Lin Wan so quickly. What do you think of my son, sister? Li Yuru's gossipy soul was burning. Only to see, Lin Wan said somewhat sheepishly after pondering seriously for a while. Lu Ming, he is very bao though. Chapter 6. Giving too much. Lin Wan's words came out. Both Lu Ming next to her and Li Yuru on the other end of the video all froze. For a moment. Don't even know what to say. Lu Ming slapped his head and was very speechless. You're not marrying a stupid daughter-in-law, are you? How can you say such words of a tiger and a wolf? Is this something that the head of a $100 billion corporation can say? Is this the legendary woman in love with zero IQ? In the end, it was Lu Ming who grabbed the cell phone, trying to mend fences and explain something. Mom, Wan Ershi. Come on, don't talk about it. You're both adults and legally married. All this is nothing. Before Lu Ming could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Li Yuru. I only saw Li Yuru continue. Even Wan Er called out, that also means you guys are getting along well, so I'm relieved. But I'll say one thing. You must treat Lin Wan well. Don't do anything to wrong her, or I won't have you as a son. Lu Ming's old face reddened. Although this kind of thing was legal and reasonable, but in front of his own mom, it was really embarrassing. I will. Lu Ming nodded and said. After finishing with Lu Ming, the control of the video was handed over to Lin Wan again. The two women began to chatter away. Lu Ming couldn't interject at all and could only listen quietly from the sidelines. Only to see the two began to chat, from chatting around the chicken and garlic small things, chat to gossip dark love, cosmetics jewelry. In the end, it came back to the two of them, Lu Ming and Lin Wan. When is the reception? When to have kids? What the child is called, what he or she learns later. This past chat on a chat more than half an hour, the Lu Ming listened to is drowsy. Lu Ming. He finally came to his senses with a roar from Li Yuju. Sister Lin, I'm very happy to have you as my daughter-in-law. As for today, I'll put down my words here. If Lu Ming treats you badly, you can tell me anytime. I'll teach him a lesson. Only Li Yuru and Lin Wan assured him, but their eyes were tigerishly warning Lu Ming. It seemed like he was talking to Lin Wan, but he was actually still warning Lu Ming. Li Yuru is really a little worried that her own child cannot stand the temptation. His own child, Lu Ming, had grown up with a clear brow. Growing up is even more important to stand out from the millions. A sword-browed, starry-eyed, knife-sharp, handsome look. Same as the reader. If it wasn't for his severe suppression and his lack of enlightenment, I don't know how many little girls he would have victimized over the years. That's why Li Yuru was nervous about opening a blind date for Lu Ming. I'm afraid that Lu Ming is like a wild horse that can't stand the control and messes up. After hearing Li Yuru's words, Lu Ming looked unhappy. Is this his own mother? How the words are biased in favor of her daughter-in-law. If you have a fight in the future, no one will take you back to your mother's house. I'm afraid I didn't carry it myself, did I? Fortunately, Lin Wan's words warmed Lu Ming's heart. It won't be, Sister Yuru. I trust Lu Ming, he's very good, Lin Wan said while revealing a happy smile. Finally, the two said a few more words and hung up. After hanging up the phone, Lin Wan looked at Lu Ming beside her with a bereft expression. Putting his hands around Lu Ming's face and rubbing it, he said, "What's wrong? My precious husband is not happy." Lu Ming pretended to be angry and grumbled in a good-natured manner. "You're talking to my mom so well. I'm afraid my mom is going to kick me out of the house." Looking at Lu Ming's aggrieved look, Lin Wan couldn't help but laugh and blink her eyes, wrapping her arms around Lu Ming and pampering him. "No la, hubby is not angry, haha. Make it up to you." At the same time, a crazy messy kiss on Lu Ming's face. This one, by Lin Wan so much. There hadn't been much clothing for the two men under the covers. Right? Lin Wan suddenly remembered something. Finding a bank card from his bag, he handed it to Lu Ming. "There's $5 million in this card. Take it and spend it on whatever you like. I'll put money into it regularly. Being my Lin Wan's husband, you won't lack money." Lu Ming immediately thought. This was the pocket money Lin Wan promised to give during the blind date, only this was so much at once. Lu Ming wasn't embarrassed and took it smoothly. "Oopsie daisy. So fragrant. What unmanly dignity. Get out of here. Who wouldn't want a wife who loves you so much and gives you so much money?" Sure enough, Lu Ming's system's voice sounded in his head immediately afterward. "Ding, congratulations to the host who has gained $5 million. The acquired assets have officially exceeded $50 million. Reward for divine cooking." Hiss. A large amount of information poured into Lu Ming's mind, causing him to feel a hint of discomfort. But again, it passes quickly. The divine skills rewarded by the system instantly turned Lu Ming into a top chef in the world. Lu Ming felt like he was well-versed in kitchen matters from then on. It made him feel pretty good. After all, he was married, and it was quite nice to have this craft. Divine Gigolo System. Level? LV1. Proceeds? $51,800,000. Skill? Divine Cooking. Lu Ming looked at his latest panel when a voice suddenly came from his side. "Goo!" Looking over, it was actually coming from Lin Wan's stomach. Lin Wan ducked in embarrassment. Lu Ming smiled and said as he placed his hand on his smooth belly, "My wife is hungry. Definitely hungry. How many times have I tossed and turned this day? How much energy have I consumed?" Hearing this, Lu Ming objected. "Obviously, it's all me. You don't even use it. It's logical that I'm the one who's more consumed. I don't care, I don't care, I don't care." Lin Wan covered her ears and played around under the covers. Lu Ming watched the scene without saying another word, his eyes full of love. Then, after casually pulling on some shorts, he got up and headed outside. "Honey, where are you going?" Lin Wan emerged from the covers looking cute and cuddly. "My baby is hungry, so of course I'm going to get food." "I'm going too." Lin Wan made a bounce and jumped out of the bed. "Be careful. Your body hasn't recovered yet." Lu Ming sweetly chided. Lin Wan didn't reply and followed behind Lu Ming like a little daughter-in-law, walking towards the kitchen. The villa's kitchen was open plan, and Lin Wan was sitting on the sofa opposite. She didn't go over to hit the floor. In fact, she knew nothing about cooking. So Lin Wan just gazed at Lu Ming in the kitchen. She felt that she loved the man in front of her even more. Chapter 7. Begging for Forgiveness. Although they hadn't been together long enough to get married, she could see how good the man in front of her was. It wasn't because she'd been single for too long and too lonely, and it wasn't because of the other person's superb facial features. Rather, it's because he's good to himself. Lin Wan was glad that such a good man had been snatched up by herself. Just like that, Lin Wan was getting more and more mesmerized as she kept her eyes on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, who was in the middle of cooking, realized that Lin Wan had been looking at himself. "Why do you keep looking at me?" Lin Wan responded back. "Because you're handsome." "It's a good reason, handsome thing, I know." Lin Wan was amused by Lu Ming's words. Then it was quiet for a moment, and suddenly became afflicted with a question. "Will we always be together?" Hearing this question, Lu Ming regained his straight face and said seriously after pondering for a while, "If you do not leave me, I will live and die with you." Lu Ming felt that these words were the truest part of his heart at this time. Lin Wan's heart trembled. Lu Ming's words hit her deep inside. It made the gloom that had just appeared in her instantly disappear and become sunny again. His heart was as sweet as honey, and his mouth grinned involuntarily. With a single rise, he came behind Lu Ming, hugging Lu Ming tightly, sniffing hard at Lu Ming's scent. Lu Ming, I love you so much. Lu Ming froze. Putting down the cooking utensils in his hands, he turned Lin Wan around. Cupping Lin Wan's face with both hands, he gazed at her tenderly. Will you marry me? The words came out. Lin Wan froze. Then the eyes couldn't help but woof up and the teardrops started to fall. This is Lu Ming's official and first confession and proposal. Even though they were married and slept together. But it all came together so quickly, skipping many of the steps that normal people take to fall in love and get married. Relationships, too, require rituals, and girls value these the most. Though Lu Ming could ignore all of this and simply live the rest of his life. But he still wanted to make up for it and let Lin Wan feel his love. And in the face of Lu Ming's deep confession, Lin Wan laughed and cried as she gave her reply. I do. Lu Ming lowered his head and the two of them gave a deep, passionate kiss. It wasn't until they couldn't breathe that they both stopped. All right, just stir fry and eat. Aha! Lin Wan, who had left Lu Ming's embrace, obediently nodded her head. Backing away, he looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming picked up the cooking utensils that had been placed aside and placed the prepared ingredients into the frying pan, upsetting the pan with his left hand, stirring it with his right, and every now and then picking up some sort of seasoning from the side with a random sprinkle. Everything flowed like the god of cooking. How charming all this seemed to Lin Wan on the side. Although part of the reason was because of Lu Ming's good looks. But more than that, it was Lu Ming's smooth and just right movements. That stir-fry was like dazzling acrobatics, and seeing it through to the end was hearty. It wasn't until Lu Ming finished plating the dishes that Lin Wan couldn't help but make a sound. Hubby, I can't imagine you can cook, and do it so well too. It's so good-looking. I can't get tired of watching it for the rest of my life. She had just held back for fear of disturbing the scene before her, and didn't marvel out until Lu Ming was done. Lu Ming was a bit uncertain. Is there anything to look at when you cook? What's the use of looking good? It's the taste that counts. Let's get ready to eat. Aha! Let me help you. Lin Wan, who didn't have a single contribution to make in cooking, consciously prepared to bring the dishes to the table. But just then, in a moment of carelessness, Lin Wan's hand directly touched the pan she had just stir-fried. Hiss! Ah! With a cry of surprise, Lin Wan's hand was immediately scalded with a hot blister. Lu Ming hurriedly grabbed the burned hand and said with concern, Does it hurt? Ouch! Lin Wan almost cried. It's okay. It's okay. I'll take care of it for you. Lu Ming comforted and then found the medicine kit. Carefully, he picked the blister and squeezed the water out of it. The wound is then carefully sterilized, medicated, and bandaged. During the process, Lu Ming kept his head down and treated the wound carefully. And looking down from Lin Wan's perspective, a wave of warmth rose in his heart as he looked at Lu Ming's godly sideways face, which was concentrating on taking care of himself. It's like you've changed yourself. Past time. Lin Wan was all alone in the process. Regardless of the harm she had suffered, she had licked her wounds and suffered alone in silence. She has supported the Twinwood Group, a $100 billion company, and created her identity as a legendary strong woman in the shopping mall. And now, she realized she was no longer the icy presidentess. In front of Lu Ming, she loves to laugh, cry, and be pampered. When his hand was burned, he would think of Lu Ming first, hoping to get his concern. Now she became the woman who wanted to be favored by Lu Ming. Realized this, Lin Wan's heart rejoiced. She enjoyed it. She was a woman even though she was a dominatrix. Well, let's eat. Aren't you hungry? Lu Ming, who had finished treating his wounds, took Lin Wan's hand and sat on the dining table. Looking at the love of her life and the colorful food around her, Lin Wan was in a good mood. I couldn't wait to pick up my chopsticks and take a rib. This is too good to eat. The ribs go in the mouth and are chewed slightly. Lin Wan instantly felt an extreme surge of deliciousness. Her taste buds had never felt this before. With Lin Wan's worth and status, what kind of restaurant hasn't she eaten at? Even foreign Michelin restaurants and clubs that advertised private dining by palace chefs, she'd eaten a lot of them. But she felt that those were all not as good as what her own husband was making at the moment. Hubby, you're amazing too. This is the best food I've ever had. Lin Wan's chopsticks didn't stop, just like a happy little hamster, constantly eliminating the food on the table. It's not that much of a stretch. It's probably because you're hungry. Although Lu Ming said so on his lips, he himself was actually surprised by his current cooking skills. The divine cooking skills rewarded by the system were truly extraordinary. If he went to a cooking competition, it was estimated that not many people in the world would be his rivals. Lu Ming and Lin Wan enjoyed the delicious meal to the fullest. But for a moment, Lu Ming then realized that Lin Wan on the opposite side was starting to be dishonest. Maybe it's almost time to eat. Start eating less seriously. Reach your feet over frequently to tease yourself. We're eating, no messing around. After Lu Ming's warning, Lin Wan was still acting on her own, constantly messing around with her feet under the dining table, and a bad smile on his face. This made Lu Ming decide to teach her a lesson. No longer paying attention to Lin Wan made her relax her guard. When she reached out again, a handful of them, Lin Wan's jade feet, then started tickling on the soles of her feet. Soichi, Soichi. Hubby, I don't dare. Oh. Stinky husband. Chapter 8. Mom's got a dad for you. Lu Ming played with her for a while and watched as Lin Wan kept begging for mercy before letting her go. Keeps you from eating properly. Humph. Don't you dare next time. What did you say? No. Lin Wan beamed her little mouth and shook her head, pretending to give in. But the mind was made up to do this again next time. Just be careful not to get caught. No more Lin Wan teasing. The meal was soon over. After putting the dishes away, the two of them re-entered the bedroom. Bell. At this point, the cell phone rang suddenly. Lin Wan picked up her cell phone, and Lu Ming, who was on the side, subconsciously glanced at it. This glance, however, caused Lu Ming's heart to suddenly thump, because the caller's note displayed on the cell phone screen was clearly the daughter, Lin Wan's daughter, Lin Ruyan. The scene of his first meeting with Lin Ruyan immediately surfaced in Lu Ming's mind. The school gate welcomes the new students. Lin Ruyan pulls her suitcase and walks into the campus with a light step. At that time it was Lu Ming who received her, and at that time the first contact Lin Ruyan was still polite and rejecting. But as she later joined the student council, she had more contact with Lu Ming. The relationship between the two just sort of skyrocketed. But, hello. At that moment, Lin Wan picked up the phone. Mom. Lin Ruyan's voice came from the other end of the phone. What's the matter, Umbra? Is something wrong? Mom. Can I call you if there's nothing wrong? I miss you so much. That's why I'm calling you. Did you miss me? Hearing Lin Ruyan speak in such a manner, Lu Ming was shocked. He had never heard Lin Ruyan speak in such a dainty, soft manner. The Lin Ruyan he remembered, even when he was close to her, she was still as cool as ever. The speech had also been light, rarely containing emotions in it. But the voice on the phone just now. This made Lu Ming think of Lin Wan. Although Lin Ruyan wasn't Lin Wan's biological child, the two were so identical. In front of outsiders, Lin Wan was the high cool female president and Lin Ruyan was the cool schoolgirl. But in front of their loved ones, they are such cute and dainty little women. While Lu Ming was surprised, the two chatted. My sweet daughter. Of course mommy misses you. You haven't called me in ages. I'm just calling, and it's going to be the National Day soon. By then, I'll be able to come home to see you. As soon as Lin Wan heard that her daughter was about to return home, she immediately said, Yeah, I was just about to tell you the good news. It's just as well that you're coming back. So I'll introduce you to each other then. What? Lin Ruyan was confused by what she heard. You have a father. Medium. When those words came out, Lu Ming's brain felt like it was in shock. Have I become Lin Ruyan's father? Seems to make sense. The recent events had been too unbelievable, and he himself had been immersed in Lin Wan's tenderness. All forgotten. As soon as he and Lin Wan got married, his relationship with Lin Ruyan would also change drastically. From the former relationship of seniors and confidants, to strangers who went their own way, and finally to the present. Became her dad. It's just off the charts. Who would have thought it? At the same time, Lu Ming couldn't help but worry. How would Lin Ruyan react if she found out that it was she who became her father? Will there be any objections? What should we do then? And at this point, a very surprised voice came from Lin Wan's cell phone. Ha! Really? Mom, you found someone you like? Who is he? Tell me quickly. I'd like to see what kind of man could actually melt the iceberg that is my mom. From the phone call, what Lin Ruyan said and the emotions in it can be seen. As Lin Wan's daughter, Lin Ruyan didn't want to see her mother end up alone, and still hoped that she could find someone she truly loved. That's why he didn't object after hearing Lin Wan say she had a father and was happy for her. Only, in Lu Ming's opinion, this was all based on the fact that Lin Ruyan didn't yet know that she was the father Lin Wan had found for her. Facing Lin Ruyan's inquiry, Lin Wan said gently, "You'll know when you come back, you'll know each other by then. I'll tell you secretly, he's very handsome." After saying that, Lin Wan even glanced at Lu Ming and continued, "And we're already licensed and married and living together." When these words came out, Lin Ruyan on the other end of the phone was a bit silent, clearly shocked. "Umbreon, you might be a bit overwhelmed by suddenly telling you this now, but Mom really thinks he's the one I'm meant to be with." After hearing Lin Wan say this, Lin Ruyan finally spoke up. "That did go a little fast, but I still trust my mom. My mom is a legendary businesswoman. How could she have a bad eye? A man who can be praised so much by you must be very good to make you marry and live with him so quickly." Lin Ruyan's words pleased Lin Wan. Not bad for your own good daughter. But it also opened its mouth again to take a precaution. "There's something else Mom told you first." Once Lin Ruyan heard this, she slowed down and made mental preparations. The words that Lin Wan said were one more powerful than the other, and she was worried that Lin Wan would break some more earth-shattering news. After getting ready, "Mom, go ahead," Lin Wan shyly set out. "That is, this. Your father is not very old. Not very big? How big is it then?" Lin Ruyan was a bit uncertain. She's done half a day's mental preparation, and this is what her mom says? Age? Age isn't a problem if you really love each other. Just 2 or 3 years older than you. The words came out. Lin Ruyan on the other end of the phone shrieked out in shock. "What? About my age? Mom, you're not kidding." She had thought that age and all that wasn't much of an issue as long as it was something her mom really liked. But I didn't expect Lin Wan to find one that small. This numbed her. Just 2 or 3 years older than herself, and she had to call him Dad? How could she call him that? "Mom, don't with me," Lin Ruyan asked again. In her heart, she held on to the last glimmer of hope. How she hoped that it was just a joke or that Lin Wan had said it wrong. But facts are facts. "Umbra, Mom wasn't kidding you. This is real." At once, Lin Ruyan on the other end of the phone was silent. "Umbra, why don't you say something? Does it seem inappropriate?" Lin Ruyan didn't respond. "Umbra, I know you may have a hard time accepting this for a while, but I'm sorry that this has become a fact. Mommy loves him very much, and I hope you will support Mommy's choice." Chapter 9. It's good to have a man. After Lin Wan finished speaking, there was still no response on the other side of the phone. Had to hang up helplessly. This matter was indeed a bit hard for Lin Ruyan to accept, so it was better to give her some time to ease up. After that, the two of them, Lu Ming and Lin Wan, were also silent for some time. They had expected this reaction from Lin Ruyan, especially Lu Ming. It had occurred to him that this should not pass so easily. After all, having to call someone only 2 or 3 years older your dad. Who could accept that? But what made Lu Ming even more worried was this. Lin Ruyan doesn't yet know that her father is her former senior brother, Lu Ming. Lu Ming couldn't help but feel sorry for Lin Ruyan for 3 seconds. After she had a hard time accepting that her mom had found a dad about her age. Just have to accept the breaking news that this person is Lu Ming again. By then, Lin Ruyan shouldn't have her mind blow up straight away. "Hubby, do you think Umbra will be able to accept this?" At this moment, Lin Wan had a despondent look on her face. Though she is still the president who has always spoken her mind as an independent person. No one could change the decision he had made, not even his daughter Lin Ruyan. But in Lin Wan's heart, she still hoped that her daughter would support her choice and bless her and Lu Ming together. "Take your time. What happened to us did come as a bit of a shock to her. Just wait until he figures it out." Lu Ming hugged Lin Wan and gently patted her back and said, "Hey." Lin Wan in her arms was obviously still in a bad mood and full of sorrow. Lu Ming decided to tease her. "Don't be upset. Is it possible that your daughter never accepted me and you won't be with me?" Words. Lin Wan was like a rabbit that had been startled and jumped up from Lu Ming's arms, shaking his head. "Of course not. That won't do. Nothing will stop us from being together. She is your daughter. Naturally she wishes you well, as long as we love each other well and prove to each other that we only see true love. She will accept me sooner or later." Yeah. Lin Wan was impressed by Lu Ming's remarks. Gradually, Lin Wan's mood began to turn better. Again, the whole person stayed close to Lu Ming, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of being in love. But Lin Ruyan on the other side could blow up. Ah! Lin Ruyan, who had hung up the phone, could no longer hold back and let out a venting scream. Umbra, what's the madness? Scared us to death. The roommates in the dormitory were suddenly startled by Lin Ruyan's scream. Why don't you say something? The roommates saw Lin Ruyan screaming and then unresponsive, so they rushed to her side, only to see that at this moment, Lin Ruyan looked like she was in pain. This was exactly Lin Ruyan, who was still unable to accept what her mother had said and was broken inside. Umbra, say something. Is this sick? Is everything okay? Or should we go to the hospital? Facing her roommate's concern, Lin Ruyan finally responded. I'm fine. Desperately in need of solace, Lin Ruyan tells her roommates the full story, and after listening, all of Lin Ruyan's roommates were dumbfounded as well. This is beyond the syllabus. It's not within their comprehension. If it was anything else, they would have been able to come up with ideas or help with the spitting. But this kind of thing is so magical they'd have to break down in their place, and they don't know what to do about it. There was even a roommate who was a bit of a dork and suspected his ears had misheard and re-emphasized. Did I hear right that your mom got you a dad about your age? Stick another knife into Lin Ruyan's heart. But Lin Ruyan had no choice but to bitterly nod her head in acknowledgement. No wonder even someone as cold as you broke down. Anyone else would not be able to accept this kind of thing. Isn't your mom the high-flying female president? How come she's not sober anymore? Yeah. Can't read this wave of Auntie's operation. A girl's mind will always be more mature than a boy's. As far as they were concerned, boys 2 or 3 years older than them were, at best, just graduating. If the family is not well off, at this point they are just entering the bottom of the social workplace. This kind of person, even if they were offered a boyfriend, they wouldn't be willing to accept it. Not to mention being his own father. A few of the roommates put themselves in his shoes and felt a pang of discomfort. Thus, more heartache rose for Lin Ruyan. But as Lin Ruyan's roommates, they naturally couldn't say anything bad when they saw Lin Ruyan so bereft. Definitely need to think of some ways to enlighten Lin Ruyan, or else it's not good for your health to keep going on like this. So a few people opened up. Umbra, think about it. Things may not be that simple. Yeah, you know best what your mom is like. She has such a high vision. The person she chooses shouldn't be wrong either. Maybe it's very capable. Don't think about it so much. Just go home and take another look. Yeah, your mom wouldn't be able to look at it if it was ordinary. That's a lot of words down. Lin Ruyan's originally dull eyes finally had a hint of color. That makes sense. With my mom's qualifications, I don't know how many rich and powerful people pursued her, but she didn't look at any of them. This time, they got a license to get married so quickly. So this guy must be extraordinary, or my mom wouldn't be able to see it. Seeing Lin Ruyan return to normal, the roommates finally let go of their hearts. Aha! It's vacation in a few days. You'll be able to come home and visit then. Maybe it's just a matter of seeing what's so great about that man and being able to accept it in your heart. The more the several people talked, the more curious Lin Ruyan became. What kind of man actually conquered his high-flying CEO mom? It was starting to make her impatient to get home for a visit. And just as Lin Ruyan was expecting it, Lu Ming, who was lying on the bed holding Lin Wan, couldn't help but get a little worried. He also heard that Lin Ruyan would be going home on vacation in a few days. I don't know if Lin Ruyan will storm out when we meet then. Just in the midst of suffering, Lu Ming slowly fell asleep. The night light is like water. Day 2. Lu Ming woke up from his dream. Hazily, he felt that someone was watching him. After opening his eyes wide, he realized that Lin Wan had long woken up at some point. All the while, the eyes kept watching herself, scanning back and forth across her face. It was as if he was admiring a supreme treasure. Seeing Lu Ming wake up, Lin Wan instantly gave Lu Ming a fierce good morning kiss. Good morning, hubby. After saying that, he tightly hugged Lu Ming's arm. Being hugged like this, Lu Ming could immediately feel Lin Wan's broad chest. The rested body reacted in a number of ways at once. Good morning. Why are you waking up so early? Not used to it? Not sleeping well? Lin Wan hastily shook her head. So happy to have a man to sleep with after all these years. Chapter 10. The $100 billion Red Rock Group. Lin Wan looked radiant on the surface, but the hint of dark circles that had just appeared could not escape Lu Ming's eyes. Could it be that Lin Wan didn't sleep long last night, or at all? Lu Ming gently stroked his large hands onto Lin Wan's eyes and gave her an eye massage, said with a hint of heartache. No more of that, sleep well. Being well-rested leads to good health. As he said this, he pressed Lin Wan down and made him lie down on the bed to continue resting. When Lin Wan heard this, a warmth rose in her heart. Lu Ming's concern and heartache made him very happy. It's okay. I was a little emotional last night, too mental. It feels like I could watch you all night long as a husband. The more I look at you, the more energized and excited I get. And I'm usually so used to it that I don't have to sleep for too long. Things like staying up all night were really commonplace for Lin Wan. As the head of $100 billion company, the burden of the group is on her. She didn't have to go over the little things, but once there was a big thing she needed to fix, it could be a matter of a few days and nights of sleeplessness. So she had long been accustomed to staying up late. The biggest fear of staying up late is not physical exhaustion, but psychological isolation. In the old days, she didn't care about physical exhaustion whenever she stayed up late into the night working. But it was the loneliness of being alone in the dead of night, looking at all the lights, that was the fear that gnawed at his teeth. Whenever that time came, even her strong heart couldn't help but almost break down. And now, she had Lu Ming by her side, a man who keeps her company late at night. Whether he was awake or asleep at night, being by his side and listening to his sleeping breathing made Lin Wan feel a strong sense of security and happiness. The old feeling of loneliness in the dead of night won't come back. Even if you don't sleep mentally, you don't feel tired and your mood is even sunnier and more hopeful. Lin Wan felt that she had no sleepiness at all right now and refused Lu Ming's offer to catch up on her sleep. No, I'm not sleepy. Let's hurry up and get up. We have to go out later. Lu Ming managed to get sidetracked by Lin Wan and didn't urge her to catch up on her sleep, and asked, Going out? Where to? Hee, not with you. You'll see later. Lu Ming cried and laughed, and when he saw that Lin Wan really didn't look sleepy, he gave up the idea of letting her catch up on her sleep. Got up, intending to go wash up. Just then, Lu Ming's system voice suddenly sounded in his head. Ding! Daily asset increase reward has arrived. Lu Ming was inwardly delighted, hurriedly picking up his cell phone, and sure enough, that's when the bank arrival text message popped up. Your account 7688 transferred $5,180,000 at 10:05 on September 21st. Account balance, $5,260,045.03. That puts yourself over $10 million in cash. Based on the 10% increase, he or she got exactly $5,118,000 in cash today. The tens of thousands of dollars he had saved over the years was almost negligible, and with the $5 million given by Lin Wan, he had a whole $10 million in cash to spend. Don't think $10 million in cash sounds like a lot, but it's real cash, instead of assets. Even some rich people who claim to have hundreds of millions of dollars in household assets do not necessarily have $10 million cash in their hands to spend. Assets are assets and cash is cash, not to be confused. The moment, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a little excited inside. $10 million. Ordinary people don't make that kind of money in their lifetime. Lu Ming had never owned so much money either. Although it was said that after he married Lin Wan, he also had a system, and in the future there would be more and more money, even more than he could use up and count. But at this moment, Lu Ming was truly happy. That's right. Don't I still have a company share rewarded by the system? Lu Ming suddenly rang out. The system also rewarded a company with 48% of its shares when one's acquired assets exceeded $40 million. The relevant files have been lying quietly in the system space all this time. Life had been so happy lately that Lu Ming had almost forgotten about it. Only the gene potion, a combat enhancement, was memorized by Lu Ming and given to him before he went to bed, while the documents were left to collect dust in the space. Immediately, Lu Ming took out the file from the system space. Red Rock Group. Lu Ming glanced at the company name afterward. Then he picked up his cell phone and searched for information about the Red Rock Group. This check. Lu Ming was rather given a shock. The headline message that came out of the search was the Red Rock Group's annual revenue last year, which was a staggering $5,866 billion. It should be known that Lin Wan's Shuangmu Group, as a listed company with a market capitalization of $100 billion, could only manage to earn $40 billion a year. So, the Red Rock Group is even more dangling than Lin Wan's DoubleTree Group. It turned out that the system reward was the big one. Both the Gene Potion and the Red Rock Group are good things. Lu Ming continued to check some more relevant information. It was discovered that the Red Rock Group is essentially an investment company that invests in a super wide range of businesses, covering a number of profitable industries such as finance, real estate, trade, technology, and medicine. And most importantly, although the Red Rock Group consists of multiple parties with decentralized shareholdings, the largest shareholder currently holds only 18% of the shares. That also means that Lu Ming currently holds 48% of the shares and is the largest shareholder of Red Rock Group. Lu Ming couldn't help but be a bit shocked. The system is really a god. I don't know through what means to acquire many scattered shares to themselves. If not for the fact that Lin Wan was in the house, Lu Ming wanted to shout, all up, wrong, the system is bullish. Originally, Lu Ming had just felt that he had $10 million in cash, and also lived in a villa worth $50 million was already very satisfied. It turned out that the system had given itself a great gift long ago. You're still too easily satisfied yourself. What's a few tens of millions? With annual earnings of more than $50 billion and a market capitalization of at least $100 billion, the system says give it away. Howdy doody. It's too posh. Honey, are you done? The Lin Wan in the living room had no knowledge of Lu Ming in this matter. Just seeing that he did not come out for a long time, she asked. Coming. Lu Ming rushed out of the bathroom. He came into the living room, but saw breakfast on the table. Salads, sandwiches, coffee, omelets. It was obviously Lin Wan who had prepared breakfast for himself. I'm not very good at it either, so it might not be that good. Lin Wan pinched her hand and whispered. In all these years, he's touched the kitchen only a handful of times. These breakfasts were simple, but they took a lot of work for her to put together. Thanks, wife. I love everything my wife cooks. Lu Ming pulled Lin Wan to sit down with him, and before he even ate, he gave a compliment. But it was obviously very well received, and Lin Wan, who was just now afraid that what she had done was not good and was very anxious, instantly opened up with a smile. Chapter 11. Woman, you're playing with fire. And then the two of them began to eat their breakfast. Lu Ming looked at the beautifully arranged breakfast in front of him and couldn't help but work up an appetite, picking up the sandwich and eating it. Well, plain and simple, I guess. It's hard to make something so simple that it's hard to make it hard to eat unless one has to have a dark cuisine food talent. Obviously, Lin Wan has already done her best, but she has also put a lot of thought into the presentation and style. Yummy. I love it. So Lu Ming still had to brag about his wife. Lin Wan also took a bite of the sandwich after supporting Lu Ming's compliments, but then frowned. It's not good at all, it doesn't even have any flavor. Hubby, don't eat it. Let's go outside and buy some more. Lin Wan huffed and puffed. More than anything else, she was angry at her own poor handiwork. Although she didn't dare to compare it with her husband's cooking, what she did was a lot worse than what was sold outside. So she wanted Lu Ming to stop, and the two of them went outside to eat over again. Lu Ming looked at Lin Wan's lovely appearance, smiled and touched her head to show comfort. Where is the harm? A little bit less healthy. And actually, I think the most important thing is not whether the breakfast is good or not, but the thought that goes into preparing it is far more important. With this thought, eating a sandwich makes me feel sweet. Lu Ming didn't say that just to comfort Lin Wan. It's been a long time since he's had a home-prepared breakfast. He hadn't been in the habit of eating breakfast since he went to college because no one would prepare it for him and he was too lazy to specialize in it. Just one more lie down, and then it's time for lunch. And after all these years, there are women other than my own mother who are willing to prepare elaborate dinners for themselves. This had already touched Lu Ming's heart. Even if this breakfast tastes mediocre. Lu Ming's comforting words made Lin Wan's psyche feel better, but she was still very aggrieved. But it still doesn't change the fact that I don't cook well. In this regard, Lin Wan was a bit stubborn. She wanted to prepare the best for Lu Ming. Lu Ming couldn't help but smile and playfully said, "Why don't I teach you?" Although Lu Ming was only saying this in jest. However, Lin Wan brightened up and responded seriously, "Yes, I want to learn." Lu Ming froze for a moment. Was this what the president's wife should do? Really? From now on, husband, you'll teach me how to cook? Seeing that Lin Wan was so serious, Lu Ming could only nod. All right, as long as you want to learn, I can teach you any time. Aha! After receiving Lu Ming's response, Lin Wan happily kissed Lu Ming on his face. She couldn't wait to learn and then make a delicious meal for the man she loved. Lin Wan didn't realize that she was having another huge transformation in this regard. In the old days when she was the icy female president. Eat just to fill your stomach so that your body can keep its energy to work. Sometimes she has her assistant prepare easier and quicker food in order to save time so she can get to work. It's all about not wasting too much time at this point so you can step up your work. But now, she is incredibly attached to 3 meals a day. In order to share a meal with your loved ones, especially if you eat a meal that you have made with your own hands, she is willing to take the time to learn to cook. Lin Wan was already incredibly looking forward to the study days. Think of the two of them as a young couple, snuggled up in the kitchen, glued to each other with their hands in the kitchen, and what a dreamy, happy picture it is. And when you're a great cook yourself, to really cook a great meal for her beloved husband and get real compliments from him would make her happier than if she had earned it. Not a moment too soon. Lu Ming then ate all the breakfast Lin Wan had made. Lin Wan just wanted to get up and clean up the dishes. It was then pulled by Lu Ming. You still have a wound on your hand. Let me do it. And it's time to change the medication 2-0. With that, he pulled Lin Wan to the sofa and brought the medical kit. Half squatting, he unwrapped the wound he had bandaged yesterday, sterilized again, and changed the medicine. During this process, Lin Wan's starry eyes flashed and her heart was warm. How can the man in front of me be so gentle and considerate? The moment, Lin Wan felt that she was the happiest woman in the world. I can't believe I found this man who is a good cook, good-looking, gentle and considerate, and has great stamina. Honey, do you think I'm dreaming? Lin Wan suddenly spoke. Lu Ming was a bit unsure and continued the work in his hands. Why do you say that? How else, then, could I be with someone as good as you? Hearing this, it made Lu Ming think of what Lin Wan and his old mom said on the video yesterday. Jokingly, he said, "What's good about me? Physically good. That's right. My little puppy husband just has great stamina. I have a say in this one." I didn't expect Lin Wan to listen to Lu Ming's jokes, well, not shy, but also intensified. The other hand was not honest. Reaching into Lu Ming's clothes, he made a beeline for his abs. "You woman, you don't have the slightest idea what you've gotten yourself into." Lin Wan didn't think it was a big deal, and her hand movements didn't stop, and Lu Ming quickly got the job in hand done. "Next, you." Before Lin Wan could say anything, Lu Ming gagged her with his mouth, then pressed hard onto the couch. The weather is like a woman's face. It changes at the drop of a hat. It started with a wet drizzle, accompanied by a soft, nice thunder, and then the wind suddenly lapped in. The force was so great that the couch could not be stabilized, and the feet of the couch rubbed against the ground with a crunching sound. Eventually, torrential rain and thunder and lightning struck with gusty winds that lasted for a long time. Eventually, it fell into place. After it rains, Lu Ming and Lin Wan's clothes were soaked. The two had to go back to the bathroom for another shower. Lu Ming came out first and waited for Lin Wan outside. See only. Lin Wan walked out in a small black leather skirt, wearing a black undershirt bottom plus an outer shirt, and walked out with her long white legs. The stunning beauty, paired with this outfit, is pure and lustful, especially since it had just been moisturized by love. The whole person was glittering, revealing a different kind of charm, making Lu Ming look foolish again. Lin Wan, who had come out, saw Lu Ming in this state. Hurry said very abashedly, "Not coming, got to get out the door." She could be very tired right now, and it was scary to see Lu Ming looking like a wolf looking at meat right now. Lu Ming listened with a dumbfounded smile. "Little goon, and you're the one who played with fire just now, so you can't blame me." I don't care, I don't care, I don't care." Lin Wan once again played the fool. Playing tricks was a woman's right, and Lin Wan was so cute that it melted Lu Ming's heart to see her. Okay. Blame me for the delay. Come over here. I'm not eating you." Chapter 12. A Rich Woman's Boldness. After fooling around all morning, the two of them, Lu Ming and Lin Wan, finally went out. The same chauffeur from last time was already waiting at the door in a Rolls-Royce Flying Goddess. "Get in the car." Lu Ming couldn't help but ask, "Where are we going with this?" However, Lin Wan still kept her mouth shut and did not reveal half a word no matter how Lu Ming asked. "Little goon, you're specifically whetting my appetite." Being called so by Lu Ming, Lin Wan thought of something. Her face flushed red and she was a bit shy and stubborn. "No calling me that. I just won't say anything, just to whet your appetite. So what? Look at this, it's rather like a death wish." But in the next second, Lu Ming released a big move and Lin Wan immediately surrendered. Lu Ming saw that Lin Wan was still so mouthy and immediately leaned towards her. The body was pressed tightly against Lin Wan's body, and her right hand held her in control as well. Afterwards, he pressed his mouth to Lin Wan's ear. "Blow gently and talk." "Really?" A low, nice voice with a hint of heat rang in Lin Wan's ears. "Ah? Ears itch. Go away, go away. This is what Lu Ming recently discovered. Lin Wan's most ticklish place. Just one touch and Lin Wan could surrender. Sure enough, Lin Wan started begging for mercy a few times. Stop it, stop it. I surrender. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Let go of me. Lu Ming let go of Lin Wan with satisfaction. This move would be the best move he would use to subdue Lin Wan in the future. So tell me, where are we going? Who? After Lu Ming withdrew, Lin Wan adjusted her breath. Then conceding defeat. Let's go car shopping. What car? Being asked such a rhetorical question by Lu Ming, Lin Wan said without a trace of humor. Of course it's a sports car. It could still be a bicycle. Ooh-hoo. Lu Ming then snapped out of it. At the same time there was some excitement in my mind, sports cars Rumble what man doesn't like that? This was one of the things Lin Wan had promised to give him during the blind date. However, Lu Ming had long since put it behind him and didn't care about it at all. I didn't realize that Lin Wan had always remembered. Going to drag him to the car today. First things first, sports cars are like a man's second wife. After Lin Wan gave herself a sports car alone, the assets she had gained through her soft food could be raised to another level. Each day, the amount of the system increase becomes more, along with other rewards from the system. These are the heavy hitters. Thanks, wife. Wife is the most beautiful. Lu Ming turned his head and gave Lin Wan a kiss on her cheek. Feels good. Don't say, although Lin Wan is a little bit older than Lu Ming and often stay up late at work. But her whole state of being watery as hell. It was as white as those 17 and 18-year-old girls. There is no need to go to those cosmetics to cover up the flaws at all. One bite of the kiss. It is like jelly, like cute, bouncy and tender. You cannot help but want to bite it. After kissing a mouthful, Lu Ming even wanted to come to the second mouth, the third mouth, the can't stop, but it was dodged by Lin Wan. Kiss on kiss, which has with bite go away, go away. Lin Wan pushed Lu Ming, determined not to let him get any closer. The two were in between scuffles. The car was already slowly slowing down, obviously nearing its destination. Lu Ming looked out the window. At this time there was a sea of people outside. The traffic and the flow of people was very large. Crap! Rolls-Royce Flying Goddess. Look at the license plate.
Bin B 66886.
This is the most awesome. Damn. That's so handsome and pretty. What a godly man. A godly car plus a godly couple. As soon as Lu Ming and their car approached the pavilion, it attracted the attention of many people, and everyone was talking about it. I stared from the car, traveling until it stopped and someone came out from inside. Wanted to see what kind of big shot it was. Finally seeing a divine combination like Lu Ming Lin Wan. Many people couldn't help but marvel. Lu Ming does not care about being surrounded at this time. Get off the car and look at hanging everywhere is a banner sign. That's how you know. It turns out that a luxury car show opened today at the Premier Pavilion. None of the luxury cars that make it into this luxury car show are from the top brands. That's what drew so many people to the show. Of course, the ultimate goal of display is to sell. Some people were here to spectate, while Lu Ming and the others were here to purchase. Just got out of the car a few steps ago. Right from the pavilion, 3 staff members came running quickly. Arriving in front of Lu Ming and Lin Wan, he greeted them warmly. Welcome, Mr. Lin. It makes our car show flourish. Well, let's go inside. After saying that, he took Lu Ming's hand. Led by the staff in front of them, they headed inside the car show. Inside the car show center, people came and went to see the exhibition. After walking through the complex of exclusive passages, the two of them, Lu Ming and Lin Wan, came to the VIP area of the most internal and top-class luxury car show in the auto show, which was the closest to the luxury cars. There's no guardrail around it, and at any moment a hand can reach out and touch the glowing body. Unlike ordinary visiting tourists, who can only stand beyond the parapet and watch from afar. Therefore, the 10 or so luxury cars in the center of the showroom were displayed in front of Lu Ming in an unobstructed manner. The Bugatti Veyron is powered by an 8-liter, square-type supercharged M16 engine with a top speed of 434 km/h. Ferrari Enzo Forbes winner of the world's most expensive car for several years running. The Pagani Zonda Windjammer accelerates from 0-100 km/h in 3.7 seconds with the strength of 345 km/h. The Porsche Carrera GT convertible 2-seater sports car has an imposingly expansive appearance, with muscular panels on the left and right sides that bulge from the headlamps toward the back of the eyes, and an appalling power performance. Lamborghini Murcielago bat Lamborghini's technically best sports car ever accelerates from 0-100 km/h in 3.8 seconds. All the cars that can be displayed in the showroom are expensive and limited top-brand sports cars. Now Lu-ming knew why they would come to the car show to see and buy cars. These limited edition top-of-the-line sports cars are rare in normal times, and you simply can't get these cars at 4S stores. Takes a long time to book, even for branded 4 stores. And I don't know how much effort was wasted on this car show to gather so many luxury cars in stock. This made Lu-ming look at it with a golden light in his eyes, deeply mesmerized. Like it? Lu-ming nodded in affirmation. What man would not like it? Take your pick. Lin Wan had always wanted to give Lu-ming the best, and the sports car was certainly no exception. That's why she didn't take Lu-ming to the 4S point to see those ordinary crappy sports cars. Instead, they came to this car show and let Lu-ming pick to his heart's content. The moment Lin Wan's words came out, Lu-ming hadn't said anything. A few of the staff behind him fell back with their jaws on the floor. Take your pick? Is this the rich woman's ho-hum? Any one of these cars at the show is a limited edition luxury car with tens or even tens of millions of dollars, and they would love to have someone tell them to take their pick. Thief acid. Everyone's heart was sore. Chapter 13. You like it all? Buy them all. No one dared to doubt that what Lin Wan said was pretending to be ex-bragging. After all, those who could go to this VIP viewing booth were all non-rich or noble existences. There were even some people who recognized Lin Wan's identity. So let's not even talk about buying one of the cars in this car show. With Lin Wan's strength, it wouldn't be a problem to round up all of them. The other side. Lu-ming had already walked up to get up close and personal with the various luxury cars. Each luxury car has its own style and personality that Lu-ming holds dear. After one lap, Lu-ming, who was originally full of joy, frowned. It's too hard to choose. Each one of them is his heart. How can he choose? What's wrong?
No favorites.
Seeing Lu-ming's sad face, Lin Wan walked over and asked, How could I not like it? It's just too much like it. That's why I don't know how to choose. Lu-ming hastily shook his head in the negative. How can you not like these multi-million-dollar luxury cars? Before that, he was just a good-looking average guy who probably wouldn't have had access to this kind of luxury car for the rest of his life. Now, all of a sudden, he had the opportunity to be able to pick one of a dozen luxury cars, and he was confused. It's really not an option. There's no favorite? Lu-ming gritted his teeth and took another look at all the luxury cars, trying to hard pick one. But in the end, it is still very tangled. I can't choose. Or you can help me choose one. Looking at Lu-ming so fond and torn, Lin Wan thought about it and proposed. How about we buy them all? At those words, it seemed that the room went quiet for a few moments. Lu-ming was suspecting that something was wrong with his ears and asked uncertainly, What? Lin Wan also raised her volume a few points. I say, buy them all. This time Lu-ming heard clearly and no longer suspected that he had misheard. Incredulously, he said, Are you kidding me? Buy them all? How much would that cost? Lin Wan, however, guffawed and said flatly, It's only about $400 or $500 million, right? It's not like we can't afford it. After saying that, he took Lu-ming's hand and clasped his fingers together. As long as my husband likes it, I'm happy no matter how much it costs. All of this, from start to finish, was heard by the crowd of onlookers behind them. One by one, they went from being rifled to dumbfounded, looking at each other in disbelief. Just $400 or $500 million. Just when did $400 or $500 million become so casual? Pretty girl, don't you have no idea about $400 or $500 million? For ordinary people like them, packing up a few of them and selling their entire homes plus the whole person, they can't even come up with this amount of money. How come to you it sounds as easy as drinking water? This moment struck them all deeply. Realized that there is a real difference between people. Like Lu-ming, so handsome, and such a good-looking rich woman want to buy anything. And all they can do is wait on the sidelines. Everyone hates to be Lu-ming with a rich woman to like and a rich woman to buy. Pity. It's all their fantasy. Reality is, after Lu-ming heard Lin Wan's proposal to buy all of them, he quickly rejected it in his mind. But he was still impressed. In Lu-ming's mind, he would have felt good about buying an ordinary sports car. He didn't expect Lin Wan to bring him to a luxury car show and shop for a limited edition sports car. It was beyond his original mental tone. Not to mention, just because of his difficulty in choosing, he wants Lin Wan to throw $400 million to $500 million to get all these cars. This looks like he can't get over it in his heart, the genius is a bit unaware of the good. He wasn't going to get more assets on Lin Wan's side indefinitely and endlessly just to earn the system's increased gold and rewards. Because Lin Wan was his wife who was going to walk hand in hand for the rest of his life, not a tool to swipe the system reward gold. Besides, even if he did nothing, he actually had enough money in his hands to eat and drink for the rest of his life. Why be so obsessed with swiping? That's why Lu Ming wanted to reject Lin Wan's good intentions. But the words were not finished. A voice of greeting came from right behind them. Sister Van Er. Lin Wan and Lu Ming turned to look at the same time. Only a woman with a ponytail, wearing a lady's suit and looking very competent and sharp, walked over quickly. After coming to the heels of the two, she immediately noticed Lu Ming, who was very close to Lin Wan. Sister Van Er. Him. My husband, Lu Ming. Lin Wan hugged Lu Ming's arm tightly and introduced him. At the same time, he introduced Lu Ming to the visitors. This is a very close sister of mine, Wang Yingying. While after listening to Lin Wan's introduction, Wang Yingying was surprised to make a sound. Sister Van Er. You still really have a boyfriend, ah? I heard some gossip and I couldn't believe it. I can't believe there's a man in the world who is worthy of your eyes. After saying that, Wang Yingying looked at Lu Ming. Hello. I didn't think you'd melt our iceberg queen. Looking so handsome, it's no wonder Sister Wanner was taken in by you. Anyone else would have been conquered by you. As soon as Wang Yingying finished speaking, Lin Wan responded nervously. Lu Ming and I are a legal couple, registered and licensed. Yingying, don't mess around. Wang Yingying didn't think much about it. What the heck, Sister Wanner? I'm just saying it off the top of my head. How can? Half the words. Wang Yingying suddenly realized something. Wide-eyed and incredulous, he looked at Lin Wan and Lu Ming in front of him. What, Sister Wanner? Did you just say that you two have already gotten a license? Wang Yingying had always thought that when they had just met, the husband that Lin Wan had introduced as her husband was just a term of endearment. After all, it had only been how many days since he had heard that Lin Wan had a boyfriend. She couldn't have guessed that the two had registered their marriage to go. Besides, Wang Yingying's relationship with Lin Wan was quite good. She was considered someone who knew Lin Wan better, knowing her character and the height of her vision. Although a little older, but in person as frozen age, how many powerful people think of ways to get close to her. But it's hard to move an inch, and no doubt it's all about hitting the wall. She had thought that Lin Wan should be like a fairy in her life, not entering the mortal world. But scratch your head and you can't figure it out. How did you get married to a man so quickly? That's a speed that must shock anyone who comes along. Sister Wanner, you're not kidding me. Didn't we just meet the other day? It's only been a few days. You out of singleness and married. Obviously, Wang Yingying was very shocked and incomprehensible. In her opinion, Lin Wan's move might not be too sensible. How is that enough time to recognize someone, let alone fall in love with someone and get married? It shouldn't. With Sister Wanner's intelligence, how could she not have considered this? Wang Yingying looked at Lu Ming's eyes, began to carry a few points of defense. She felt that Lin Wan would not be coaxed by this man. I'm begging you all to give me some free recommendations or something. Chapter 14, My Husband Loves It. Although Lin Wan, as the head of the $100 billion group, had no experience at all in relationships and was simply a love buff. Perhaps it was because of this that they were lulled into marrying so quickly by the sweet words of the man in front of them. Actually, Lu Ming and I met through a blind date. Then we went to register our marriage that day, and now we're living together. Oh, we all love each other. After saying that, Lin Wan looked up at Lu Ming. Lu Ming also lowered his head, and the eyes of the two of them converged, both slowly happy and loving. Hearing this, the doubts and indignation that had just welled up in Wang Yingying's heart slowly subsided. The eyes are the windows to the soul. The love she saw in Lu Ming and Lin Wan's eyes wasn't fake. It was the undercurrent of her work as a luxury car salesman, and she was very good at reading a person's face in their eyes. So the thought that had just popped into her head disappeared. It seems that Sister Wanner has really met her true love. As soon as a person's sensibilities change, a lot of places become different. Wang Yingying began to turn her head in thought. There must be something about Lu Ming, this man, that she didn't know was good. Can't just be good looking. Sister Wanner is not such a shallow person. That's why Sister Wanner was conquered by him. The more Wang Yingying thought about it, the more she felt that Lu Ming was not a simple person. No wonder, usually my CEO Lin is so busy that he doesn't even have time to have dinner with me. Yesterday, out of the blue, I was told to come to a car show, and I didn't understand. So it's to buy for your own man. Lin Wan was full of complacency. That's not true. If you're your own man, you must treat him with all your heart. Looking at Lin Wan's happy appearance, Wang Yingying would never admit that she was a little sour. Although she's been in relationships, they've all gone nowhere and she's still single. I never thought there would be a day when it was her turn to eat dog food. She used to be the one to spread dog food, but today she could experience the feeling of eating dog food. Don't show it, don't show it. If you show it again, you're going to be propped up. Okay. Let's get down to business with you. Lin Wan collected herself and prepared to ask Wang Yingying something. Sis, just ask you, is it okay for me to buy all the cars you have in this showroom? Wang Yingying froze for a moment. Sis, I thought you never loved cars. What's the point of buying so many cars? Wang Yingying was shocked to the point that her brain didn't quite work for a while, but then looked at Lin Wan's gaze and the man next to her. With that, he slapped his forehead. I thought to myself, I'm so confused. This what else? Isn't it obvious that the purpose of Sister Wan Air's trip is to buy a car for her own husband? This is not my husband, all like it. I'll just buy them all. Lin Wan saw that Wang Yingying stayed for a moment and didn't answer, and added another sentence. Wang Yingying was invariably stuffed with another mouth full of dog food. Wang Yingying, are you a douchebag? What's the point of asking? It's not like you're looking for dog food? Wang Yingying wanted to cry and didn't know what was wrong with her today. Has it been too long since you've been in a relationship? It's been a long time since Wang Yingying's last relationship. As a girl, she is also very much looking forward to having a sweet relationship. But nay, the previous relationship was not a happy one, and there was nothing sweet about the relationship. This has led to this obsession with having a sweet relationship, but she has never found a boyfriend. Fear of opening a new relationship and getting hurt in some way. It's really because of that. Love is not enough. She was most afraid of people spreading dog food in front of her eyes. This is great. Others don't talk about convergence. I'm a bit of a mouthful myself. I had to ask. Ying, you are so good. There will definitely be one in the future. Also, about the car, can you give me a word on whether it's okay or not? Good professionalism allowed Wang Yingying to immediately adjust her mindset. Sister Wan Air, although with your assets and status, there's no problem buying all the cars, it might not be possible right now. Wang Yingying said helplessly. Indeed, with Lin Wan's worth and status as the owner of the $100 billion group. What's a luxury car she can't buy, regardless of status or money? But the key is, why? Sister Wan Air, you know we've been publicizing this car show for a long time. Some of these limited edition cars were taken as early as they were advertised. It's just that it's still a display period, and as soon as the show is over, some of these cars will go to their owners. Hear this. Lin Wan also understood. Indeed, if these cars weren't already sold, she could take them all, no problem. But some of the cars already had owners, and there was no way she was going to take them away from people. You know, people who can afford these cars must not have a simple status either. It's not okay to take someone's love by force. Wani, we'll just get one. Lu Ming, who was on the side, hurriedly opened his mouth to advise. He hadn't wanted Lin Wan to spend so much money on a car. Now there just happens to be such a perfect reason to lend yourself to the donkey. Lin Wan pondered for a moment and asked again. How many cars are left now? Now 6 of them. I'll take them all. In the hospitality room, Wang Yingying has expedited the documents related to the purchase of the car. Wife, no. Before Lu Ming finished speaking, Lin Wan already knew what he was going to say and interrupted him. Honey, money is really nothing to me. I know you don't want me to spend too much money, but really, this little bit of money doesn't even show me an ounce of love for you. You are my love, husband. I will buy you all as long as you like and the best. Stop denying it. After hearing Lin Wan's words, Lu Ming was silent. Lin Wan's burning love for him, he felt it. Just because she said she liked them all, she was going to buy the entire limo and give it to herself. No matter how much she said she only needed one, she insisted on buying them all. This made Lu Ming feel incomparably spoiled. I'm afraid that even if Lu Ming said he wanted the stars in the sky, Lin Wan would seriously consider it and find a way to get them for him. The moment, Lu Ming was truly touched. Saying no more, she accepted Wan Air's love for her with peace of mind. Signed all of the car purchase paperwork under the guidance of the staff. Immediately, Lin Wan swiped her card with alacrity. Congratulations to Mr. Liu for becoming the owner of the Bugatti Veyron Ferrari Enzo Pagani, Zonda Lamborghini Murcielago Bat Porsche Carrera GT, Bentley Continental Supersports Aston Martin 177. We're already expediting the temporary license plates, and when the car show is over, we'll deliver the car to your house for you. In the meantime, the system's voice also sounded in Lu Ming's head. Ding, congratulations to the host. Eat softly for obtaining 7 luxury cars worth $86,200,000. Ding, congratulations to the host. The assets gained from eating soft food officially exceeded $100 million. Rewarded with divine medical skills and 22% of the shares of the Red Rock Group. Chapter 15. Prove your love with your actions. The system gave another very generous reward, and Lu Ming hadn't had time to take a closer look. The system sounds again. Ding, congratulations to the host for raising his level to 2 and increasing his daily amplitude to 20%. Lu Ming didn't expect the system level to actually increase. And with that, the daily increase has gone from 10% to 20%. Based on his current $100 million increase in assets, he could wake up every day with $20 million for nothing. That's $20 million a day. Before the week was over, another $100 million was screwed up. This money is afraid to be spent faster than it can be spent. And this time, the system rewarded another share about Red Rock Group. That's a $100 billion conglomerate. With the 48% of shares awarded last time plus the 22% this time, that's 70%. No doubt about it. Lu Ming is the king of the Red Rock Group, unrivaled power over the massive Red Rock Group. However, what surprised Lu Ming the most was the reward of divine healing arts. Realize that no matter how powerful and rich you are terminally ill. Then it's all smoke and mirrors, and you can't live without it. I'm sure there are countless wealthy people who are willing to give their life's fortune just to be in good health. A myriad of medical knowledge that came to mind. Instantly, Lu Ming was transformed from a person who knew nothing about the art of healing into the existence of a holy hand of the nation. The rewards of the system are just so amazing. Even if the next time the system gave some rewards that were beyond the realm of just human beings, Lu Ming wouldn't be surprised anymore. What's the matter, hubby? Tired? Lin Wan saw her husband sitting on the sofa in a daze and thought he was tired. Nah, it's fine. Just so happy. Seeing her husband happy, Lin Wan also revealed a delighted smile. With that, he offered. It's still early. Why don't we go outside and hang out? Next to the car show is the very large seaside city's famous Excellence Plaza. Clothing, food, shelter, food, drink, and entertainment. Yeah. Lu Ming naturally agreed with alacrity. There's so much money that I don't even know how to spend it. But throughout the entire shopping process, Lin Wan took Lu Ming, almost only shopped for men's goods, passing by the women's clothing stores without even a glance. Lu Ming had the intention to buy something for Lin Wan, but she politely refused. No need. I have so many at home, they won't fit. In the end, Lu Ming had to be at ease as a toolman, always being led by Lin Wan. Buying in the men's clothing, literally changing the outfit on Lu Ming from scratch. Even bought a limited edition Patek Philippe watch. Lu Ming didn't really recognize the specifics, but it was pretty good looking anyway. By this time Lu Ming had swung for the fences, and Lin Wan wouldn't let him pay for it, so she was the one who had been brushing it off. Lu Ming didn't resist, no matter what was bought for him. The light is on. After the whole street shopping, Lu Ming's income goal just jumped up by almost $10 million again. A man is only as good as his clothes and his horse is only as good as his saddle. Originally, Lu Ming's face was resistant. After another boost from the gene potion, it was even a big step forward. Now after changing into a designer outfit, the whole thing was even more glittering. Walking down the road, many women look at it are frequently turned back one step for 3. Not a single thought about the feelings of the male companion next to you. Even Lin Wan, who was beside him. It was also walking, and every now and then, he turned his head sideways over to look at Lu Ming. As he was not looking at the road, he almost tripped and fell to the ground, but luckily Lu Ming held it in time. Silly girl. Watch where you're going. Hubby, you're so handsome. I can't help it. I just can't help looking at you. Lin Wan looked at Lu Ming and said with stars in her eyes. But then a bit of a slump ensued. I regret it. I should never have taken you out shopping, buying clothes, dressing you up so handsomely. A lot of pretty young girls were looking at you just now. If I hadn't been around, they probably would have rushed up and asked for your contact information. But what about the next time I'm not there? They're sure to hook up with you. Looking at Lin Wan's slightly playful and brash appearance, Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh out loud. Such Lin Wan was a bit cute. Silly wife. Lu Ming touched Lin Wan's head. Humph. You still resent me. Honey, are you blind to yourself? Lin Wan was unsure. What do you mean? Lu Ming turned Lin Wan's body in a different direction, towards the mall curtain wall glass. The glass reflected the two men. I mean, how do you not realize how beautiful you are? In my heart, you are the most beautiful. And how could I ever dislike you and leave you? Lu Ming said this, completely from the heart. When his blind date had just entered the tea room, Lu Ming was immediately mesmerized by Lin Wan. In his opinion, Lin Wan was the best-looking woman he had ever seen. Lu Ming spoke with great sincerity and affection. One time, Lin Wan all became blushing. Oily mouth. Ignore you. Lin Wan's mood became better again, and her smiling face blossomed anew. Yes. Lu Ming hugged Lin Wan's waist, and his hands made fun of her, making her giggle all of a sudden. After a bit of play, give me your hand. Lin Wan foolishly extended her left hand. Not this one, the other one. Ooh-hoo. Although Lin Wan didn't know what Lu Ming was up to, she still did as she was told, only to see that Lu Ming removed a black rubber band from her right hand. Under Lin Wan's gaze, he wore it on his right hand. What's this for? Lin Wan didn't quite understand. Lu Ming raised his right hand and shook it, saying, This is a declaration of sovereignty. From now on this rubber band will be on my hand, and anyone who sees it will know that I am a man who needs to tie his wife's hair. That way naturally no one will come back to hook up with your husband. After listening to Lu Ming's explanation, Lin Wan instantly understood and immediately jumped into Lu Ming's arms. Honey, you're wonderful. Putting aside Lin Wan's other identities, she was essentially a woman. Women always have a sense of insecurity when it comes to love. Fear of the beloved man being taken by another woman. With Lu Ming's good looks and his gentleness, most women can't resist his charm. Lin Wan was really afraid that one day, Lu Ming would really leave her. Already sunk in Lu Ming's tenderness of his own, whether he can continue to live back to the previous kind of lonely days. It scared her to think about it. However, Lu Ming responded to himself with actions at this time. With a black rubber band, it isolates the rest of the opposite sex. It's like a tranquilizer. It made Lin Wan feel full of security. Let her know that reassuring a woman is more than just saying you love you, you're the best with your words, but proving yourself with your actions. Honey, I love you even more. Lin Wan, who was in Lu Ming's arms, felt full of happiness. That's not nice of you. An abrupt voice suddenly rang out. Spoils the current mood. Chapter 16. You piece of trash. Lu Ming turned his head to see that the visitor was a man in a high-grade suit. Although he looked good, had him 3 times handsome. But this man exuded an inexplicably off-putting aura and seemed to be hostile to himself. One never remembers seeing this man. That would be, as expected of Lu Ming. This person was recognized by Lin Wan, who also turned around at this time. After seeing the visitor, he subconsciously frowned. Seeing this, Lu Ming could tell that Lin Wan wasn't treating this guy in front of her very well either. None of your business. Lin Wan disliked it back. He is, Lu Ming asked. A mere irrelevance, and a very annoying one at that, without a shred of self-awareness. Lin Wan turned around and patiently explained with Lu Ming, stating that she didn't have anything too much to do with the man in front of her, and that she hated the other person. Since their husbands can for their own sake to come up with making a hand with a rubber band as a declaration that he is the master to avoid the opposite sex, then they should naturally also be patient to make explanations. After Lin Wan finished explaining, Lu Ming nodded. It wasn't that he didn't believe Lin Wan, he just asked out of curiosity subsequently. As a result, Lin Wan chopped and snapped and explained a whole lot to him. It was as if she was afraid that Lu Ming would be misunderstood by Lu Ming just because there was a man she knew who said hello to her after a hard time. This she thought wrong. Lu Ming would not be such a small-minded man. Lu Ming looked at Lin Wan's slightly anxious appearance and stroked the top of her head with his right hand as if he was jerking a kitten. Baby wife, that's a lovely look. Lu Ming thought darkly. This approach of Lin Wan actually made him very happy in his heart. A high-strung female president was in a hurry to explain to him because of this small matter. That proved how much he meant to her. Gradually, under Lu Ming's touch, Lin Wan's emotions calmed down. These two had completely forgotten to ignore and leave the man in the suit hanging for a long time. The man in the suit watched as the two ignored him and showed their love in front of him, and his teeth gnashed in anger. You guys! Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lin Wan's domineering manner. Wang Yao Lin, what the two of us do has nothing to do with you. Trouble can mellow out of the way. At this moment, Lin Wan completely lost the gentle and lovely feeling she had with Lu Ming, and her words were filled with the coldness and indifference of her female boss. Yes, the visitor was none other than the little old boss of He Dongxing Company, Wang Yaolin. After he couldn't get any useful information from He Dongxing before, he had spent a lot of manpower and financial resources to investigate Lu Ming's information. When he got the informational material, it instantly pissed him off to the point where his liver hurt. The news that Lin Wan and Lu Ming had registered their marriage was actually not false. At first, when he heard the news, he had the luxury of hoping it was just a rumor until he knew for sure. Because with his understanding of Lin Wan, there had never been a man named Lu Ming around her before. Even if he appeared later, it was impossible to conquer Lin Wan so quickly and make her marry him. So there was a big possibility that this current man named Lu Ming was pursuing Lin Wan and getting closer to her. Or the worst possibility was that they had become boyfriend and girlfriend. But no matter which possibility, he, Wang Yao Lin, still had a chance. But he could never have imagined it. That news really isn't a rumor. All at once, his hopes were shattered. He couldn't figure out why he had lost to Lu Ming, who came from such an ordinary family. Just because Lu Ming is so billion points more handsome than him? Though that said, when he saw Lu Ming's picture on the profile, he also had to secretly feel that he couldn't compare to others in the area of face value. But a man should be more than all around his education, family. Lin Wan should, maybe, possibly, is not the kind that only looks at the face, right? Right? He had been pursuing Lin Wan for so many years and was well aware of the excellence of the countless suitors around her. So he's also constantly packaging and improving himself, going to great lengths to stand out from his many suitors as the first in line. But who would have thought? He's going to get his home stolen someday. And it was still an ordinary person who was, in his eyes, a mole among ants and nothing but handsome. It was certainly an insult to him. Lin Wan, where exactly am I inferior to this guy? Why is it that I've been chasing you for 5 whole years? You don't even look at me. On face. Or no, on background. Education. Worth. I'm not as good as him. This kid is just an ordinary guy, whereas I have money. Whatever you see in this guy, I can do it. Under the agitation of Wang Yaolin's mood, he unconsciously spoke louder and louder. The people around them saw someone so out of character and yelling so loudly, and they also turned their gazes this way. Wang Yaolin, it was originally your wishful thinking. When did I ever put you in my sights? I have clearly rejected you many times. That was true before, and it's even more true now that I'm married. Don't you come pestering me again. Facing the crowd of people around her, Lin Wan also showed no mercy at all. Passersby's pointing and opinions made Wang Yaolin lose his face. Double whammy. Wang Yaolin looked at Lin Wan resentfully. Did you just look at his face, you shallow woman? He's got no money or power, he's just a gigolo. One day you'll regret it. I'm the one who can give you happiness. Wang Yaolin, perhaps some mental collapse, has been mouth to mouth, continued to pursue Lin Wan's words and attacked her. Lu Ming, who was Lin Wan's husband, immediately did not spoil him and immediately stood out. Wang Yaolin, right? You punk? Trashy, seconds man. Where did you get the confidence to claim that you're the one who can bring happiness to Wan Air? You! Hearing Lu Ming's insults, Wang Yaolin was furious and just wanted to open his mouth but was interrupted by Lu Ming. I was right when I said you're trash. You've been chasing Wan Air for 5 years and she doesn't even look at you. And Wan Air and I met for the first time and went to get a license to get married on the same day. Aren't you a loser in comparison? And then you're still a moralizing piece of, outwardly wearing an expensive suit, graceful and pretending to be some kind of gentleman. Have the nerve to say what you did for Wan Air. If I guess correctly, there are quite a few of your other women where Wan Air can't see them, right? Maybe in your mind those out there are just fun and games and never care. But even more so, you're just more disgusting garbage. And Lu Ming's point hadn't been made yet, and Wang Yaolin might have been poked at. Chose to cover the interruption of Lu Ming's speech with a louder voice. You're nothing but a gigolo, you don't have money like me. Not as powerful as me. What are you? Wang Yaolin flipped over and over these 2 sentences to attack Lu Ming. Because that's all he has left to say. Lu Ming just said he did not dare to refute the response, because he also did not know how Lu Ming knew those things behind him. Chapter 17, Kicking Wang Yaolin. Lu Ming was not angry at all when he was called a white boy by Wang Yaolin. He didn't feel bad about being a gigolo at all. That's at least an affirmation of his godly face. And how nice is a little white boy? You really have to say how nice it smells to even be able to eat that. This Wang Yaolin doesn't even have a chance to be a white boy if he wants to. Besides, he's a gigolo with a system. Before then, but now to really talk about, with his hands of Red Rock Group shares, that wealth can be compared to Wang Yaolin, this guy much higher. So what if I have money or not? At least I have a healthy body. Lu Ming kept looking at Wang Yaolin while speaking meaningfully. Wang Yaolin was a little weak in his heart from such a look, but was certain of how Lu Ming could possibly know something. A healthy body who doesn't have one. Without money and power, you're a loser. Wang Yaolin stalked his neck and said, the body. This he did not dare to say too much, but when it comes to the aspect of money and power, he fell back in the tone of voice and toughened a lot. After all, this was where he thought he had crushed Lu Ming. You! Lin Wan, who was on the side, saw him insulting her beloved husband and instantly became enraged. Just as he wanted to speak, he was stopped by Lu Ming giving a sign. It's a man's war now, Lu Ming said in a questioning tone towards Wang Yaolin. Yeah? With that body of yours? The moment Lu Ming's words came out, the gazes of the surrounding onlookers immediately gathered on Wang Yaolin, eyes with a hint of curiosity, and Wang Yaolin's heart thumped violently. The heart was in shambles as if a typhoon had ravaged the territory. Because Lu Ming is indeed right. He really isn't very good. But it's something he's kept so secret that no one knows about it. But why would Lu Ming know? But as a man, he naturally wouldn't admit to such things, and in public. There are so many people watching themselves, maybe even on camera. Being a famous local rich boy himself, surely someone would recognize him. So it should never be admitted. Cut the ing bull. Wang Yaolin was already a bit flustered at this point, and his words were all tongue-tied. Lu Ming smiled at that. Which of your irritability, night sweats, red cheekbones and hot flashes, and puffy eyes and face is not a sign of kidney deficiency? Lu Ming was in possession of divine medical skills, and he had just seen Wang Yaolin's kidney deficiency at the first glance. Lu Ming spoke so professionally, coupled with Wang Yaolin's increasingly ugly face. Nothing is proving that Wang Yaolin does have this symptom of kidney deficiency. One time, the onlookers couldn't help but snicker and cast sympathetic glances. This made Wang Yaolin even more embarrassed. This kid is so damn evil. Wang Yaolin thought darkly. He was the one who came to find trouble with Lu Ming, and as a result, he was the one who fell in every encounter. He himself, the young master of the Wang family, could not even deal with this kid. Not only do they insult their own waste and trash, and blew the whistle on his kidney deficiency. Not sure how he knew that though, but even if he desperately denied it now, I guess not many people would believe it. Thinking about this, Wang Yaolin's entire body was going crazy with anger. You can't talk your way out of it, so you have to do it. Give it to me. The four big men behind Wang Yaolin charged directly towards Lu Ming after receiving his order. The surrounding passersby also ducked away, lest they be hurt innocently. Stop! Only Lin Wan stood out at this time and blocked in front of Lu Ming. Wang Yaolin, if you dare to touch my husband one iota, go back and I'll let your Wang family fall apart. But at this moment, Wang Yaolin had already lost his mind and didn't pay any attention to Lin Wan's threats. Go on. Come on. Beat this kid to death. The four big men continued to approach. Lu Ming was worried that Lin Wan would get hurt and hurriedly pulled her behind him. Immediately after that, the four big men had already arrived in front of Lu Ming. The two reached out with their long hands, ready to bring Lu Ming under control. The other two clenched their fists and slammed them fiercely towards Lu Ming, wanting to give him a hard beating. The crowd of onlookers watched as four muscular, vicious, and especially seemingly professionally trained men surrounded Lu Ming. Such a clean-cut, handsome young man. As if I could guess how it would end. How can such a clean-cut youth be a match for four big men? If he is controlled, I don't know what kind of beating he will get. Everyone couldn't bear to look at it. But the next second, for screams rang out one after the other. The crowd looked at the four big men lying on the ground twitching, half stunned. What's the situation? I'm afraid to even look at it. I didn't get a good look at it. How come it went down without even touching that handsome guy for a second? Looks pretty fierce. Didn't expect it to be a flamboyant, these guys. Yeah. Thought that handsome guy was going to get his ass kicked. Didn't realize. This handsome guy can't be a martial arts master, right? I think I saw him nod a few times on those people. Lu Ming was not a martial arts master, He did not know any martial arts. But he had taken the gene potion and had a physical quality beyond normal people. Physical strength and strength were all super strong. The movements of these few big men were as slow as ants in his eyes, and he could easily dodge their attacks. Plus the fact that he himself possessed God-level medical skills. Knowing the acupoints of the human body like the back of his hand, as long as he wanted to, it would not be a problem for these people in front of him to become crippled, not to mention just simply losing their fighting ability. You're a piece of trash, and the people you brought with you are trash, too. You can't even touch me and you're down? After resolving these four big men, Lu Ming said to Wang Yaolin with a provocative face. After being provoked, Wang Yaolin, who had long lost his mind, actually did not want to think about whether he was Lu Ming's opponent or not, and charged straight towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming, Alanji waste you. The physically weak Wang Yaolin was like a sissy at this point. Even with his clenched fists, he didn't seem to be much of a threat. Looking at Wang Yaolin, who rushed straight up, Lu Ming did not even move. In place, he directly caught the fist Wang Yaolin smashed over. Sure enough, sheepish. And Wang Yaolin, who had been grabbed by his fist, instantly panicked and desperately tried to pull out his fist. But it couldn't be drawn back. Lu Ming grabbed it with force. Ah! Wang Yaolin instantly felt a huge pain hit him, and his entire face turned pale as he kept pumping cold air. This guy is too weak. I'd say this guy is more of a little white boy with weak fists and feet. I'll get on me all I want. That's all you got. And you want to punch someone? Well, it's a real dish. This guy is crazy. For big guys can't beat this handsome guy. Where did he get the courage? As he said it, the onlookers laughed. Lu Ming also laughed and said, Wang Yaolin, is this it? Are you weak in the kidneys and have no strength? After all was said and done, give him a straight slap and a hard kick. Kicked Wang Yaolin off and fell on his ass. Chapter 18. A sense of security. Wang Yaolin flung himself onto the curb at once. When had the pampered man ever suffered such indignity? Knees and hands are on fire. But he didn't dare open his eyes and look up, because he could feel him pouncing on a group of onlookers. He was afraid to get up, or that he has no face to get up. With his eyes closed, he could hear the group in front of him whispering and snickering, even whispering while doing so. But since he swooped in close, he could hear what they were saying. Laughing to death. It seems that this guy is really vain. What's the use of being so vain and rich? Yes, even if you have money to buy meat, you can only look at it but not eat it. It's inexplicably good to see him get beat up. Ha 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 ha. Hearing these people's comments, Wang Yaolin finally couldn't hold his tongue. He's too aggrieved. Not one thing had gone his way today. He couldn't scold Lu Ming, he couldn't fight, and he was ridiculed by a group of people. Thinking of this, Wang Yaolin couldn't help but cover his face on the ground and secretly cry. But at this point, a team of security guards suddenly rushed over, and the crowd of onlookers hurriedly dispersed when they saw this kind of battle. Only the security guards came to Wang Yaolin and helped him up. Wang Yaolin, who had his face covered, didn't know what was going on at this point. Struggling desperately with all his might, he was afraid of being seen in this embarrassing state. But how could he be a match for a couple of security guards, who lifted him up with one hard swoop? Wang Yaolin recognized the visitor when he was grabbed. I can't believe it's one of our own. Looking at such a large number of security guards, Wang Yaolin instantly had the courage to shout. I'm the son of Wang Yongkong, a shareholder of Your Excellence Plaza. That kid here just now hurt me on purpose. Quick, help me beat him back. When Wang Yaolin said this, he was separately lifted by 4 security guards grabbing his limbs. The teardrops and tear stains on his face were still clearly visible, but his expression was once again arrogant. It's very much a paradoxical and comical feeling. What are you guys doing? Put me down. I told you to hit him. Take me where? I'm the son of Your Excellence Plaza shareholder, Mr. Vincent Wang. Do you hear me? Are you guys deaf? I'll go back and tell my dad to fire you guys. But strangely enough, the group of security guards seemed to have a clear purpose. As soon as he came over, he just lifted up Wang Yaolin and left. No matter how much he struggled or how much he cursed, they paid no attention. Straighten up and carry Wang Yaolin away. What's going on here? Didn't this guy say he was the son of a shareholder of Excellence Plaza? How come the security guards still carried him away? Who knows? Maybe he was bragging. Whatever, did you see it just now? That male was crying but got up and was all cocky again. Laughed me to death. Today's drama is so wonderful. All kinds of divine twists and turns. It's a good thing I filmed it all just now. That's all. The video of Wang Yaolin's courtship being rejected, falling back on his kidney weakness, and being grabbed by the shareholders of his own plaza began to circulate. With Wang Yaolin being taken away, the matter has come to an end. Cool. Where are my bodyguards? What about my security system? It's amazing that no security showed up today when I was in danger at Premier Square. This is a serious breach and dereliction of duty on the part of the security system. Find out what's going on for me right now. Lu Ming looked at Lin Wan, who was on the phone, and for the first time saw how Lin Wan, who had launched into a rage, looked like. The female bully's anger turned into a sharp ice blade, with the cold wind wreaking havoc all over the place without mercy. At the same time, Lu Ming also had the hindsight to realize that, yes, Lin Wan as $100 billion group's boss. How could there be no secret bodyguards around? It was just that since Lin Wan didn't like to get too close to strangers, and since she was now all together with Lu Ming, the bodyguard had been following at a distance for protection. But this accident, it took so long to happen. I can't believe none of the bodyguards showed up. There does seem to be a big problem. It was only later that Lu Ming heard that Lin Wan had opened the strictest internal investigation when she returned, and that her company's security department had undergone a major bloodletting. After the call, Lin Wan immediately changed her face. The frosty shawl on his face faded away, suffering from a face full of springtime love. Holding Lu Ming's arm, he said, "Honey, why are you so good? I feel so safe with you." What Lin Wan said was naturally from her heart. When the bodyguard didn't show up just now, there was still a moment of panic in her mind. She didn't know what horrible things Wang Yaolin would do. Lu Ming also backhanded Lin Wan's entire body into his arms and said solemnly, "Honey, I'll always protect you." Lin Wan burrowed in Lu Ming's arms. Her heart was full of security. The two hugged for a while afterward. Lin Wan raised her head and asked curiously, "Hubby, did you learn martial arts? Those few big men were actually knocked down by you in a few hits." Words. Lu Ming was stunned for a moment. He didn't want to reveal too much of his skills. If it hadn't been so sudden and dangerous, Lu Ming wouldn't have wanted to show it. Only vaguely said, "No, maybe they follow his master. It is not good health embroidery pillow." Lu Ming's words immediately made Lin Wan laugh, while knowing that it's unlikely and that there may not be that much simplicity in it. But he didn't think twice about it. Joy laughed for quite a while. Lu Ming thought that this matter had finally blurred over. I didn't expect Lin Wan to suddenly think of something again. Right? There's something else so strange. I know that Wang Yulam's father, Wang Winghong, is indeed a shareholder of Excel Plaza. But why did those security guards take him away instead of helping him? Huh? I didn't know that, Lu Ming said with a puzzled expression. But actually, this was something he had a pretty good guess as to what was going on. It should be the people behind Excellence Plaza who know his true identity. Wang Yaolin's father, Wang Yongkong, was indeed a shareholder of this Excellence Plaza, but actually only accounted for more than 3% of the shares. And Excellence Plaza is actually the property of Red Rock Group, which occupies 85% of the shares. It is the remaining 15% of the shares that are dispersed among others. Wang Yaolin's father, Wang Yongkong, is one of them. But what's the point of having just a little share? Lu Ming owns 70% of the shares of Red Rock Group and has absolute controlling power over Red Rock Group. Excellence Plaza is again just a property of the Red Rock Group. It wouldn't be a matter of words if he wanted to liquidate the Wang family's shares in Excellence Plaza. And on Wang Yaolin's side, "You dogs, dare to catch me. I'm the son of one of your shareholders. Hear me. Are you guys deaf? I'll make you all suffer when I get back." Wang Yaolin was still cursing without disc until he was carried into the office. But just then, a figure towards the carried Wang Yaolin was a Bigby pocket. Snap! Chapter 19. What? He's the major shareholder of Red Rock Group. This slap directly blindsided Wang Yaolin, and his words stopped. There was a serious suspicion in the back of his mind that today was his watery outburst. How else would everything go wrong in his territory at Excellence Plaza, where even a couple of dogs dared to arrest themselves, and even got dumped in a bigger than a pocket? This is the second time he's been hit today. You. The words were not finished. Snap! Wang Yaolin received another solid Bigby pocket on the left side of his face. The crisp ringing sound echoed in the office, and a reddish slap mark also appeared on each of Wang Yaolin's left and right faces. Left and right are symmetrical as hell. Open your doggy eyes and take a good look at who I am. Wang Yaolin, who covered his face, felt familiar when he heard this voice. This is not The voice of his dad, Vincent Wang? Wang Yaolin hurriedly opened his eyes, only to see that it was his own father, Wang Yongkong, standing in front of him. Also the person who slapped himself twice. Wang Yaolin was very aggrieved that his dad not only didn't step in to help him, but also gave him 2 slaps. Dad, what are you hitting me for? Why don't you come out and help me? Didn't you see me get beat up by that Lu Ming guy just now? Am I your son? How can you bear to watch me get beaten up? Or do you have an illegitimate child outside? That guy even broke the news about my weak kidneys. How am I going to meet people in the future? Wang Yaolin bawled, no longer the rich son of the suit before. However, Wang Yongkong's complexion did not half move, and his anger even deepened. You piece of... Shut the up. How could I have a punk son like you? Sooner or later, the Wang family will be ruined by you. If I hadn't found out just in time and sent someone to pull you away without making a big deal out of it, you'd be ready to die. Wang Yongkong's words directly caused Wang Yaolin to freeze. I didn't realize that instead of sympathizing with what he was going through, my father got even angrier. No way.
Eva investigated.
That Lu Ming is just a guy from an ordinary family. I don't know what kind of luck I had in hitching a ride with Lin Wan. Wang Yongkong directly interrupted Wang Yaolin and angrily rebuked. Lin Wan's Doubletree Group is just fine to mess with? If she's targeting us, we're better off at Castle Peak Properties. What the hell is going on in that head of yours? It's not like I intend to hurt Lin Wan. I just want to teach that Lu Ming kid a lesson. And with us targeting our Wang family, the Doublewood Group will have to bleed more or less, and maybe Lin Wan won't go out on this limb for that kid. Wang Yaolin didn't realize how deep Lin Wan's love for Lu Ming was. In his opinion, it was impossible for Lin Wan to give up that much interest to go against the Wang family for Lu Ming. Ha! Wang Yaolin didn't understand why Zhao Yongkong sneered. But Wang Yongkong's next words sent him into unmitigated horror. Good. Even if you're right, Lin Wan won't help him out. But what about Lu Ming himself? Oh, you said ordinary family origin. He's a major shareholder holding 70% of the Red Rock Group, and you're saying he's an ordinary family. What? This can't be. Wang Yaolin was so shocked that he couldn't speak the words behind. His father was a shareholder of Excellence Plaza. He naturally knew that Excellence Plaza was the property of the Red Rock Group. It also knew what the terrifying presence of the Red Rock Group stood for. As long as someone in the Red Rock Group gives the word, what's that little bit of Excellence Plaza in his dad's hands? It was cleared out in minutes, and a large number of people in the outer gates were willing to take it over. By this time, fear had already started in Wang Yaolin's heart. He knew that what his father, Wang Yongkong, said was definitely more reliable than him. After all, he was the one in charge of Castle Peak real estate and had much more information channels in his hands than he did. So, the man he's been abusing as a gigolo is really the major shareholder of the Red Rock Group. I've only just found out about this, and it's an inside story that's not claimed by the public. Only we, the connected shareholders, know. After hearing Wang Yongkong's words, Wang Yaolin felt his entire heart trembling. This? Dad. Then Wang Yaolin couldn't speak well. He knew very well what would happen if he offended such a big shot behind the scenes, as long as people let out a word. Plenty of people who were willing to get their king's family killed to offer their services. How could he not expect that what he thought was a little white boy actually had such a terrifying background behind him? But think about it. How could a high-strung female bully like Lin Wan, who had her eyes high above the ground, really marry an ordinary person? What a douchebag yourself. Dad. Do something. Help me. Wang Yongkong sighed heavily and said, I haven't thought of any good solutions for the time being. You can only take you to the door to apologize and beg for forgiveness on your knees. Wang Yaolin was silent. He knew it was the best thing to do, and as for any other thoughts of escape or the like, he didn't dare to think about it. Where else would he run? The ends of the earth will have to be recaptured, while the Wang family will also be implicated. Go back and wait for my message notification. Wang Yaolin nodded and opened the door like a puppet and walked out of the office. Wait a minute. Wang Yongkong suddenly called out to him. Wang Yaolin turned back violently, and a flash of color erupted in his eyes. Thought his father had something good up his sleeve. Instead, Wang Yongkong just said with embarrassment, the matter of kidney deficiency cannot be delayed. I know a Chinese medicine practitioner, after this matter, to take you to see. Wang Yaolin directly broke down and covered his face and ran out of the office. The other side. Lu Ming and Lin Wan were both a little hungry after walking all day. Honey, are you hungry? In fact, after shopping all afternoon, Lu Ming was already hungry. Lin Wan looked at Lu Ming with a smile, knowing that her little puppy husband was hungry, and laughed. I'm not hungry. I'm full from looking at you. After all, you're a beautiful woman, husband. Lu Ming looked helpless, knowing that Lin Wan was poking fun at him. All right, just kidding. I'll take you somewhere. Lin Wan pulled Lu Ming's hand and headed for the Excellence Mansion behind Excellence Plaza. That's a seaside landmark and the tallest building in Seaside. The two took the elevator and arrived at the 118th floor. This is the highest floor of the Premier Tower. The elevator opens. Surprisingly, it was an elegantly decorated restaurant. Elegant music was playing in the restaurant, and the view through the glass windows was vast and unobstructed. This is a nice restaurant, Lu Ming complimented. Hee, right? I've gone to a lot of trouble. And that's not all. Oh, I own a lot of the restaurants in Excelsior Square. You can have whatever you want from now on. Lin Wan spoke from family to family, just like a child showing off a lollipop and finally eating it with his buddies. This also made Lu Ming secretly smile. How would she look if she told her that she owns this entire plaza of excellence? Chapter 20. New Rewards. As the owner of this restaurant, Lu Ming and Lin Wan certainly enjoyed the best service. After all, that's the boss. Is he trying to get fired? So the dishes Lu Ming ordered were served very quickly. Yes, it's all Lu Ming's order. Lu Ming asked Lin Wan to order the food, but Lin Wan was thinking of him in every way. Honey, you order. You can order whichever dish you like. It doesn't matter if the menu goes all the way up. The waitress serving at the side was so shocked that she almost screamed when she saw Lin Wan like this. Luckily, a tenacious desire to live lived to keep him quiet. The female bully is actually married, and all gentle and submissive in front of this man. When she used to see her boss come to dine occasionally, she was almost always alone, and her face had always been very cold, making people scared to look at her and not dare to approach her. It really turned his perception of his boss upside down. But Mr. Lin's husband is so handsome. It's no wonder that Mr. Lin is so good to him. If I had a husband like that, I'd treat him better than that. The waitress couldn't help but think of something messy going on. Hello. It wasn't until Lu Ming ordered the food that he was shocked back to his senses. Soon, after Lu Ming placed his order, a variety of delicious dishes were quickly delivered. Xiao Ting, you go out first, we'll just do it ourselves. Lin Wan withdrew the waitress in the private room. She just wanted to enjoy her alone time with Lu Ming, and she could have just seen it. Xiao Ting's eyes could have been unconsciously glancing towards Lu Ming when she was ordering food beside her own husband Lu Ming just now. His own husband's charm was too great, and he didn't mean to blame Xiao Ting. He just told her to go out and serve his own husband himself. Hubby, taste it one. The food here still tastes good. The chef was specially poached by me from somewhere else. But after eating what you've cooked, your meals are the best. Lu Ming smiled and picked up his chopsticks. Casually, he took a bit of greens and ate it. I have to say, the flavor was fine and the ingredients were fresh. But it's still worse than making your own. But it's not just about enjoying the food over here, it's also about enjoying the beautiful surroundings. Dining on such a high floor is like being on a cloud, and you can overlook the whole city in the blink of an eye. Especially now, with food and wine and beautiful scenery, and surrounded by the beauty you love. This is simply the ultimate in enjoyment. How does it feel? Lin Wan asked Lu Ming. This restaurant is the result of her work. She naturally wanted to be liked by her beloved. Lu Ming also spoke out his feelings at this time. After listening, Lin Wan was full of smiles. Hubby, you and I are truly soulmates. We're all thinking pretty much the same thing. That's why I like to eat here before when I'm not doing anything. But now, I feel even more connected because now I'm eating here with my beloved husband. Lu Ming smiled and put down his chopsticks. Reaching out, he grabbed Lin Wan's small hand and played with it in his hand. Lin Wan's small hands had delicate skin, were soft and boneless, and were extremely comfortable to grasp. Lu Ming couldn't help but be playful and didn't even eat properly. Lin Wan saw this. Hubby, come over here. Lu Ming was a bit surprised and wondered what Lin Wan was up to. Honey, come on over. I'll make your experience of the meal a little better. It's my responsibility in my dual role as wife boss. Lin Wan blinked her eyes, looking quirky. When Lin Wan said that, Lu Ming was also curious about how to make the experience of the meal go up a notch. So he got up and walked toward Lin Wan. As she walked up to her, Lin Wan grabbed Lu Ming and pulled him with one hand. Lu Ming sat down on Lin Wan's big white legs in a flash. Lu Ming was still in a daze. See only. Lin Wan picked up a slice of roast duck on the table and brought it to Lu Ming's mouth. Lu Ming saw this and returned to his senses. That's when I realized what Lin Wan was talking about in terms of a better experience. It turned out to be sitting on her lap and having her feed herself. It feels pretty good indeed. Lu Ming took a bite of the food that Lin Wan fed to his mouth. He thought it was average when he ate it before. But now being fed over by Lin Wan, Lu Ming actually felt that the food became more delicious. And after Lu Ming ate the roast duck slices that Lin Wan had fed him, the system's voice unexpectedly rang in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host on his first soft meal. Rewarded with divine car skills. The system's beep caused Lu Ming to freeze for a moment. Haven't you been a soft touch yourself for a long time? How come the system says it's the first time I've gotten a soft meal? Is there a bug in the system? Lu Ming hurriedly asked the system. After some explanation of the system, Lu Ming then realized. It turns out that the system rewards this kind of soft eating in actual action as well. To put it simply, as long as Lin Wan fed herself, it was also considered by the system as a form of soft eating and would also generate rewards. It turned out that Lu Ming had always thought that eating soft food was needed to gain some benefits from Lin Wan. I didn't realize that being fed a mouthful would work, but it's not too late to find out. Honey, is it good? My wife feeds me even better, and I want more. Since he now knew about this, Lu Ming of course had to take the opportunity to brush up. After hearing that Lu Ming still wanted it, Lin Wan also once again clamped the food on the table. Once again it was sent to Lu Ming's mouth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having a soft meal. Assets gained from the soft meal plus $2. 0.00.000.00. The system beep sounded again. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Just one more bite of food and you've made $2 million straight away. That's too cool. So back there, Lu Ming kept letting Lin Wan feed on himself. And Lin Wan didn't refuse, serving Lu Ming well. And so, ding! Congratulations to the host for having a soft meal. Assets gained from the soft meal plus $2. 0.00.000.00. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having a soft meal. Assets gained from the soft meal plus $2. 0.00.000.00. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having a soft meal. Assets gained from the soft meal plus $2. 0.00.000.00. Lu Ming directly kept up this acceptance of feeding and swept the table clean. However, Lu Ming wasn't done yet and said, "Still a little hungry. I'll order you a few more then." How could Lin Wan let her husband go hungry? She hurriedly ordered a few more dishes. Then he started feeding Lu Ming again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having a soft meal. Assets gained from the soft meal plus $2. 0.00.000.00. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having a soft meal. Assets gained from the soft meal plus $2. 0.00.000.00. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exceeding $200 million in assets gained from eating soft food. Reward Seaside City with an information sheet of events for the next 3 days. After a meal, Lu Ming had actually swiped $100 million in assets. And there's also the godly car skills and the information sheet on the next 3 days of events in the city of Oceanside. Lu Ming read the general introduction of this information sheet. It says that the top of this information sheet records the big events that will be happening in Seaside City over the next 3 days. This is good stuff. Chapter 21, Wind Chill. The meal actually took almost 2 hours. However, Lu Ming and Lin Wan were enjoying themselves, so they didn't notice that so much time had passed. The two lounged on the couch in the booth. After a while, Lin Wan's cell phone suddenly rang, and after picking it up and looking at it, "Honey, are you rested?" Ying messaged me and said the paperwork for the car is all done. We can always drive back. Words. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Immediately, he decided to go over there to receive the luxury car that belonged to him. Back to the car show. At this time, the car show site is still mumbling and crowded. The crowds were even bigger than during the day. Lu Ming and Lin Wan both still took the VIP channel and came directly to the very center of the car show. They also met Wang Yingying, who had been waiting for them for a long time. "You two are famous." Wang Yingying's first words when she saw the two men were a joke. Lu Ming and Lin Wan were confused. "What? The two of you beat up Wang Yaolin in his territory at the Excellence Plaza. And it blew up so hard. It's all over the place now." Hear that? Lu Ming and Lin Wan smiled at each other. This incident was just a small part of their shopping day, and I didn't expect it to spread so quickly. This isn't good for Wang Yaolin. Didn't the Wang family suppress the news? Lu Ming asked curiously. Wang Yingying nodded. There is such a disgraceful matter. The Wang family naturally has actions. So these things are limited to these people in our circle, and since our car show is right here on Excellence Plaza, of course I'm going to get the news relatively early. Wang Yingying's words caused Lu Ming to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. He doesn't want to be famous. Notorious for getting in the way of his low-key soft food. By the way, all the paperwork for the vehicles you acquired has been completed, and they're all here. Wang Yingying then returned to the topic. The paperwork and keys of the 6 luxury cars were handed to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took over all the relevant formalities of the 6 luxury cars, a whole stack, holding in the hand is very weighty. We'll just drive one back and ask you to deliver the rest, Lu Ming said to Wang Yingying. He and Lin Wan were only 2 people, so they could only drive 2 at most, and the others still had to be sent back with the help of the people from the car show. But of course the couple went home in one car. That's why Lu Ming asked Wang Yingying to send the rest of the car back. Of course there's no problem. It's what we were supposed to do. Wang Yingying agreed readily and then asked, so which car are you taking back? The car is right outside, so you can just take it. So the group made their way to the showroom. Lu Ming looked at the luxury cars that belonged to him and eventually picked the Aston Martin 177 to get into. The Aston Martin 177 exterior, which is limited to 77 units globally, with a domestic quota of 5 units, struck a deep chord in Lu Ming's heart. As a super sports car, although his appearance is not very impactful, but has a noble and elegant posture. The wide, flat body has lines that extend all the way to the headlights, creating a drop that gives the front a 3-dimensional look. And the concave lines on the side and convex wheel arches form a very powerful stance. The interior adheres to Aston Martin's luxury craftsmanship, with a large number of exposed carbon fiber panels, highlighting the pursuit of lightweight. Looking at the many subtle designs of the interior, Lu Ming simply loved it when he got on the car. Lu Ming had only just gotten into the car. One of the people who came to the car show protested loudly. Hey, why should you be able to get in the car and experience it while we have to stand outside and watch? Is this a dog's eye view for you guys? It's not fair. The man's voice was loud and drew a lot of attention. Many people also looked over with curious gazes. Wang Yingying, who was on the side, had a very bad face when she saw this situation at the scene. She was not accustomed to this kind of people who disturbed the order of the car show and immediately disliked them back. People are car owners. Why can't they ride in their cars? If you can afford it, you can ride too. The words came out. The man who had protested loudly immediately turned pale, lowered his head not daring to make another sound, and turned his head away from the car show. Now everyone in the room knew that Lu Ming had bought the Aston Martin 177. With the whole crowd watching, Lu Ming started the Aston Martin 177. The roar of the engine instantly resonated through the showroom. So powerful it's hot to listen to. For Lu Ming, who has god-level car skills, maneuvering this Aston Martin 177 is easy as pie. With an ear-splitting sound of scuffing tires, the Aston Martin 177 scraped a circle of black tire tracks and dropped off the stand. Then there was another kick of the floorboards and the thunderous sound of the engine exploded. Lu Ming drove the Aston Martin 177 towards the exit that had been reserved by the exhibitors early on. Like a silver-gray arrow of light, it disappeared from view. Out of the showroom, the car came out onto the road where there was a lot of traffic. But the car didn't slow down much. Under Lu Ming's constant maneuvering, the Aston Martin 177 nimbly and freely weaved through the traffic. Many vehicles see Lu Ming's car are rushed to the side. Do not dare to drive too close to Lu Ming. Lin Wan, the co-pilot, saw Lu Ming weaving in and out of traffic. Not only did she not have a hint of panic. Instead, he cocked his head and stared blankly at Lu Ming. Honey, will it be scary? I'll slow it down a bit. After a moment of excitement, Lu Ming calmed down and slowed the car down. Although Lu Ming has god-level car skills, the skill of driving has been deeply engraved in his bones, so it can be said that the human car is one with the car. This level was just a small thing to him with full assurance. He was worried that Lin Wan would be scared and think it was dangerous driving. But Lin Wan didn't look the slightest bit different, but instead had stars in her eyes. "I'm fine, hubby. I trust you." Hearing this, a warm current rose in Lu Ming's heart. His wife trusts him so much that she even puts her personal safety in her hands, not worrying in the slightest that he will have an accident while driving fast. "Honey, just drive faster." Lin Wan's words caused Lu Ming to freeze a bit. How could he instead ask him to drive fast? Seeing Lu Ming freeze, Lin Wan explained. "Hubby, you looked so handsome driving just now. Just like in the movie." While Lin Wan said that, her hands and feet were still working together, acting out the actions from the movie. Lu Ming cried and laughed at this. "This little nymphomaniac. Just focus on the awesome moves you make while driving." "Okay, let's go for a drive a little farther away," Lu Ming said, taking Lin Wan to drive to a place with a higher speed limit in the suburbs. This is the kind of place where Lu Ming is better able to utilize his godlike car skills and the Aston Martin 177 is better able to perform. With a 6-speed manual transmission, it can complete the 0-100 km h acceleration sprint in 3.5s and will reach a top speed of 354 km h. The strong feeling of pushing back brought to Lu Ming and Lin Wan made both of them shout. Woo-hoo! Chapter 22. The Man in the Video. Just as Lu Ming and Lin Wan were enjoying the passion brought about by speed, the scene they just had at the car show was however captured and posted online by the crowd of exhibitors. And because the reversal was too fast, with the addition of the two beauties Wang Yingying and Lin Wan, this video was an instant hit. The number of views and likes skyrocketed. The comments are even more varied. "Crap, there's a pretty girl or two. There's one way to put it. These two big beauties do give it a go. Isn't this better looking than those anchors? Ha 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 ha. The pretty girl who dislikes people is so sharp. That dude is straight up speechless. There's nothing wrong with it. Can't you buy the car and get into your own car? Laugh your ass off. Protest as loud as you can. Get embarrassed when you're disliked. Can't even stay. Run away in the dust. I heard that this beautiful woman in the video is a rich woman. Bought 6 luxury cars from the auto show at once. Crap. It's really fake. Beautiful women look at me. Rich women look at me. Begging for a rich woman's adoption. Luxury cars, beautiful women plus a reversal of the plot have made this video a hot favorite. Soon, this video was then swiped by Ruin Lin. At this time, Lin Ruin stayed in her dorm room and swiped short videos in boredom because she didn't have classes. That resulted in this video. As Lin Wan's daughter, she recognized at first glance that the beautiful woman sitting in the sports car in the video was none other than her own mother, Lin Wan. Though she was sitting in the car at the moment, a bit of a reflective blur through the window glass, she recognized it instantly, then looked at the beautiful woman outside the car. Remembering again, this is mother's friend Wang Yingying. Lin Wan had once taken her to eat with Wang Yingying. That's more proof that you're right. My mom has always disliked sports cars and all that. This acquisition of a luxury car should be for my dad. So the man in the driver's seat is the father she found for me. Lin Ruin carefully analyzed it, also looking closely at the man in the driver's seat in the video. Unfortunately, the location of this video shooter is on the other side. The main focus of the video is also all on Yingying Wang and the man protesting. So basically you can't get a front view of the man and it's blurry. Even if Lin Ruin took a screenshot of the video and zoomed in, even tried to find videos from other filmmakers in the hope that there were clearer shots of this man in the different angles. But the end result is still the same. It was impossible to get a good look at the man. But Lin Ruin looked at a bit of the side of this man's face in the video, but she always had a familiar feeling. Do I know this man? After Lin Ruin was startled by this thought of hers. Rush to recall the faces of those among your mother's suitors. Still can't find a similar one. I should have let my mom just tell me who the man was. Wouldn't have had to be so curious all day and annoyed with guessing. Lin Ruin thought for a moment, picked up her cell phone, and dialed Lin Wan's number. He just couldn't take it anymore. That inquisitiveness was like feathers tickling his heart. His heart was itching, so it was better to decide to make a phone call to your own mother to inquire. But Lin Ruin made several calls, but no one answered. On a normal day, she was used to it. After all, Lin Wan, as the president of a conglomerate, had a lot of day-to-day responsibilities and often needed to hold meetings. It had happened before that the phone didn't work, and it was just a matter of waiting for one's mother to finish her busy schedule and dial back to oneself. However, no one answered the phone today, but it was hard for Lin Ruyan. Itchy. The man in the video looked so familiar, but just can't remember who it is. It made her very anxious to find out who that man really was. But the phone just wouldn't answer. That feeling of being one step away from the truth, within reach, but just not able to take that final step. It's true that whoever experiences it knows. It has to be described. It's like chasing a drama for a long time, knowing that the end is happy ND. But then it's updated to the penultimate episode, and the final episode will have to air next week. You can't see the unfulfilled feeling of the hero and heroine being together and posting sweet, sweet shows of affection. Hey! In the end, Lin Ruyan had to give up with a lament. Clicking on the calendar and looking at the date consoled myself by saying, "It's okay. It's vacation soon. Just so you can go home and see for yourself what that man is really all about." Just as Lin Ruyan was itching to the core, she was fidgeting. On the other side, Lu Ming and Lin Wan drove the Aston Martin 177 back to Yunli's former villa. The two men got out of the car, probably due to the fact that I had just experienced speed and fury. Lin Wan's face was slightly flushed, her mood still excited. Just got out of the car. Surprisingly, some of the walks were not too smooth. After walking on the lawn, legs went limp on the lawn. Lu Ming saw this. Hurrying over, he tried to help Lin Wan up. Unexpected. Lin Wan, however, suddenly exerted force and pulled Lu Ming down with her. The two lay together on the lawn. This was actually Lu Ming sensing Lin Wan's intentions and deliberately being pulled down by him. Otherwise, with Lu Ming's physical fitness, Lin Wan wouldn't necessarily be able to pull him down. The fallen Lu Ming quickly gathered Lin Wan into his arms. Smelling Lin Wan's lovely fragrance, listening to the sound of water flowing from the artificial lake, and looking at the star points in the sky, the day's labor instantly disappeared, and there was an unspeakable peace and comfort in my heart. Lu Ming couldn't help but close his eyes to feel it carefully. Instead, Lin Wan beside him turned her head to look, blinking her starry eyes tenderly. "Honey, I love you so much. I'm so happy to be with you." Lin Wan couldn't help but recall the days before there was Lu Ming. After my daughter left for college, I was often alone. Every day of my life, even when I'm eating, I'm taking care of my work at the same time. Because she couldn't find anything else to do. The only way to paralyze yourself with never-ending work so that you don't have the energy and mind to mess around with other things. But after being with Lu Ming, she could eat with Lu Ming every day, go shopping, and even race cars. And lying together on the lawn, listening to the wind and enjoying the moon. This was all something she hadn't imagined doing before. After so many years of living, she realized that life was so interesting and beautiful. She's in love with this life. "Honey, we'll always be together, right?" Lin Wan couldn't help but ask. How she feared that this life was just a dream or just a fleeting possession. Hear that? Lu Ming opened his eyes and seriously locked eyes with Lin Wan. The strength of the embrace in his hands was also used a bit more, holding Lin Wan tightly. "Well, it will be. We'll always be together and always be happy and joyful." Aha! Lu Ming's words made Lin Wan feel completely secure, and her face was filled with a happy smile. The two didn't speak for the next few moments, just lying quietly on the lawn. Chapter 23. The reason for the sudden improvement in culinary skills. Under the breeze, Lin Wan gradually fell asleep. She had been so excited last night that she hadn't slept well, and today she had spent the day playing outside with Lu Ming. Obviously exhausted, listening to her breathing slowly become even, Lu Ming's mouth hung a smile, turning sideways to look at her face in silence. Have to say, Lin Wan grew completely on Lu Ming's aesthetic. Lu Ming remembered how stunning Lin Wan was when he first met her on a blind date, and that was when he realized what it meant to be a stunning woman. Skin like cream, eyebrows like green mountains, pupils cut water, lips like Danxia. All of this made Lu Ming unable to resist moving up and giving her a kiss on her face. As the night deepens, the weather is also getting cooler. Lu Ming carefully picked Lin Wan up gently and returned to his room. Hold her and sleep peacefully. There was no talk all night. Early the next morning, Lu Ming had just woken up when a system beep sounded in his head. Ding! Daily asset increase reward has arrived. Immediately after, your account 7688 transferred $40 million on September 06th at 9:06 a.m. Account balance, $45,260,045.03. A text alert from the bank card also arrived soon after. Now that the system's level had reached level 2, the daily asset increase was 20%, and Lu Ming's soft-earned assets had broken through to 200 million. So early in the morning, he hoarded his way to the system's $40 million reward. His own account had skyrocketed from $5 million in cash to more than 45 million in one fell swoop, plus the 5 million on the other card given by Lin Wan. Wouldn't he or she now have $50 million in cash? That's a lot of easy money. Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh. Can't spend it all. Simply can't spend it all. After marveling, Lu Ming also realized that Lin Wan was not around. So he got up and washed up and headed for the living room. Then he saw Lin Wan's busy back in the open kitchen. Lu Ming's footsteps were immediately heard by Lin Wan, who turned around and was surprised to see him. "Honey, you're awake. Did you sleep well?" While speaking, he walked towards Lu Ming, had the first hug of the day. After Lu Ming held Lin Wan in his arms, he placed his chin on Lin Wan's head. "Slept soundly and slept through the night. You, on the other hand, were exhausted yesterday." Lin Wan nodded her head in Lu Ming's arms. "Me too. It feels like it's been a long time since I've slept so comfortably. Woke up not at all tired and in a great mood. By the way, I made breakfast. Come and eat it or it'll get cold later." Lin Wan suddenly remembered his breakfast and got out of Lu Ming's arms, pulling him to sit on a chair. Then a few trips back and forth by himself to get a variety of breakfasts out of the kitchen. Today's breakfast is a rich Chinese breakfast. There's soy milk, donuts, 8-ball congee, and small buns. "Did you do all that early in the morning?" Lu Ming asked in surprise. These things weren't easy to make and still took quite a bit of time. Lin Wan blinked and said, "Yeah. Try it and ask how?" he said and pushed a bowl of 8 treasure congee in front of Lu Ming. "Yes." Lu Ming picked up the 8 treasure congee and took a bite. Dense and slightly sweet 8 treasure congee instantly exploded in Lu Ming's mouth. Several different kinds of grain fragrance also taste as he chewed, also more obvious. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, picked up another bun on the table and took a bite. The meat-filled juices are complemented by a full-flavored bun crust. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's appetite opened up. "The speed of chewing in my mouth has gotten a lot faster. Today's breakfast was delicious." Lu Ming couldn't help but praise it. In fact, he was quite surprised. Although the breakfast Lin Wan made this time was not considered to be a delicacy, it was undoubtedly a qualitative leap from the standard of the last time. If the last breakfast was the work of a kitchen whiz's culinary experiments, it was barely palatable. Today's breakfast was, however, already a lot better than the ones sold outside. The amount of progress really surprised Lu Ming. It's only been a day. It was as if Lin Wan had opened up the 2 veins of her cooking, and she was untutored. "That's fast progress you're making. How did it happen?" Lu Ming couldn't help but ask curiously. Having received Lu Ming's praise, Lin Wan's face was filled with a delighted smile, and with a hint of smugness, she proudly said, "This is my true caliber." But Lu Ming listened and quietly looked at Lin Wan, making Lin Wan shy and surrendering of her own accord. "Come on. People studied all day yesterday." Hearing this, Lu Ming froze. "Yesterday? Didn't we spend all of yesterday together? Where did you have time to study?" Lu Ming clearly remembered that the 2 of them had been together since they woke up, and hadn't seen how Lin Wan had learned to make breakfast. It's this la. Lin Wan opened her cell phone and waved it in Lu Ming's eyes. Cell phone, a document information are Lin Wan from the internet to find food recipes, documents, many each other are Lin Wan do on the label. It turned out that part of the reason Lin Wan hadn't slept last night was to collect these online and organize them into documents. It is easy to check on yourself at any time. In order to make a good breakfast, Lin Wan had utilized almost all the empty slots. While Lu Ming was shopping for a car, while waiting for the formalities to be completed, and while Lu Ming was resting after eating, Lin Wan didn't even waste a moment, pulling up the document and studying hard. Today it was even more of an early morning get up and start getting ready, in order for Lu Ming to eat her handmade breakfast as soon as he woke up. Knowing this, Lu Ming was stunned. I didn't expect Lin Wan to be so desperate to learn cooking skills just for a good breakfast for herself. A hot current rose in Lu Ming's heart, full of emotion, and he couldn't help but say, "Honey, thank you, you're so good to me. Ever since I was a kid, no one has ever been this nice to me except my mom and dad. I love your wife." Hearing Lu Ming's sincere words, Lin Wan also had some blushing and said shyly, "You're my little puppy husband, of course I have to be good to you." Lu Ming cannot help but sigh. Life is enough to have this wife. In the past, Lin Wan had always been a high and cold female bully, with 10 fingers not touching the spring water, and had never been that nice to anyone. But now she's even working so hard to learn to cook for the sake of turning herself into a gentle, sweet little stepford wife. At this point, Lu Ming was incredibly glad that he had married Lin Wan. Otherwise, he's afraid he's missing out on the best wife in the world. What are you gawking at? Eat up, it'll get cold later. Lin Wan interrupted Lu Ming's thoughts, pulling it back to reality. Lu Ming coyly nodded and just picked up the spoon, but seemed to think of something and put it down again. Why don't you eat again? Lin Wan looked at Lu Ming's movements and asked in surprise. Lu Ming pulled Lin Wan's arm and shook it, saying in a petulant manner, "Honey, I still want you to feed me." Lin Wan was flabbergasted for a moment, but still immediately picked up the spoon. "I also do not want to But the little puppy husband he pampered this how to refuse. Chapter 24. The father and son who came to the door to apologize. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having a soft meal. Assets gained from the soft meal plus $2. 000.000.00. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having a soft meal. Assets gained from the soft meal plus $2. 000.000.00. Ding! Congratulations to the host on his soft meal. Rewarded with a perfume formula. Lu Ming just ate up today's breakfast by Lin Wan's gentle feeding. Eat your fill while swiping another 42 million in assets gained from a soft meal, and get rewarded with a perfume recipe. But Lu Ming didn't pay attention to it. It was still more important to interact with his wife right now. What my wife feeds me just tastes better for some reason. My wife works hard. After eating, Lu Ming didn't forget to praise Lin Wan with a sweet mouth. Lin Wan glanced at Lu Ming. Net nonsense. But continued. I can keep feeding you as long as you like. In Lin Wan's opinion, being able to throw food to her beloved man. It's a blessing, no hassle or hard work at all. And while Lu Ming was touched, he was also very happy to be able to keep whoring out the system's rewards like this. In the meantime, a black sedan was approaching their villa. Inside was clearly the father and son team of Wang Yaolin and Wang Yongkong. In front of Yunori's former villa, Wang Yaolin and Wang Yongkong got out of the car and looked through the iron gate outside. Dad, is this it? Wang Yongkong slapped Wang Yaolin on the head and said without any humor. This house is what our company sold to Lin Wan. How could I go wrong? How did I give birth to a stupid son like you? Wang Yaolin aggrievedly touched his head. I didn't forget for a while. The words were not finished. Another slap arrived. Shut up. Now Wang Yaolin didn't dare to speak anymore. You get your mind right now. Lu Ming is not as simple an ordinary person as you thought before. People are the absolute controllers of the Red Rock Group. If you want to mess with our Wang family, you don't even have to do it yourself. You apologize properly to me later. The attitude must be sincere. If we don't get people's forgiveness, we'll go begging as father and son from now on. Wang Yaolin closed his mouth, not daring to speak for fear of being slapped for saying something wrong again, and could only nod his head furiously to signal. Mute? Speak to me. Wang Yongkong slapped Wang Yaolin's head again. Now Wang Yaolin ran out of breath. How can you get beaten even if you talk and get beaten even if you don't? He's too hard. The beatings I've taken since I was a kid are probably not as much as today. What his own father had said he certainly knew. After all, he was also well aware of the strength of the Red Rock Group. So he was up all night last night, so to speak, tossing and turning in bed, thinking about how he could apologize today to be sincere after all. Thought about it all night. He could sort of make up his mind. When you see Lu Ming, you don't want to lose face, dignity, or anything else. Apologize as sincerely as you can. After all, this could be a matter of life and death for their Wang family. After the father and son agreed. Ding dong. They rang the doorbell on the door, then immediately bowed to the camera on the gate, hoping that the owner of the villa would be able to see their sincerity the first time he saw them from the camera. But as time slowly passes, 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes passed. They still get no response. Didn't hear? The two men guessed. Had to ring the doorbell again. Bow again. Yet another few minutes passed. Still no response. Father and son couldn't help but face each other in silence. Dad, it's not the doorbell inside that's broken, is it? Wang Yaolin tentatively made a hypothesis. But Wang Yongkong just shook his head in silence. How is that possible? Yunli's former residence, as the most high-end villa, could not possibly have such a mistake. Then the only possibility is, I guess we weren't sincere enough after all. It's impossible to forgive you just because we bowed. So we still have to continue to show our sincerity towards people. Wang Yongkang guessed, because that's the only thing that makes more sense. He was aware that Lu Ming and Lin Wan had already moved into Yunli's former residence, and their father and son came here early in the morning again. Obviously, the other side couldn't have gone out earlier than they did. And with a villa this big, there's always some servants employed at home to do the bidding. Even if they weren't home, the Jean servants who were in charge of cleaning and watching the house would show up. But they've rung the doorbell twice. None of them ever showed up. That can only be the reason. So what do we do, Dad? People don't even want to see us. It seems like they don't want to forgive me. Wang Yaolin asked anxiously. Calm down. What's the point of panicking? It's too early for that. Maybe people just want to see our sincerity. Wang Yongkang stomped on Wang Yaolin and continued. In that case, we won't ring the doorbell next. Lu Ming should know we're here, he just doesn't want to see us. We just waited at the door until he could see that we were sincere, and naturally he was willing to meet us once. Things will turn around then. Understood. Wang Yaolin nodded seriously. Dad, you're so old and cunning. Oh no. Resourceful. Waiting for him was another slap from Wang Yongkang. After that, father and son had been waiting so quietly at the entrance of the villa. Hopefully, they would wait until Lu Ming saw their sincerity and was willing to show mercy to see them. But what they don't know is this. Lu Ming and Lin Wan didn't even know about the arrival of the two, because they're watching a movie together at a leisurely pace in the AV room. Couldn't hear any doorbells at all. It was not that Wang Yongkang could not see their sincerity and was unwilling to receive them, as Wang Yongkang claimed. Time passes by. The sun is also rising. The September sun can be a scorcher. The father and son Wang Yongkang, who had been standing in front of the villa gate, had long been sweating like rain. The shirt inside was long soaked and plastered to his body, and his hair, carefully styled when he left the house, was a mess. Finally, Wang Yaolin couldn't help but speak up. Dad, there's still no one? Wang Yongkang glared at him fiercely and said, Then keep waiting. No matter how long we wait, we must wait for someone. The weather was really hot, and Wang Yaolin kinda wanted to hit the road. But Wang Yongkang seemed to see Wang Yaolin's thoughts and directly scolded angrily. Why don't you wanna not be you, this rebellious son? We use here in the sun. If you can't wait here, you can go back and wait for people to come after you. Now Wang Yaolin didn't dare to speak. He hadn't suffered like this since he was a kid, but there was nothing he could do about it. It's hot to be hot, but think of the consequences of offending a predator. Then the rest of his life may have to be on the streets as a beggar. The heart trembled, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and continued to wait in silence. Chapter 25. Pig-headed Wang Yaolin. But the two of them had ultimately paid by mistake, even though Lu Ming and Lin Wan were already out of the AV room. But also, since they didn't ring the doorbell again, the two had no idea that anyone was waiting outside. It was noon in the blink of an eye. Hungry. Lu Ming noticed that Lin Wan seemed to be a bit hungry and asked with concern. It was a little bit. Then I'll cook. Lu Ming was just about to go cook when Lin Wan pulled him back. I thought you said you were going to teach me how to cook. Ever since the last time she had tasted Lu Ming's handiwork, Lin Wan had been coveting his cooking skills, wanted to learn a few tricks from him to get better at cooking. Lu Ming naturally remembered and nodded. Come on then, I'll teach you to cook today. The two came together in the kitchen. One-on-one cooking instruction began. Both are serious about this cooking instruction and are not sloppy. Lu Ming has strict requirements. Every step of cooking is to strive for fine, cannot cope with the matter, so you cannot make a good meal. As for Lin Wan, she was also fully concentrated, carefully memorizing every word Lu Ming said. That's all. Lin Wan learns and practices again and again. The dish was made just enough for the hungry pair to eat it. After the evaluation, Lu Ming pointed out the insufficient mistakes. Lin Wan then fired it up again. This made Lu Ming make a startling discovery. Lin Wan's learning ability is simply terrifying. Where Lu Ming had pointed out the blunders, she would never make them again. It's almost like a dish that can be fully mastered in more than 3 times. Although it was not as good as Lu Ming, it had reached the point where it could ascend to the Hall of Honor. 2 hours later, Lin Wan was already able to skillfully make the 4 dishes she had for lunch today. Just go on like that. Lu Ming had good reason to believe that before long, Lin Wan's cooking skills would skyrocket, and she would have no problem becoming a chef in a restaurant. Just as Lu Ming and Lin Wan's cooking instruction ended, they were also full of food and drink. Father and son Wang Yongkang outside the villa had been standing in the blazing sun for 6 whole hours. The two stood hungry and thirsty. From early in the morning until now, they hadn't drank an inch of water or eaten an inch of rice. Finally, Wang Yaolin felt a wave of dizziness. A stagger flopped to the ground. Just the next second, Wang Yaolin screamed miserably again and jumped up from the ground, instantly coming to his senses. This ground has been in the sun so long you could fry an egg. And how can Wang Yaolin lie down? Dad, I'm so hungry. Or we can go eat and drink some water before we come back. Unexpected. Wang Yongkang, who had been silent before, suddenly changed his face. A leg kick knocks Wang Yaolin over. Ah! Wang Yaolin chopped straight to the floor by a nice leg kick. The hot floor made Wang Yaolin want to get up in a hurry. However, Wang Yongkang hadn't let him go yet, and stomped a few more feet towards Wang Yaolin's body. Why did I give birth to such a fracking thing as you? I'm an old man, and I have to accompany you to apologize for being a disgrace. These old bones have been in the sun for so long, and the old man hasn't even shouted anything. Instead you keep muttering that you can't stand it. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be in this mess. Are you going back now ready to break up our Wang family? I'm telling you, even if you wait until the end of time, you'll have to wait for me. Wait until people Lu Ming forgive you, or else even if you leave, I'll get you killed first and send you to the others. The long hours of standing and exposure to the sun have long since made Wang Yongkang suffer. On the contrary, Wang Yaolin kept on teasing his old man. This time Wang Yongkang's anger that he had held back for so long finally exploded, and it was leaked out towards his own son, Wang Yaolin, with a roar. Wang Yongkang cursed as he stomped on Wang Yaolin with its big size 43 foot. That energy, as if it wasn't his son at his feet. Rather, he is his enemy in general. But think about it. If Wang Yaolin hadn't messed with Lu Ming, how he needs to lose his old face, shamelessly waiting here in agony. The more Wang Yongkang thought about it, the more angry he became, and his feet showed no mercy, knocking Wang Yaolin on his feet and bruising his nose. And Wang Yaolin didn't dare to resist. After all, the one who made the move was his own father. Ah, you call that a beating? That's the old man teaching his son. Dad, I wouldn't dare. I'll just wait here. I'm not going anywhere. Stop fighting. At this time, Wang Yaolin's tears and snot flowed profusely, and the valuable suit on his body had been trampled to rags. Dad, I was wrong. I was wrong. At this time, Wang Yaolin's face had been beaten into a pig's head. Under Wang Yaolin's wailing and begging for mercy, Wang Yongkang finally panted and stopped. It wasn't that he was going soft, it was just that he was old after all, and he got tired after a while of fighting. Otherwise, he even wanted to beat the useless son to death, and then retrain another trumpet and forget about it.
Say.
Just then, the door to the villa suddenly opened. As if they had heard the most wonderful sound in the world, Wang Yongkang and Wang Yaolin hurriedly turned around, only to see the figure they had been waiting so hard for finally appear. Go away. Who are you? Why are you fighting in front of my house? Go fight somewhere else. Lu Ming and Lin Wan walked out from the gate, and Wang Yongkang pulled Wang Yaolin's collar and rushed forward with a bright smile. No, no, Mr. Lu. We came all the way here to apologize to you and Mr. Lin. Lu Ming looked at the two people in front of him confused. After half a dozen looks, I couldn't recognize who these two were. Mr. Lu, this is my family's rebellious son, Wang Yaolin. I'm teaching him a lesson. Hearing Wang Yongkang's words, Lu Ming and Lin Wan froze. The two men looked at each other, both surprised at the man in front of them. He is Wang Yaolin? Lu Ming asked, pointing at the pig's head that was still trying to smile with its eyes wide open at this point in time with a swollen nose. Yes, yes, that's the rebellious son. Recognized by Wang Yongkang. Lu Ming and Lin Wan were both stunned. They only met with Wang Yaolin yesterday. At that time, although Wang Yaolin was a kidney deficiency, he still looked like a suit and a cockney. But the man in front of us, oh no, piggyback, makes it impossible to visualize the two together at all. Ah. If it wasn't for Wang Yongkang's personal admission, Lu Ming and Lin Wan definitely couldn't recognize the pig-headed man in front of them as the cocky Wang Yaolin who had a condescending look on his face yesterday. You hit it. Lu Ming couldn't help but ask. Yes. Lu Ming couldn't help but give Wang Yongkang a nod. This old man is really ruthless. His own son can bear to beat him like this. Why don't you hurry up and apologize to Mr. Liu and Mr. Lin? Wang Yongkang looked at his son, who was dumbfounded and didn't speak at this time, and scolded with hatred. Only then did Wang Yaolin come back to his senses. Started bowing over and over, shouting out of the side of his mouth. Mr. Liu, Mr. Lin. I'm sorry. I hope you'll be generous enough to forgive me this time for my ignorance and recklessness in rushing you before. I promise I won't dare next time. No. I promise there won't be a next time. Chapter 26. Important Meetings. Lu Ming looked at Wang Yaolin, who kept apologizing and shivering in front of him. What's wrong with this Wang family? But then Wang Yongkang shoved another object into Lu Ming's arms. Edge said, Mr. Liu, this is a special apology gift we prepared. I hope you guys like it. Since Wang Yongkang was stuffed directly into Lu Ming's arms. Lu Ming also subconsciously hugged this thing, the weight hugging up all heavy. Looked down. It was an oily, shiny sandalwood box dotted with streaks of gold. The gift, even the box it was held in, looked so upscale and valuable. Then the stuff that is served in it is even more so. Figured it must not be anything ordinary. Lu Ming couldn't figure out why this Wang family father and son were doing this until now. The old man beat his son so furiously in front of his house that he was beaten to a pulp. Not only did you give a gift of great value, and keep apologizing to yourself. Mr. Liu, Mr. Lin, what happened yesterday was all a misunderstanding. He was rude to you yesterday, wasn't he? I beat him up and brought him here to apologize. I will take good care of this rebellious son in the future. You see, can you let him off? I promise he will never be in your sight again. After hearing Wang Yongkang's words, Lu Ming then realized. So it's because of what happened yesterday. Yesterday, though, they had a few skirmishes. But Lu Ming never put it on his mind either. And he wasn't hurt. Instead, Wang Yaolin was the underdog the entire time. He was scolded by himself, beaten up, exploded in a violent manner, and was finally carried away by the security guards of Excellence Plaza. This made Lu Ming very relieved, and even felt that Wang Yaolin was already miserable. Didn't realize. Today, he was even brought over by his own old man to apologize at his door. Also by his own old man to reach this pig-head look. Looking at Lu Ming was a bit unbearable. I didn't even care about what happened yesterday. Hear that? Wang Yongkang and Wang Yaolin revealed surprised smiles. Mr. Liu, you're forgiving me. Lu Ming a sign, he did not care about it But this father and son too seemed to really say do not understand. Looking at the two men in this manner, he had no choice but to say, yes, forgiven. I don't need this either, so take it back with you. I didn't expect that to come out. Wang Yongkang's father and son's originally joyful smiles instantly became terrified again. Mr. Liu, we really mean it when we apologize. Please believe us Seeing this, Lu Ming knew that he was afraid that he would not be able to accept this apology gift without it. These two can't be bothered to see that they didn't receive a gift. Okay, I'll take the gift. You guys go back. Don't fight. After Lu Ming finished speaking, he turned around and went back to the villa with Lin Wan. He even kindly helped Wang Yaolin with his words. Lu Ming is no good either. It just feels like Wang Yaolin is too miserable, the miserable kind. Mr. Liu, Mr. Lin, take care. After seeing Lu Ming accept the apology gift, the two Wang family fathers and sons looked at their backs as they left and shouted loudly. Back at the villa, Lin Wan moved to clean up the dishes, while Lu Ming finally had the time to be able to check the system information that had been jumping wildly today. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having a soft meal. Assets gained from the soft meal plus $2. 000.000.00. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having a soft meal. Assets gained from the soft meal plus $2. 000.000.00. The meal made at noon was still fed to Lu Ming by Lin Wan, so by relying on the noon meal, Lu Ming had swiped another 50 million or so in soft food gained assets. This instantly broke through to $300 million in his Soft Food Institute's assets, and the system rewarded him with goodies. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exceeding $300 million in assets gained from eating soft food, rewarded with increased physical resilience. Divine Gigolo System. Level, LV2. Income assets, 312, 250, 00000. Skills, Divine Healing, Culinary Mastery, Divine Vehicle Skill, body resilience enhancement. Increased physical resilience? Lu Ming pondered over the new things the system rewarded him with this time. This skill was boosting his body's recovery ability. I just don't know exactly how far it's been lifted. Lu Ming opened the system introduction. Watch it in deep shock. According to the system description, the enhanced body's ability to recover is not as simple as saying that a cut finger will stop bleeding and heal automatically. That was as long as he didn't die right away. He could always recover from even the heaviest of injuries, until it is restored to good health. It just depends on the extent of the injury to determine the recovery time. This is completely beyond the realm of human cognition. Although Lu Ming had wondered before if the system would one day reward something beyond his imagination. But I didn't expect this day to come so soon. This stuff is simply unbeatable. Just as Lu Ming marveled, Lin Wan also came back after washing the dishes. Honey, what's on your mind? Lin Wan walked over to the sofa and sat next to Lu Ming. Nothing, just a random phase. Lin Wan was just about to say something. Instead, the phone suddenly rang and picked up. She hung up after only a few responses. Lu Ming also probably heard out is the company side of the phone. After hanging up, Lin Wan said apologetically to Lu Ming, "Hubby, I'm sorry. There's an important meeting at the company that I have to host. I've got to get there now. I won't be able to finish dinner with you." Lu Ming, some surprise, this is going to be 6 o'clock. Our off-duty times still have to meet? Is it that important? You have to make a special trip over there after office hours. Lin Wan nodded and said, "Yes, this meeting concerns the development of our company in the second half of the year. Our company is the Greater China agent of Rho Group, and this meeting is about cooperation with Rho Group." Lu Ming had also learned about Lin Wan's company before. Lin Wan's Twinwoods was created by splitting the company under her last name. Although it sounds a lot like some old traditional company, or even like a woodworking company. But in fact, the company's main business is to do beauty and skincare products, including product research and development, brand promotion, sales, and so on, a whole industry chain. However, due to the high cost of product development, the risk is too high, and it is not always possible to develop a successful product after a few years. Therefore, the main profitable business of the DoubleTree Group is still to represent some of the best brands in the market and be responsible for their sales in the Greater China region, thus getting a share of the profits that were signed early on. "Hubby, this meeting is really important for the company and I have to make a trip to the office. Why don't you eat by yourself first? I'll make it up to you later." Lin Wan kissed Lu Ming and said tenderly. Lu Ming touched Lin Wan's head and smiled. "It's okay. Work is important too. You can't neglect the whole work just because of me." Chapter 27. Deep Water Bomb. Lu Ming was very understanding. As the president of a large conglomerate, Lin Wan should be very busy every day. But he had been with her for the past few days, and he hadn't even been seen working. "Why don't I give you a ride to the office?" Lu Ming said with a sudden thought. Hearing this, Lin Wan's eyes lit up. "Is it really possible?" Lu Ming was confused. "What's wrong? Isn't it normal for a husband to send his wife to work?" "Nope. I was worried about—" Lin Wan didn't finish her sentence. Ever since what happened to Wang Yaolin, she then worried that there would be suitors like Wang Yaolin who would vilify Lu Ming in the future. Although Twinwood is her company, but the human heart is unpredictable. She was still worried that some of the more jealous people were secretly playing some tricks. Lu Ming saw Lin Wan's concern and smiled. "It's not that I have you to protect me. The people in your company are still afraid of him. Besides, I'm making this trip to assert my sovereignty in your company. That way they know you're my woman and won't covet you anymore." Hearing the second half of Lu Ming's sentence declaring his sovereignty was so domineering. How could Lin Wan refuse it? "Good. Then you'll accompany me." So the two of them washed and dressed. Getting into Lu Ming's Aston Martin 177, he drove towards Lin Wan's company. It's rush hour though. There was a lot of traffic on the road, but with Lu Ming's driving skills, they still got to the Twinwoods Group neighborhood pretty quickly. A 62-story luxury office building. Looking up, with the 4 big words Twinwoods Group hanging at the top. "That's my company. How about that?" Speaking of the giant company she had built, Lin Wan looked proud. "Pretty good." Lu Ming smiled and responded lightly. The current Lu Ming had also seen the world. If he had been before, he would not have been so calm. But with the system, after being rewarded by the system, he's taking a dimmer view of all this as well. After all, he has those too. The volume of the Red Rock Group was much more massive than the DoubleTree Group. Even the office building is a luxury mansion that everyone in Seaside City is familiar with, much more advanced than Shuangmu Group's office building. While Lin Wan, who saw Lu Ming so calmly, felt a hint of surprise. He had wanted to put on a show in front of Lu Ming. I didn't expect Lu Ming to act so calmly. He clearly remembered that Lu Ming was excited when he saw the villa and the sports car before. But now? What happened to? Lin Wan couldn't think of a reason even if she tried. But it was also time to get to the office before she stopped ruminating. That's the parking lot entrance up ahead. Drive down there. Lu Ming nodded and drove over following Lin Wan's command. Parking lot entrance. The guard at the security booth saw a sports car driving towards the parking lot entrance, and it can't be recognized to get in. Obviously, external social vehicles. Although he couldn't recognize what kind of car it was, he knew it had to be expensive when he saw the shape of the car. I had to say stiffly, "I'm sorry. Non-company vehicles as well as unreserved vehicles are not allowed inside." The guard's eyes fluttered as he spoke, and he only hoped that this non-rich man wouldn't give him a hard time. This kind of person was someone he couldn't afford to mess with as a small security guard. Just in case this guy puts a fire on him that he can't get into, then his job at the Twinwoods could be gone. A company as big as Doubletree Group, even for security guards, the benefits are among the best in the security industry. But he can't ignore the group rules and let vehicles in at will. "Mr. Lin, say something." The security guard heard the man driving the car in a trance after he said this. "My car, open the door." After hearing this, the security guard then saw that there was a person sitting on the passenger side of the car. Looking down to take a closer look, he was instantly taken aback. "Mr. Lin. Lin. Excuse me. I'll open the door right away." Then rushed back inside the security booth and hit the switch. The railing rises. The sports car roared to life and headed for the underground garage. The security guard couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief as he returned to the front of the post's monitoring desk. I didn't expect him to stop his big boss's car today. It was almost a big deal. But the guard also then remembered the handsome young man driving the car. He's also been working for the Doubletree Group for several years. Never see the big boss drive to the office alone. Never seen the boss with another man yet. Even with his huge army of suitors, no one had ever gotten close to her. To put it mildly, a lot of people have speculated whether their big boss doesn't like guys. But today? With doubts. The security guard also couldn't help but look at the underground garage's surveillance. Surveillance. Only after the sports car came to a steady stop. The two got out of the car together. But, after getting out of the car, the big boss actually took the initiative and naturally walked over to the man. Took the man's arm. The security guards who saw this scene were stunned. Rapidly rubbing his eyes. "I wonder if I'm just tired and bleary-eyed." He actually saw his boss enter the office on the arm of a man. It's not a blink. Is it a dream? The security guard couldn't help but slap himself. And after Lu Ming and Lin Wan entered the office building, many of the employees saw the two. On the surface, they all greeted Lin Wan respectfully. But when the two walk by, every employee's face loses its expression management. Showing incredulity. Unbelievable color. Crap. Did I read that right? Chimeras. Guess what I just saw? Ms. Lin came to the office on the arm of a man. I saw it too. Almost thought it was a case of blurred eyes. So it turns out that Mr. Lin still likes men. What the hell? I don't believe it. Just that iceberg of General Manager Lin. Which man dares to approach crap. I also saw it. Nima is real. It's right at the end of rush hour. A lot of people were just about ready to go home from work, and it was the time of year when the Twinwoods Group had the most foot traffic. Lu Ming and Lin Wan just bumped into these people. The news immediately exploded within the company. Many employees in the company received the news. After all, the news that Lin Wan had actually appeared with a man and was even in a relationship was like a shocking bombshell in the Shuangmu Group. They all knew that Lin was a high-strung female bully and most likely didn't like men. But now it's in love. How does this not shock them? The female employees were fine, just more surprised. But male employees can be heartbroken. Lin Wan was the goddess of their hearts. To exaggerate, which male employee in the company hadn't fantasized about the beautiful dream of being with Lin Wan? That's probably a less than normal orientation. Who wouldn't want such a rich and beautiful goddess? Although they clearly knew that Lin Wan wasn't something they could pursue, everyone couldn't chase after her. It's better to belong to no one than to be taken by another man now. Chapter 28. Foreseeing the future. Lu Ming and Lin Wan traveled all the way from the garage to the 62nd floor. It was the same floor where her office was located, and the two were crossing over to the office areas of the other departments outside. The employees on the 62nd floor were all in shock on the spot when they saw the two walk in arm. Just then, Mr. Lin. Lin Wan's assistant saw her from afar and hurried over. When she ran to Lu Ming and Lin Wan and saw the scene in front of her, her brain felt as if she had been hit hard. Buzzing. Froze in place. Stupidly, he blurted out, "You are." "Hello, I'm Lin Wan's husband, Lu Ming." Since there was an inquiry, Lu Ming also took the opportunity to introduce himself. The words came out. The assistant's mouth dropped open. "This?" The 62nd floor also immediately rose in a commotion. Many employees also suspected that they had misheard. But immediately after, they heard the voice of their big boss again. "Well, his name is Lu Ming, he's my husband." With a smile on her face, Lin Wan turned her head to Lu Ming and said gently. At the same time, he also hugged Lu Ming's hand tightly, his body pressed against it, appearing intimate. Lin Wan's words came out. Everyone's insides instantly exploded. Mr. Lin got married. Nowadays, information transfer is so advanced that there are countless large and small groups established privately by employees in a company. This heavy news just started spreading in the group's employees' large and small groups. Messages on the topic of Lin Wan and Lu Ming were sent frantically in various groups. "Crap! Mr. Lin got married. What the hell? Didn't you guys see it? Mr. Lin brought a handsome man to the company. See ya. Isn't that Mr. Lin's boyfriend?" "What boyfriend? Mr. Lin is already married to someone else." "Really? Absolutely reliable information. People have introduced themselves on the spot." Mr. Lin also admitted it himself. "I was there. Yeah, I was there too. God knows I was numb with shock. But on the spot it looked like Mr. Lin and his husband were super compatible and sweet. That's really heavy news. But where is this little brother from? To actually be able to melt this iceberg of our General Lin. I don't know. But that little brother is super handsome." Yen Dog expressed his love for it. No wonder he was able to chase Mr. Lin to his hand. The news of Lu Ming and Lin Wan's marriage just spread up and down the Shuangmu group. Almost everyone in the Twinwoods group knows about it. Some are shocked, some are heartbroken. But none of this mattered to both Lu Ming and Lin Wan. The purpose of their trip to make an official announcement has been accomplished. And as the protagonist of the event, Lin Wan had been wearing a happy smile at the corner of her mouth after the official announcement in the group. As the president of the group, how could he ever be unaware of what the people in the group thought of her? But today she brought her handsome husband to shatter all the gossip. Proof of how happy she is now. "Where's the row group?" Lin Wan opened her mouth. Only then did her assistant Xiao Yu come back to her senses and hurriedly responded. "The people from the Luo Wei group are waiting for you in the conference room. Are we going over there now?" Lin Wan nodded, first considering Lu Ming inquiring, "Hubby, are you going to the meeting with me?" Lu Ming shook his head. "I won't be able to, you go ahead." His purpose this time was just to send Lin Wan over and declare his sovereignty at the same time. Meetings and stuff don't interest him. It's formal and boring, so you might as well stay outside. "All right then. Feel free to look around the office. I'll meet you as soon as I get out." Lin Wan finished and attached his ear to Lu Ming, whispered, "Husband good boy wait for me. Night I have a mysterious prize and thrilling and exciting kind." "Oh." Lu Ming was curious when he heard this. But Lin Wan was already heading towards the conference room with her assistant. Soon, a woman in uniform with black silk high heels and medium to high looks walked up to Lu Ming. "Hello, Mr. Lu. My name is Veil Vivi. Let me show you around the company. That's all." Led by Vivian Ku, Lu Ming took a general stroll through the Doublewood group. Whenever he went to a place, there was no doubt that he was the center of attention and conversation. "So handsome. Is he Mr. Lin's husband?" "Right. I must say it's a match made in heaven with Mr. Lin. Sparrow food. This kind of face, I want it too." After a round of shopping, Lu Ming had pretty much understood. Finally, Gu Weiwei brought Lu Ming to Lin Wan's office. "Mr. Lu, then you can take a break in Chief Lin's office first. Mr. Lin will be right over after the meeting. Feel free to call me outside if you need anything." "Okay, thanks." Gervivi then exited the office as well. After Gu Weiwei went out, Lu Ming surveyed Lin Wan's office. It wasn't anything special except that it was a bit bigger, more than 200 square feet. Therefore Lu Ming soon felt bored. For a while, I didn't know what to do. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he thought of something. Mindfulness. A file information then appeared in Lu Ming's hands. This document, the information sheet on the events of the next 3 days in Seaside City that the system had rewarded earlier. Lu Ming never had time to watch it before. It was put in system space and not extracted. It's fine now, just in time to get it out and look at it. There might be some surprises. This is the equivalent of having the ability to predict the future for 3 days. One can totally do something with the information on it. Sure enough, Lu Ming opened this document at first glance. Just see the opportunity to make money. Seaside City, September 10th, 6:05 p.m. Luda in Yusen Street Ramen Restaurant in front of a wok picked up a lottery ticket. The ticket opened 1.68 million jackpot. In a flash, Lu Ming knew the time and place. It's entirely possible to go there early to intercept this $1.68 million jackpot ticket. However, Lu Ming quickly skimmed over it and checked the information below. Because now over $1 million was already a sprinkle to Lu Ming. He could just wake up every day and whore out the 40 to 50 million rewarded by the system. Plus, he's sure the $1 million plus jackpot is just a dick inside this future events list. There must be a more lucrative event than this benefit. Fruity. Lu Ming soon found an event that operated well enough to earn more than $1 million in lottery tickets. That is, lower wheat production in most international regions this year led to a surge in wheat prices, which soared to $2,890 per ton by September 12th. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Immediately checked the current price of wheat on the futures market.
$2,214 per ton.
Compared with the highest price of $2,890 per ton, it is a full 28.3% increase. He himself currently has a full $50 million in cash, if he operates well. It's not a problem at all to make $200 or $300 million. Chapter 29. The Twin Tree Group's Big Story. Lu Ming hurriedly scrutinized the wheat incident. Finding out that the big rally in wheat futures starts tomorrow, one would have to start buying today. Immediately, Lu Ming took out his cell phone and dialed his college roommate Ko Chong's number.
Yo, Professor Lu.
What's the wind today? It actually blew our schoolmaster Lu to call me. Ko Chong on the other end of the line snickered. What do you think? Probably a northwest wind. Northwest wind? You're not going to borrow money, are you? This time Lu Ming also continued to act. Yeah. So how much can you borrow? Ko Chong on the other end of the phone pondered for a moment before he then said, I don't have a lot of funds on me, so if you borrowed $50,000 or $60,000 you'd still have it. Any more than that and we'll have to find a way. Hearing this, Lu Ming burst out laughing. Looks like the feelings from college haven't faded yet, and it hasn't been long since they graduated. He estimated that Ko Chong would be lucky to have $20,000 or $30,000 in savings. I didn't expect to be able to lend him $50,000 or $60,000. But he wasn't calling for the purpose of borrowing money. Instead, it's futures. Ko Chong was interested in finance when he was in college and had some research on futures and stocks and all that. Okay, no more games. It's not a loan. I have something for you. Crap. If there's something you want to do, just say so. What do you mean by borrowing money? Scared me. So what do you want with me? Lu Ming also stopped talking nonsense. I'm going to buy some futures, and I'd like to ask you to operate them for me. As I recall, you're supposed to know how it works. Of course. Subsequently, Ko Chong also very clearly recounted the processes that Lu Ming needed to operate. It's really not that hard. Just Lu Ming himself opened an account online and transferred the funds in. Then Ko Chong's side will log into his account to operate professionally at that time. The profit and loss are in the account. In addition to Lu Ming, other people can't make small moves. 10 minutes later, Lu Ming then registered the futures account and then reported it to Ko Chong. By the way, he told Ko Chong about his next plan. Leverage all $50 million to buy wheat futures. Ko Chong, who heard this plan, was directly numb with fear. Crap. Lu Ming, you kid is crazy. Do you know how much wheat is stored in each country? Wheat futures have been down for months and you're still buying with so much money and with leverage. What would you do with that money? Ko Chong on the other end of the phone spat frantically, trying to stop Lu Ming from this crazy idea. Don't BB. I naturally have my reasons. If you don't help me, I'll find someone else. I'd like to think that you could buy some from me too. Lu Ming kindly suggested. Ko Chong had always had a good relationship with him. Plus he was willing to lend himself money just now, so it wasn't hard to give him a hand along the way. But Ko Chong obviously wasn't too convinced. Still, he reminded Lu Ming many times. Lu Ming, although I don't know where you got that much money. But you really have to be careful. The futures market is really brutal and anything can happen. According to that buying method you mentioned, maybe you'll lose your tens of millions of dollars in blood. It's okay. I'm really confident. After many unsuccessful attempts to dissuade him, Ko Chong had no choice but to listen to Lu Ming and help him with his futures operations. After hanging up, Lu Ming long time to receive the account SMS wheat futures by successful prompt. Seeing this text message, Lu Ming was in a beautiful mood. After all, it's just a simple maneuver to make $200 or $300 million. Isn't that something to be happy about? This made Lu Ming even more excited about this future information sheet. Continued to look through it. On September 9th, Mr. Shan, an ordinary tourist, purchased a piece of porcelain with 2,888 yuan in the Antique Street Jude Square, which was later identified as a Qing Dynasty antique and sold for a high price of 6.8 million yuan at the auction. Not bad for over 6 million. But that's about it. Keep looking down. On September 9th, Noah's 5-star hotel held an auction to sell a piece of land in Yalong Bay at a price of $30 million, which was later surveyed. Dug out Fantasy Star Sea Stone under the plot, worth $4,680 million. 46 billion 80 million. Lu Ming immediately took out his cell phone and looked up the information on the Fantasy Star Sea Stone. It turned out that this Fantasy Star Sea Stone was a type of ore that had only been discovered a few years ago. This ore is currently found in very rare production. Plus the jewelry created from it is gorgeous. So it quickly became an expensive ingredient for making luxury goods. Seeing this, Lu Ming realized that it was something linked to luxury goods. No wonder it was so valuable. Lu Ming decided that he had to go to this auction and shoot down the land. After keeping this in mind, Lu Ming also continued to read on. Didn't realize. It was surprised to see the big story about Lin Wan Shuangmu Group. On September 10th, a large number of consumers were admitted to hospitals with skin problems due to the use of new skin care products after the launch of new products by the DoubleTree Group. DoubleTree Group receives a large number of lawsuits and its share price plummets by 30% after losing consumer trust due to product quality issues. Could it be the product that Lin Wan is now representing with the Rho Group? Lu Ming was so shocked that he stood up directly from his chair. Although the event above is simply a few words about the consequences of the DoubleTree Group. But the consequences of this are very scary to think about. A 30% plunge in stock price is tens of billions of dollars in market value evaporated. Meanwhile, a large number of lawsuits have been filed, and Twinwood is facing huge damages. But more serious is the loss of consumer trust. Twinwood Group is a cosmetic skincare company. Their products are used on the face. Once there's a crisis of confidence in this kind of stuff, who dares to use the products of the DoubleTree Group in the future? This cascade of reactions was coupled with competitors taking advantage of the situation. The DoubleTree Group might even go bankrupt as a result. Doublewood Group is his Lu Ming's wife's company. Lu Ming naturally can't just sit back and do nothing. Lu Ming went straight out of the office. Found Vivian Gu, who was outside. "Where's your Mr. Lin? Is the meeting over?" Gu Weiwei thought that Lu Ming was unable to sit still and said in a hurry, Mr. Lin should be back soon. Should we?" The words were not finished. Lu Ming said anxiously, Quickly take me to the conference room." Seeing how anxious Lu Ming was, Gu Weiwei didn't dare to be slow. This way. The two men walked briskly toward the conference room. In the meantime, Lin Wan in the conference room had a very ugly face. This time, the Rho Group's cooperation talks went badly. The other party not only reduced their share of the agent's profits, but also set a lot of unreasonable rules and regulations. Wouldn't that make the DoubleTree Group the equivalent of working for nothing for the Low Group? This was hard for Lin Wan and many of the executives of the Doublewood Group to accept. But the rejection of this cooperation would also have a great impact on the Doublewood Group. So they entered a dilemma for a while. Chapter 30. Refusal to cooperate. And the one who caused all this situation is actually the young man in front of him, Lu Kailai. I also wonder what kind of psychic connections he has behind him. Not long after graduation, Lu Kailai entered the job market and skipped the internship period directly after entering Rovi Group. And 2 months to 3 consecutive promotions are now in charge of an Doublewood Group-related cooperation. Originally, the Doublewood Group learned about Lu Kailai his information, but also thought that it was easy to deal with such an inexperienced young man. But I didn't expect the collaboration meeting to go so poorly. Lu Kailai was overbearing in the cooperation meeting. completely changed the usual terms of their cooperation with the low group. And at this time, Lu Kailai was sitting on the chair, slightly reclining back, with a winning expression. It was as if they had already seen the result of the Doublewood group being pressured to sign this unequal contract with them. He dared to do so, so naturally he was sure of himself. Most of the profits of the Doubletree group are made by distributing products through agents, and they don't have much of an advantage when it comes to product development. And their Row Group products have clearly become one of the indispensable pillars of the Doubletree group. That's why it's impossible for the Doubletree group to give up its cooperation with the Row Group. Even with how harsh the conditions are, the Doubletree group had to put up with it as well. And the Low Group, can then use it to make a bigger profit. Unlike Lu Kailai's side's complacency, the faces of Lin Wan and the top management of Shuang Mu Group were all very ugly. Listening to the harsh conditions and unreasonable division proposed by Lu Kailai, they could not wait to give up the cooperation with Row Group directly. But thinking is one thing, doing is another. On the one hand, after losing the cooperation with Low's Group, Doubletree Group's earnings this year must have dropped significantly. On the other hand, there is also the fear that Row Group will turn around and work with Shiryun Group. You should know that the Doublewood Group and the Shiryun Group have always been arch-rivals. It would be an even more incalculable loss in the long run if they let Shiryun Group steal their cooperation. Just when all the people of the Doubletree Group were in a dilemma left and right, Lu Kailai also pressed on. Mr. Lin, you guys have been thinking about this for so long too. Isn't it time for an answer? And if the terms don't satisfy you, then that's it for today. We can also go talk to the Shiryun Group. The words came out. The faces of the people from the Doublewood Group were even harder to see. This Lu Kailai is forcing the palace. He's even putting the Shiryun Group on the stage. In the meantime, led by Gu Weiwei, Lu Ming also rushed to the conference room. Mr. Lu, this is the one. Lu Ming nodded. Opened the conference room door. This cooperation. Don't even bother. Lu Ming's voice attracted everyone. Turning his head to look, it was actually Lu Ming who appeared at the entrance of the conference room. The moment Lu Kailai saw Lu Ming, he was slightly stunned, and then a hint of hostility appeared in his eyes. Lu Ming. Lu Kailai. Lu Ming also did not expect to see his college classmate Lu Kailai here, and it looks like Lu Kailai is still the person in charge of the other side of the Luowei group. However, Lu Ming had a very bad impression of Lu Kailai. In college, Lu Kailai was a person who fought for power and was cynical. Just can't stand to look at people who are better than him. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was just better than him in every aspect, whether it was his face value, his studies, or his relationship with his classmates and tutors. So Lu Kailai has always regarded Lu Ming as a thorn in his side and targeted him at every turn. Although Lu Ming had never gotten laid by him either, it was pretty disgusting all in all. Don't work with them. Lu Ming came in and saw that the two parties had not yet signed the contract. So he breathed a sigh of relief and emphasized again. Why? It's been difficult left and right, but someone asked that anyway. They have a lot to lose if they don't work with the Low Group. Lu Ming, on the other hand, said directly, there are serious quality and safety issues with Low Group's new products. If Twinwood Group is represented, there will be great consequences. The words came out. The Luowei Group's man immediately spoke out angrily. Which one are you? Do you know that if you say that, our Luowei Group can totally sue you for defamation? And Lu Ming completely ignored him. Walked directly to Lin Wan's side. Do you trust me? Lin Wan and Lu Ming looked at each other fondly and nodded with a smile. I believe you. He then looked at Lu Kailai and the rest of the Luowei Group. I'm sorry, but we can't accept the conditions your Row Group has proposed. I'm afraid we can't reach a partnership this time. Hear that? The people of the Low Group also had a moment of panic. They didn't realize that the Doublewood Group was actually really ready to give up this cooperation. Mr. Lin, you have to think about it. One could not give up such an important cooperation just because Lu Ming casually said so. Have you ever thought about what will happen to the Doubletree Group if you lose the cooperation of our Low Group? You know, even without you Twinwood, we can still work with Shiryun Group. But you Twinwoods will never find a product as good as our Row Group. Lu Kailai had also brought up Shuang Mu Group's biggest competitor, Shiryun Group, in an attempt to threaten Lin Wan, who knew that Lin Wan was already not eating this. This is our Doublewood Group's own matter, so you don't need to bother about it. Lu Kailai's face stiffened. I didn't expect Lin Wan had already made up her mind and was still so determined that taking a turn and cooperating with Shiryun Group couldn't even threaten her. It was his turn to clam up. Doubletree would lose a lot of money by losing their Row Group partnership, yes. But all the same, It's not like they're losing a lot of money at Lowe's. In previous years, in the cooperation with the Doublewood Group, the Lowe Group, had made a profit of more than $20 billion a year. This profit is a significant percentage of Rowe Group's full-year earnings. If Rowe Group loses its partnership with Twinwood Group, it will need to find a new company to work with. Not to mention whether or not the newly found partner can be better than the Doublewood Group. I don't know how much time will be spent in the middle of this to understand the friction. Lowe's Group would have to lose a ton of money for nothing. Lu Kai-lai originally just wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to pinpoint the weaknesses of the Shuangmu Group. Deliver a nice performance to the company executives. But 1,000 calculations. He couldn't count on the appearance of such a roadblock as Lu Ming. One word turned his great fortune around. Now he not only can't take advantage of the situation, but he's also screwed up the cooperation. If the cooperation didn't work out, he wouldn't be able to stand up to it even if he had more background in the Luowei Group. Think about it. Lu Kai-lai couldn't help but soften his attitude and tone a lot. Mr. Lin, Doublewood Group and Rowe Group are also old friends who have been cooperating for many years. There is no need to sulk for a while. Why don't we talk about the terms and conditions again? And anything we're not happy with can be negotiated. Chapter 31. The Perfume Formula. But this time, Lin Wan had already made up her mind and icily began to send off her guests. I think I've made myself clear. Please return. Lin Wan began to drive away Lu Kai-lai and the Luowei Group crowd. It's done. We'll see. Lu Kai-lai could only put down a harsh word and leave. And the people from the Lowe Group had just left. The remaining executives of the Doublewood Group in the conference room also couldn't help but cross their fingers. FCK Gare, that bastard surnamed Lu from the Luowei Group, put up with him for a long time. Yeah, I wanted to just go up in him. That face of his is disgusting. It's the first time we've been popularized like this in all the years we've been working with the Lowe Group. Now it's finally out of the way. Let him be arrogant. Now he has to leave in disgrace. Yeah, that look on their faces when they left, that was cool to see. Really think that we, Twinwood Group, are easy to bully? Obviously Lu Kai-lai's disgusting face and the disgusting conditions he offered made the crowd very angry. Now they were grayed out and driven away by Lin Wan. They were kind of out of breath in their hearts. But the anger is out, but there is always reality to face. They got rid of the Lowe's Group, which also meant losing their product. In the second half of the following year, the Twinwood Group will face the dilemma of not having enough good products to sell. No product to sell, which means the company can't make a profit. But more dangerously, it can cause a number of effects such as shrinking market share. While it is true that there are many other companies' products on the market, Twinwood Group could turn to distributing those as agents. But you also have to find great products at a time to do so. The executives of the Shuangmu Group, including Lin Wan, all began to fall into a state of silence and frowning. There was a rush of brains trying to figure out a way out. Just then, I know what you guys are thinking, but this is the best option for now. If we really cooperate with the Rowe Group and put a new product on sale, the situation encountered by the Doublewood Group will be 100 times, 1,000 times harder than it is now. What Lu Ming said caught everyone's attention and gaze. They also all knew about Lu Ming's relationship with Lin Wan, so they were still very polite to Lu Ming. Still, someone couldn't help but ask, Mr. Lu, is it true that you said the new product from Lowe Group has serious quality problems? It will cause serious skin problems to consumers? I wonder where you learned that. It's no wonder the Twinwoods are asking. This is because beauty products are almost always the most scrutinized products besides food. After all, they are used directly on human skin, so beauty products go through countless experimental tests before they hit the market. Plus, the Lowe's Group has never had a problem with their products over the years. Also, this new product is not yet on sale and you won't even see it on the market. So here's the question. Where did Lu Ming learn this information? And is the information reliable? So they actually didn't really believe what Lu Ming said. Lu Ming also knew that it was indeed a bit unbelievable for him to say that. But he couldn't explain it well. Doesn't that mean he can tell the future? So Lu Ming simply didn't explain. I naturally have my channels. Whether it is true or not will be known later. The crowd was speechless. Hey, it doesn't matter. In the end, we've already rejected the Willow Group's cooperation as well. It was cool, but now it's hard too. Stop sighing and think about what to do next. We'll just have to find more other products in a hurry, but we can't lower our quality requirements. It's not that easy to find. The group, one person at a time, discusses what to do next for the Twinwoods. Lu Ming listened for a while and interjected. Excuse me, I'd like to ask. The DoubleTree Group's annual profits are so high. Haven't you ever thought of developing your own products? To keep representing someone else's product is to have your life in someone else's hands. If the Doublewood Group had its own products, it wouldn't be so passive. Mr. Lu, self-researching a product isn't that simple. We naturally understand this, and the DoubleTree Group has never given up on the idea of developing its own products. Every year we in the DoubleTree Group invest tens of billions of dollars as research funding. But our current base of self-developed products is still too thin, and there hasn't been much progress. Even if the previous self-developed one or two products that they thought were not bad, but put on the market, it is still not recognized by consumers. Sales are low. So yeah, it's not easy to develop your own products. Without a major breakthrough, our products won't be able to compete with those old favorites. But how can we have a major breakthrough all at once when our self-research is thin and our research is not smooth? In response to Lu Ming's question, the top management of the DoubleTree Group also explained to him. Now Lu Ming also heard it. It's a vicious circle. Huge amounts of money are invested in research, and the products that come out of that research are similar even to the big-name products. Consumers will also only choose big-name products. If you want to win those big brands, you have to research new products that are extremely groundbreaking. But Twinwood can't develop it. That's true. Who would want to be an agent all the time if they couldn't develop a product that would sell well? Just then, Lu Ming's eyes lit up as if he had thought of something. The biggest problem for the Twinwood Group at the moment is that after losing the Row Group, there are no excellent agent products to sell, and they can't develop any excellent products themselves. Is not. Lu Ming analyzed it and pointed out the most crucial issue at the moment. The executives of the DoubleTree Group nodded their heads. What Lu Ming said was indeed the current key pain point. If I had a recipe for a never-before-seen, top-of-the-line perfume on the market, is that enough to solve Twinwood's current woes? Hearing what Lu Ming said, the top management of the Doublewood Group all looked at each other. That said, but how is that possible? Top-notch perfume formulas, that's something only the big foreign luxury groups have. None of the executives believed what Lu Ming said. But the next second, Lu Ming then pretended to take out a document from his body. It is, Lu Ming replied, a top-notch perfume formula, the kind that's good enough to dominate the market. Lu Ming also made a point of emphasizing it. This recipe was one of the rewards Lu Ming received when he was fed by Lin Wan. But Lu Ming had always felt that it was of little use, so he threw it in the system space and never took it out. I didn't realize it would come in handy today. Moreover, Lu Ming hadn't been talking nonsense when he said that this was a formula that could dominate the perfume world. This perfume is simply referred to as 1,000 sensations. 1,000 people smell it. There are 1,000 flavors, and everyone smells different. Chapter 32, Unconditional Trust. After Lu Ming briefly talked about the effects of the perfume formula with the executives of the DoubleTree Group. No way. How can there be such a perfume? Yes, Mr. Lu. Don't joke around at this time. That's just it. If it wasn't so outrageous, we'd be likely to believe it. Hey, if such a product really exists, then our Twinwood will really be saved. None of the Twinwood executives believed what Lu Ming said. Indeed, the effects of the perfume formula that Lu Ming had said were just too heaven-defying. A perfume like this is so far beyond the realm of perceived beauty products that it's almost too much to say it's black technology. Lu Ming, however, gazed at them and said seriously, "What I said, it's all true." The crowd lapsed into silence. It was because in their conversations and glances with Lu Ming, they could see Lu Ming's sincerity. But what he's saying is really outlandish. It's really hard for them to believe. But, again, in their hearts, they hoped it was true, because it was the only way to save the Twinwoods. Just when they were in a dilemma, a voice came to set the hearts of all the troops. "I believe in you." The crowd looked over, only to see Lin Wan reaching out and gently holding Lu Ming in her hand. Lu Ming smiled slightly and came up with a solution. "I know it's hard for you to believe, but we can start by configuring a sample to this recipe. That way you can tell by the sample if it has the effect I'm talking about or not. If we do, we'll move the process forward right away to mass production. If not, big deal, we'll figure it out." The crowd's eyes lit up and they nodded in agreement. "Yeah, why didn't we think of it just now? Whether there is any effect or not, except the sample will know. What are you arguing here? Mr. Lu is a great talent. It's good that Mr. Lu came up with this solution. We, a large group of people, are really ashamed. I'm really pissed off in the head today. Those Row Group dogs." At this point, Lin Wan began to speak out in favor of the big picture. Good. Then, Old Wang, you grab and go configure a perfume sample out. Old Wang nodded his head and promised with conviction. All right, Mr. Lin. I'll go right away. He was just about to leave for the research room when he was called back. Old Wang, you predict how long it will probably take for the sample to come out. Old Wang patted his head and pondered for a while. Well, these ingredients we have in our research lab, and if the formula is complete, I'll let the whole department catch up, and we should be able to get it out tonight. Okay, I'll leave it to you then. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. I'll go over to the research room first. Old Wang also took his leave and retired, and the other executives also left the conference room. The door to the conference room was closed by them in passing. Next, Lin Wan's delicate and flawless little face disliked Lu Ming. A pair of starry eyes blinked and said nothing. What's the matter? You keep looking at me and not saying anything. Lu Ming was embarrassed by the look. Look how amazing my husband is and such an amazing perfume recipe. By the way, it's also known that new products from Rho Group can have serious quality problems. It has to be seen more often. Ahem. Lu Ming tactically coughed a few times, then smiled. I'm telling you, I'm dreaming of a white, bearded old grandpa. Lu Ming made up some nonsense. After all, he really didn't have a completely rational explanation for any of this. But it was impossible for him to reveal the secret that he had the system. It was a secret that he couldn't let anyone know just yet. Even the love of his life, his wife. It's not that I don't love her, but it's the kind of thing that, when it's said, might have an impact on her safety instead. What if, on some occasion, she unconsciously leaked it? Therefore, before Lu Ming had the absolute ability to guarantee the safety of himself and those around him, it was impossible for him to expose the secret of the system. So that's all the nonsense he can muster for now. He was also prepared for the fact that Lin Wan wouldn't believe him, but he was sure that Lin Wan wouldn't press him further. But what Lu Ming didn't expect was Lin Wan after listening to his nonsense. Surprisingly, he nodded. I believe you. Lu Ming was stunned for a moment. You believe this too? Lin Wan hooked her lips and smiled. You are my husband. I believe everything you say. Hear that? Lu Ming took Lin Wan into his arms. If you have a wife like this, you have no regrets in this life. The most important thing between a couple is trust. Lin Wan, on the other hand, had absolute trust in herself. No matter what he said, he supported himself in believing in himself. She believed her own unsubstantiated claim that Rho Group's new products had safety issues and made him give up his cooperation. She believed it when she casually took out a document herself and said that it was a formula that beat every perfume product on the market. Even this reason, which he had made up out of thin air, he believed without hesitation. This nonsense reason, Lu Ming was almost embarrassed to say it. It was just too far-fetched. Lu Ming knew more and more how much the Lin Wan in front of him really loved himself. She was that unprincipled, unconditional believer in loving herself. The moment, Lu Ming was once again glad that he and Lin Wan got together and married. Old Wang, the head of research at DoubleTree Group, went to configure the samples. The others will have nothing else to do for now but wait to hear from him. So Lu Ming and Lin Wan also left the Shuangmu Group office building first. By the way, didn't you say you were going to take me to a very mysterious and exciting place at night? Shall we go now? Lu Ming suddenly thought of what Lin Wan had told him before the meeting. He was very curious. But Lin Wan still kept it mysterious. Yeah, you'll find out later. After saying that, Lin Wan got into the driver's seat of the Aston Martin 177. She's the one who knows the destination, and she's driving. Not a moment too soon. The Aston Martin 177 was parked in front of the Noah's 5-star hotel. Immediately after getting out of the car, a hotel staff member came to help with parking. Lu Ming looked at the luxurious decorations at the entrance of the hotel. It seemed like the name Noah's 5-star hotel was a bit familiar, as if I'd seen the name somewhere. After thinking for a while, that just occurred to me. This isn't the hotel that was mentioned on the future information sheet. It says that Noah's 5-star hotel will hold an auction in which a piece of land called Yalong Bay was sold for $30 million. But then it unearths underneath the raw material Fantasy Star Sea Stone that can be used to make luxury jewelry. If I remember correctly, the value of those Fantasy Star Sea Stones was as high as $4.68 billion. At the time, he said he had to make a note of it and find a chance to cut the parcel off. But after the sudden crisis of the DoubleTree Group, he was so busy that he forgot about it for a while. I didn't expect him to come now. Looks like the $4,680 million is destined to be mine. Chapter 33. The Old Witch Lu Shiyun. Led by the staff, Lin Wan and Lu Ming walked towards the interior of the hotel. On the way, Lu Ming couldn't help but ask, "Wife, the very mysterious and exciting thing you said, it wouldn't be attending the auction, would it?" Lin Wan was a bit surprised, not expecting Lu Ming to also know about the auction held by Noah's hotel. Yeah, auctions can be exciting. Soon, Lu Ming also knew why Lin Wan said it was exciting. After they were seated, the auction soon began. One lot is shown to start the auction. Each and every one of the people attending the auction wasn't said to be rich, but they had a lot of money in their pockets. It's as if money is just an ordinary number in their mouths. Each time, the bidding went up by 1.5 million. On the scramble of these people, the lot invariably fetched a high price. What made Lu Ming feel most speechless was that a large 62.8-carat diamond had fetched a sky-high price of $168 million. This really made Lu Ming doubt the IQ of the person who had photographed the diamond. This diamond thing isn't just an IQ tax. Now even ordinary people know that diamonds are not rare. On the contrary, his production is not low. It's just that the world's largest diamond dealer controls and renders diamonds as something tied to love. Even now there is a technology of artificial diamonds, which are virtually indistinguishable from natural diamonds. Even professionals and instruments can't tell the difference. And that's the one that went for $168 million. What that person was holding in mind, Lu Ming really didn't understand. However, Lu Ming did realize what Lin Wan was referring to as excitement. These rich people, in their eyes, money is just a number now, and they may have spent hundreds of millions or billions of dollars in just a few words. Listening to the amount figures keep increasing can be very psychologically stimulating indeed. "Well, got your eye on anything? I'll shoot it for you if there is," Lin Wan whispered in Lu Ming's ear. Just in time, the stage host introduced the next lot. "What about the next lot?" "It's a plot of land located in Yalong Bay." Lu Ming's eyes immediately lit up. "It's a nice piece of land. He's the one." When Lin Wan heard Lu Ming say he wanted this piece of land, she was a bit puzzled. This piece of land? It doesn't seem to be of much use. Originally, Lin Wan had never thought that what Lu Ming wanted was a piece of land. Although this land is not small, but in fact the actual value is not big at all. The location is remote without any development value. Otherwise it wouldn't have appeared in this auction. If it really had value, it would have been taken away in private. So for a while, Lin Wan didn't know what Lu Ming wanted this piece of land for. In the face of Lin Wan's questioning, Lu Ming did not explain. Instead, she looked at Lin Wan blearily. "I just want it." Seeing how eager Lu Ming looked, Lin Wan also smiled. "Good. Since my husband likes it, I'm going to film it." Although in Lin Wan's opinion, this piece of land had little value and was of little use after it was auctioned. But as long as your own husband likes it, you have to buy it. Buy it and give it to him. By this time, the parcel had also reached $30 million, the auction price indicated by the system. And there were no further bids. After all, being able to this price is already beyond the value of this plot. No one will continue to bid. But this time, Lin Wan stepped in and raised the sign in her hand. The host on stage saw this. $31 million. This lady has bid $31 million. Is there anything higher? If not, the Yalong Bay lot will be auctioned by this lady. One time, the gazes of the people at the auction converged on Lin Wan. As Lin Wan was a celebrity in Seaside City, there were naturally many people who knew him. These people were all very surprised that Lin Wan had offered such a high price for this piece of land. Is there something inside this land that they don't know about? They couldn't help but speculate. One must know that Lin Wan's vision and methods were top-notch. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for one person to bring the Twin Tree Group to where it is today. But it was just a guess, they weren't sure, so they didn't strike out at random. And Lu Ming felt stable in his heart when he saw that Lin Wan had already bid even higher than what was marked in the system. This parcel of land worth $4.68 billion arrived. That's $4.68 billion. That's not a small amount of money. Lu Ming couldn't help but get excited in his heart. But at this point, the host's excited voice suddenly rang out. "Jesus!" Another lady bid $35 million. $4 million added in one go. Is there a higher one? Lu Ming had felt that the land parcel that was 9 out of 10 had been interfered with. This also caused Lu Ming to look at the bidder. Only a middle-aged woman of some age, but covered with heavy makeup, sat there proudly. When he saw Lu Ming and Lin Wan looking over, the eyes were full of provocation. Lu Ming also immediately looked out and asked softly, "Who is that woman who seems to be targeting us on purpose?" Lu Shiyun, chairman of the Shiyun group. After hearing Lin Wan's explanation, Lu Ming instantly understood. So that guy is the chairman of the Shiyun group. No wonder they would deliberately target them and intervene when they were about to take the plots. Lin Wan's Shuangmu group and her Shiyun group were both leading cosmetic companies. As peers, they were originally hostile, and over the years, in order to seize the market, the two sides had gone head-to-head for I don't know how many times. And the two of them hated each other very much. That's why when Lu Shiyun saw that Lin Wan actually made a bid to auction off the land parcel, it was natural to want to cut across and disgust Lin Wan. Lin Wan wasn't convinced either, and immediately raised her hand again. The bid is $36 million. The moderator saw another bid and was just about to call it out. But the next second, Lu Shiyun also made a move to raise her hand, bidding $37 million. Lin Wan continues, bidding $38 million. Lu Shiyun followed up with a bid of $39 million. A few times down the line, as soon as Lin Wan made a bid, Lu Shiyun followed suit. He's obviously here to disgust Lin Wan. Lu Shiyun was grasping Lin Wan's imperative mentality, so no matter how she bid, Lin Wan would follow the price. She just wanted to raise the price and waste Lin Wan's funds for nothing. Lin Wan can't help but want to give up at this time. This bid has already exceeded the value of the land by a lot. If this time to give up, then it is rather Lu Shiyun ate this big loss. Lu Ming obviously saw Lin Wan's thoughts and said softly, "Give it to her," although Lu Ming coveted the valuable fantasy starfish stone underneath. But he actually knew that Lin Wan wanted to give up the competition and let Lu Shiyun move a stone to stone herself and eat this dumb loss. Then you can disgust Lu Shiyun in return. Lin Wan would be able to take a breath. For the sake of his wife being able to kill that old hag back in public with a wave, Lu Ming still let Lin Wan give up the bidding. After that, we might even find a chance to secretly accept the plots of land. But the most important thing at the moment is still watch the old hag Lu Shiyun make a fool of herself. Chapter 34. The Great Injustice Lu Shiyun. Hearing that Lu Ming actively chose to give up the plot of land just to give her an outlet for her, Lin Wan's starry eyes flashed. A different kind of sentiment swirled in the heart. She was truly humbled and moved at the same time. Although she didn't know what Lu Ming wanted this piece of land for, she could tell that Lu Ming truly wanted this piece of land. She had originally said that she would shoot whatever Lu Ming liked. But now this had happened. Screw them and they'll have to give up. Anyone else bid higher than this lady? The host on the stage was still excitedly drumming up bids, but his eyes, the whole time, were on Lin Wan, just waiting for Lin Wan to raise her hand again. So did everyone else in the arena attending the auction, as the land had long since exceeded its value, and no one else would bid on it. It was only because Lin Wan and Lu Shiyun were fighting that they had speculated to this price. Yet the hosts talked and waited, nor could they wait any longer for Lin Wan to make a bid. Lin Wan was still sitting there without a word. It got so bad that the host couldn't drag it out and had to start counting down. As the host counts down, the hammer is about to go down. Lin Wan was still unresponsive. Now Lu Shiyun sat down and waxed. Her face changed drastically. Snap! Congratulations to Ms. Lu for auctioning the Yalong Bay land plot for $39 million. After the moderator hammered away and announced that Lu Shiyun had won the land lot, Lu Ming and Lin Wan deliberately turned their heads to Lu Shiyun behind them, with a teasing look in their eyes, and genuinely applauded and congratulated Lu Shiyun. Seeing this scene, Lu Shiyun's face instantly collapsed. The face was hard to see. Lu Shiyun's back teeth are about to break. Private fists clenched, nails inserted into the palm of the hand do not care about the pain. Although she still had to mention a smile in front of her on the surface, her heart was already aching to the point of dripping blood. She didn't expect Lin Wan to give up bidding at this point. Originally, she only wanted to raise the price a few times to disgust Lin Wan, so that she could take the land only at a higher price and spend more money. But I didn't expect to end up falling into it myself. Enough to pay $39 million for this worthless piece of crap land that was worthless to her, in his opinion. At this point, the applause in the room was rather more like a slap in her face, mocking her for lifting a rock and stoning herself. The gazes of the crowd were directed at her, and Lu Shiyun also felt that those people were looking at themselves with a look of ingratitude. The more Lu Shiyun thought about it, the more angry she became. She had fought with Lin Wan for so long and had never been so humiliated. In a fit of pique, Lu Shiyun directly got up and left the auction site. Lu Ming and Lin Wan had been paying attention to Lu Shiyun, who had been stinking after she had auctioned off the land parcel, and it seemed to them that it was really refreshing. Especially Lin Wan. Seeing her nemesis of so many years suffer such a big loss was a great pleasure inside. The smile on his lips just never came down. And Lu Ming was very happy inside when he saw how happy Lin Wan was. Even though he said that the land plot was not auctioned. It's most important that your own wife is happy. Seeing Lu Shiyun leave the stage in a negative manner, the two returned their attention to the auction. But the next few lots were of little interest to either of them. Just be quiet and watch as an audience. With the last lot finished, the auction was over. Lu Ming and Lin Wan left the Noah's 5-star hotel together. But I didn't expect it. Just after leaving the hotel, he saw Lu Shiyun, who had been waiting at the entrance for a long time. Lu Ming and Lin Wan exchanged glances. Obviously, this Lu Shiyun was here specifically to guard them and didn't know what her intentions were. But the two are not in fear. Walk up. Lu Shiyun also immediately greeted him and was just about to say something. But Lu Ming snatched it up. Mr. Lu is so polite. Could it be that you want to treat us as a couple to dinner? To thank us for letting you have that land? Actually, Mr. Lu doesn't have to be like this. We're not that stupid to pay $39 million for a piece of wasteland. Hearing this, Lin Wan directly couldn't help but laugh out loud. That's an interesting comment from Lu Ming. The yin and yang also mocked Lu Shiyun. It's no wonder she suddenly busted out. She's actually been doing a better job of expression management. The Lu Shiyun in front of her was not so pleasant. Listening to the face was hard to see. She certainly heard the mocking intent that filled Lu Ming's words. If she hadn't been the one involved and had a grudge against the other, a different passerby would have heard it. It would also be nice to think how beautifully Lu Ming speaks and how close he is to her. Thinking that she had spent $39 million for no reason made her furious. $39 million. It's not good to do something, but even knowing that you are literally being a wrong seed this time, she also had to accept the truth, because there was no way she was going to get away with it. You should know that the person behind the auction who can organize this kind of grade is definitely not simple, and the one who has taken the lot and instead regrets not to pay for it will definitely be pursued. And she's a figurehead on the waterfront. How is it possible to do something like skip orders? She'd lose even more face if it got out. So this loss, she can only be eaten. Lu Shiyun was so angry that she almost wanted to make a move, but she held back. She had waited here for so long to strike back at Lin Wan and take a breath. $39 million only. Only a small amount of money. It won't take long to earn it back. Lin Wan, it's not like you don't know how well Luo Wei Group's products sell. Speaking of which, I have to thank you, Lin Wan. I really don't know what you were thinking. How dare you refuse to cooperate with the Lo Group? It's just that the conditions are a bit harsh. It's not a slavery treaty. Looks like you Twinwoods are having too good a time. Even the Lo Group looks down on it. Speaking here, Lu Shiyun suddenly smiled smugly and continued. Our Shiyun Group has already signed a cooperation agreement with the Ro Group, so you can't undo it even if you want to. When we start selling Ro Group's new products, not to mention $39 million, even if we double it tenfold, we'll easily make $390 million. And you, Twin Tree Group, are in deep. Can you find any other alternatives at a moment's notice? I don't think so. By then, consumers will come to our Shiyun Group to buy products, and I'll be laughing at your Twinwood Group's market. Lu Shiyun smiled openly. She had been suppressed for too long. All along, Doubletree Group and Shiyun Group are both competitors in open and secret battles. However, whether it was market share or product quality, Doubletree Group always pressed Shiyun Group. Lu Shiyun dreamed of surpassing the Doublewood Group. But even with all her strength, she never managed to do it. And today, she finally waited for this opportunity. It was surprising that the Lo Group did not continue to work with the Doubletree Group, but instead signed a cooperation agreement with them. Chapter 35. Perfume Samples. That was why she hadn't left and was waiting here for Lin Wan and the others to come out. She was going to show off and taunt Lin Wan. It was as if she had seen the Twinwood Group fall into the abyss. And it's a wonderful situation after her Shiyun Group and Ro Group teamed up and went all the way to the top. Her words had just fallen. He saw Lin Wan and Lu Ming looking at him with a strange look. That look. It's like the same look they had when they congratulated themselves at the auction. It was as if we're looking at a greatly wrong seed. This made Lu Shiyun speechless for a moment. What's the matter? Why are you looking at me like that again? Why did I say? Again? Why don't you say anything? Are you regretting not having anything to say? Lin Wan, you'll see soon. My Shiryun group is about to surpass your Twinwood group. Lin Wan puffed and laughed. I don't know what you're smug about. The Rho group's cooperation was something we refused. In other words, something we didn't want. You see, picking up garbage I don't want. How can you be so condescending? As for what you said about surpassing Twinwood group, why don't you think about why I have the backbone to refuse cooperation with the Rho group? Lin Wan's words came out. Lu Shiryun directly froze. Can't help but think Lin Wan has a point. It was indeed the Rho group that Doublewood group had actively rejected, which was why they, Shiryun group, had the opportunity to take over this cooperation. Isn't that like Lin Wan said? She picked up someone else's trash and was smug about it? No. Lu Shiryun hurriedly shook her head. Shake those thoughts off. Instantly, he raised his voice and used it to support himself. Whatever you say, we'll see. After a while, when we, Xianji, surpass Twinwood group, I'll come back to taunt you properly. After all was said and done, Lu Shiryun then simply turned around and left. The footsteps were sharp and quick. She had waited here for Lu Ming and Lin Wan for so long, with the intention of mocking them and at the same time showing off that Shiryun group had taken the cooperation with Luo Wei group. But I didn't expect it. Instead, they were mocked again. The moment, even she, as a strong woman in the shopping mall, couldn't tense up. Straight up broken defense. Her heart was weak, and that last harsh word that raised her volume was the last of her stubbornness. Lu Shiryun thought as she walked, mentally hating Lin Wan even more. After so many years of hard work, I finally waited for this opportunity. Shuangmu group used to rely on Luo Wei group only to be able to press my Shiryun group. Now the Rho group is on my side. I, Shiryun group, will definitely grab all of Shuangmu group's market share. The more Lu Shiryun thought about it, the more excited she became. And Lu Ming and Lin Wan shook their heads and smiled as they looked at her back as she left. I didn't realize that Rho group had actually cooperated with Shiryun group. The Shiryun group will be in deep trouble, not to mention surpassing Shuangmu, but it will be lucky to survive the quality crisis. Lin Wan, on the other hand, nodded thoughtfully. That's normal, since we, Shuangmu, don't cooperate with it Rho group. They will definitely go to the Shiryun group, which naturally won't refuse, but instead still thinks it's pie in the sky. But this pie in the sky is highly poisonous. Lu Ming picked up the joke. Whatever, she's complacent now. I'm just ready to see how miserable she is later. Lin Wan said with a smile. Lu Ming could tell that Lin Wan was in a good mood. Not only did he trick Lu Shiryun into spending $39 million on a piece of Thailand that had no value whatsoever with a slight trick, and Lu Shiryun specifically waited for them at the door for so long just to show off. Instead, they continued to be mocked by a wave of them. Thinking of Lu Shiryun's face twice, Lin Wan could have laughed. The two have been fighting openly for so many years. It was the first time she had punched Lu Shiryun in the face so painfully, or twice. Looking at how happy Lin Wan was, Lu Ming was also ready to add more fire. Said suddenly, I've got an idea that will disgust her some more. How about it? Lin Wan naturally wouldn't refuse. Hurry up and tell me. Lu Ming nodded and said, that Lu Shiryun holding that piece of land in Yalong Bay isn't much use. You find someone to contact him, figure out a way to buy that land at a low price, and think she'd be willing to step up to the plate to get some of her blood back. When the time comes, I have a way of making him even more disgusted and angry than he is now. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Lin Wan couldn't help but look forward to it. There's actually a way to make Lu Shiryun even more disgusted and angry, so it has to be done. And so, Lin Wan immediately called and contacted someone. Arrange for that person to contact Lu Shiryun and buy back Yalong Bay at a low price. After the arrangement, Lin Wan was also very curious. Honey, what do you have in mind? Could it be that there's something mysterious about this piece of land? Keep it a secret, you'll find out later. Lu Ming didn't reveal it to Lin Wan. Only he knows. There is a fantastic starfish stone worth $4.68 billion buried under Yalong Bay. If it goes smoothly, Yalong Bay will be bought from Lu Shiryun at a low price. When Lu Shiryun learns later that the fantasy starfish stone below sold for so much money, how would she feel? I'm afraid this is going to piss me off straight to the point of vomiting blood. Lu Ming couldn't help but look forward to seeing this scene a little. Just then, Lin Wan's cell phone suddenly rang. It's Old King's phone. Lin Wan hurriedly picked it up. Old Wang's excited voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Lin. Incredible. It's incredible. Perfume samples have been configured, and after testing, it really is the same as what Mr. Lu said. Thousands of people, Thousands of feelings. Is it really 1,000 senses? Lin Wan asked in surprise. Yeah, it really has that effect. I tried it with old Lu, old Zhang, and the others. Everyone smells differently. All of them are their favorite kind of smell. It really matches everyone's sense of smell perfectly. If we do put this perfume on sale, not only is the Twinwoods saved, or even get rich. The old king on the phone was obviously too excited. The voice that spoke became louder and louder the more excited he spoke. Good, since the effect is proven. You immediately advance the process of this perfume product. Audit, production, launch, all synchronized. Pass the product approval as fast as possible for mass production, so that the product can be launched as early as possible. Old Wang didn't dawdle. Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll go make arrangements now, for now. After that, he hung up. And after Lin Wan hung up the phone, she directly jumped into Lu Ming's arms. Hubby, you're awesome. Your perfume recipe is really awesome. You know, as soon as this perfume product hits the market, it's going to explode. This perfume is amazing. Lin Wan's emotions were higher than ever. It's no wonder. The perfume recipe given by Lu Ming was incredible. Her DoubleTree group is bound to hit a peak with this product that is destined to explode. Chapter 36. News from the class group. It is important to realize that product development has always been a sore spot for the Twinwood group. That's why DoubleTree Group has had to rely more on agency partnerships with other companies to earn revenue. And most of the proceeds from the exchange were also invested in product development, but it never took off. This has led to the weakness of the Twinwood group in working with other companies. It is no wonder that the Willow Group changed the cooperation treaty today. Sooner or later, this kind of thing happens when the enemy is strong and we are weak. If Lu Ming hadn't shown up, I'm afraid that the DoubleTree Group will end up choosing to cooperate under the Willow Group step-by-step pressure. But now, with the perfume recipe given by Lu Ming, no longer will the DoubleTree Group have to rely on other companies and sell other companies' products, as it did in the past. Such an amazing perfume is enough to hold up the entire Twinwood group. How could Lin Wan not be excited by this? Lin Wan felt more and more that Lu Ming was her own four-leaf clover. After being with him, one's life was first incredibly happy and joyful. And when it comes to work, Lu Ming not only makes her hit her arch-enemy hard for years, it also saved the Twin Tree Group by saving the day. It even solved the problem of the DoubleTree Group not having any good self-developed products. In fact, it wasn't only Lin Wan who had this thought. Lu Ming thought the same thing. After all, his system was activated by being with Lin Wan. It was also through eating Lin Wan's soft food that he obtained these rewards. These rewards could in turn be used to solve the trouble Lin Wan had encountered. Think of it this way. Lu Ming felt that he and Lin Wan were really destined to be a natural pair. Go home. Lin Wan suddenly and violently took Lu Ming's hand in stride. Lu Ming was suddenly pulled and didn't react. What's the hurry? Lin Wan responded directly. Go home and reward you well. This made Lu Ming couldn't help but be a little curious. What kind of reward? Lu Ming asked this and Lin Wan became a little shy and whispered. I purchased a couple of uniforms online. Hiss. Now Lu Ming was even more anxious to go home than Lin Wan. There wasn't much of an idea, just wanted to help Lin Wan choose a set that fit. That being the case, one must not change them in sets, try them out until they are the best and most satisfactory. This is very eventful, yes, have to go home early. Back home. It was raining, so Lin Wan changed his clothes. Lu Ming, on the other hand, held up his umbrella and walked into that road. There seemed to be an obstacle ahead, but Lu Ming didn't give up and gathered his courage and strength. Keep moving forward, nothing can stop it. It was dark and slippery ahead, but Lu Ming was not affected in the least. There are even legends from afar about the siren's seductive song that would draw sailors in and then sink them for eternity. And so it was. Lu Ming wrestled with this downpour for several hours. Early the next morning, Lu Ming's cell phone suddenly rang. He grabbed his cell phone in a daze and saw that it was already noon. Couldn't help it, went to bed too late last night. Today was a later bedtime. After hurriedly answering the phone, there came Ko Chang's excited voice on the other end of the line. Lu Ming, did you know that wheat futures you bought went straight up today? Do you know what that means? This means that the $50 million you bought yesterday has turned into $108 million. Before Lu Ming could say anything, Ko Chang kept asking himself questions. He was in so much excitement that his voice on the phone was shouting hoarse in his throat. Luckily, Lin Wan was sleeping rather deeply and didn't wake her up. Ko Chong on the other end of the phone was still rambling on. That's a ing $1 billion. You're a ing god. You knew the wheat was going up big time? It's so ing awesome. I'm really impressed. And Suli heard what Ko Chong said. Not really too excited about it. Because he already knew that. It's only 100 million. As stated in the future information sheet. Wheat futures are up a full 28.3% yet. At least another billion or two will be made. Not to mention, he gave up a full $4.68 billion yesterday to make his wife happy. Now $100 million is nothing, cannot provoke him half a wave. Ko Chong on the other end of the phone calmed down slightly, seemingly sensing Lu Ming's calmness. Mind curious. Lu Ming, how come you're not excited at all about making so much money? Lu Ming paused for a moment and uttered the maxim. I'm not interested in money at all. Money is just a number to me. I'd rather be a normal person if I can. The words came out, directly silencing Ko Chong. After a long time, Ko Chong adjusted his mind. With a tone of adoration, he said, Lu Ming, you kid. How long has it been since you graduated? It feels like you're very different from when you were in school again. But anyway, you're a real bully. Can I send the group a screenshot of you making big money in futures? I've been looking at those idiots in the group for a long time. Hear that? Lu Ming froze for a moment and asked suspiciously, What's wrong? Ko Chong was surprised. Don't know anything at all? Just what the group said about you, huh? I don't know. Lu Ming had always rarely paid attention to class groups. Now that I've graduated, I'm even less likely to bother. When Ko Chong said that, he really didn't know what was going on. It's pretty complicated. I don't know how to say it either. You'd better check the records yourself. Anyway, at the time those idiots said those things, it really pissed me off and I couldn't even help but come out and hold it against them. But at the time, I thought it was strange that you hadn't heard anything at all. So you didn't even notice. Since Ko Chong said so, then Lu Ming also planned to go and take a look for himself. So he said goodbye to Ko Chong and hung up. Opened the wiki and found the class group of 99 plus red dots. Keep pulling up. After finding what Ko Chong had said and reading the chat logs from beginning to end, it also became clear what Ko Chong meant. It's nothing really. When everyone graduates, the most important thing to do is naturally to find a job. At first it was nothing, we just talked about our post-graduation status and spouted off about work. But then it evolved somehow. A nice group of classmates becomes a place for some people who got a good job to pretend to be something they're not. It's only been a short time and you're getting the bad vibes of society. And this one, just one guy named Fonzie mentioned himself out of the blue. This guy was close to Lu Kai Lai when he was in college, and things come in small packages. Nor was he a broad-minded fellow. Naturally, his relationship with Lu Ming wasn't that familiar, but he couldn't claim to have a grudge either. Does anyone know where Lu Ming is in his senior position? Lu Ming felt something was wrong when he saw him suddenly posting in the group like this. After all, he didn't know him well and he had absolutely no reason to bring himself up. Sure enough, here, Chapter 37. Before any of the other students could make a sound, Fong then asked himself a question and began to act it out. I think I saw him handing out flyers on the main road last time. It was a hot day, and it hurt me to drive by and see it. The words came out. It immediately sent shock waves through the group. Many people have bubbled up and asked in surprise. How could Lu Ming go and hand out flyers? Yeah. Fong Ziwen, you're looking at it wrong. That's just it. No pictures, no evidence, haha. At first, there was no one at all who believed what Fong Ziwen said. In the crowd's mind, Lu Ming could not be so downtrodden as to go to a job like handing out flyers. But immediately afterward, Fong Ziwen seemed to have prepared for it. A photo was sent out, on which Lu Ming could indeed be clearly seen handing out flyers to one passerby after another under the scorching sun. With conclusive evidence, this is how Lu Ming's fall from grace to handing out flyers was capped by Fong Ziwen. Many people felt sorry for Lu Ming, but others began to gloat and fall on their swords. I'll go, it's really Lu Ming, reduced to handing out flyers. What a shame. It turns out that Lu Ming hasn't been talking in the group because he didn't find a job and had to go hand out flyers. So he was too embarrassed to show up. At least we graduated from a major university. How did Lu Ming end up here? Ha 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 ha, laughed to death. In the past, the school tutor most valued Lu Ming. I did not expect him to mix into this. At Fong Ziwen, where did you see Lu Ming? Next time I pass by, also pay attention. Maybe schoolboys are more efficient at handing out flyers than normal people. So for the sake of the handsome guy, pick it up. Ha 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 ha. Lu Ming looked at it. The people who were shady with themselves were almost all those who were closer to Lu Kailai Fangziwen's hanging. Seeing themselves so down and out, these people of course cannot help but jump out and sneer. But there are still some people who help themselves, such as including Ko Chong and a few students who have a better relationship. So these two groups of people just bickered in the group. Lu Ming kept scrolling down, looking at the chat logs below, and his brow furrowed. Himself and they actually do not have any deep grudges. I did not expect Fang Ziwen to take a photo on the road and then began to submerge and make waves. In fact, Lu Ming was just casually helping the family with a hair. I didn't expect that just for a moment. I would just happen to bump into Fang Ziwen and have his picture taken. Just then, a new message suddenly appeared in the class group. It was Ko Chong who dumped a couple pictures on the group. There's a screenshot of the transfer record of Lu Ming transferring $50 million to him. There are screenshots of the chat logs of Lu Ming communicating with him about the content of his futures. There are screenshots of his record futures purchases and his gains after the big futures rally. After the picture was dumped up, Ko Chong also made it a point to the same people who had been shady in the group earlier. Come out and take a look. Yesterday Lu Ming made a move to transfer $50 million to buy futures for me. It's up to over $100 million now. The screenshots are all here, can't be faked, right? Those of you who mocked Lu Ming before, how much savings do you have? I wonder if there's a fraction of Lu Ming's account. Obviously, last time, Ko Chong was really pissed off by those Yin and Yang guys in the group. This time it was fully prepared and bound to be a good punch in the face for those people. And those people didn't even dare to respond when they saw the screenshot Ko Chong posted. No matter how many times Ko Chonga them, they pretended not to see. How can you show up with a swollen face this time? And those classmates who had previously been on good terms with Lu Ming and had helped him out started to show up in droves. Crap. More than 100 million. God of Lu is bullish. Lu Ming is hiding too deep. It was $50 million right out of the gate. And it's even gone up to over $100 million. Big brother take me I recently loss of numbness, sleep have nightmares. I envy you guys still have free money to speculate on futures. My job's pay is pitifully low I can't afford to eat. It wasn't long before a few of Lu Ming's roommates saw the message from the group as well, especially after the screenshot Ko Chong sent out. Everyone was just like Ko Chong, madly up those people of Fang Ziwen, bound to take out a mouthful of bad anger. Yesterday, they were also holding a lot of fire when they spoke for Lu Ming. A Fang Ziwen, your family can make $50 million by handing out flyers Are you good at it you? Don't be quiet. Have the balls to never talk in this group. One by one. They're all temporarily blinded ha ha ha. That's probably because their faces are swollen and they've injured the nerves in their eyes. I wonder how much you guys get paid a month? Do not eat or drink for hundreds of years to get $100 million, right? I bet they're peeping at the screen right now but just don't have the face to talk. It's just gripping you, you're still too scared to show up. It's a great feeling at Fang Ziwen. With Lu Ming's roommate's firepower focused on him, Fang Ziwen couldn't hold back any longer. Jumped out and sent a message. Laughing my ass off. I just got done and I'm just now seeing it. You guys think I'm going to believe you just because you post a few screenshots? The futures are profitable. But is this money Lu Ming's? Not really. There's plenty of places to maneuver. I have to say, Fanzi is still looking for a tricky angle. Those who were with him saw Fang Ziwen appear and gave them a direction at the same time. That's when they also jumped out in droves. Fang Ziwen has a point. Who knows what's inside? And the money doesn't necessarily belong to Lu Ming. I don't know if this $50 million is someone else's, but I'm just borrowing Lu Ming's account to operate. Yes, so Lu Ming used to pretend, right? After pretending the money is not still have to return to others, what to be proud of it. I guess Ko Chong specially found to help Lu Ming to act, so he can have access to these. I have to say, Ko Chong really suffered to help Lu Ming to wash the ground. Those people in Fang Ziwen began to Yin and Yang again. This made the supporters of Lu Ming unable to resist arguing with them once again. These people do not think, even if someone wants to buy futures, how can put not through their own account operation have to use Lu Ming's account it. And even if Ko Chong has the resources in this area, it is impossible to operate such a large amount of money as you wish, and you can put him in Lu Ming's account if you want to. Probably this has been the only point they could explain to themselves, to comfort themselves. So these people are grasping this point and biting like wild dogs, and outputting frantically around this point. Once again, a heated argument broke out in the class group. Because this time Ko Chong and the others had evidence to refute, This argument was even more violent than the last one. Finally, Lu Ming couldn't look away. Directly personally appeared in the group of Fong Ziwen at Fong Ziwen. You said before that you work in a financial branch of the Red Rock Group, right? Chapter 38. Lu Ming is the major shareholder of Red Rock Group. Seeing Lu Ming finally appear in person, he also talked about his proudest point. Fong Ziwen now had no pain in his waist, no pain in his legs, and he could talk for half a day without stopping. Operating the cell phone was an immediate reply. Yes, this classmates know it well. After all, this job of mine is one of the best jobs we got after graduation among our classmates. I'm just at the big-name Red Rock Group, the financial company that owns it as a little manager only. It's only a small $30,000 a month job, and you can get $50,000 or $60,000 on a good day. Literally, Fonzie does have pride of place. Although they are graduates of prestigious schools, they have just entered the job market, and they usually have a starting salary level of $5,000 to $6,000 or $8,000 to $10,000 for the higher ones. But not only did Fong Ziwen earn tens of thousands of dollars a month, but he became a manager and had a position. Perhaps Fong Ziwen was overly eager to express himself, and he began to reveal his background, trying to get people to defect to him even more. Some of the people who want to hug his leg will be on his side when the time comes. Only Fong Ziwen continued. Hey, I was actually more interested in starting a business to prove myself, but my dad, as a stockholder in Red Rock Financial, had to drag me into the company. Then I thought about the Red Rock Group's company is not bad. Later to take over my father's class, take over those shares of his, can also be a dividend of $1 or $2 million a year. The words came out. Many of the students were shocked. Although he knew that Fong Ziwen must have some background within the company if he was able to enter the Red Rock Group's company as a manager. But didn't realize his dad was actually a shareholder? And you get $10 or $20 million a year in share dividends. That's literally tens of millions of dollars a year, instead of Lu Ming's money that he doesn't know the source of, and may lose blood inside the futures market at any time. Strictly speaking, it is the shares of companies under the Red Rock Group that can be passed down from generation to generation to ensure the livelihood of future generations. The winds in the group changed a bit instantly. Just as Fong Ziwen thought, there began to be some people who were otherwise unconcerned or wallflowers who began to hug his thighs. Thinking of making a good relationship with Fong Ziwen, see if you can get them into the company as well. After all, there is a shareholder father, it is possible to do. As for Lu Ming's money, it didn't matter to them if it was Lu Ming or not, because Lu Ming couldn't possibly give them the money either. I'll go. Brother Fong, you turned out to be a rich second generation. Disrespectful, 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 disrespectful. My brother Fong is so awesome. Having this kind of background and still keeping such a low profile. The shares of the financial company under the Red Rock Group, that's not something an ordinary person can own. Once you have it, that's really something. Yeah. Isn't this more reliable than Lu Ming's money that came from nowhere? Can this be compared? So what if it's $50 million? Brother Fong will earn it in 2 or 3 years of dividends. Brother Fong, give little old me a lift when you have the chance. Brother Fong, is the company still short of people? I'll go to your company and run errands for you. For a while, the group was flooded with licking Fong Ziwen's words. The person who spoke for Lu Ming was instantly silenced. Fong Ziwen one by one looked at those who touted him. Beautifully looking is being licked comfortably. Then he saw the message sent by Lu Ming. See only. Your dad will soon no longer be a shareholder in Red Rock Financial, and you're about to lose your job. Fong Ziwen laughed Kai the moment he saw this message and immediately replied. Ha 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 ha. Lu Ming, are you being funny? Now it's all gibberish. The newly accepted lapdog immediately chimed in as well. I think Lu Ming is crazy. Does he know what he is saying? Fong is too good. Lu Ming, he's just jealous. Laughing to death. Lu Ming also has today, but not for long. Thud. The crowd once again received a message from Lu Ming, but this time it was a few pictures. It appears to be a document full of small print. When the crowd clicked on the picture to see it, it was discovered that this was actually a photo of the Red Rock Group's equity purchase agreement, and still 2 equity employment agreements. One share acquired 48% of the shares of Red Rock Group and 0. acquired 22% of the shares of Red Rock Group. That adds up to owning 70% of the Red Rock Group. This meant that Lu Ming was the largest shareholder of the Red Rock Group, a $100 billion group. This time, Lu Ming sent another message. Any comments? The entire class chat group went straight quiet for a minute or two. There were no speakers. Everyone was looking carefully at the photo of the Red Rock Group's equity acquisition agreement sent by Lu Ming. But after that stage, the group exploded straight away like oil that had been doused with water. Crap! I'm going! Nima adds up to a full 70% of Red Rock Group. Really?
I'm convinced.
It's real. Our corporate legal happened to be around and I showed it to him and he confirmed that it wasn't a forgery. In that case, Lu Ming is really the major shareholder of Red Rock Group. OMG. So the 100 billionaire was by my side the whole time? Yes, Lu Ming is not only handsome and a good student, but he's also so damn rich. How does this let ordinary people like us live? Simply away from a big poo. How rich is Lu Ming in the end? Actually able to buy 70% of Red Rock Group's shares. And it's not just about having money alone. After all, they were all high achievers and some of the students saw the point at once. You should know that the Red Rock Group is a listed group with a market capitalization of hundreds of billions of dollars. The company is superbly involved in a wide range of advanced industries, including finance, real estate, trading, technology, and medicine. However, it also occupies a large market in the traditional livelihood industry of clothing, food, housing, and transportation. That's why the crowd was so envious at the beginning when Fang Ziwen said that his father was a shareholder of Red Rock Financial Corporation. Because Red Rock Group is really just a huge monster. Not only is the amount of share dividends amazing, it's almost impossible to go bankrupt and close down. Unless the world ends, the Fang family, which holds the shares, is the hen that lays the golden eggs. As long as you don't start a business, you won't have to worry about spending it for generations. And more importantly, Red Rock Group, as a huge listed company, his share structure is extremely decentralized. Some are in the hands of investment institutions, some are in the hands of private shareholders, and some are circulating in the stock market. Many shareholders even have only a fraction of a percent stake. The previous largest shareholder only had almost 18% of the shares. These are public materials that they know from their business classes at school that their instructors find for their classroom work. It is the Red Rock Group whose shares are so diversified and whose share price is so high. It had actually been acquired by Lu Ming alone for a whole 70% of the shares. Chapter 39. Another rebellious son of a father. How could they not be shocked by this? Fuck. Brother. From now on you're my brother Lu. It's useless for anyone to come. What brother Lu? Should just call Papa Lu. Papa Lu is embarrassed. I misunderstood you before. I really didn't mean it. Son, I am willing to be punished. With Lu Ming's 70% stake, that annual dividend that has to be as high as more than $30 billion. Now I finally understand why Lu Ming can take out $50 million to speculate on futures. That's just a fraction to play around with. Terrifying as hell. For a while, all the fairies, gods, Buddhas, and ghosts, demons and monsters appeared in the group. It didn't matter if they were previously friendly with Lu Ming, neutral spectators, or even hostile. All of them bubbled up to Lu Ming to express the adoration that flowed like the waters of the Yangtze River. It didn't take long. One man suddenly thought of something. Lu Ming was the major shareholder of the Red Rock Group's headquarters, while Fang Ziwen and his dad were just of its financial subsidiaries.
那陆明不就是他们的顶顶顶到头的顶头上司？
The words came out. The crowd recalled Lu Ming's sentence just now. Your dad will soon no longer be a shareholder in Red Rock Financial, and you're about to lose your job. Only now did they truly know that Lu Ming was not talking nonsense. He really does have the right to drive Fang Ziwen's father and son out of the Red Rock Group. Crap. It's the reasoning. Then Fang Ziwen will be cold. Lu Ming has said that he will drive them out of Red Rock Group. The chicken with the golden egg is going to fly. Who told Fang Ziwen to keep denigrating his own top boss? Who else could stand it? At Fansman, what do you think? Say something. At this very moment, Fang Ziwen in front of the cell phone screen was completely dumbfounded. The picture of Red Rock Group's equity acquisition agreement sent by Lu Ming exploded in his mind like a nuclear bomb, setting off a wave of shock. Straight away, he lost the ability to think. A few minutes later, it took Fang Ziwen a moment to come back to his senses and exclaim, "How can it be? I don't believe it. These equity acquisition agreement letters might be fake." Lu Ming could never be the major shareholder of Red Rock Group. Although his mouth said he didn't believe it, Fang Ziwen's body was still very honest and ran to his old man's office. The door didn't even knock, so he barged in with all guns blazing. "Dad! It made Fang Guowei, who was sitting in his office, startled. How many times have I told you? Knock before entering. Call me Mr. Fang in the company. Don't panic about things. When will you change your nature? In normal times, Fang Ziwen would bow his head and humbly accept Fang Guowei's teachings. But he was completely oblivious right now. Asked directly, Dad, our head office, who is the major shareholder of Red Rock Group now? Fang Guowei looked at his son's strange behavior and felt a hint of something wrong. Sitting up straight, he looked straight at Fang Ziwen and said, Lu Ming. The words came out. Fang Ziwen was directly frightened and took a few steps backward, wobbling and falling to the ground. What happened? Fang Guowei violently stood up from his chair, his face very grave. Walked up to Fang Ziwen. Fang Ziwen squeaked, not daring to say anything. Fang Guowei seemed to associate it with something bad, grabbing Fang Ziwen's collar and shouting angrily, What the hell is going on? Why don't you just ing say it? Did you mess with someone? Don't blame me for doing it if you don't tell me. Fang Guowei raised his right hand, just ready to slap Fang Ziwen. Fang Ziwen hastily shot out to fend it off as he said, I said. Immediately after, Fang Ziwen began to squeak and tell Fang Guowei all about the recent events in the classmate group. Bring the cell phone. Fang Guowei immediately took Fang Ziwen's cell phone and found the equity subscription issued by Lu Ming in the class group. Looking at the picture with the two big words in Dragon's Flight, Lu Ming, I felt a little dizzy. The name of the classmate his son offended was Lu Ming, the new major shareholder of his own headquarters. How he didn't expect it. He himself was only a mere shareholder of a company under the Red Rock Group, but his son went so far as to attack the major shareholder of the Red Rock head office on the internet. It's not even a relationship, although he himself is a shareholder of the financial branch of the Red Rock Group outside, with an income of $10 to $20 million a year. He is already very much envied and respected by others. But he still knew exactly what he had. He was nothing in the Red Rock Group, let alone compared to the major shareholders. It's a complete contrast. He's not even qualified to see the major shareholders. But the son of his own family, the more Fang Guowei thought about it, the more afraid he became and the more angry he became, especially seeing the one in the group. Your dad will soon no longer be a shareholder in Red Rock Financial, and you're about to lose your job. Fang Guowei was even more furious. The foundation that I have worked so hard for my whole life is going to be destroyed by this rebellious son. He was well aware that Lu Ming, as the major shareholder of the headquarters, had the power and the means to clear himself out of the company. At most, a compensation payment will be made, which is still a relatively objective outcome. If the heart is hard, this kind of big shot will make them disappear from the world in minutes. Fang Guowei's anger could no longer be held back and erupted like a volcanic eruption. A punch and kick was thrown at Fonzie Man on the ground. You rebellious son. I'd really like to stuff you back. Could have screwed your old man over. I had a hard time laying a foundation, but not to your second generation it will be gone. You stupid, you don't do your job all day long. Now we're in trouble with a big shot like this. We may be finished in minutes. After Fang Guowei beat his son, he hurriedly picked up his cell phone, sent a voice message to the group. And at this point in the class group, many people immediately saw the voice message that Fang Guowei sent out with Fang Ziwen's cell phone, and it still looks like a long stretch, so there were curious clicks. Immediately afterward, they heard, Mr. Lu, greetings. I'm Fang Ziwen's father, Fang Guowei. I'm sorry, I didn't teach this rebellious son well enough to do such a thing. I've just thrashed him hard. I hope Mr. Lu can give us a chance to apologize for our sins, and I will bring this rebellious son to apologize to you in person. I'll pack him to admit to the beating and punishment, and he will definitely not dare to have a trace of resistance. Let's give you a good outlet. The crowd all froze as the voice was heard. But the next second, another picture sent from Fonzie's side. But the protagonist of the picture is none other than Fang Ziwen himself. Only to see Fang Ziwen, he was lying on the ground, his black suit covered in shoe prints, his carefully groomed hairstyle messed up into a bird's nest. His face was even more bruised and swollen, and he had a nosebleed. Looks disastrous. Chapter 40. Smells good. It was a double mind blow to those in the group. The voice was obviously Fang Ziwen's father, a shareholder of Red Rock Financial Group, but what made them rift was the humble, low tone of Fang Guowei in the voice. Let them all listen to a kind of Fang Guowei in front of Lu Ming bowed and lowered his head, picture vestigial feeling. In fact, they had been classmates with Lu Ming for so many years before this, and their impression of Lu Ming was still as good as before. Even if they knew that Lu Ming was the major shareholder of the Red Rock Group, they couldn't feel what that status represented. But now they can sort of visualize it. A high and mighty shareholder of the company in their eyes, to stoop so low as to apologize to Lu Ming. He even beat his own son, Fang Ziwen, to death for it. This was the first time they felt Lu Ming's power. Even Fang Ziwen's father came out to apologize. And that's where the farce dissipated. The people in the back group were either touting Lu Ming or cursing up Fang Ziwen and the others. Lu Ming didn't even bother to look. Straight out of the chat group window. As for Fang Ziwen's dad's comment about apologizing to his face, Lu Ming didn't give much of a response either. Maybe Fang Ziwen would get another brutal beating from his old man for this. Lu Ming realized that his message list had many more new chat messages and requests to add friends' messages. Fruity. It's all messages from college friends. Lu Ming casually clicked on the messages of a few female classmates. Lu Ming, you're so handsome today. It's such a surprise to me. It's more reserved, taking the initiative to come to the door and throw out the conversation, in the guise of a quaffle monster, so that the guy can hear it and float away. Lu Ming, long time no see. Are you free to come out for a drink tonight? It's kinda active and makes you look forward to the drunken entertainment. Brother Lu Ming, the weather has been so hot lately. I've bought a few new pajamas, so help me pick them out. This was posted directly, accompanied by several photos of cool Lulu from different angles. And there are quite a few of these. After holding a critical attitude, Lu Ming looked at all the photos. Just delete the women. It's that relentless. White whore photos look and run. However, in Lu Ming's opinion, he really couldn't look at these former female classmates. If he really looked at it, he would have made a move in college. And it's bound to come in handy. Not to mention, now that he had such a beautiful wife as Lin Wan who was so beautiful, he has also become more discerning than ever before. After deleting those women, Lu Ming turned his attention back to the system in his head. At the time he was woken up by the phone. A system beep came from his head then, but he was too busy on the phone with Ko Chong to pay attention. I've only come to look at it more closely now that I've had some time to spare. Ding! Daily asset increase reward has arrived. Cell phone texting. Your account 7688 transferred $62,060,423 on September 10th at 12:23 p.m. Account balance $66 0272 689.00. Asleep. Over $60 million came in from the white whoring system. Lu Ming's soft income assets have now exceeded $300 million, and after a 20% increase, he now receives more than $60 million from the system every day when he wakes up. Originally, there wasn't much money left in the bank card after it was transferred to Ko Chong to buy wheat futures, and now it's skyrocketed to over $66 million. However, Lu Ming didn't want to put this money in the bank card just like that. Since wheat futures are bound to go up again, he could well put that money back into wheat futures. So Lu Ming found Ko Chong's prestige. Tapping in, Ko Chong had already sent him a couple messages. It's so cool. Those guys don't dare to talk anymore. Crap, those guys can even target that. It's so doggy. Lu Ming Tycoon. Adopt me. Apparently it was sent to Lu Ming at different stages of the group chat just now, but Lu Ming didn't see it. However, Lu Ming also skipped over that and sent it directly. I'll transfer another $60 million into the futures account, so take it from me and keep buying wheat futures. Then added, I think wheat futures are going to go up for a while longer next, and you can take a couple of them for a profit too. Lu Ming was naturally talking about a few roommates who were on better terms with him. He's been backing him up since the beginning when Fonzie smeared him and he didn't show up. So it's not out of the question to have the ability and just the right path to give them a hand. Immediately, Lu Ming received a reply from Ko Chong. Harm. I can kind of regret that I didn't buy it when you told me to yesterday. I'm going to say whatever it takes to keep up today. Thank you, big brother Lu, for taking us to make money. I'll take care of this. Lu Ming laughed and stopped after making some more small talk with Ko Chong. $60 million from the bank card was then transferred into the futures account. Just turn off the phone. But on closing, the phone's desktop lit up a bit. Lu Ming suddenly saw that today was September 10th. Instant wide-eyed panic. Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Lu Ming remembers as if Lin Ruyan would go home to visit during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Get to know him, his dad who isn't much older. Just thinking about this made Lu Ming panic a bit. After all, he had almost become boyfriend and girlfriend with Lin Ruyan before. And now it turns out to be her dad who got married with her mom. It's conceivable. When Lin Ruyan returns, she finds that her former boyfriend-to-be has become a father. That mindset really has to just explode. Though I've never seen Lin Ruyan angry. But Lu Ming felt that he should not be able to afford it. In his heart, he couldn't help but raise the idea of slipping away, hiding for a while in mid-autumn, and then coming back when Lin Ruyan was gone. Just as Lu Ming was still doing a complicated mental struggle. Thames. Lin Wan beside him woke up somewhat. Then the first thing he did was hug Lu Ming, who was sitting on the bed. Morning carrot hubby. At this moment, Lin Wan was like a lazy cat that was so cute that it exploded. Lu Ming couldn't help but scrape Lin Wan's cheeks. Woke up from sleep. Hungry. But Lin Wan buried her head in Lu Ming's embrace and inhaled hard, her delicate agaric nose moving along. Hee. Full now. Seeing this, Lu Ming gently patted Lin Wan's head and laughed. This is full Suck of what suck my yang chi? You female demon. Ha yeah. I'm a leprechaun. Leprechaun come to life. Lin Wan was amused by Lu Ming and began to flail about on the bed. And was it good? Yeah, it smells good. Lin Wan nodded several times in a row, then added a sentence. Hubby's body smells so good. I love it, said Lin Wan in order to prove herself. Pressed against Lu Ming again and inhaled vigorously for a few moments. That intoxicated look is Demented X. Chapter 41. Digging for treasure. And the way Lin Wan was enjoying herself so much was not an act. She really felt that way. I don't know when. Lin Wan then felt that Lu Ming had a very nice aroma on him. Even Lu Ming's clothes or the things he touched on a daily basis would carry this fragrance. Even from a distance of 2 or 3 meters, she could smell the aroma of Lu Ming's body. The scent often left her smelling like she couldn't get enough of it. It was as if she was a kitten on catnip. This made her even more fascinated with Lu Ming. Really not getting up for dinner? Lu Ming asked gently as he helped Lin Wan ruffle her pressed hair. No, let's lie down a little longer. Lin Wan pulled Lu Ming's next door and gestured for him to lie down together. Seeing this, Lu Ming had no choice but to go back under the covers again. The two of them just snuggled together. Sometimes they play tricks on each other. Sometimes they are quiet and dumb. Happiness is so simple. After I don't know how long, a system beep suddenly sounded in Lu Ming's head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Yalong Bay land parcel through eating soft rice. Assets gained from soft rice plus 20 million.00 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host on his level increase. Current level LV3 daily increased to 30%. Rewarded with God-level hacking skills and a top bodyguard team. At the same time, Lu Ming's mind was immediately flooded with a large amount of information on hacking techniques. This information was quickly comprehended and digested by Lu Ming, melting through. It didn't take long. Lu Ming then became the strongest hacker in the world. Anywhere in the cyber world he wanted, he could enter. In the online world, he is an absolute god. Immediately afterward, another small amount of memories flooded into Lu Ming's mind. It's the information and contact details of the bodyguard team. Xuanwu Legion. It was the name of this system-rewarded team of top bodyguards. Every member of this bodyguard team is a top fighter. Each of them is skilled and battle-hardened, possessing the strength to fight 1 against 100. It's the Xuanwu bodyguard team made up of such powerful fighters who, with the help of the system, are 100% absolutely loyal to themselves. With this team of bodyguards, from now on he wouldn't have to worry about himself or his family around him getting hurt. It's simply a guarantee of absolute safety. To know. Now as he has become more and more valuable, he has also started to reveal it and has even made enemies with some people. Who knows if there will be any danger in this? And so, Lu Ming immediately picked up his cell phone, entered the captain of the Xuanwu bodyguard team from memory, and instructed him to immediately send someone to protect his parents in the dark for an extended period of time. At the same time, also sent some of them to protect themselves and Lin Wan. After the incident, Lu Ming also breathed a huge sigh of relief. Finally, those worries are eliminated. And, past the system prompt, Lu Ming already knew that the plot of land in Yalong Bay was already in his name. That meant that the people Lin Wan had secretly sent had successfully acquired the Yalong Bay land parcel from Lu Shiyun at a low price. It only cost $20 million. This made Lu Shiyun lose $19 million directly in one hand, and there was a heavenly bad news waiting for her next. This way Lu Ming didn't lose out at all. When Lin Wan was at the auction, she bid $30 million and would have taken it down if it wasn't for Lu Shiyun stepping in. Now it only cost $20 million, directly saving $10 million and also being able to piss off Lu Shiyun twice in the process. But at this time, Lu Shiyun should be having fun. In her mind, it was a bit of a loss, but it was good to turn out and bleed back. When he himself dug out the Fantasy Star Ocean stone underneath Yalong Bay, he didn't know if she would be angry and spit out blood. Lu Ming was thinking about it. Lin Wan then happened to mention Lu Shiyun as well. This Lu Shiyun deceives people too much. What's up? At this time, Lin Wan was holding her cell phone and brushing her scarf when she saw the news that Shiyun Group had announced that it had reached a cooperation with Roe Group and that the new product would go on sale today. And Shiyun Group also secretly disliked Twinwood Group underneath the comments of the bib posted. The implication is nothing more than mockery of the fact that the Doubletree Group will fall out of favor in the future, and so on. Lin Wan elaborated all that she saw with Lu Ming. Lu Ming laughed out loud after hearing this. She's in a hurry to find death. This suffered consumer lawsuits, facing major compensation, loss of consumer trust, and the market-serious consequences. Shiyun Group just cannot wait to take over from the hands of Shuangmu Group. And Yu Hyun accelerates the process of this evil on her own. It's not like he's in a hurry to get killed. Lu Ming stroked Lin Wan's hair and said, "Just wait and watch the show. Now the Shiyun Group will be seriously injured if not killed. And you'll know I'm right. And you heard what old Wang said about the perfume from the Doubletree Group. As long as our process is complete and it goes on sale, it will surely be loved by consumers, and then the Doublewood Group will surely be able to go further." After hearing Lu Ming's words, Lin Wan nodded. "Aha! I'll listen to you, husband." Bell. Just then, Lin Wan's cell phone rang. The call was answered. A hint of joy also appeared on Lin Wan's face. After hanging up the phone, Lin Wan couldn't wait to tell Lu Ming the good news. "Honey, I'm telling you, the land in Yalong Bay, my men have already taken it from Lu Shiyun. It only cost $20 million. Lin Wan smiled happily. After all, this price was a saving of $10 million compared to the auction where it was taken. Of course, more importantly, this land is the land that Lu Ming wants. Before, Lu Ming had to give up in order to support himself. But one is finally giving one's husband back what he wants. Although Lu Ming had known it for a long time. But seeing Lin Wan so happy, he was also heartily happy. "Get up." Lu Ming pulled Lin Wan and said, "Don't. People don't want to get up." Lin Wan still wanted to stay in bed. She felt that staying in bed with Lu Ming was a very happy thing. "It's time to reveal the secret. Don't you want to know?" Hearing this, Lin Wan's eyes lit up. Immediately, he sprang out of bed. I want. Honey, you say it." Lu Ming said mysteriously. "You'll know if you go somewhere with me. Get up." Now Lin Wan had no choice but to be obedient. The two of them simply washed up and got a little something to eat before setting off from the house. An hour later, the two arrived at Yalong Bay. When they arrived, a team of diggers was already waiting for them in Yalong Bay. This is the engineering team of the Red Rock Group's real estate company that Lu Ming transferred. "Honey, what are we doing here? It's not to dig for treasure, is it?" Lin Wan took Lu Ming's hand and looked at the desolate surroundings, full of excitement. Hear that? Lu Ming also had a burst of excitement rising in his heart. Jung said with a nod, "That's right. We're here to dig for treasure." Chapter 42. The Stars and the Sea. Upon hearing this, Lin Wan's eyes instantly widened. There really is a treasure to dig. Huh? Originally, she just saw the waiting engineering team, so she casually mentioned it. I didn't expect Lu Ming to really say he was here to dig for treasure. But what kind of treasure could there be to dig up in these poor mountains? But looking at Lu Ming, he didn't look like he was joking. Did my husband already know that there is a treasure buried underneath this Yalong Bay? Next, Lin Wan obediently followed Lu Ming around. Finally, Lu Ming came to an inconspicuous corner. "This should be it," Lu Ming said in his heart. After wandering around for half a day, he could basically confirm that this was the location that the future information sheet said had the Fantasy Star Sea Stone. Lu Ming said nothing, greeting up the members of the engineering team behind him. "This is it. Bring the machines and the men and dig." The engineering team that received the order did not dare to delay and hastened to start work. Before coming here, his own boss could have ordered that he would follow the command unconditionally. The big shot who called them this time is one that the old boss can't afford to mess with, no matter what people say or do. "When you come back, you'll all be rewarded and your pay will be doubled." With the double motivation, they naturally have a very positive attitude. Taking the engineering team, he excavated to the place Lu Ming said. The brothers of the engineering team worked feverishly. The target site is slowly beginning to be lifted off the ground. It was too dusty, so Lu Ming withdrew to the car with Lin Wan and waited. In the blink of an eye, an hour and a half passed. The place originally marked by Lu Ming had turned into a deep pit. Yang! The excavator maneuvered by the engineering brothers felt the bucket hit something stiff. Hurriedly got out of the car to have a look, and then exclaimed, "Heads, I think I've dug it. I think I've got it." The big brother of the band, Lao Lu, immediately ran toward him upon hearing this. The other brothers from the engineering team rallied around. "That should be it, you guys wait. I'll go and report to Mr. Lu." After saying that, old Lu hurriedly ran towards the place where Lu Ming had parked his car. This is what Lu Ming instructed Captain Lao Lu before he walked away. "Notify him as soon as you dig up something that looks like or..." Phew! Old Lu, who ran over with all his might, was panting with exhaustion. When he reached Lu Ming's car, he stopped and adjusted his breathing before knocking on Lu Ming's window. "Mr. Lu, we've dug something up." Lu Ming heard it at once. Get out of the car in a hurry. Since he had dug up something, it should be the Fantasy Star Sea Stone without fail. So he led Lin Wan towards the deep pit. Old Lu was close behind. "Get to the deep pit. Wan Air, wait for me up there. I'll go down to take a look and be right back." Lu Ming spoke to Lin Wan and told him to stay up there and wait for himself. After all, this big pit was also quite deep, as much as 5 or 6 meters deep. Lin Wan is not very convenient to come down in case Give got injured. "Good. I'll wait for you up there." Lin Wan was also very understanding. Immediately, Lu Ming then took a long leap and jumped from the flat ground to the deep pit. Walked to where the ore was found, picking up one of the pieces that had been broken off by the excavator's bucket. He studied it carefully. He'd done his homework online a long time ago. It's still roughly possible to determine if it's a Fantasy Star Sea Stone or not. After some research, Lu Ming was certain that the ore in front of him was the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone described on the future information sheet. He's not looking in the wrong place. Originally, he thought it would take a lot of work. "I didn't expect to find it so soon." Lu Ming then instructed old Lu of the engineering team. "This is it. Dig up all this stuff." Without saying a word, Lao Lu greeted his brothers in the engineering team and brought their tools. In unison, they went down to the pit and started digging. Lu Ming, on the other hand, returned to the flat ground with the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone from earlier. "Honey, is this gray thing the treasure you were talking about?" Lu Ming didn't sell out this time. Holding up the stone in his hand, he said, "Yes, it's this itsy-bitsy thing. You don't want to underestimate this thing." Lin Wan looked left and right at the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone, but she just couldn't see the slightest clue. "What is this stone? I can't see anything special about it anyhow." Lu Ming looked at Lin Wan's silly appearance and burst out in joy. Lin Wan became anxious on the spot. Not only did my husband not explain himself quickly, he laughed at himself. Immediately pulling Lu Ming's hand, left shaking, right shaking, pampered. "Bad husband, even if you don't tell me, you still laugh at me. I'll bite and wash you," he said and demonstratively showed a few teeth. Lu Ming immediately played along. "Yikes, yikes, yikes, yikes." The two instantly burst into laughter. "All right, I'll tell you about it." After fooling around for a while, Lu Ming also started to explain for Lin Wan. "This stone may look unimpressive on the outside, but it's very fascinating on the inside. Especially you women. A lot of them are crazy obsessed with it. It's called the Fantasy Star Sea Stone. There is only one Fantasy Star Sea Stone excavated in the world, and we are the only one here. That's why it has very little existing volume in the world." Lin Wan felt that the name was very familiar when she heard about the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone. It seemed like I'd heard it somewhere, but I couldn't remember for a moment. Lu Ming continued to explain, "After the research of the scientific staff, the Fantasy Star Sea Stone doesn't have any special value. But, because of the properties of the Dream Star Ocean Stone, which is even rarer than diamonds, and the fact that underneath its unassuming appearance lies a stunning beauty that people can't forget after just one look, Fantasy Star Sea Stone has become the material used to make countless pieces of luxury jewelry. That's why it's gone way up in price." Hear this. Lin Wan then remembered. Being a woman, it was only natural that she had heard of things tied to luxury and jewelry. But she, being the career woman that she is, doesn't pay much attention to that. That's why it didn't come to mind for a while. But she remembers going to an auction 2 years ago. There was a one-bag set with Fantasy Star Sea Shatter at the auction at the time. Enough to sell for a whopping $10 million. Mind you, that bag itself is estimated to be worth a couple $100,000 at most. But after inlaying a little bit of Fantasy Star Sea Shatter, it was more than 10 times as much. That's the bonus that comes with the Fantasy Star Sea Stone. She'd seen that bag then, too, after it had been adorned with the Fantasy Star Sea Stone. It does dazzle a lot more and looks much better than a diamond. It's no wonder that Fantasy Star Sea Stone is now being touted as a more precious, beautiful material than diamonds. Lu Ming finished explaining to Lin Wan. Taking the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone in his hand, he rubbed it on the ground. After rubbing it for a while, the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone began to shed its black and unattractive appearance in Lu Ming's hands, revealing its innermost, most essential likeness. Honey, look! Lu Ming picked up the metamorphosed blue Fantasy Star Ocean Stone and raised it into the air. Under the sunlight, the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone glitters in Lu Ming's hands as if it were an ocean filled with stars. Chapter 43. The Iron Man. Let's just say that the Fantasy Star Sea Stone really lived up to its reputation with this glance. It made both Lu Ming and Lin Wan marvel at its beauty. It's no wonder that Fantasy Star Sea Stone has become the most expensive luxury item today, the material from which jewelry is made. What woman could resist such a stunningly beautiful woman? Even Lin Wan, who had never been interested in this, had unconsciously fallen in love with such a beautiful dreamy star sea stone. Hubby is so beautiful, Lin Wan murmured as she looked at the shining Fantasy Star Ocean Stone. When Lu Ming saw this, a smile hung at the corner of his mouth as he made up his mind. After this Fantasy Star Sea Stone is fully unearthed, to create a set of the world's most extravagant and expensive jewelry for Lin Wan with the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone. After a while, a portion of the Dream Star Ocean Stone in the deep pit was also gradually excavated. Looking at the part of the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone that was exposed on the surface, Lin Wan was surprised. How big is this Fantasy Star Sea Stone? Should be worth old money. After sobering up, Lin Wan resumed her nature as a career female CEO and began to think about how much such a large Fantasy Star Ocean Stone was worth. Lu Ming smiled and said, with the current market price, such a large Fantasy Star Sea Stone should be worth more than $4 billion or more. Although it was known that this Fantasy Star Ocean Stone could fetch a whole $4,680 million if it was taken to be sold. But now that it was unearthed by Lu Ming, it was hard to say if he wanted to sell at all. After hearing the price Lu Ming had predicted, Lin Wan froze and exclaimed in shock. $4 billion? It could be higher. The land that was bought for $20 million was dug up with over $4 billion worth of Fantasy Star Sea Stones. A full 200 times over. This is outrageous. You don't have to do anything. Just buy a piece of land and make so much money. When did it become so easy to make money? To know. As the owner of a listed company himself, the company's tens of thousands of employees are busy every day. It would take a month or two to make $4 billion. And now, Lu Ming had only spent $20 million and found an engineering team to dig out $4 billion worth of Fantasy Star Sea Stones. Compared to him, he was really weak. The moment, Lin Wan's eyes were filled with admiration as she looked at Lu Ming. She felt that she had really underestimated Lu Ming all along. Originally, she had thought that Lu Ming was just an ordinary person who was incredibly handsome. At best, he was smarter and got into a major university. But it was only now that she realized that her husband was hiding many unknown secrets. But she didn't mean to go deeper, only even more attracted by Lu Ming's mystery and even more fascinated by him. Gradually, the time had come to evening. The sun was about to set and it was about to get completely dark. But the excavation of the Fantasy Star Sea Stone is not progressing as well as it should. In order to protect the intact Fantasy Star Sea Stone, the engineering team have given up machine operation. With primitive manual labor, digging carefully with tools a little at a time. So even though they had been digging for 3 or 4 full hours, only a small portion had been excavated. Obviously, it's too late for today. Unable to dig this Fantasy Star Ocean Stone thoroughly. And so, Lu Ming also had no choice but to call a halt first. Everyone stop for a moment. The sun's going down. That's it for today. We'll continue tomorrow. Everyone has worked hard today. I'll treat everyone to dinner. Hear that? The workers on the engineering team cheered thank you to the old boss or something like that. Lu Ming smiled, found the big brother of the team Lao Lu, and transferred $2,000 to him, letting him lead the group to eat and drink well. Himself and Lin Wan didn't follow. The two of them followed, and the brothers of the engineering team had to be restrained instead. So the crowd dispersed. But Lu Ming was on his way out. The Xuanwu Bodyguard Corps has been notified to send someone over to secure the dig site. After all, you can't just leave something that's over $4 billion unattended. On the way home, Lin Wan always had a smile on her face. Seeing this, Lu Ming asked, "How about it, happy today?" Lin Wan quickly nodded her head. "Uh-huh, very happy." Originally, she was happy enough because she was able to buy back the Yalong Bay land that Lu Ming wanted, and it was cheaper than before, so she was already happy. But I didn't expect it. It's amazing that this piece of land in Yalong Bay has such a great treasure. Fantasy Star Sea Stones worth over $4 billion. Though $4 billion isn't much compared to what she's worth. But $20 million for $4 billion, who'd turn that down? And what made Lin Wan even happier? The land, acquired from Lu Shiyun. When Lu Shiyun found out that the land she had bought for over $40 million was only sold for $20 million. But the land had unearthed another Fantasy Star Ocean Stone worth over $4 billion. Will she be pissed off? And then to realize that it was none other than herself, her lifelong enemy, who had bought the land from her. Will she take it to the next level and just vomit blood in anger? Now, Lin Wan finally understood why Lu Ming had asked himself to find someone to secretly acquire this piece of land in Yalong Bay back. He also understood why Lu Ming said that this would enable him to pit Lu Shiyun one more time and take another breath. Think about it. Lin Wan then couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lu Shiyun and her have always been arch rivals. The more angry Lu Shiyun gets, the happier she gets. And all this was done by her own husband, Lu Ming. One time, Lin Wan was so happy that she directly gave Lu Ming a kiss on the cheek. "Honey, you're great." Then blushing sheepishly, he added, "I'm going to reward you when I get home." Hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he asked excitedly, "Really? Anything?" "Yeah." Lin Wan nodded slightly. "Then the reward I want is, honey, you keep feeding me." Lu Ming said it with a hint of excitement. Nice guy. Lu Ming the good guy. Lin Wan was instantly exasperated and speechless. "I've been acting so obvious. And this is the reward you want?" This all made Lin Wan start to wonder if Lu Ming was straight or not. Can something like feeding count as a reward? One clearly says. Thus, Lin Wan said without any good humor, "You don't want it like last night?" Hiss. By Lin Wan saying this, Lin Wan couldn't help but remember some of the scenes from last night. Unable to help himself, Rathbei rose and saluted, but still said, "Of course I want it, but I still choose to feed." After all, swiping something like a system reward is really addictive. Listening to that constant stream of gold gained from obtaining soft food, and the anticipation of another godly skill given by the system, it was simply awesome. But Lin Wang's chest rose and fell at those words. "Can't help but reflect on whether I didn't behave well somewhere last night. It shouldn't be. Last night it was clear he was very, or else. Go home tonight and take out that Parisienne." Chapter 44. Keeping the money coming in. Back home, Lin Wan, who had something on her mind, didn't cook herself, but ordered a takeout from her restaurant. After quickly feeding Lu Ming, just rush him to the shower. Lin Wan, on the other hand, turned around and went back to her room to take out her secret weapon. A pair of Parisian black silk. Lu Ming had just come out of the shower when Lin Wan pulled him onto the bed. "Eat up. It's time to work," Lin Wan said through gritted teeth. Lu Ming and Lin Wan had a full day just like that. But it can be a day that some people don't have so good a time. That would be Fang Ziwen, who was beaten up by his own old man. After Fang Guowei knew that his son had offended the major shareholder of the group's headquarters, this heart had been on edge. After sending that voice of apology, it was even more of a moment to keep an eye on the chat group. Turn your cell phone volume up to maximum, and as soon as there is a sound, turn it on and check it. He desperately hoped to receive a reply from Lu Ming. "I'm not asking for immediate forgiveness, but even a chance to come to the door and apologize would be fine. There's still a chance you can salvage it that way." But no matter how long he looked, nor did I see any response from Lu Ming in the group. Not even showing up to say anything else. Fang Guowei, anxious to have to hurry to add Lu Ming, but add a friend message sent out like a stone sinking into the sea. No response. Couldn't friend Lu Ming at all. Finally, Fang Guowei could only ask his son Fang Ziwen to call Lu Ming. But Fang Ziwen, he doesn't have Lu Ming's phone number, ah? The class chat group is the only connection they have left. The fire of Guowei underneath this came back. The other party, Ziwen, roared in anger as he threw another punch and kick. If I don't get Mr. Lu's forgiveness, I'll kill you. I'll pretend I never had a son like you. Hearing this, Fang Ziwen was directly frightened and hurriedly looked for other students to ask for Lu Ming's phone number. Look at these times the old man to his own so down to brutality. He was afraid of the old man to really in case he really destroyed him, gained Lu Ming's forgiveness and left the company's shares behind. Fang Ziwen shivered at the thought. Hurry up and do what Fang Guowei said. But anyone who could get together with Fang Ziwen was someone who was not on good terms with Lu Ming. They were in the same situation as Fang Ziwen, and they didn't have Lu Ming's phone number at all. He had to reach out to people he didn't want to. Those who were on good terms with Lu Ming and had Lu Ming's phone number. But how could those people not know what Fang Ziwen wanted? Wouldn't even give Lu Ming's phone number to him, and even taunted him ruthlessly with a wave of bad breath. Didn't get a phone number. Fang was once again hit hard by Fang again. The third beating began again. While being severely beaten, Fanzi regretted it. Regretting why he messed with Lu Ming at school. At first he was just jealous of Lu Ming's face value and academic performance and so on, so he looked at Lu Ming in a bad way. Later on, the relationship with Lu Ming became worse and worse, and even did things to discredit Lu Ming. If he had known earlier that Lu Ming was the big boss of himself and his old man, he wouldn't have dared to give him 100 guts. Long ago, Lu Ming was worshipped as a big brother, and it was too late to lick him, so how could he offend him? Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regrets. Now he could only try his best to make amends and get Lu Ming's forgiveness. But the first thing is to get Lu Ming's contact information, bending the rules and coming back to a dead end. So Fang Ziwen could only continue to try his best to figure out how to get Lu Ming's contact information. But he still hadn't come up with anything by most of the night. Ended up in a muddled sleep. Day 2. Lu Ming woke up early. He realized that his physical fitness was getting better lately, probably because he had fully absorbed the medicinal effects of his genes. Lu Ming felt that his strength and endurance were several times stronger. Now waking up so early the next day, the whole thing was still alive and not a bit tired. Lu Ming could only say that what the system produced was powerful. It works well, especially that way. In the meantime, Lu Ming's mind also once again sounded the system's beep, and his cell phone also received the bank's arrival text message. Ding! Daily asset increase reward has arrived. SMS. Your account 7688 was transferred to 102,160,532 renminbi on September 10th at 12:23 p.m. Account balance, $106,389,780. Lu Ming's eyes lit up when he saw the text message. Today's system increase reward actually arrived directly at more than $100 million. Lu Ming then remembered that his system level had already reached the third level, and the increase in assets gained from his daily soft food had come to 30%. And his own soft earned assets have broken through to over $300 million. A 30% increase wouldn't be $100 million. You know, his increase in cash rewards yesterday was just over 60 million, right? Now it's over $1 billion a day apart. It was simply awesome. Happiness is as simple as waking up and crediting a small goal every day. Still whoring. Double the pleasure. Just then, the cell phone rings. Lu Ming glanced at it. It was Ko Chang's phone and casually picked it up. Mr. Lu. God Lu. I'm really convinced. You're so awesome. Yesterday, wheat futures went up again. Straight up. Do you know how much money you make? Ko Chang's excited voice came from the other end of the phone. Lu Ming couldn't help but hold his cell phone a little farther away from his ear, or else he was going to go deaf from all the shouting. But what Ko Chang said about stopping, he had expected it though. But how much the gain is, he still doesn't know. So spoke up. So how much was earned? Over $480 million. You now have a balance of over $590 million in your account. Close to $600 million. Hear that number. Lu Ming was also a bit lethargic. That much? This is a little bit out of his previous expectations. Originally he thought he could earn him 200 or 300 million from this wave of wheat futures market would be good. I didn't realize that he'd make more than $400 million before the market ended now. That's right. Isn't it good to have more? Think about it, you started with $50 million into the market, and on the first day it flipped to over $100 million. Add that to the $60 million bought yesterday, and you have a total of $180 million. It's this $180 million after yesterday's halt, plus leverage. It becomes $480 million. Ko Chong explained to Lu Ming in layman's terms. After Ko Chong's explanation, Lu Ming also finally understood. The returns on these futures are amazing, and it's no wonder that countless people are coming forward. Those who want to get rich overnight are waving large sums of money into the futures market. With the right choice, this horrific rate of return is something anyone who tries it will be addicted to once they've tried it. Provided it's pitched right, otherwise most of it is still blood money. Of course, Lu Ming wasn't in that range. Chapter 45. Crowd Envy. Lu Ming woke up in the morning and received a reward for the increase in the assets gained from the soft food, which amounted to more than 100 million. I'm not done being happy yet. In the blink of an eye, you know you've made over $400 million in the futures market again. This made Lu Ming couldn't help but feel that the money was too good to be true. Daily income of a small goal, easy ah. After money gets to a point, it really is just a number. Because this money, it really can't be spent, it simply can't be spent, and the more you spend, the more you get. It made Lu Ming feel like spending money was a difficult thing to do. Even if you do nothing every day, buy a villa and a luxury car, eat, drink and play everywhere. Can't spend it all either? And to think that I was excited about hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars before. It was so innocent then. Lu Ming felt that it wouldn't be long before he might actually lose his feelings for money. Treating money like dirt. It doesn't hurt at all to splurge any more money. That's when you might miss being a teenager who would still get excited about making money. Right? So how are you guys doing? I guess you're making some money too. Lu Ming suddenly thought of the last time he had reminded Ko Chong to bring a few of his roommates along, and wondered how they were doing. Speaking of which, Ko Chong on the other end of the phone laughed out loud. This time I'm sure I'll follow ah. After yesterday's lesson, I still don't know there's meat to be had by following you. I maxed out all my credit cards straight away, borrowed a lot of money from relatives and friends, and smashed my whole family into it. I made over $500,000 following you on this wave. Those two guys, Lao Xie and Fatty, made a few tens of thousands too. It's easy to make tens of thousands of dollars, and they're happy to do it. Speaking of this, Ko Chong also couldn't help but ask. Lu Ming, do you think wheat futures can go up again today? Yes, Lu Ming said decisively. He had wanted to contact Ko Chong again just now. I didn't expect Ko Chong to take the initiative to call, so I just happened to talk to Ko Chong Dao. I'll transfer another 100 million in later and you keep buying wheat futures for me. But it must be sold off in time for the rise to $2,885 a ton. Lu Ming did not say the price of 2,890 yuan a ton that he saw on the future information, but went down a little lower. After all, so that co-weight is a little better to operate, easy to run, reduce the risk factor of accidents. Cripes? Bulls T my Mr. Lu. See Lu Ming categorical guarantee that wheat futures can rise again, and also gave a specific price line. Ko Chong couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Lu Ming, as a shareholder of Red Rock Group, even if he took out a few hundred million, Ko Chong was not surprised. But in the futures market, Lu Ming can actually guarantee that wheat futures rise, but also predict the price of wheat futures. This is outrageous. Being a veteran of playing these for many years, he naturally knows how unpredictable the futures market can be. No one had ever dared to be as certain as Lu Ming. However, after he had experienced the events of the past 2 days, he had been completely convinced of what Lu Ming had said. Otherwise, he wouldn't have just smashed down his entire fortune and bought it from Lu Ming. As for Ko Chong's bragging, Lu Ming did not have the heart to say, "Don't be poor. I'll transfer the money into the account right now, so hurry up and operate. And remember to tell old Shay, Fatty. That must drop, they are all brothers. And after that time yesterday, I'm sure they'll be smashing it up this time too, pouring in all they have to get the money together. This is a great opportunity to make money that you won't find anywhere else. No way, damn it. I can borrow again. Or mortgage the house. Gotta get big. That's all for now then, haha. I'm going to get busy first." After speaking with Lu Ming, Ko Chong hung up and slipped away. Lu Ming shook his head and laughed at this guy. Whether it is Lu Ming or Ko Chong, neither of them mentioned letting Lu Ming lend them money as a way to capitalize on buying wheat futures. Even though he knew that Lu Ming was the major shareholder of the Red Rock Group and was very rich. Just getting the money together to the best of my ability. Because in their hearts, Lu Ming's willingness to bring them along on such an opportunity meant that he had them in his heart. They don't do things that hurt their feelings without knowing their place. That's a real brother. And after Ko Chong hung up the phone, he also immediately notified Lao Xie and Fatty. telling them that wheat futures can still go up next, and asked them to try their best to get money together. At the same time, also gave Lu Ming's account to operate and bought $100 million of wheat futures. Then he took a screenshot of the futures gain records of himself and Lao Xie, Fatty, and sent it to the class chat group. Follow My Lu made a small profit of several $100,000, which realized that it is also too easy to make money. Keep going next and try to make $1 million. So Versailles remarks and earnings screenshots. Straight away the group exploded. Crap, sour old me. Earning more than $500,000 a day. I have a salary of $8,000. No food. No drink. When can I save $500,000? Nyobi I really envy you guys who are in the same dormitory as Lu Ming and have this chance to get rich. Brothers, take me, at least a classmate, or I give a commission can also be Yeah, there's been a little conflict between us all, but it's all minor. For the sake of our classmates, forgive us for taking us with you, at this very moment. Those who were not on good terms with Lu Ming and had spoken ill of him all regretted it. Who would have thought that now Lu Ming would not only become the major shareholder of Red Rock Group, but also bring his friends to make money together. If I had known this, I should have made a better relationship with Lu Ming in the first place. Even though they knew they wanted to get in the car and the other party wasn't going to take them, they couldn't help but ask, what if? You can't just watch this opportunity to make a lot of money slip away, even if you get rejected just to kill yourself. And all this in the group, Lu Ming did not pay attention to. After he hung up, just saw a message. It is the news of the new product launch of Shiryun Group. Open it. It turns out that the new products from the collaboration between Shiryun Group and Lo Group have been put on sale. In one day, over 1 million items were sold. A very popular marketable bloom. Even Shiryun Group stock price began to rise because of its cooperation with Ro Group and the popularity of its new products. Lu Ming also had to admire Lu Shiryun's tactics. It was worthy of being a woman who could fight Lin Wan's Doublewood Group for so many years. One time, the good news about the Shiryun Group is everywhere on the internet. However, Lu Ming knew that this was as far as the Shiryun Group would go. The current favorites are also just a pre-doomsday romp. How hot is the Shiryun Group right now and how high are the sales of their new launches? That's how much of a crisis they're facing. Over 1 million sales once product quality issues start to flare up. That's conceivable. The countless insults and lawsuits will directly bring down the Shiryun Group, which is now enjoying a spring in its step. The ensuing astronomical compensation and loss of consumer trust would also send the Shiryun Group straight into the abyss of death. Chapter 46. Your daughter and I used to be friends. Just as Lu Ming was thinking about the tragic end of the Shiryun Group after the highlight, Lin Wan's cell phone suddenly rang. Lu Ming was still thinking of helping her with it. She was too tired last night. She should rest and sleep some more. But I didn't expect Lin Wan to be woken up soon by the ringing of her cell phone. With dazed, half-open eyes, she reached out her small, pink-rooted hand to feel the cell phone in her hand and answered the call. Immediately, a pleasant female voice came from the other end of the phone. Mom, I'm back. I'm almost at the high-speed train station. Are you free to pick me up? Hear this voice. Lu Ming for a moment to sign up for this familiar voice. It's Lin Ruyan. She actually made a surprise attack, killing back so early. And when Lin Wan heard Lin Ruyan's voice, she was immediately sleepy and awake. Umbra, you're almost there, so early this time. Lin Wan was a bit surprised. Usually when she was on vacation, Lin Ruyan usually arrived home in the afternoon or evening. After all, you have to sleep on your beauty sleep in the morning, so Lin Wan was surprised to hear that Lin Ruyan had arrived so early and soon. Yeah, to see what that dad of mine is all about and if he's as good as you say he is or not. I did pick the earliest bus of the day. Lin Ruyan responded. To know Lin Ruyan's heart has long been impatient. Body in the school heart fly home. After all, whoever knew that their mom had found them a guy who was only a few years older than them for a father? Who can have an unruffled heart? She, Lin Ruyan, couldn't sleep at night ever since she found out. If it weren't for the fact that school just happened to be tight lately and there were a lot of other things going on, she would have taken a vacation straight away and rushed home. She finally made it to the day of her vacation. She had almost lost sleep the night before, tossing and turning in bed until after 5. How could she sleep when her home had been burglarized? I woke up early in the morning with my luggage to catch the earliest high-speed train. Fast forward to home, just to see which man had caught up with his mom. She had always been very supportive of Lin Wan's search for a relationship, because she wants Lin Wan to find her own happiness. But Lin Wan has always had a high vision and will all men. Both the dignitaries and the business elite were turned away. But I didn't expect Lin Wan to get together with a man this time in the cold, and also flew to register and get a license. Or a man his own age. This was even more unacceptable to Lin Ruyan. Girls were always more precocious than boys, and in Lin Ruyan's opinion men at this age simply weren't fully mature yet, both ideologically and career-wise, but it conquered his own old mom. She certainly wanted to get a good look at what this man was all about. Women in love are always blind, even her business world scolding mom in the end, but also just a little girl who has not been in love. Maybe it's just deluded. So as soon as she realizes something is wrong with this man, she had to stop this man from being with her own mother, even if she had to use some not-so-good tactics when it came to it. Think about it. Lin Ruyan was even more anxious, urging anxiously, "Mom, I'm almost at the station. Do you have any free time? Or maybe you can call someone to pick me up." Well, don't worry about it," Lin Wan responded, and the two hung up. After hanging up the phone, Lin Wan had a smile on her face, but when she saw Lu Ming, however, he found that Lu Ming had a despondent look on his face and couldn't help but ask, "What's the matter, hubby? Why the bitter face? Is there something you're unhappy about?" "Because your daughter is back," Lu Ming said truthfully. Lin Wan was surprised to hear this. "Why aren't you happy that Yin came back? Isn't that a good thing? You'll see each other soon. After this time you meet, we can have a wedding." Lin Wan couldn't help but have little stars in her eyes when she talked about having a wedding. She had been looking forward to her wedding with Lu Ming for a long time. Every woman fantasizes about having a big wedding with her beloved, blessed by all her friends and family. Now, as soon as Lu Ming is accepted by her daughter Lin Ruyan, there would be no impediment for them to start planning the wedding. How could that make her unhappy? What Lin Wan said, Lu Ming could understand and was equally looking forward to. But he knew that the key question was whether Lin Ruyan would accept him. So he shook his head and said, "What if, Yin, she doesn't accept me? Have you thought about this, Wan Air?" Hearing this, Lin Wan laughed and said, "My dear little husband, why are you so lacking in confidence?" Lin Wan said, got up and put her forehead on Lu Ming's forehead. Her hands pinched Lu Ming's handsome face and continued, "I don't think for a second that she won't accept you, husband. Look at you with your looks, body and strength. What woman out there wouldn't drool at the sight of you? His personality is even more gentle and considerate, and he is steady in his work. Talent-wise, think about it, you cook super well. You also solved the crisis of the Twinwood Group and unearthed the fantasy star Seastone worth over $4 billion. Any one of these would be great on someone else. But you have them all. With such an excellent you, there's no reason why Yin would not accept you." In Lin Wan's mind, Lu Ming was the perfect being. She was able to name Lu Ming's good points bit by bit, but she couldn't think of anything bad about Lu Ming. Lin Wan could not think of any reason at all why her daughter would not accept Lu Ming. People all like to hear words of appreciation from others, and Lu Ming was no exception, especially coming from his own wife, a dumpy beauty. Lin Wan's compliment made Lu Ming's heart rejoice, but he's still pessimistic. "You're right about everything, but there is one thing you may have forgotten. I'm only a little older than Inky, so I'm kind of the same age as her. Would she be okay with calling someone her own age daddy? It's hard to think differently, isn't it?" Lin Wan is silent. She did forget that, because the time she spent with Lu Ming was just too much letting go and too much fun. Happy enough to forget about age, work, even my daughter, all that stuff. I don't want to think about anything every day. My heart only hangs on Lu Ming, and I'm happy to do anything with him. But now that he was mentioned so by Lu Ming, he put his heart in the right place and thought about it differently. It was only then that I realized that it was indeed difficult to ask my own daughter to call a man her own age her father. Just as Lin Wan was fuming, Lu Ming suddenly spoke. "And it's more than that. I have something I want to explain to you. You also know that I graduated from Mordor University, the same school as your daughter. In fact, I've known her before and even used to be close friends." Chapter 47 Frozen Rose Lin Ruyan. Lin Wan blinked her beautiful eyes and was listening attentively when Lu Ming said he had something to tell her. After all, she had rarely seen Lu Ming look so serious. When Lu Ming said that he and his daughter went to the same school, Lin Wan nodded, this she knew. But when Lu Ming uttered that when he used to be good friends with Lin Ruyan, Lin Wan was instantly shocked and opened those cherry lips wide, full of surprise. But Lu Ming has more to come. Well, it's just that there were some misunderstandings later on because of some unpleasant things that happened. So there was a falling out and never came back. Hear this. Lin Wan even became filled with complexity. It was completely unexpected to her. Lu Ming actually had such a complicated relationship with his own daughter. Of course she knew that Lu Ming and her daughter attended the same university and were alumni. But with a college so big, and with different majors and different ages, she hadn't even expected the two to know each other. When his own daughter enrolled in school, Lu Ming was also almost graduated. Lu Ming looked at Lin Wan's expression, and his heart was full of thoughts. This was all he had said about his previous relationship with Lin Ruyan and what had happened. It didn't say anything about the fact that he used to have a crush on Lin Ruyan. After all, he was married to Lin Wan. How is it possible to say, "I once had a crush on your daughter"? This is something that should never be said to death. Although he knew that after marrying Lin Wan, sooner or later he would meet Lin Ruyan. But he was hoping that day would come later. It's just that reality is such that the more you fear something, the more it comes. Lu Ming didn't expect that this day actually came so quickly. Now you know what I'm worried about. I'm guessing that your daughter won't accept me that easily. Lu Ming looked at Lin Wan and said. Lin Wan tightly frowned her beautiful eyebrows. This way, it does have some trouble. For a moment, both men fell silent. All felt that this matter was very difficult, and the atmosphere fell into an unprecedented depression. After a long time, Lu Ming was the first to break the silence and said, "I've thought of a way. Why don't we try it like this first?" Lin Wan raised her head in surprise. What way? She never thought that her husband and her own daughter had had some unpleasant incidents before. This does affect the daughter's acceptance of Lu Ming as her father. Lin Wan really hoped that Lin Ruyan would accept Lu Ming with all her heart and the marriage would be blessed by her daughter. This way they can live together as a family. She had fantasized about such a day countless times long ago.
Ido.
She'll be at the station soon, so I'll pick her up. Let's see how she treats me. If she's okay with me and isn't that bad, then we can just tell her, and that should still be more acceptable. But if she treats me poorly, we'll just leave her alone for now and think of something else. Lu Ming explained to Lin Wan. In fact, Lu Ming had faced his heart squarely when he was silent just now. He was still brave enough in his heart to accept this. After all, it was only a matter of time before he and Lin Ruyan met. His future was to work hand in hand with Lin Wan and grow old. How could they keep running away and avoiding not meeting Lin Ruyan, knowing that Lin Wan and Lin Ruyan were mother and daughter, not friends? If you can escape for a while, can you escape for the rest of your life? Instead of running away, it's better to face it early and disclose these things. Then do your best to fix the problem. Hearing Lu Ming's proposed solution, Lin Wan considered it for a moment. Thought it wouldn't be a bad idea. After all, Lin Ruyan's attitude towards Lu Ming was crucial. They'd had some unpleasant things happen before, and if she had a grudge against Lu Ming in her heart right now, rushing into a public relationship would only make things worse. But if Lin Ruyan had already forgotten the unpleasantness of the past, then the next thing was better. Immediately, Lin Wan's face also had a hint of a smile on it, and she praised Lu Ming. This method is not bad. Honey, you've got a great brain. Alright, now that you agree, I'll just get ready to head over to the station. She should be arriving soon. Lin Wan nodded. Go for it, hubby. Cheer up, oh. Lin Wan had some warmth in her heart at this time. She sees Lu Ming struggling to figure out what to do while putting into action to get her own daughter to accept him. Is aware that he wants the marriage to be blessed by his daughter. That's why it's so proactive to face this tricky dilemma. Good. I'll go then. After receiving a fragrant kiss from Lin Wan, Lu Ming then washed up. Then he drove the car and headed towards the high-speed train station. He switched cars today, and instead of the Aston Martin 177, he drove a Bugatti Veyron. High-speed rail station. Just in time for the Mid-Autumn Festival, the flow of people at the high-speed rail station was much higher than usual. As far as the eye could see, there was a huge crowd of people. Lin Ruyan pulled a silver-gray suitcase out of the car. All at once, he reaped the benefits of the stares of everyone around him. Just see her, wearing a white simple t-shirt with a short black skirt, revealing a pair of long and white legs. Whatever veteran driver sees, it will say, leg play year. And Lin Ruyan's looks were not bad either. Signature melon face and just the right amount of eyebrows. The nose and the cherry mouth are full of youthful vigor. It was this overwhelming figure and appearance that made Lin Ruyan the well-deserved school flower of Magic City University. Lin Ruyan ignored the gazes around her. She was used to things like this happening. Self-consciously dragging his suitcase, he exited the high-speed train station. Finally back. After exiting the crowded high-speed train station, Lin Ruyan breathed a sigh of relief. She's finally back after suffering for so long. Standing at the exit, Lin Ruyan was looking for the person Lin Wan had sent to pick her up. Only the man is still missing. Instead, someone came forward. A man who looked to be in his mid-20s, all dressed in a suit, with a watch on his hand and leather shoes on his feet, all looking like high-grade goods, obviously looking like a business elite. Only to see the man in the suit walking to Lin Ruyan's side with a smile on his face. He said, "Hello, beautiful. May I get acquainted?" The man in the suit stretched out his right hand with a watch. Usually people's watches are carried in the left hand. He is strange, the watch is carried in the right hand. So when he reached out to shake hands, the watch on his hand showed through.
No.
In the face of the suited man's accosting, Lin Ruyan didn't hesitate to directly throw out words of rejection, then took a few steps back, away from the man in the suit. The icy aura that belonged to a high-strung schoolgirl began to emanate from her body, trying to make people know what to do. At this time, Lin Ruyan, as if it was like a frozen rose with ice cream. Chapter 48. Father and daughter meet. In the face of Lin Ruyan's such a straight ball of rejection and an icy cold aura emanating from her body that was very resistant. On a normal day, the average person would have already backed off. But the man in the suit was different, and instead got even more aroused. With a few strides, he closed the distance with Lin Ruyan again. Spreading his hands, he dejectedly said, "Beautiful woman. I really don't have any other meaning, just want to make friends with you. Do I look like a bad guy to you?" As a veteran of love affairs, the man in the suit is different from the inexperienced rash. Hitting on beautiful women on the road had become routine for him, and his cheeks had been honed long ago. As the saying goes, a good woman is afraid of being stalked by a man, and he's been rejected plenty of times, but doesn't he end up with a successful arrival? And now for him, too easy to get hitched, he rather disdained, want this kind of difficult, can slowly attack so as to have a sense of accomplishment. Together with an iceberg beauty like Lin Ruyan, this was really the first time he had met her. This made it even more refreshing for him. "Heh, it's just a clothesline." Lin Ruyan glanced at the man in the suit with disdain. A few meters away, Lin Ruyan could feel the greasy and frivolous energy of the man in the suit, making it clear that he was just a guy with a false reputation. Oh no, not even a watch. Sample looks just average. As a big man, learn from women, do not know how much stuff on the face, take off the makeup, maybe how ugly it is. A watch of high-class looking clothing was full of holes under her fiery eyes. As a 100 billion group president of the 1,000 Gold, how can you not see that all of his body is just high fashion? All the factors add up, can only prove that this suit man is a scum undoubtedly. As for the man in the suit, after hearing Lin Ruyan's insults, his face changed and a flash of anger flashed across his face. But it was quickly suppressed and he continued to look like he was smiling. "Beauty, you're waiting for your car, right? My car is parked in the parking lot, why don't I give you a ride? It's just as well that the car is here while we talk and get to know each other. Maybe you'll be interested in me. I promise to get you safely to your destination on time and on target." The man in the suit directly ignored Lin Ruyan's insults, as if he hadn't heard anything just now, and steered away from the topic. At the same time, he pulled a Mercedes key out of his pocket. Facing such pestering from the man in the suit, Lin Ruyan was impatient. She'd never seen anyone so brazen, and she'd refused so many times, and the other guy keeps pestering him so much. So, Lin Ruyan had to say, "My boyfriend came to pick me up," to use to dissuade the man in the suit. But she didn't expect that using the excuse of having a boyfriend would actually help at all. In the minds of people like them, there's no wall that can't be dug down if the hoe is wielded well. Even this is rather more exciting. "Beauty, I didn't mean anything else. It has nothing to do with whether you have a boyfriend or not. I see that your boyfriend hasn't been around for so long, so I guess he can't come. It's better if I give you a ride," the man in the suit said cheerfully. This time Lin Ruyan was really out of options. The guy in front of her was like a gummy candy that her shoes accidentally stepped on when she was walking. How could she grind it but it wouldn't fall off? It seems the other side is dead set on being on their own. Lin Ruyan's eyebrows were tightly locked, her gaze constantly scanning the figures and vehicles coming and going in front of her. At this point, she just wanted to get away from here and from the man in the suit. Just then, Lin Ruyan seemed to see a familiar figure and fixed her eyes on it. Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming was standing next to a blue and white-colored Bugatti Veyron sports car and was waving to Lin Ruyan. Lin Ruyan was like meeting a savior. Opening his long legs, he walked towards Lu Ming in big strides. "Hey!" The man in the suit saw Lin Ruyan suddenly leave and hurriedly followed him. Beauty, I'm serious, it's not a good time to take a cab. The words were not yet spoken. Lin Ruyan then walked over to the Bugatti Veyron under the watchful eye of the man in the suit, opened the car door and got in. Seeing this, the man in the suit's footsteps lurched, and his outstretched hand stayed in mid-air, a look of having seen a ghost. Lu Ming looked at the man in the suit who followed Lin Ruyan over and had a guess in his heart. Being accosted was something that had happened to Lin Ruyan more times than she knew, and it didn't surprise her. To the frozen man in the suit. Dude, I only have 2 seats in this Bugatti Veyron, so make yourself at home. After that, start the car. A roar and a yank. Dust stirred up by rear tires raises face of man in suit. Car. Lu Ming drove the car and joked. Being accosted again, ah. Lin Ruyan held her forehead with a speechless expression. That's the case, but this person is too difficult to deal with. It's not a normal thick skin. Luckily you showed up and kind of did me a favor. Thanks. After thanking Lu Ming, Lin Ruyan suddenly thought. What are you doing here? Are you here to pick someone up? So it's okay for you to pick me up and leave. It's okay. I was supposed to pick you up. Lu Ming responded truthfully. Lu Ming's words came out. Lin Ruyan was very surprised. How could Lu Ming be here to pick himself up? There's no way he could have known he'd be at the station at this hour today. Mind you, they haven't been in touch since a year ago. It must be a coincidence. And then Lu Ming was kidding himself. No kidding, just put me down somewhere. You'll turn back and pick up your friend. Lu Ming turned his head to look at Lin Ruyan, then said seriously, I'm really here to pick you up. Hearing Lu Ming once again say so with such certainty, Lin Ruyan was shocked in her heart. Wide-eyed, something seems to come to mind. His face was filled with a look of shock, and he said in a broken voice, You really came specifically to pick me up? You wouldn't be... Lin Ruyan's expression suddenly changed as she kept massing Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming was driving on the surface, stormy, there was still so much in his heart. Seeing Lin Ruyan acting like this, she should have guessed her identity. Come to think of it, Lin Ruyan wasn't a fool for getting into Mordor University. And just as Lu Ming was ready to be poked and prodded for his identity, only to see Lin Ruyan continued. You wouldn't be the driver. My mom sent to pick me up, would you? Lin Ruyan clapped her hands together, feeling that she had found the truth of the matter. Definitely. How else would Lu Ming know that he had arrived at the high-speed train station? She had only spoken to her own mother about her return and asked her to send for her. No one else knew. And Lu Ming had said that he had come specifically to pick himself up. So there's only one possibility. That is, Lu Ming is the driver sent by his mother to pick up himself. Chapter 49. Reconciliation. Hear that? Lu Ming almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood. I've been stressing out here for half a day, ready for the time when you recognize me as your father. You're here to talk to me. I'm the driver of your house? You're a proper leaky little jacket. What makes you think I look like a driver? Is there a driver who looks this good and drives a $10 million sports car? Can't I look like the dad your mom got you? Lu Ming kept spitting in his mind. He was going to explain at first, but then he calmed down and thought about it. That's not bad. Currently Lin Ruyan was doing quite well with him like this, and didn't seem to care about those unpleasant things from before. If he rushed to blow his own cover, what if it fell apart? So let's just get along for now. Find a showdown when the two are getting better and the situation is clear. Just as Lu Ming was going through complicated mental activities inside. When Lin Ruyan saw that Lu Ming didn't say anything, she thought that he was too shy to speak, and was not good enough to speak. And in her heart, she was even more determined to make her own conjecture. Opening his mouth, he consoled. Lu Ming, in my opinion, professions do not distinguish between high and low. There's actually nothing wrong with being a driver, and that pay scale is certainly higher than average. And you're still my mom's chauffeur, you're kind of my mom's half-assistant, learning a little bit more about the Twinwoods group by her side. I might be able to use this to enter the Twinwood group in the future. I'm sure with your abilities, none of this will be a problem. Lin Ruyan spoke sincerely, and even helped Lu Ming plan his career path in passing. In response, Lu Ming smiled and didn't say anything. This daughter is a cold-faced and warm-hearted guy, although the surface looks very high and cold and not good contact. But in fact the heart is very kind. Thought he was silent because he cared about graduating from a major university and ended up working as a driver, even her mom's driver, and she bumped into him. so open your mouth to comfort and motivate yourself. If only she could do the same when she learns that she's the father her mom found for her. There's something I want to explain to you. Lu Ming struck the iron while it was hot, bringing up what happened at school back then, trying to clear up the misunderstanding. Now would be a good time, and with the misunderstanding cleared up, it would also be more conducive to a showdown later on. But Lu Ming just brought it up. He was then interrupted by Lin Ruyan's next words. I know what you're trying to say, and that incident has since become clear to me. It's my fault when it comes down to it. I misunderstood you first, and it's only right that I should apologize to you. No, it's my bad. I got carried away and said a lot of nasty things. I hope you don't mind. I haven't minded for a long time after all. I was in the wrong, and it's not surprising that you're agitated. I can obviously explain it to you properly and this misunderstanding will be solved. But pissed. Lu Ming and Lin Ruyan couldn't help but laugh out loud as the two of them grabbed the fault responsibility. Smile at each other. Lu Ming's this turning back moment. His and Lin Ruyan's gazes collided. A bright smile bloomed on Lin Ruyan's face, her pupils filled with autumn water. Very nice. Tell the truth. Any man would sink and lose himself in the smile of Lin Ruyan's. But the good thing is, Lu Ming already had a Lin Wan who was even more flavorful than her. And in his heart, he had already decided that Lin Ruyan was his daughter. That's why it holds this mental line of defense. Well, no arguments. We're still friends now. Lin Ruyan was still happy to be back with Lu Ming. After all, Lu Ming was one of his few male best friends in school. When the two fell out, they had deleted all contact information. And when they learned the truth of the matter, Lu Ming had graduated and left Magic City. I didn't expect to come home today to meet Lu Ming again and reconnect with him. Put her in a very good mood. Well, it's your best friend. But that doesn't stop it at all from also being your best dad. Of course, this sentence Lu Ming only dared to say secretly in his own heart. But he was naturally very happy to be able to make up with Lin Ruyan. The main purpose of his trip is not to contact Lin Ruyan to misunderstand and ease the relationship. This way you'll find a chance to show down with her later. It's better for her to accept this reality. Not bad. Things are progressing very objectively. Just when Lu Ming was happy in his heart, Lin Ruyan in the passenger seat suddenly spoke up. Lu Ming, take me to Excellence Plaza first. I want to go shopping. Lu Ming naturally agreed and drove in the direction of Excellence Plaza. Soon, the two arrived at the shopping center of Excelsior Plaza. Lu Ming then realized that Lin Ruyan had come to buy something for Lin Wan. For the rest of the day, Lu Ming followed Lin Ruyan, being a relentless bag-carrying machine. It didn't take long for Lu Ming to have quite a few more shopping bags, both large and small, on him. Lu Ming can only comfort himself. It's all for his wife's things, and still accompanied his daughter shopping. Should be, no loss. Still, there was one thing that made Lu Ming very emotional. Lin Ruyan is worthy of being Lin Wan's daughter, just such a meal shopping down. She spent at least 1 or 2 million, hands are not with soft. Normally, it's not noticeable at all. After the stuff was purchased, the two men passed a suit store on their way to retreat. Lin Ruyan immediately stopped and pulled Lu Ming inside. What for? Lu Ming was surprised. Not to buy gifts for Lin Wan, how to run men's suit store. I'll buy you a suit as my reparation, Lin Ruyan said. Lu Ming shook his head. No need. I actually don't really like wearing a suit. It doesn't feel very free. And I have plenty more at home. Lu Ming is telling the truth. There are a lot of suits in his check room in the villa, but he wears them very few times. He still prefers to wear more comfortable casual clothes, but couldn't resist the fact that the last time he and Lin Wan went shopping, Lin Wan almost swept these stores away and bought him a whole bunch of everything. There was no room for him to refuse. Lin Wan just wanted to buy it all for herself anyway. And Lin Ruyan was obviously of the same nature as Lin Wan, and also did not let Lu Ming refuse. Hurry up and pick a set. If you don't, I'll think you don't want to make up with me. This can poke Lu Ming's dead center. Not to make up? That's not good enough. Just pick it. Also just picked a random set that looked okay. The clerk took it down. After Lu Ming got changed in the fitting room. Handsome, yeah. When Lu Ming walked out of the fitting room, not only Lin Ruyan's eyes began to shine. Even the clerk, who had seen countless people trying on clothes in the store, couldn't help but marvel. After changing into the suit, Lu Ming, with his imposing and upright posture, his temperament was on a higher level. It's almost as if the reader and writer have stepped out of a novel. Chapter 50, New Rewards. It's actually quite normal. Lu Ming had been a handsome embryo since he was a child, and was honored with the title of schoolgrass when he was in college, so it could be imagined that his face value would have been very capable. Plus the fact that he had later taken a gene potion, it had given Lu Ming a qualitative improvement in his face value in every aspect. And now Lu Ming had changed into a branded suit. Suits are known to accentuate a man's temperament. That's why it drew a gasp from both Lin Ruyan and the clerk at the suit store. Was it good? Lu Ming, on the contrary, didn't feel much about his face charm. Good looking, very handsome. Look at them. Lin Ruyan nodded her head repeatedly when she heard Lu Ming's question. And at some point, a few of the other female clerks in the suit store also frequently cast their eyes on Lu Ming. Okay, that's the set then. Wrap it up for me. Lin Ruyan turned around and went to the counter when she was ready to swipe her card. She had just pulled out her wallet when she heard the cashier utter a shocking price. Hello? Makoto Megumi, $1,260,000. You! As soon as the cashier opened her mouth, even Lin Ruyan's hand, who had just spent more than $2 million without her hand going limp, paused for a moment. The hand pulling out his wallet stopped in midair. A suit? $1,260,000. Yes, then, you have a really good eye. This suit is the latest design just launched by our chief of Berry. From the design to the material to the cut, it's handcrafted by the best masters and it's still a limited edition. Actually, the price of $1,260,000 is already considered a bargain. The cashier opened her mouth to explain. Lu Ming, who had changed back into his own clothes, walked over and upon hearing this, he couldn't help but advise. I think that this set, when worn, doesn't look very good either. I'll pick out another set and leave this one for now. But I didn't expect it. Lu Ming's words had just been spoken. Lin Ruyan then took her bank card out and said to the cashier, Good, just swipe this card. Then he turned to Lu Ming and said, It's only $1,260,000. It's a bit expensive, but it's worth it to wear it on you. And you've picked out a dress that suits you, so how can I back out just because it's more expensive? It's not like I can't afford $1,026,000. It's just that it's the first time I've ever known a men's suit to sell for that much. So I was stumped for a moment. As he spoke, the cashier had swiped his card and presented his bank card and packed suit. Lu Ming held it in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. It's such an expensive dress. He shouldn't have worn it more than a few times. It's a waste. Although he was now worth several $100 million, Lu Ming still felt it was too much of a luxury to use more than $1 million to buy a suit that he hardly ever wore. But Lu Ming was still touched in his heart. After all, he and Lin Ruyan hadn't seen each other for some time. This meeting had just made peace and she was giving herself such a huge gift. Just then, Lu Ming's system voice suddenly sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host. By eating a soft meal you have obtained a set of suit clothing. And the assets gained from the soft meal are plus $126,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The assets gained from soft rice exceed $350 million. Rewarded with divine calligraphy. The system voice that rang in his head caused Lu Ming to freeze. Lin Ruyan buys him clothes and that actually counts as a soft income asset? So Lu Ming consulted the system. The system also gave an immediate answer. Ding! After the system has been upgraded, the host can obtain assets from any woman that he gains from a soft meal. After hearing the system's explanation, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a little excited in his heart. It's a system that doesn't do good. It's not encouraging myself to eat more women's soft food. And it also rewards a new godly skill, calligraphy. This one really pokes at Lu Ming's needs. It is said that words are like people. However, this sentence would not be appropriate when placed on Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming has a high face value, he has actually always sucked at calligraphy and doesn't write well. Li Yuru, that is, Lu Ming mom once also sent him to the children's palace to learn calligraphy to go. But after several years of calligraphy lessons, Lu Ming has made no progress at all. He has learned what he should have learned, and he has listened to what he should have listened to, but his writing is still so ugly. At the end of the day, it was Li Yuru who brought Lu Ming back again, saying that he should not waste money. As a result, hands-on writing has always been a pain point for Lu Ming. I can only say that no one is perfect. God gave Lu Ming such a high value, and smart mind in writing a little defective is also normal. But I didn't expect this flaw now. Surprisingly, it was perfectly solved by the divine calligraphy rewarded by the system. At this moment, Lin Ruyan, who was walking beside her, didn't know that Lu Ming had instantly become a top-notch calligraphy master. After buying the suit, Lin Ruyan and Lu Ming also planned to go back. Just about to leave the Plaza of Excellence. Just then, they suddenly saw a familiar figure. Old King, Uncle Wang. The middle-aged man turned around when he heard someone calling him. After seeing that it was Lu Ming and Lin Ruyan, he also smiled and greeted them. Mr. Lu Umbra. This person was none other than a senior member of the Doublewood Group, Old Wang. Hearing Old Wang address Lu Ming as Mr. Lu, Lin Ruyan couldn't help but ask curiously. Uncle Wang, you know Lu Ming? Old Wang nodded and laughed. Definitely no Mr. Lu he is not. Seeing that Old Wang was about to expose his relationship with Lin Wan, Lu Ming hastily asked in a hurry. Old Wang, how far has the perfume process advanced? Being told by Lu Ming, Old Wang also shot up his interest and said excitedly, all kinds of process approvals have already come down. It's currently in full production and will be ready for official release in a short while. Lin Ruyan by the side was surprised to hear, perfume? Is the Doublewood Group producing its own perfume? Is it newly developed? Old Wang and Lin Ruyan were both concerned about the Doublewood Group. Being so abducted by Lu Ming, they also all went along with the topic, temporarily forgetting about what was in front of them and not noticing anything wrong. This caused Lu Ming to let out a long sigh of relief. He almost let the old king expose his identity, but luckily he changed the topic in time. And at this time, Lin Ruyan asked about the matter of the Doublewood Group, but Old Wang was in the mood and immediately explained with Lin Ruyan. Ha ha ha, almost forgot. Umbra, you don't know about this yet. Yes, our Twinwood Group is going to go public and offer our own perfume. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruyan quickly pursued. Newly developed by the company? She naturally knew something about the Doublewood Group. The Doubletree Group hasn't been selling home-developed products since 2 or 3 years ago. This is because every time a self-developed product is launched, the market is always cold and it ends up with heavy losses. I didn't realize that it was now time to list products from my own company. Could it be a major breakthrough in our D? Chapter 51. Continuing problems. Facing Lin Ruyan's question, Old Wang also responded truthfully. It wasn't developed by the company. It was Mr. Lu who took out the perfume formula. Speaking of Lu Ming's perfume, this time Old Wang couldn't help himself. Immediately started blowing up this new perfume. Ina, let me tell you, I've been studying beauty for so many years, and in my opinion, this new perfume is really superb. Thousands of feelings. Can you believe it? Is that outrageous? Everyone can smell what they like. Originally, I had severe rhinitis and couldn't smell perfume and all that, and your aunt never used perfume. But this perfume not only doesn't give me a bad case of the sniffles, but I also feel clear-headed and comfortable when I smell it. When the perfume goes on sale, I'll be the first to buy it for your aunt. Old Wang as a senior member of the Doubletree Group. And the Doubletree Group has grown from a small, obscure company to a $100 billion group. Undoubtedly the most solid supporter of the Doubletree Group. To see the group has such an excellent product, he naturally incredibly excited. Look at Old Wang's excited look. Lin Ruyan's face was filled with astonishment. Thousands of senses? There's still this kind of perfume? Although she expressed doubt, Lin Ruyan still had a few moments of belief in her heart, because he still knew a few things about the old king. Don't look at him so joyful and excited right now. But in fact Old Wang is a very serious and earnest person. He's a standard tech guy. After all, those who do research, they are all cognizant of the truth and will never fudge the truth. So when it comes to beauty products and research, Lao Wang also has a set of his own philosophy and is serious about his work to the extreme. But even so, there are many factors for the development of excellent products to be successful, and Lao Wang has not developed a product that satisfies him so far. It was such a person, and the words that came out of his mouth were naturally more believable to Lin Ruyan. One time, Lin Ruyan couldn't help but be curious. How could Lu Ming, a person who had nothing to do with beauty products, have a perfume formula? And it was also a top-notch recipe that was highly appreciated and boasted by the old king. So Lin Ruyan also asked, Lu Ming, where did you get the perfume formula? Lu Ming waved his hand. Dreamed it. In response, Lin Ruyan glared at Lu Ming and said, you should at least make up something decent. This time Lu Ming didn't reply. He had said so before with Lin Wan. Lin Wan chose to believe him, and in Lin Ruyan's case, she didn't believe it at all. Since she didn't believe it, Lu Ming didn't bother to find another excuse to explain. At this point, Old Wang spoke. None of this matters, as long as the perfume formula is Mr. Lu's own. We will soon be able to see that the new perfume products of the Twin Woods Group will hit the market and dominate the perfume market. That's what counts. Hear that? Lin Ruyan also nodded in recognition. No further questions were asked about the origin of the perfume recipe. However, her gaze also peeked at Lu Ming. It was then that he realized that Lu Ming seemed to be even more mysterious than he had imagined. She had always thought that Lu Ming was just an ordinary college student who was handsome and studied well. But now, having nothing to do with the beauty industry, he came up with a top-notch perfume formula. This made Lin Ruyan feel as if there was a layer of fog hanging over Lu Ming that she couldn't see through. The two men chatted with the old king for a while afterward. Old Wang also had something to do, so Lu Ming and Lin Ruyan were naturally ready to go home. Get back in the car. Lu Ming had just started the car when Lin Ruyan suddenly opened her mouth and asked, Lu Ming, why does Uncle Wang keep calling you Mr. Lu? Old Wang is a senior member of the Doublewood Group, while Lu Ming is just an assistant. This status is not quite equal, right? And Old Wang is still so respectful to Lu Ming. Yeah. Lu Ming hadn't thought about what to say. Lin Ruyan thought of it again on her own. Oh, the perfume formula you took out helped the Doublewood Group so much. With Uncle Wang's character, he naturally wouldn't treat you as an ordinary assistant. After saying that, Lin Ruyan even nodded to herself. Lu Ming did not answer. The old king was so respectful to him. Indeed, there was also the perfume formula as a factor. But there is another factor. That is, his relationship with Lin Wan. But Lu Ming couldn't possibly say it. By the way, Lu Ming, how long have you been driving for my mom? Lin Ruyan asked again. Lin Ruyan's incessant openings made Lu Ming a little flustered, and he couldn't help but put his foot on the gas a little deeper, accelerating to his home and getting out of the car in a hurry. Otherwise, it would have been fine in the car and Lin Ruyan would have kept asking questions. Ahem. It's been a while, hasn't it? Lu Ming's words came out. Lin Ruyan immediately turned her head and stared straight at Lu Ming. Then you must have seen the man? Hear that? Lu Ming was directly speechless. Of course he knew who the man Lin Ruyan was referring to was. It's just your mom's husband, your dad. Talking about that man. And what does that make him say? Your father is right in front of you and you still can't recognize him even if you do. And asked about me. Is this something I can just say? Say it. Lin Ruyan began to urge Lu Ming. Lu Ming pretended to drive seriously and look at the road, not daring to meet Lin Ruyan's gaze with the slightest bit of his own eyes. Otherwise, there was a good chance that he would be discovered to be weak at this point. Well, Lu Ming, a nasal voice coped. But as soon as Lin Ruyan heard Lu Ming give an affirmative reply, she immediately got excited. I knew it. So tell me, what's that man's story? Better tell me in detail. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. Slowly, he said, it's pretty good, right? Is that all? Be more detailed. Tell me what you look like, what your personality is like, what your abilities are. Lin Ruyan blankly glanced at Lu Ming, obviously not very satisfied with his answer. Lu Ming had to add, handsome, about the same as me. Personality I think is quite good, and ability is naturally excellent. Lu Ming outputs a bunch of crap. That man is himself. It must be similar to him. And would he himself say he has a bad character, bad abilities? Lu Ming's pile of nonsense naturally couldn't get past Lin Ruyan. You're just as good at talking as you are at not talking. After finally muddling through, Lu Ming was sort of relieved and began to test Lin Ruyan's attitude. Anyway, it's too much to say in one sentence. I feel like he's still pretty good. Don't you support your mom in finding her own happiness? Lin Ruyan shook her head and said, Of course I support it. My mom has been single for so many years. Of course I want her to find true love. But that man is so small. He's the same age as me. What does a little boy like that know about love? What if he's just greedy for my family's property? Wouldn't my mom be hurting for money and grief by then? This time I'm going home just to test what this man is really made of. Chapter 52. Dad's identity revealed. Speaking of that man, Lin Ruyan all brought a few moments of gnashing of teeth, her two small fists compiled tightly. It was as if he would rush up and give a few hard punches if he saw the man. Although that little alabaster fist didn't seem to have any killing power. But this also made Lu Ming helpless. He had thought that now that he and Lin Ruyan had reunited, things were going pretty well for the two of them to get along, and then the next showdown would be smoother. But I didn't realize that when it came to the man, her dad, that was himself. Lin Ruyan's attitude became what it is now. It seems that Lin Ruyan has deep animosity towards this father who fell from the sky. Still need to do more work on her then. Thinking of this, Lu Ming immediately began to act, trying to brainwash Lin Ruyan. I am of the opinion that seeing is believing, and that what you are saying is just your pessimistic speculative conjecture. The truth may not be what you think. Your mom has been in the business world for so many years. Don't you know her vision? That's notoriously venomous, so yeah. Can she not think of what you can think of? She must have considered all of this since she was able to stay with that man, which means there's nothing wrong with that man. Speaking here, Lu Ming paused for a moment and added, in my opinion, that man is actually quite nice and quite suitable to be your father. Ha! Lin Ruyan was a bit stunned when Lu Ming came down with his self-promotion. Taken aback, he asked, you all think so? Lu Ming nodded and said with great certainty, yes. Seeing Lu Ming say this, Lin Ruyan's mind was also a bit confused, drooped to one side and said nothing more. But her impatience to get home to the man had also become more urgent. Soon, Lu Ming drove the vehicle into Yunli's former villa. Where is this? Aren't we going back to my house? Lin Ruyan was surprised that Lu Ming actually drove her to a place she was completely unfamiliar with. And as soon as Lu Ming heard Lin Ruyan say that, he immediately reacted. Crap. When Lin Wan bought Yunli's former residence, she moved over to live with Lu Ming. It seemed as if she had completely forgotten to speak to her daughter, Lin Ruyan, about it. That's quite a big heart. If I hadn't gone to pick up Lin Ruyan myself, would Lin Ruyan's own mind blow up on the spot when she came home and saw the empty old house? So Lu Ming hurriedly explained. This your home. Your new home. Your mom bought it new. Ooh-hoo. After hearing Lu Ming's explanation, Lin Ruyan then got out of the car and walked towards the door. Lu Ming also followed closely behind him. And in front of the main door, Lin Ruyan was here for the first time and didn't have a key code or anything, and was about to ring the doorbell. Lu Ming's feet had just stepped onto the stone steps. Master, welcome home. This retarded home intelligence has face recognized the identity of Lu Ming's villa owner and opened the door automatically. Also reported a voice. The voice just rang out. Oops. Forgot about this. Lu Ming's heart had already set off shock waves, but it was too late. There's no way he can stop this retarded home broadcast. When the welcome home master passed completely, the door opened. Lu Ming and Lin Wan couldn't help but look at each other. From Lin Ruyan's eyes, Lu Ming concluded that she had come to a realization. It's normal, what driver can just swipe his face and enter the boss's house, and that's a heterosexual beautiful boss. What's more crucial is that this retarded home calls himself Master Ah. Lu Ming said nothing else. With an instantaneous step, he scurried into the villa. Fruity. A miserable scream immediately came from behind Lu Ming. Lu Ming! I can't believe it's you. You dog man! Lin Ruyan shouted as she chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming! I treat you as a friend. You actually... You're shameless. In the face of Lin Ruyan's frantic screams and non-stop pursuit, Lu Ming didn't know what to say for a while. One could only control Lin Ruyan first and let her calm down. Pinned her to the couch, unable to move. But even though Lin Ruyan couldn't move, her mouth was still cursing. Lu Ming, you have the balls to let go of me. You dog man, seducing my mom to steal my house. One fight with you and you steal my mom. Are you a human being? And tricked me into reconciling with you, cheating me out of my feelings and my money. I. Lin Ruyan on the sofa cursed and shouted, and also began to cry convulsively, her teardrops snapping down. Now she finally had everything figured out. Why was Lu Ming specifically here to pick himself up? Why was Old Wang so polite to him when he met him at the Excellence Plaza? Why is it that when he talks about the man himself, he praises the man one way or another and says he supports the man as his father? At this time, Lu Ming wrote all the perverse words and actions at this time Lin Ruyan completely figured out. He's that guy. He can't help but brag about himself and be supportive. Lin Ruyan felt so stupid. Too stupid. This actually couldn't even think of Lu Ming's true identity. He even kept discussing it with him on the way, and made up with him, and bought him over $1 million worth of clothes. So he's the husband his own mom found. Blood loss. Blood horse loss. The horses are losing out. One's classmates, friends become one's dad? Thinking of this, Lin Ruyan cried even harder, her entire body softening on the sofa. She didn't even need Lu Ming to hold him down. She was crying on the sofa by herself, unable to curse. It made Lu Ming's head spin to see it. Good on. Lin Wan heard the sound downstairs and hurried down. Look at the scene in front of you. Seeming to understand something, he and Lu Ming looked at each other helplessly. Finally, Lin Wan comes down and controls the position. She and Lin Ruin both sat on the long couch, comforting Lin Ruin. At this time, Lin Ruin stopped crying though. But it was also still not to be messed with, staring at Lu Ming with a deadly stare, as if Lu Ming had a heavenly hatred with her. The atmosphere was still awkward as the three sat around the couch, no one speaking. In the end, it was Lu Ming who took the lead and opened his mouth. The truth, as you know, is that it is as you see it. If you have any comments, you can make them. Hearing this, Lin Ruin immediately blurted out, "You leave my mom." Lu Ming also immediately and crisply rejected her. "This is impossible. One air and I truly love each other. Change it." The words came out. Lin Ruin was so angry that she violently stood up from the sofa and scolded, "Lu Ming, you're at least a graduate of Mundo University. You don't work hard, you do crooked things and hang out with rich women. How could I be blind to have a friend like you?" Just finished cursing. A voice then sounded beside Lin Ruin. Cough. "Een, it was actually me who took the initiative to chase Lu Ming." Chapter 53. Don't make a move on your father. The person who spoke was none other than Lin Ruin's mom, Lin Wan. When she heard Lin Ruin say that, she couldn't help but stand up and retort, Actually it's not really chasing. Is that I arranged my own matchmaking bureau with Lu Ming, but Lu Ming didn't want to be with me at first. I'll just tie him up at the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a license." Lin Wan directly told Lin Ruin the whole story of what happened in the first place. Although it is a little difficult to say this to Lin Ruin, but this will clear the suspicion of Lu Ming in Lin Ruin's mind that she is a rich woman. That's why Lin Wan still took the initiative to come forward and make things clear. And Lin Ruin listened. Directly the whole person was dumbfounded, unable to stand, backed up and sat on the sofa. A pair of eyes looked at Lin Wan filled with disbelief. "Mom!" Lin Ruin's brain was directly messed up into a paste, speechless, not knowing what to say. It really hit hers with a huge mental shock. She had decided from the beginning that it was that man, that is, Lu Ming, who had hooked up with Lin Wan on the basis of having a few facial features and being that handsome. The purpose may be to see the money of the family. But the truth is, his own mom looked at people and even used force when Lu Ming refused, straight to tying people up in the civil service. Lin Ruin was simply going crazy. Was this the 1,000-year-old iceberg, unattractive mom she knew? You were single for many years. Desire for happiness. But would that be too much for you? Lu Ming is a recent college graduate, not even a few years older than your daughter. How did you get off? Think of it this way. It seems that the one who suffers is still Lu Ming. He's still a victim of coercion? Can't help it. The thought popped into Lin Ruin's head. Nope, it's not right. No matter what, I can't let Lu Ming be my father. Thinking of this, Lin Ruin still firmly objected. Mom, what do you see in this guy? There's nothing good about him except his good looks. And as far as I know, he's never had a girlfriend, so maybe it's a G. Good lord, in order to oppose Lu Ming, Lin Ruin has started talking nonsense and engaging in smearing. Yet Lin Wan immediately retorted. No, Inin, Lu Ming has a lot of good qualities besides being handsome. Things like attentive, gentle, steady, etc. And just because Lu Ming hasn't had a girlfriend doesn't mean he's the one. I'm his wife, how could I not know? In short, daughter, you don't understand my joy. Lin Ruin had failed in one plan, but she had another one. Good, even so, but it's a fact that he's a soft touch. He's a good student of the Magic City University. Do not go to find a job. Rely on your mom to support. Is this a man? Lu Ming, who was on the side, heard it. Yeah, what's wrong with him being a soft touch? This I can admit. Eating soft rice so fragrant, and feeding is still a perfect beauty. Who can refuse it? But before he could say anything, Lin Wan started to retort again. How could it be? It's just that you don't know Lu Ming. Lu Ming had spent $20 million to buy back a piece of land that had 4,680,000,000 worth of Fantasy Star sea stones underneath it. That's a lot of money. And he came up with a top-notch perfume formula that solved a problem the company had had for years. Without him, the company is in a floundering mess right now. Mom, stop. Well, even so, he's still a very calculating guy. This guy guessed that I would definitely disagree, so he tried all sorts of ways to pick me up at the high-speed train station specifically, lying to me that he was your driver. and then play the reconnecting act with me, cheating on my feelings. By the way, it also cost me over $1 million. Hear that? Now Lu Ming immediately stepped forward and spoke. It's my wife. That is, your mom, who told me to pick you up. Ah, what's wrong with me as your father picking up you, my daughter? And I never said I was your mom's chauffeur. It's always been you. I never admitted it. As for the $1 million dress, I refused. Ah, but you had to give it away. I don't want you still angry. What can I do? Lu Ming's words came out. Lin Ruyan recalled it and was stunned. It seems like the truth is indeed what Lu Ming said. He never said he was his mom's chauffeur or admitted it. The clothes were also given to him by his own force. Nope. This guy is taking advantage of himself by saying he's the father and he's the daughter. Jumped up again and sprayed. Then when I said it in the car, you were shamelessly bragging about yourself and how great you were. Am I not right in what I say? Have I told half a lie? Am I not handsome? Not excellent. I just spoke truthfully about my merits. How is it shameless? Lu Ming has a clear conscience and is not afraid at all. Where can you find a 5 good young man as handsome and as good as he is? One time, Lin Ruyan was speechless. Couldn't find any more points to attack Lu Ming. There was nothing to hack about this guy in every aspect. However, there was no way she, Lin Ruyan, would recognize Lu Ming, a man her age, as her father. No longer able to think of any point that could break Lu Ming, Lin Ruyan couldn't care less and just threw out a sentence. I don't care, you get out of my house right now, right now? Lin Ruyan directly played up her temper. But Lu Ming also began to lose his patience and said impatiently, no way. This is my home with one air. If you're going out, you're going out. This is my home and my mom's home. Looking at Lin Ruyan as if she was about to be provoked into tears, the fire in Lu Ming's heart dropped quite a bit, sighed and said, how about this, from now on, we call each of us by our own name. You call me dad and I'll call you sister. Lu Ming had thought that this was considered a step back for each. Whoever thought? After hearing Lu Ming's words, Lin Ruyan directly exploded with anger. Standing up was the intention to pounce over and have a life and death duel with Lu Ming. Although Lin Ruyan was simply no match for Lu Ming, at this point, she had already lost her mind. Seeing that Lin Ruyan was about to pounce in front of Lu Ming just wanted to step in and keep her on the couch to calm her down. But Lin Wan had then taken the first step and pulled Lin Ruyan's hand in. Lin Ruyan had been playing small like this also finally angered Lin Wan and couldn't help but shout at Lin Ruyan, don't make a move on your father. The words came out. Lin Ruyan stayed where she was, no longer struggling or speaking. Lin Wan's "the sound of your father" was like a bomb exploding in her head. The whole man lost his strength and could no longer stand. Sitting down on the couch, he launched himself. It's done. Lu Ming and Lin Wan looked at each other, their faces filled with helplessness. Let's go to our room and let her think about it, Lu Ming said. The two then went back to their room together, leaving Lin Ruyan alone on the sofa. Chapter 54. The Strawberry Fairy. After a long time, Lin Ruyan still felt that this fact was too outrageous and still outrageous. It would have been hard for her to accept in her mind that her own mother had found her a father about her own age. But I didn't expect it. And what broke him down even harder was this one. It was actually his friend from before, Lu Ming. How could she say that when she was told to call her friend her father? Even, it was still her own mother who took the initiative to ask Lu Ming to marry her. It was just too much of a shock for her. Lin Ruyan, because of her family's good condition, good looks and good studies, both at home and outside. All of them are cared for and taken care of by others and have a smooth life. And today, yet she had suffered so many losses at the hands of Lu Ming one after another. Whether it was actions that pinned her to the couch, words that failed him, or even mental blows, it simply hurt her in every way. This made Lin Ruyan heartbroken, and at the same time, she resented Lu Ming in her heart. Subsequently, Lin Ruyan seemed to have remembered something. In a hurry, he pulled out the cell phone he had on him. Opened the wiki on her cell phone. By now the chat box on the wiki that she had put on top had a striking red dot. Lin Ruyan hurriedly clicked on this friend chat box with the note Strawberry Flavor Fairy, only to see that within the chat box, the strawberry flavored fairy had already sent several messages in a row. Strawberry Fairy. Umbra wife, are you home yet? Love. Strawberry Fairy. Eneen wife. Why don't you answer me back? Are you busy? Kisses. Strawberry Fairy. Baby, why aren't you better yet? Aggrieved. Strawberry Fairy. Inky baby, I miss you. Don't you miss me? You don't even reply to me. Aggrieve. Strawberry Fairy, honey, why don't you answer my messages? Crying. See this? Lin Ruyin couldn't think of anything else and hurriedly replied to the strawberry-flavored fairy's message. Honey, I'm home. Something came up earlier and I missed you too, wife. Lin Ruyin just replied. The next second, the strawberry-flavored fairy popped in for a video call. Lin Ruyin also quickly connected. Only to see that in the video, a cute girl with a somewhat fleshy face and big blinking eyes appeared all of a sudden. The video just picked up. The strawberry-flavored fairy was going to ask why she hadn't been able to reply to herself just now. But she immediately noticed Lin Ruyin's red eyes and the tear stains on her face from crying. At once, he asked, "Why are you crying, Umbreon baby? What happened? Who bullied you?" By the strawberry-flavored fairy, Lin Ruyin almost cried out again. Felt good to have someone on her side. Lin Ruyin also desperately needed to talk to someone to vent out her dissatisfaction right now. So she told the strawberry-flavored fairy the whole story. When the strawberry-flavored fairy heard Lin Ruyin, she also immediately formed a united front with Lin Ruyin and began to condemn Lu Ming. So angry. This Lu Ming guy is so shameless. Not only does he eat soft food, but he also bullied my wife into crying. He's a bad guy. The strawberry-flavored fairy's words seemed to speak to Lin Ruyin's heart. Lin Ruyin frantically nodded her head in agreement. Aggrieved. Wife, I am so hard. This is the first time I have been so… Oh. Pouring out her heart, Lin Ruyin finally couldn't help but cry again. The strawberry-flavored fairy on the other end of the video saw a heartbroken look emerge in her eyes at this scene. If you put yourself in her shoes, she couldn't accept that her mom was married to a friend she knew. So she could understand Lin Ruyin's feelings. Lin Ruyin cried and began to howl in a low voice. Wife, I don't want to have such a father. Don. T. But I have no way. Them. Lin Ruyin cried, her speech breaking up. Seeing this, the strawberry-flavored fairy hurriedly consoled Lin Ruyin. Wife, don't cry. We'll think of a way together. There must be a way to kick that Lu Ming guy out. Don't cry. There is no use. I have made a lot of ways. But my mom, like being under a compulsion, cannot hear Lu Ming half bad. The moment she opens her mouth is to praise him. It's a dead giveaway to Lu Ming. And Lu Ming is even more unlikely to let my mom go. I really can't think of any way out. Lin Ruyin said as she sobbed, and the strawberry-flavored fairy frowned, her eyes gurgling, her mind frantically thinking about what could be done to help Lin Ruyin. Right. A glimmer of joy crept across the strawberry-flavored fairy's face as he came up with what he thought was a good idea for himself. Baby wife, I've got an idea. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruyin hurriedly pursued. What solution have you thought of? The strawberry-flavored fairy asked rhetorically. In order to separate your mom and Lu Ming, are you willing to pay a little price? Baby wife? Lin Ruyin was confused by the question, but she still nodded her head immediately. As long as I can separate my mom from Lu Ming, I'll pay whatever it takes. Then impatiently urged. Tell me, wife, what should I do? Strawberry Fairy, however, said mysteriously. It's not safe for you to video chat there right now. Let's just type. Apparently the strawberry-flavored fairy was worried about what the video said and the plan leaking out, which is why she suggested switching to typing. Lin Ruyin nodded and instantly hung up the video call. Then in a fiery rush, he typed into the chat box. Honey, tell me what you came up with. The news of the strawberry-flavored fairies followed suit. Baby, as I recall, weren't you and this Lu Ming quite close when you were in school in the past? He seems to be the closest thing you have to a member of the opposite sex in school. Somehow, the strawberry-flavored fairy's words seemed to carry this hint of jealousy. However, Lin Ruyin couldn't pay attention to these at this time and immediately typed in a reply. Yes, the relationship in school before was quite good, and one of the opposite sex with the best relationship should be him. But then it fell out over something, all of which I told you about. So does that have anything to do with what you came up with? Knowing that Lin Ruyin was in a hurry, the strawberry-flavored fairy didn't dwell on this aspect much and began to get to the point. I think, it's possible that he liked you when he was in school. Otherwise, why would he have been going out of his way to get close to you and strike up a good relationship with you? You know, other boys can't do that. Strawberry Fairy, that's more or less the animosity between love rivals. Poor Lu Ming never knew where he had come up with an inexplicable love rival, and the hostility was not small. How many years ago was this, and it still sticks in your craw? And this is surprisingly a heterosexual love interest. Chapter 55. Developing a plan. And speaking of which, Lin Ruyan still didn't understand what any of this had to do with the strawberry-flavored fairy's set approach. Typing, she asked, I don't know if he's ever liked me either, but this doesn't seem to have anything to do with these things either. Of course there's a connection, and it's a heavenly relationship. Think about it, if he used to like you and now he's with your mom. Think of it this way, isn't it? As long as you tell your mom about this, wife, your mom will definitely separate from him. Strawberry Fairy said this. Lin Ruyan was suddenly enlightened and inspired. Eyes that had been red and swollen from crying began to light up. Yeah. Strawberry Fairy has a point. It wasn't hard to see that in his own mother's heart, Lu Ming was a perfect image. But if she knew that Lu Ming used to like herself, could she not break Lu Ming's golden body? A man who used to be in love with her daughter and is now married to her. What woman wouldn't care to hear that? What else might such a man have in mind for his daughter behind his back? But Lin Ruyan suddenly thought of a problem. What had been an exuberant mood quickly went down. Strawberry Fairy also sent a message. How about, Inky baby, what do you think of my solution? Aren't I smart? Lin Ruyan typed in a reply. It's pretty good, but there's still a key problem. I don't even know if Lu Ming ever liked me in the first place. We're normal friends, you're the one who said he likes me. I can't prove this one with my mouth, and my mom won't necessarily believe me. So yeah, that's why I asked you if you were willing to pay something in the first place. What price? Lin Ruyan asked in surprise. The strawberry-flavored fairy gave an evil hee-haw. Mouths speak for themselves, but what if they see it with their own eyes? You just need to let your mom see some not-so-good things with her own eyes so that she doesn't know that Lu Ming has ill intentions for you. Speaking of which, Lin Ruyan also understood what the strawberry-flavored fairy meant when she said that there was a way and that there was some price to pay. I want my mom to see the scene of Lu Ming's crime against her, and then say that Lu Ming likes her, so it will be believable. I have to say, this is a very good and poisonous plan. But Lin Ruyan still hesitated, because it's a real price to pay. Isn't this too cheap for Lu Ming? The strawberry-flavored fairy also replied with a heartbreaking voice. I don't want to be like this either. You are my wife. I'm heartbroken that you're like this. But there's nothing else we can do if we want your mom and Lu Ming to be completely separated. See that? Lin Ruyan fell into silence, because the truth was exactly like what the strawberry-flavored fairy had said. There was really no other way to separate his mom and Lu Ming other than this one. After a while, Lin Ruyan gritted her teeth, made up her mind, and once again asked the strawberry-flavored fairy for advice. Then what should I do so that my mom can see with her own eyes that Lu Ming is plotting against me? First of all, a suitable environment must be created. If your mom and Lu Ming are together all day, how will you have a chance to make a move? They should be living together, right? You should definitely separate them first. Let them each sleep in a room, so you can have a chance to approach Lu Ming alone. As soon as they sleep in separate rooms, you can find a suitable moment to sneak into his room. It's called right place, right time, right person. Strawberry Fairy analyzes it all. And Lin Ruyan continued. After I got to his room, I made a false impression of being plotted against by Lu Ming to draw my mom over. When my mom sees this, she'll be so angry that her relationship with Lu Ming will break up, then separate from Lu Ming and kick him out. Lin Ruyan typed excitedly, as if the plan had already succeeded. Strawberry Fairy messaged, That's right. Wife, you look good. Love you, hee hee. Kisses. Wife, you are so smart to come up with such a great idea. Love you even more, oh mua. Lin Ruyan just returned. Strawberry Fairy then sent another message admonishing, That's the plan though, wife. You must be careful. Don't let Lu Ming take advantage of you. You just have to act it out. We can't take too big a loss. Otherwise, I'd be heartbroken. Lin Ruyan hurriedly comforted the strawberry-flavored fairy. Don't worry, wife. I'm sure I'll keep the scale under control. And I'm not willing to give Lu Ming an advantage. I will always love only you kisses. After settling on a plan, Lin Ruyan also stopped chatting with the strawberry-flavored fairy for the time being. Put away the cell phone. He then walked towards Lu Ming and Lin Wan's room on the second floor. Watch me kick you out of the room first, Lin Ruyan said as she buried her head and walked in big strides. Suddenly, oops, Lin Ruyan felt like she hit a fleshy thing, and the impact caused her entire body to bounce back. Look up. It was actually Lu Ming, who was so frightened that he took a few steps back and kept a little distance, asking warily, What are you doing? Lu Ming gave Lin Ruyan a blank look and said without any good humor, "You hit me? Why are you asking me? Get out of the way. I'm going down to cook." After saying that, he also ignored Lin Ruyan and directly crossed over to her. Down to the kitchen downstairs. Lin Ruyan was speechless. It was indeed her who didn't look at the road and bumped into him. But the mouth still muttered defiantly, "Bad Lu Ming, stinky Lu Ming." Then he turned around and followed Lu Ming to the kitchen as well. Seeing that Lu Ming was already maneuvering the guys in the kitchen, Lin Ruyan sat down on a chair close by, her gaze fixed firmly on Lu Ming. Lu Ming naturally saw it as well. "What's there to see in my cooking? Why do you keep staring at me? Afraid I'll poison you? It's not like there's no such possibility," Lin Ruyan said with a stiff upper lip. Lu Ming shook his head helplessly, no longer paying attention to Lin Ruyan's gaze, and continued cooking. It's a pretty tough feeling though. Think about when Lin Ruyan wasn't around. He and Lin Wan cooked all the time while cooking and talking about love entwined that cooking was the enjoyment. And right now, Lin Wan hadn't come down yet either, and she was only frying a few dishes in the kitchen. So what was there to defend herself against? Solely. Lu Ming just ignored him and did his own thing. After getting all the ingredients ready, it was time to start cooking. And in Lin Ruyan's opinion, at first he didn't think Lu Ming could cook, and even if he could, it should be a three-legged kung fu. But she had seen Lu Ming's skillful knife work from the beginning when he prepared the ingredients. It just started to come as a bit of a surprise. Immediately after, Lu Ming's gesture of frying vegetables even more shocked her. Chapter 56. Lu Ming's culinary skills. Only Lu Ming was seen holding a pot in his left hand and a spatula in his right. With a flick of his left hand, the food in the pot rose up and threw a graceful arc in the air. The right-hand spatula was in the pot, stirring randomly, making a zippy sound. Pungent aroma followed. Lin Ruyan couldn't help but inhale a few times as she smelled the scent. At this moment, Lu Ming was as if he was possessed by the god of cookery, and it seemed that he was already not just cooking, but completing an artistic creation. Lin Ruyan was completely stunned. His eyes were dead set on Lu Ming's every move, and a look of incredulity appeared on his face. Inside, it was full of shock. "Can you cook like this?" She'd never seen that cooking could be so elegant and pretty, and the aroma emanating from the cooking was just a smell. Just let her mouth water and her stomach become hungry. Lu Ming, he seems to be really good at cooking. Lin Ruyan had to admit this fact in her heart. Soon, the 4 dishes and 1 soup prepared by Lu Ming came out hot, and Lin Ruyan was still staring straight ahead, not knowing what she was thinking. "Tell your mom to come downstairs for dinner." It wasn't until Lu Ming called out to her that Lin Ruyan came back to her senses. Nodding her head in a confused manner, "Oh, well, well, well." Rarely did he not retort back to dislike Lu Ming. Obediently stood up and went upstairs to call Lin Wan to come down for dinner. By the time the two of them came downstairs to the dining table, Lu Ming had already brought the meal to the table as well. "It smells so good, honey." Just after getting on the dining table, Lin Wan already had a happy look on her face as she smelled the aroma of the food. "Then you eat more." Lu Ming spoiled Lin Wan by chucking a piece of meat into her bowl. Lin Wan also started to enjoy the food in front of her without any ceremony. Her face was full of smiles and her eyes narrowed into a slit as she ate happily. Her eyes narrowed into a slit. While Lin Ruyan looked at the exquisite 4 dishes and 1 soup on the dining table, her whole mind was still immersed in the kind of gesture Lu Ming made when he was cooking just now, and she hesitated to move her chopsticks. Try your dad's cooking, your dad is a good cook." Seeing that Lin Ruyan had been in a daze, Lin Wan began to urge him to move his chopsticks and eat. "Oh good." Perhaps it was said that her brain was still confused, and Lin Ruyan surprisingly accepted the word father when Lin Wan mouthed it. At Lin Wan's reminder, Lin Ruyan picked up her bowl and chopsticks and caught a piece of beef. The beef was picked up by the chopsticks and brought close to the mouth, before it was even in the mouth. The tantalizing aroma then drilled right into Lin Ruyan's nose, which at this point was several times stronger than when she was watching the cooking. Lin Ruyan seemed to be able to feel her stomach gurgling at this time, with a strong desire to consume this piece of beef. Chopsticks move. The beef couldn't wait to be brought into Lin Ruyan's mouth. Yummy. This was the subconscious cognition given by Lin Ruyan's mind. Then as Lin Ruyan began to chew, an even more intense wave of deliciousness exploded in his mouth. The juices of the beef filled her entire mouth. With just the right amount of seasoning, Lin Ruyan could only feel this piece of beef in her mouth getting more and more flavorful the more she chewed on it, and finally slid down her throat. Her brain just couldn't wait to dominate her body to pinch the next piece. She'd never had food this good. As Lin Wan's daughter, she had eaten countless mountain delicacies, even what Michelin restaurants she had been to quite a few times. However, she now felt that Lu Ming's cooking was many times better than those high-end restaurants. However, how could Lu Ming be such a good cook? Even more so than a chef who had been immersed in the culinary arts for many years. Moreover, the high-class restaurants used the freshest high-end ingredients, while Lu Ming used just these ordinary ingredients from the refrigerator at home to make this kind of deliciousness. The more she ate, the more shocked Lin Ruyan was in her heart. Her face became even more complex, and the movements of her hands continued to speed up. This performance of hers was naturally seen by Lin Wan. Lin Wan couldn't help but feel proud of Lu Ming and said happily, "It's delicious, isn't it? I've said that my husband's cooking is super delicious. I don't know how many times better than the ones outside." Lin Ruyan was about to say something, but all of a sudden she thought that this was Lu Ming's cooking. The words of praise immediately swallowed back from his mouth. Changed it to "It's not as good as you say it is, Mom. I can't eat it anyway." Then forced himself to control himself to retrieve the chopsticks. "Can't eat anymore, you guys eat." Throwing down the word, he turned decisively and ran to the couch in the living room. She's afraid she won't be able to control herself if she's not decisive. Seeing Lin Ruyan like this, Lin Wan covered her mouth with a smile and leaned over to Lu Ming's ear and whispered, "Umbra, this girl has a tough mouth. She might be regretting it by now." As Lin Ruyan's mother, Lin Wan definitely knew Lin Ruyan the best. Fruity. Lin Ruyan had actually started to regret it just after she said the words about not being able to eat. The latter move of putting down the chopsticks, or she used all her willpower to forcefully control herself to put it down. Otherwise she said it was not delicious, and still continue to eat it is not a big loss of face. As for turning away, it was also about not continuing to be tempted by the sizzling meal. Sitting on the couch in the living room, Lin Ruyan regretted more and more in her heart. Lu Ming's cooking was really fragrant. She seemed to feel the scent even after she left the dining room and came into the living room. Not sure if she was hallucinating or if it was the flavor that lingered under her breath. It made her gulp. It was only because that was Lu Ming's doing that she resisted in her heart when she saw Lin Wan pushing it that way. Relying on the little bit of sanity left, he forced down the desire to eat. But when she came to the living room, she looked and listened to Lu Ming and her own mother both continuing to eat their delicious meal. Especially when they were out of the picture and they were letting loose with their intimacy. Lin Ruyan regretted it to the extreme. "If I had known just now, I would not have done that, even if it is pretending to be dead not to respond or have to be so hard to say that, the back of their own way to the end." She was at odds with Lu Ming, but not with Lu Ming's cooking. Pretending to be X is fun for a while, but now you've starved yourself. And it was cheaper for Lu Ming to have some alone time with his mom. Lin Ruyan really can't wait to get back to that dinner table, but it was just something she thought about. She's already left, and she's still saying the food wasn't good. What excuse could she use to go back now, so even with how hungry she was and how much she wanted to eat? For the sake of her own face, she had to endure it as well. That's all. Lin Ruyan gritted her teeth as she watched the two of them, Lu Ming and Lin Ruyan, snuggle up and finish all their meals. The two of them worked together to clean up the dishes. Not a bit of it was left for her. Lin Ruyan was so angry in her heart, but there was nothing she could do, since she couldn't eat. It was time for her to start implementing the plan that the strawberry-flavored fairy had made for herself. Let his mom and Lu Ming sleep in separate rooms. Chapter 57. Wherever you go. Lu Ming and Lin Wan walked over after clearing the table. Lin Ruyan just wanted to speak. "You!" But Lin Wan grabbed her first and said, "Een, we have to go out for something. You wait at home for us to come back." Once she heard this, the words on Lin Ruyan's lips stopped. She was going to talk to both of them about letting them sleep in separate rooms. "I didn't realize that this would be the time for them to go out." Lin Ruyan thought about it for a while and decided to wait until the night before she went to bed. "Umbra, what did you just say?" Lin Ruyan shook her head. "It's fine, you guys go ahead." After finishing with Lin Ruyan, Lu Ming and Lin Wan also went back to their rooms to freshen up and dress up before they were ready to go out. And Lin Ruyan, who had originally agreed to them going out, looked at the backs of the two as they prepared to go out. Something seemed to come to mind, suddenly calling out to Lu Ming and Lin Wan, "Wait, I'm going too." Lu Ming and Lin Wan turned to look at Lin Ruyan in surprise. "You're going too?" "Yes. Can't you?" "Then what are you going out for?" Lu Ming gave Lin Ruyan a blank look. "Going out to run errands." I should be able to follow if I'm on business. Lin Ruian argued with reason. He couldn't trust Lu Ming. She hadn't thought of it in a moment of inattention earlier, but it was good that she reacted before the two of them left the door. Lu Ming took his mom out, so maybe he went out on a date. They say it's an errand, but I don't know if it's serious or not. What if they went to a hotel because they were home by themselves? So Lin Ruian, who thought of this, suddenly strongly requested to go out with Lu Ming and Lin Wan. It was to be a light bulb and protect Lin Wan. At that moment, Lin Wan stepped forward to speak. Umbra, we're going to the office, of course we're doing business. However, Lin Ruian still insisted on following. Since we're going to the office, all the more reason for me to come along. Lin Ruian was already determined to follow at this point, even if Lin Wan said she was going to the company. So what if you go to the office, you can't date in the corporate office, and the way there isn't also time for the two of you to be alone. Seeing this, Lu Ming and Lin Wan both looked at each other, filled with helplessness. Fine, follow if you want, Lu Ming said. Anyway, they really did have a serious matter to make a trip to the company, and there weren't any of those messed up thoughts in Lin Ruian's head. So if Lin Ruian followed, he didn't care. And the three of them went out the door together. However, since 3 people were traveling this time, those sports cars of Lu Ming would not be able to fit. So Lu Ming didn't drive a sports car this time. Instead, he drove a Cullinan from Lin Wan's original garage. It also brings a new driving experience to Lu Ming. Unlike the strong roar and thrust of a sports car, Cullinan brought Lu Ming unprecedented comfort. The whole person is perfectly wrapped in the seat, and when you drive it, no matter whether you hit the steering wheel or the gas pedal, everything is so silky smooth that you can't feel any stutter. A car this comfortable is also another pleasure to drive, no less than the speed and excitement that comes with a sports car. Cullinan drove out of Yunari's former residence and headed for the Twinwoods group. After a while, Lin Ruian looked at the familiar street, which did seem to be on the way to the company. Mom, what are you guys doing going to the office? Lin Ruian couldn't help but ask when she saw that the car was indeed heading towards the company. She thought at first that the two were fooling her because it was the Mid-Autumn Festival. The company was on vacation and no one was there, so what could there be that needed to be dealt with? I didn't realize that it seemed like it was actually true. Our company's new perfume is about to go on sale, so naturally we have to have a meeting. And this perfume formula was brought out by Lu Ming, so he has to come along as well. But isn't it the Mid-Autumn Festival a holiday? Besides, isn't new product release and sales always the responsibility of the publicity and sales department? Lin Ruian asked the question in her mind. He also has some understanding of the DoubleTree Group. Usually this kind of thing are in charge of the senior management and do not need their own mom personally horsaw. Seeing Lin Ruian inquiring, Lin Wan also patiently explained to her. This time is different. This perfume concerns the future development of our DoubleTree Group, and everyone in the company is looking forward to it. So even on vacation, we're all working towards that. The entire senior management of the company will come to the meeting and focus on coming up with a perfect solution. After hearing this, Lin Ruian looked at Lu Ming, who was driving, in surprise. She didn't expect Lin Wan to be so attached to the perfume formula Lu Ming had come up with as well, or even about the future of the Twinwoods. It seems that Lu Ming's perfume recipe is really something. This made Lin Ruian feel in her heart that Lu Ming was just too mysterious. The strange aura that emanated from him as he cooked was a sight for her to behold. The cooking was so flavorful that she couldn't wait to dry 3 bowls of rice. And she also took out a mysterious perfume recipe that was praised by Uncle Wang and by her own mother. This time, Lin Ruian felt as if the Lu Ming at this time was completely different from what he was in school. This man, a heavenly change has taken place. Soon, the trio arrived at the Twinwood Group. This time Lu Ming drove a car that originally belonged to Lin Wan, so he also entered the company without any problems. The 3 of them arrived in the company's conference room. At this time, all the company executives had already arrived, and when they saw the arrival of Lu Ming and Lin Wan, they all smiled and got up to greet them. The meeting started soon after. Lin Wan and the company's executives began to be on the perfume before and after the launch of each link. The crowd began to brainstorm. And Lin Ruian, who was sitting down, didn't have her say at all, bored. She saw a small bottle of white transparent liquid sitting on the table. So she tugged at the clothes of the old king beside her and asked in a low voice, "Uncle Wang, what is this?" Old Wang also immediately lowered his head and whispered to Lin Ruian, "This is the sample produced from the perfume formula provided by Mr. Lu Ah. Do you want to smell it?" Hearing this, Lin Ruian's eyes lit up and she immediately nodded. Everyone had made Lu Ming's perfume recipe sound so great, she wanted to take a good look to see if it was really that good. After receiving the perfume sample that old Wang had brought over for her, Lin Ruyan opened it up and placed it a palm's width away from her nose and sniffed. Shasta. Lin Ruyan then smelled a special scent. It was a light scent that she couldn't tell what kind of floral scent it was like, but it just smelled extremely pleasant to her. This smell, the aroma seemed to penetrate directly into her body and soul, and the whole person seemed to be sublimated and baptized. Lin Ruyan looked at the small bottle in her hand and exclaimed in disbelief. What a comforting aroma! Chapter 58. A change of heart. Perhaps it was too much of a shock. So much so that the volume of Lin Ruyan's words came out of her mouth much higher. Fortunately, at this time, the conference room crowd intense deliberations are still relatively loud, under the 7 words. That voice of hers was still covered over as well. So the others didn't hear it. Only the old king on the side heard it and said with a smile, "That's not true. Mr. Lu said it before when he took out this perfume to admire it. This perfume has a magical effect." Lin Ruyan looked at old Wang expectantly, waiting for him to continue. Old Wang continued. Mr. Lu said that this perfume has a magical effect of 1,000 people feeling 1,000 senses. That is, every person who smells this perfume will smell their favorite flavor. This means that this perfume will automatically match people's sense of smell, and everyone will smell differently yet feel the best. At that time, Mr. Lu also said that this perfume can dominate the perfume market. At that time, we did not believe. I didn't expect to be quickly slapped in the face by the samples that came out of the test formulation, but it was a good slap in the face. Old Wang's face was full of smiles and happiness as he spoke, and after hearing Old Wang's words, Lin Ruyan was shocked. Now she finally understood. Why do you think this perfume smells so good to yourself? It's your favorite and never smelled before. It turns out that it is able to automatically match each smeller's sense of smell to their favorite smell. Mind you, even she wasn't sure what her favorite flavor was. It was also thanks to this perfume that she could smell her favorite essential scent, the presence that could refresh her heart with a single whiff. This also means that in the future, in the eyes of consumers, this perfume launched by the Doublewood Group will be the one they feel smells the best and most delicious. No wonder Lu Ming dared to boast about dominating the perfume market. Even the executives of the Doubletree Group have been working overtime for meetings even during the Mid-Autumn Festival, when they are on vacation. Such an amazing product. Any other company would take it so seriously. Lin Ruyan could already imagine that next, Doublewood Group would rely on this perfume to dominate the perfume market, and then develop step by step to become the leader of the beauty industry. As time slowly passes, this meeting had been going on for over 3 hours, but even after all that time, the crowd was still focused on making suggestions for their ideas. Not a single person felt fatigued and impatient, and rose to the idea of hastening to adjourn the meeting, because they all knew how much this perfume would affect the next development of the Doublewood Group. So everyone racked their brains and did their best to come up with their own suggestions. With everyone working together, one stunning suggestion was made in the meeting. Until the time a flawless program comes out. It was nightfall outside. The meeting is also finally over. The crowd couldn't help but cheer. Unbeatable. This proposal is the most perfect one I've ever seen in my life. Our Shuangmu group is going to rise. Yeah. I can't even wait to see the ugly face of the Rho group after our product explodes. That dog surnamed Lu from the Luo Wei group, when I think of his face that day, I'm furious. I really want to quickly use my results to properly hit his face. But it's not just the Rho group. Recently the Shuyun group has also been jumping around quite a bit, and after cooperating with the Rho group, they've been sneering at our Shuangmu group every day. Let's see if we don't kick their asses this time. In the end, it's thanks to Mr. Lu Ming for the perfume formula. Even though the meeting was over, the crowd was still talking. The heart was thrilled. For so many years, their Twinwood group's own products have been planted. Now there is finally a punchline of its own. After a while, the crowd began to disperse. Lin Ruyan asked curiously as she followed behind old Wang. Uncle Wang, a lot of people were cursing Luo Wei group just now, as if they hated them. Hasn't Lowe's been our partner for years? How now? Hearing Lin Ruyan's words, old Wang also reacted, knowing that Lin Ruyan wasn't aware of what had happened before. So also will that day Luo Wei group high and mighty, flaunt suddenly changed many years of cooperation terms of things with into the cause to tell once again. At the same time, he also talked about Lu Ming falling from the sky, driving away the Luo Wei group's people, and taking out the perfume peeper to solve the crisis of the Shuangmu group. After listening to what Old King said, Lin Ruyan was shocked in her heart. She hadn't realized that something so big had actually happened to the Doublewood group recently. The Row group, with whom they had been cooperating for so long, was actually so shameless as to suddenly change the terms of cooperation, forcing the Shuangmu group into a dilemma. Though she hadn't witnessed the events of that day, but just listening to Old King talk like that, she then raged, feeling the wrath of the Twinwoods executives at the time. At the same time, it's suffocating, a dead end for cooperation and a dead end for non-cooperation. She could hardly imagine how much pressure her own mother, Lin Wan, was carrying at that time. Luckily, it was Lu Ming who appeared and drove away the Luo Wei group's people, and also pointed out a clear path for the Shuangmu group. This Lu Ming, he really did Mom a big favor. Thinking of this, Lin Ruyan's eyes couldn't help but look at Lu Ming. The heart couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration for her. After the meeting broke up, by the time Lin Wan had taken care of her final affairs, it was also very late. Lu Ming and the three of them were all a bit tired from the afternoon. So instead of choosing to cook for himself, he simply ate out and went home to shower and get ready for rest and sleep. At this time, Lu Ming and Lin Wan were already lying on the bed. Lin Ruyan, on the other hand, sat dumbfounded on the sofa for a long time. A tangled look filled his face. Just then, her cell phone suddenly vibrated. Lin Ruyan picked it up and saw that it was a message from the strawberry-flavored fairy. Wife, how far did the plan go? Did you succeed in kicking Lu Ming out of your mom's room and making them sleep in separate rooms? Lin Ruyan thought for a moment and replied, the plan hasn't started yet. It's almost ready for bed. Why haven't you started planning yet? The strawberry-flavored fairy on the other end of the phone was surprised. Lin Ruyan hesitated for a moment and told the strawberry-flavored fairy what was on her mind. Actually, I'm a bit torn right now. Seeing this, the strawberry-flavored fairy was even more stunned and immediately replied, what you're torn now? You're willing to let Lu Ming be your father? Weren't you strongly against it this morning? What's happening here? Lin Ruyan frowned, not quite calm inside. The strawberry-flavored fairy was right. She did still object strongly in the morning, and was very resistant to Lu Ming inside. But now, Chapter 59, Lin Ruyan's frame up. After today's day together, Lin Ruyan began to think that Lu Ming was actually quite nice. People are handsome, this she already knew, but she did not expect Lu Ming to cook, and it is so delicious. He's also pretty good to his own mom, helping her drive out the Lowe's group and taking the pressure off of her. He also came up with a mysterious perfume formula and solved the crisis of the Twinwoods group. With all of this added up, the resistance to Lu Ming in her heart wasn't as deep as it should have been. That's why she's been in a tangle since she got back. But now, by the strawberry-flavored fairy, she was a bit nudged awake as an image snapped into her mind. That is, Lu Ming is a face of complacency, forced himself to call his father, and his own powerless to resist. The last can only obediently comply. Think about it. Lin Ruyan was completely awake, jerked up from the couch.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Lin Ruyan murmured out of her mouth. She admitted that Lu Ming was indeed quite an outstanding person. But there was absolutely no way she, Lin Ruyan, would call him a former friend, her father, and so, Lin Ruyan walked directly towards Lu Ming and Lin Wan's room, got to the door and knocked. Bang, bang, bang. Soon the door to the room opened. It was Lu Ming who came to drive. What for? Lu Ming's tone was not very patient. He and Lin Wan were busy and were disturbed by her knocking on the door. Of course he was not happy. Lu Ming's attitude also annoyed Lin Ruyan, who spoke directly. You're not allowed to sleep in the same room as my mom. Lu Ming also laughed. Joke? Your mom and I are legally married. How come we can't sleep together? Just no. I don't agree. Lu Ming was speechless and released a blank stare. It's your business if you don't agree. We'll do as we please, he said, about to close the door to the room. However, Lin Ruyan was prepared for this and slipped into the room before Lu Ming could close it. Then he also jumped straight onto the bed and hugged Lin Wan. Smugly, he said, I'll sleep here. Want to sleep with my mom? With me? Dream on. Seeing this, Lin Wan also hurriedly persuaded Lin Ruyan. Stop it. Get up and go to your room and rest, we're gonna bed too. However, Lin Ruyan wouldn't listen to advice at this time. This was the first step in her plan to start. She couldn't afford to fail. If she failed, she wouldn't be able to continue. I just don't, Mom. I just want to sleep with you tonight. I haven't been back in a long time I haven't slept with you. Lin Ruyan began to pout with Lin Wan. When she said that, Lin Wan couldn't say anything. It's true that her daughter is away at college and hasn't been home for a while, so she can't just rush her. It would break her heart too. So Lin Wan had no choice but to compromise. Hubby, Een, she misses me too much. I'll sleep with her tonight, and I'll entrust you to sleep in the guest room for the night first. Lin Wan could only think of this solution, rushing and not being able to rush and not being able to rush. But it's not like they're all three sleeping together. Lin Ruyan and Lin Wan were not biological father and daughter, and the two of them were about the same age, so even with Lin Wan around, it was not appropriate. Lu Ming could also see that Lin Ruyan had to sleep here tonight, but he couldn't think of anything to do for a while, and he understood Lin Wan's concerns. All that was left to do was sigh and say, "Fine, I'll sleep in the guest room for tonight." In Lu Ming's opinion, it was only a matter of 1 or 2 nights anyway, and it was impossible for Lin Ruyan to stay at home all the time. When the vacation passes, she'll have to go back to school. By that time, there would be no more stopping myself from sleeping with Lin Wan. Late at night, Lin Wan was mentally and physically exhausted after the meeting and had long since entered deep sleep. While Lin Ruyan beside her suddenly opened her eyes, quietly got out of bed and went out of the room to the guest room, Lu Ming's room. Sleeping Lu Ming and Lin Wan in separate rooms, the first step of the plan had been successful, and the second step was next. Create the illusion that Lu Ming is plotting against him. Lin Ruyan stood in front of the guest room. "Lu Ming is sorry. I have no choice but to do this. I really can't think of any other way. You're nice, but I don't want you to be my father. So please leave my mom. I'll definitely repay your kindness to my mom and the Twinwood group later." Lin Ruyan silently chanted a few words in front of the door, apologizing to Lu Ming before doing anything. She didn't deny Lu Ming's excellence and kindness to her family. She just really couldn't accept Lu Ming as her father, so she went out on a limb. Lin Ruyan had already planned that she would try her best to make it up to Lu Ming when this matter was over. After chanting, Lin Ruyan took a deep breath and gathered her courage. Opened the door to Lu Ming's room, but what she didn't expect was this. Lu Ming was surprisingly still awake. It was obviously so late and he hadn't even gone to rest. And Lu Ming, who heard the door to his room being opened, also jerked up from his chair and turned around to look. Surprisingly, it was Lin Ruyan who came in. Just like that, the two of them looked at each other and froze. And just as Lu Ming was fuming, Lin Ruyan was the first to react and began her plan. "Shut the door to the room directly behind you." Lu Ming watched her close the door to her room with a puzzled look on his face before he could say anything. He watched as Lin Ruyan tugged her clothes out of order, revealing a small fragrant shoulder and making an appearance of being forcefully plotted against by Lu Ming. Success or failure is at stake. Lin Ruyan lunged at Lu Ming with a generous spirit. And Lu Ming, who saw the scene, also reacted and seemed to have guessed what Lin Ruyan was up to. Seeing Lin Ruyan flying over, she directly avoided it with a dodge. With his current physique, dodging Lin Ruyan's flying pounce was a breeze. But the room is so big, if you can't do it once, then do it twice. Lin Ruyan would not let Lu Ming go just like that and chased after him again. At the same time, it seemed as if he was going to start yelling and call Lin Wan to him. Good on. Lu Ming kept his attention at all times and saw that Lin Ruyan was ready to shout. No more holding back. But he couldn't just be shouted out by Lin Ruyan, or else if he really woke Lin Wan up, even if he didn't do anything, he would more or less be splashed with mud. Immediately, Lu Ming flashed behind Lin Ruyan and covered her mouth with one hand. Lin Ruyan's shouted voice was blocked by this, and it directly became much quieter, and it was impossible to hear what was being said. Seeing this, Lin Ruyan frantically resisted, trying to break free from Lu Ming's control. But the next second, Lu Ming directly pressed on an acupuncture point on her body. Lin Ruyan's entire body lost consciousness and fell softly to the ground, fainting. This next, Lu Ming was finally relieved. This time, he was almost framed successfully by this woman Lin Ruyan, but fortunately he reacted in time to get through this crisis. Lu Ming crouched down and looked at the fainting Lin Ruyan. Chapter 60. Strawberry Fairy and Lin Ruyan confess? Lu Ming looked at Lin Ruyan's drowsy appearance. At this time, Lin Ruyan's, after a fierce struggle, her cheeks were white with red, and she was pouting her delicate little mouth. Unlike the former high-cool schoolgirl and the stormy goddess of the past 2 days, there was a kind of cute like a small child falling asleep. But Lu Ming wouldn't let her off the hook just because of that. "I didn't have that opportunity before, so of course I have to cherish it now." Lu Ming went straight for it. Both hands went on Lin Ruyan's left and right cheeks respectively, pinching and ravaging without mercy. "Good fellow. I didn't realize that you, the high and mighty schoolgirl, had actually turned into the vicious wrong mama today. I can't believe you've come up with such a poisonous plan to set me up. In order to separate me from your mom, you've really gone to great lengths. You don't even care about your own innocence. Then you can blame me for being rude, Lu Ming said, getting more and more angry in his heart. The strength of his hand was also increasing, pinching Lin Ruyan's face into various shapes. Don't look at Lin Ruyan. She doesn't look fat. Her face is small and she has quite a lot of flesh to play with on her cheeks. The pinch is smooth like playing with jello. This really made Lu Ming a little bit in love. Until Lin Ruyan's face was pinched by Lu Ming to the point that it had some redness and swelling. And only then did Lu Ming let her go. Picking her up, he returned her to Lin Wan's bed. When she went in, Lin Wan was sleeping soundly, spitting out soft breaths, obviously not woken up by what had just happened. It seemed that he was really exhausted today. Lu Ming even favored Lin Wan with a kiss on his way out. Only then did he go back to his room. And fearing that Lin Ruyan would wake up in the middle of the night to stage a second attack, Lu Ming directly locked the door to his room this time. Just as everything was completed, Lu Ming was just about to get ready for bed. Ha! Lu Ming suddenly realized that there was a small black object on the floor next to the bed. Pick it up and see that it's actually a USB drive? He doesn't have it. And on closer inspection, it's actually a 1T USB drive. The amount of memory is amazing. The average person uses a USB flash drive up to 64G, and 128G is rarely used by anyone with a 1T USB flash drive, right? This guest room had never been occupied before, and he himself was the first to do so. And this room had been entered by himself and Lin Ruyan since he bought it. It's not like the flash drive is your own. Then there's only one possibility. The flash drive belongs to Lin Ruyan. It should have fallen off her after she rushed into the room, tangled with herself, and moved too much. Case solved. Lu Ming guessed it at once. But then Lu Ming couldn't help but have his curiosity rise. The average person couldn't use a USB flash drive with such a large memory, and since Lin Ruyan was still carrying it around so late at night, it was obvious that what was inside was important to her. So here's the question. What exactly is stored inside? Good daughter, don't blame your father for this. You're the one who messed up first, haha. Knowing your enemy and knowing yourself is the best way to win 100 battles. It's not too much to ask for me to get some information to get a hold of you, right? Immediately, Lu Ming made his decision. Out of the room and into the study. Turned on the computer in the den and plugged in the USB drive he'd picked up. But I didn't realize that the flash drive had a password set on it. This made Lu Ming feel even more that what was inside this USB drive was not simple. However, this could not be difficult for Lu Ming. He had just gotten God-level hacking skills from the system. It's easy to hack into a computer and break through a firewall or something. But how can you be stumped by a USB flash drive password? 2 out of 2 under 3. The password to the USB drive was then broken by Lu Ming. The contents inside were no longer half covered by Lu Ming's eyes. From the selfie in the line above, Lu Ming could determine it. This is indeed Lin Ruyan's personal USB drive. It's all pictures of her stinking beauty. But as Lu Ming started dragging his mouse and saw the following, Lu Ming's mouth began to unconsciously open wide. The entire group was staggered, their eyes filled with horror. There was also a look of incredulity on his face. After a long time, Lu Ming slowed down, couldn't help but say, "Good guy. This girl plays so wild. So exciting. See only. In this flash drive of Lin Ruyan's." At first, the front was normal. It was all Lin Ruyan's pretty selfies. It's a little bit cooler, but it's not too revealing. Nothing you can't see. But Lu Ming looked at it and dragged the mouse to the bottom. The picture just started to change. Some screenshots of her chats with someone named Strawberry Flavor Fairy appeared. As for why Lu Ming was sure it was a screenshot of Lin Ruyan's chat with the strawberry-flavored fairy. That's Lu Ming recognizing Lin Ruyan's avatar. In the past, when he was in school, he was on good terms with Lin Ruyan, so naturally he had her friends, so he also remembered that her avatar was the one in the chat logs. Lu Ming casually clicked on the screenshot of the chat log. The first one isn't much of a surprise. It was the strawberry-flavored fairy who just added Lin Ruyan and introduced herself as Ai Xiao Xiao, and Lin Ruyan politely introduced herself back. But the second one just changes the picture and becomes powerful. Just see the screenshot of the chat log. Strawberry Fairy. Umbra. I've been holding something in my heart for a long time. Whatever the outcome today, I must tell you. Ineen. I like you. Want to be with you. And after a long time, Lin Ruyan didn't reply, and the strawberry-flavored fairy was sad and sent another message. Strawberry fairy, Inky, I'm sorry. It was my impulsiveness that scared you today. If you're scared, let's stop seeing each other in the future. But in the end, Lin Ruyan replied with a reply. Yes, I promise. Here are some words from the strawberry-flavored fairy who is mad with joy. This directly confused Lu Ming. Nice guy. It was actually the strawberry-flavored fairy who was confessing to Lin Ruyan, and Lin Ruyan promised. If he remembered correctly, the strawberry-flavored fairy's real name was Anai Xiao Xiao, right? This is a woman, right? The woman confessed her love to Lin Ruyan, and Lin Ruyan said yes? It was in this state of confusion that Lu Ming continued to look down. Strawberry Flavor Fairy and Lin Ruyan officially dating, that talk can be ambiguous up, often mutual pugilistic, some love words or something. Looks actually a little sweet. Lu Ming sort of saw it. Lin Ruyan has a penchant for record keeping, I guess. These screenshots of the chat logs documented that she and Strawberry Flavor Fairy went through a series of steps from meeting to confessing their love to dating. Phew! The content was so explosive that Lu Ming had to take a deep breath before proceeding to read the following. This would be the strawberry-flavored fairy, aka Anai Xiao Xiao. When Lu Ming saw Anai Xiao Xiao's picture, he couldn't help but be indisputably attracted for a moment, because Anai Xiao Xiao actually looks like a little lowly, although Lu Ming already knew from the chat records that Anai Xiao Xiao was also a college student at Mordor University. Her little lowly look really looked underage. Chapter 61. Little Lori Anai Xiao Xiao. Just see Anai Xiao Xiao in the photo. The face was very white and red, like a freshly peeled egg. Her big watery eyes make you feel loved just by looking at them. But the bottom line is, she's wearing a double ponytail and also wearing a suit that seemed to be a cosplay. As for which one it was a cosplay, Lu Ming didn't recognize it. He didn't have any research in this area. But this also made Lu Ming suspicious. Is this Anai Xiao Xiao not growing in size but growing meat alone, and this meat is not growing crooked? Simply the face of an angel and the body of a devil. In the front were some of Anai Xiao Xiao's personal photos, and after Lu Ming had seen them one by one, the next photo of Lin Ruyan and Anai Xiao Xiao appeared. These group photos directly stunned Lu Ming. Lu Ming struggled through, with a strong sense of condemnation. After reading it, Lu Ming's entire body collapsed on the chair. He really couldn't imagine that the original Lin Ruyan would be like this. To this, Lu Ming expressed strong condemnation. Moreover, Lu Ming had solved a doubt in his mind at this time. No wonder Lin Ruyan had never had a boyfriend, or even had any intimate contact with any male, and was still labeled as the high and cold school flower. He used to think that girls like Lin Ruyan, who were good-looking and exceptionally good in all aspects, were naturally more discerning. It's normal to not see the boys around you. But Lu Ming was never expecting it. Lin Ruyan would actually do such a thing. Is it possible that after following Lin Wan for a long time, he also suffers from misogyny or something like that? Lu Ming sat paralyzed in his chair for a long time and took a few deep breaths before calming down. Big haul tonight. This USB flash drive is hiding a shocking secret. Lin Ruyan had been hiding this secret so well, and it hadn't leaked out in the slightest, so it was obvious that the secrecy had been done so tightly. Come to think of it, she would never dare to give Lin Wan the knowledge. And now, Lu Ming grasped the secret of Lin Ruyan's. It is also the same as knowing Lin Ruyan's soft underbelly, pinching her handle, which shall not pinch Lin Ruyan to death. Lin Ruyan, let's see how you can escape from me this time. Trying to get me away from your mom? No way. Lu Ming's eyes went to the USB flash drive. This would later be his biggest bottom line. If Lin Ruyan still dared to stop him from being with Lin Wan, then he could take that threat back. Think about it. Lu Ming was so refreshed. From then on, Lin Ruyan, this little tiny girl, was not enough to worry about. Lu Ming unplugged the USB flash drive, and then drummed on the study's computer for a while before returning to his room, humming a song in a happy mood. Lock the door and go to bed in peace. Early the next morning. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Ming hadn't even woken up yet when the door to his room was hammered hard. The sound of the slamming door was also accompanied by Lin Ruyan's miserable screams. Lu Ming, you pervert.
Dugman.
Open the door. I'll kill you. The misery of that voice was so tragic that it was almost as if the owner had already collapsed into madness. With such a big commotion, Lu Ming was naturally woken up at once. He also thought that he didn't know what kind of madness Lin Ruyan was in, but he was not afraid of her now that he was pinching her in his hand. So in a daze, he got up and headed for the door of his room. then opened the door directly. Unthinking, the moment Lu Ming opened the door, Lin Ruyan's madly rushed up, attacking Lu Ming with open teeth and claws. Although Lu Ming had just woken up in a daze, Lin Ruyan was no match for him. In a flash, Lin Ruyan was in control and pressed onto the bed. And Lin Ruyan used all her strength and struggled frantically, but she just couldn't move. Lu Ming. You! Shut up. Lin Ruyan. What's gotten into you so early in the morning? Lin Ruyan was just about to yell out a curse when Lu Ming interrupted and shouted out coldly. Being shouted at by Lu Ming, Lin Ruyan was stunned for a moment, but then quickly came back to her senses. And you ask me? Why don't you think about what you've really done? I didn't realize you were this kind of person. I was so wrong about you. You demon, devil, wolf in sheep's clothing. Lin Ruyan's tone was complicated, with a hint of crying and murderous, resentful, and hateful. Lu Ming was confused. What the hell are you talking about? What did I do? This kind of thing, you dare to do it, don't you? And at this time, Lin Wan was also awakened by the commotion over here and hurriedly left the room to rush over. What's going on this? What's all the commotion again? Lu Ming also released his hold on Lin Ruyan after seeing Lin Wan come. Lin Ruyan got up in a flash and ran to Lin Wan's side like a flying swallow, throwing herself into her arms, hugging her tightly. Then said as if sobbing, "Mom! Lu Ming, he plotted against me. I hear that." Lin Wan was instantly dumbfounded. And Lu Ming knew that he couldn't just let Lin Ruyan talk nonsense, so he immediately retorted, "Lin Ruyan, is this kind of thing something you can just talk about? Do I look up to you? I think you're crazy. You've learned to plant evidence in order to discredit me." Although Lin Wan was really shocked when he first heard it, but when he turned his head and thought about it, he also felt that there was something fishy going on, and in his opinion Lu Ming was definitely not this kind of person. Then he patted Lin Ruyan's back and comforted her for a moment before asking, "Umbra, tell Mommy what happened in detail." Mom listened to what's going on. Lin Ruyan had to stammer that she had come to Lu Ming's room, but Lin Wan also immediately realized the problem in her words and immediately asked, "Why did you come to Lu Ming's room in the middle of the night?" "Ah?" Being asked this by Lin Wan, Lin Ruyan also panicked for a moment, but her brain turned around. "Lu Ming. Him. He let me go over So I went over there. But as soon as I got in, he locked the door and knocked me out. And then it's... Ooh." Thinking about what might happen after she fainted, Lin Ruyan couldn't help but wail. She couldn't believe that Lu Ming hadn't done something to her while she was completely passed out and unconscious. It's really quite possible for yourself. Being given that one by Lu Ming, she had originally just wanted to pay a small price to complete the program. But he didn't expect to be taken advantage of so much by Lu Ming because of it. And so, the more Lin Ruyan thought about it, the more aggrieved she became, and the louder she cried. And Lu Ming, who was watching from the side, finally couldn't help but speak. "Hey, if you say I'm scheming against you, I'm scheming against you? The police still have to talk about evidence." Lin Ruyan also gritted her teeth when she heard this. There's surveillance in the house. In Lin Ruyan's mind, as long as the surveillance camera captured herself entering Lu Ming's room, Lu Ming would be unable to defend herself and could not say anything. "Just check." Lu Ming crossed his arms over his chest without fear. Chapter 62. A Wave of Wealth. Yes, it is true that there are quite a few cameras installed in the villa of Yunli's former residence. While not in personal private spaces such as rooms, there are a number of cameras in public spaces that can capture the corridors. So the three of them went to the surveillance room and pulled up the surveillance of the corridor in front of Lu Ming's room last night. After pulling up the screen, Lin Ruyan stared at the surveillance screen with a deadly stare. Inwardly incomparable pain aggrieved, thinking that must poke Lu Ming's true face, let him pay the due price. After Lin Wan tuned the surveillance to the image of Lu Ming returning to his room last night, she began to multiply the speed of the playback, and soon the time approached the time of 12:30 that Lin Ruyan had said. At the start of this moment, Lin Ruyan was even more pumped up and almost pressed her face to the screen. But the security footage flashed by quickly, and the surveillance time ticked by. 1 p.m., 1 p.m., 30 p.m., 2 p.m., 30 p.m., until 6:20 at dawn. Lin Ruyan's visit to Lu Ming's room never appeared on the surveillance screen either. One time, Lin Ruyan was flabbergasted. Under Lin Wan's questioning gaze, Lin Ruyan incredulously rushed to the monitor, shouting out of the side of her mouth, "No way! I obviously went. How could it not be? Then the monitor time was dialed back and rewatched it again. He even pulled up other surveillance on the other side of the hallway, but no matter which surveillance he looked at and how many times he looked at it, he didn't see himself appearing in the hallway at all. Not to mention the image of her going to Lu Ming's room. The moment, Lin Ruyan was completely dumbfounded. Her brain was messed up into a paste and she began to doubt her life. Lu Ming also took the opportunity to stand out. Now, according to you, the surveillance was also watched. But there was no sign of you. So does that prove that you're talking nonsense? Although he said so on his lips, Lu Ming was praising himself for his resourcefulness in his heart. Luckily, before he went back to his room last night, he had a bright idea about it. Before he left, he used divine hacking techniques to process the surveillance images. Otherwise, right now, Lin Wan really saw the image of Lin Ruyan entering her room. Then he himself is mute and can't talk about it. And now that Lin Ruyan had never been seen in the corridor on the surveillance footage, that would cut off the bogeyman from its roots. Umbra, you were probably dreaming, sleepy? At this time, Lin Wan was still talking nicely, giving Lin Ruyan a downhill slope. But Lin Ruyan's mouth was chanting at this time. No way. I obviously went. How could it be a dream? I remember it clearly. This was followed by a jolt and a shout. I know. Lin Ruyan pointed at Lu Ming. It must be you. Did you do it? Don't say it, it was really guessed by Lin Ruyan. But Lin Ruyan was targeting Lu Ming so thrice. Lin Wan could no longer see past it. Immediately, he drank coldly. Lin Ruyan, how old are you? Do you know what you're doing? The words came out. Lin Ruyan was stunned. A hint of panic and fear surfaced on his face. She'd never seen her mom so angry, even calling out her full name. Immediately after, I know you've always been against me and Lu Ming being together, but how could you use such underhanded tactics as planting evidence to force us apart? Not even your own reputation. And Lu Ming, even if you don't recognize him as your father, then he's still a benefactor to us, to the Doubletree Group. Is that how you treat a benefactor? Do you have any idea how much this kind of slander will bother both of you? Think for yourself. Lin Wan's tone was full of pain and disappointment for Lin Ruyan. After saying that, he left with Lu Ming. And Lin Ruyan, who was left alone, panicked for a while before repeatedly recalling last night's memories. But no matter how she thought about it, she clearly remembered that it was she who had clearly gone to Lu Ming's room. There was no way that it could have been a dream. Thus, Lin Ruyan became more and more certain of her suspicions. It must have been Lu Ming who had changed the surveillance screen, so she immediately copied the surveillance records from her computer. Then sent it to a tech guru I know to help test it. Not a moment too soon. The technical god then replied to Lin Ruyan. The monitoring records are normal. There are no traces of modification. Lin Ruyan was stunned for a moment after receiving this answer, and still asked undeterred. Elder brother, are you sure? This surveillance footage is clearly different from what I remember. It clearly went through the corridor last night. No way, are you dreaming? This piece of surveillance doesn't seem to have any problems to me, and if there are any signs of modification, with my means I will definitely be able to see some clues. I dare say no one escapes me unless he is a god. Seeing this, Lin Ruyan's face turned white. This senior brother was a computer technology genius she knew with a very high level, a top technology god in China. But even he says there's nothing wrong with this surveillance recording. Now Lin Ruyan's faith began to waver. Is it possible that the security footage is genuinely okay? Are you really dreaming? You've never been to Lu Ming's room? In a trance, Lin Ruyan returned to her room. Lying on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. After a long time, Lin Ruyan had a flash of inspiration and jumped up from the bed. Run to the bathroom, started checking up on himself. It suddenly occurred to her that if it had actually happened, it would have left some marks and pain. But no matter how she checked, no matter how she bounced, she didn't feel anything out of the ordinary. Could it really be that, daydreaming and night dreaming, I had a nightmare last night? I really haven't been to Lu Ming's room. Thinking of this, Lin Ruyan couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. It turned out that his innocence was still there, and he had wrongly blamed Lu Ming. Because of a dream, it got to this point. This is really a big deal, causing his mom and Lu Ming to be so angry with him. Alas! For a while, Lin Ruyan didn't know what to do. Thinking about it, Lin Ruyan decided to go apologize to Lu Ming. After all, it was true that this matter was not something that could be talked about casually, and that he had wrongly blamed him. He should be sad, right? And so, Lin Ruyan also walked out of her room, ready to go find Lu Ming. And at this time, Lu Ming, instead of being sad, was still happy. That's because today Ko Chong, at his behest, stepped in to cash out and leave the market when wheat futures reached a price of 2,890 yuan a ton. This time around, Lu Ming's earnings amounted to more than $1,625 million, plus the 30% increase in the system's rewards today, the more than $100 million that hit. The balance on his bank card right now was a full $1,757 million. A real wave of riches is coming. 6 chapters were swallowed. Try to revise for early release. Chapter 63, Study Materials. This wave of wheat futures last gain really exceeded Lu Ming's previous expectations. Thanks to his continuous investment in the latter days, so the final total gain was as high as 1.62 billion or so, directly doubling several times compared to the 200-300 million he had expected to earn at the beginning. Just as Lu Ming was happy in his room. Next, Lin Ruyan then quietly appeared outside the door of the room. The door to the room was half hidden, and Lu Ming instantly saw Lin Ruyan, who was sneaking around outside the door. The heart immediately went on the defensive. Who knew what Lin Ruyan was up to again? What's all the sneaking about? Only after being called out by Lu Ming did Lin Ruyan gently push open the door and grind her way in. Crossing their palms over each other and playing with their fingertips, they said sheepishly, "Where am I, sneaky? I'm nice and came to apologize to you." Lin Ruyan's voice was quite small, but fortunately Lu Ming had sensitive ears, which allowed him to hear clearly. Hearing Lin Ruyan say this, Lu Ming couldn't help but smile. What kind of an apology is so quiet? Lin Ruyan immediately raised her volume and said, "Then this is finally okay. Are you still listening?" "All right, barely. So start apologizing and I'll listen." Lin Ruyan's back teeth clenched when she saw Lu Ming looking like he was watching a good show, but she still endured it and started apologizing.
Lu Ming, I'm sorry.
"I made a mistake in this matter today. I shouldn't have wronged you with unwarranted speculations. It was me who did not distinguish between the seriousness of doing so and did not realize the seriousness of doing so, leading to such an unmanageable result today, and here, I once again solemnly apologize to you." Lin Ruyan apologized word by word, with clear articulation. Lu Ming could hear that her apology was sincere and not a fool's errand. The average person, after hearing such a platitudinous apology, would, I'm afraid, forgive her. What's more, Lin Ruyan was still her own daughter, so naturally Lu Ming was no exception. Still, Lu Ming took this opportunity to make his request. "Your apology was very stale, so here's the deal. Promise me one more thing and I'll forgive you." A glint flashed in Lin Ruyan's eyes, and she immediately asked, "What requirements?" "Call me Dad from now on." "Hear that?" Lin Ruyan immediately jumped up and rejected it outright. "This is impossible." As she jumped, there was a small thud as if something had fallen to the ground. But with Lin Ruyan's voice speaking, no one noticed. Lin Ruyan glared viciously at Lu Ming. She didn't expect Lu Ming to actually make this request. It's almost like taking advantage of a fire, but she sure as hell wouldn't agree to it. "Apologizing is fine, calling Dad isn't." "Then I won't forgive you." "Whatever." Lin Ruyan huffed, turning around and about to leave the room. But as he turned, his eyes swept. "I can't believe I saw the flash drive on me fall to the floor." Lin Ruyan's face panicked, and she subconsciously squatted down to retrieve the USB drive. But at the same time Lin Ruyan found the USB flash drive, Lu Ming also saw it. Lu Ming could not help but smile. This USB flash drive has a destiny with him. 3 times dropped here. With an instantaneous step, Lu Ming picked up the USB flash drive in advance before Lin Ruyan could strike. "This USB flash drive, it looks good," Lu Ming said as he played with the U-disc in his hand. But Lin Ruyan was instantly anxious and hurriedly said, "This is my USB flash drive. Give me back my USB flash drive." But Lu Ming wasn't going to treat her so cheaply. "Agree to the terms I just gave you and I'll give you back the flash drive." "No way. Even if I die, there's no way I'm going to call out to your father. You can take the USB flash drive if you want it. There's nothing important on it anyway." Although Lin Ruyan was anxious in her heart, she knew that the more anxious she acted, the less likely Lu Ming would return her. So mouths are made to look like they don't care, and they deliberately act like they don't care. Thinking that Lu Ming would feel that an ordinary USB flash drive couldn't hold her, he returned it to himself. She even pretended to be generous and said that she could give it to Lu Ming, indicating that she didn't care about the USB drive. And Lu Ming, If he didn't know the content of this USB flash drive before, I'm afraid he was really fooled by her appearance. Women are such natural movie queens. Lu Ming then looked at Lin Ruyan, and the corner of his mouth hooked up into a smile that contained deep meaning. It's really for me, so I'll take it. Thank you. Ha! Lin Ruyan was dumbfounded when Lu Ming said this. She didn't expect Lu Ming not to follow the rules. A small USB flash drive he wants. What? Regretting it? You did say you'd give it to me, Lu Ming said with interest. Lin Ruyan, on the other hand, immediately responded, I still have some information inside. You return it to me first. I'll go save it. Get it done and promise to send you the USB flash drive. Lu Ming and Lin Ruyan, these two people, both harboring 800 hard eyes, exchanged words with each other. But Lu Ming is not fooled, but also her, the content shall not be emptied. To an empty USB flash drive, what is the use? Lu Ming wasn't beating around the bush with Lin Ruyan anymore and said directly, That's not good. Your mom hasn't seen the contents inside. Hear that? A flash of panic flashed in Lin Ruyan's eyes. Looking at Lu Ming's smile that contained deep meaning, his heart was very weak, as if he had been seen through the secrets of his whole body. But then, it immediately occurred to her again that the flash drive had set its own password that only she knew. And it's always been carried around too, so it's unlikely that anyone knows what's inside. So he quickly settled his mind and said calmly, It's just some study materials, it's nothing. But the next second, Lu Ming's mouth then spat out a name, an I Xiao Xiao. Upon hearing this name, Lin Ruyan instantly lost her concentration. The entire person took a few steps back and held onto the wall before standing still. His eyes filled with disbelief. Where did you hear that name? I know, it's more than that. Oh. Like. Lu Ming then said something about the contents of the USB drive. This next. Lin Ruyan was sure that Lu Ming must have read the contents of her USB flash drive. This USB flash drive not only even has a secret but she has also been carrying it around with her. And the contents of it are unknown even to an I Xiao Xiao. And Lu Ming even. All sorts of thoughts flashed through Lin Ruyan's mind, eventually coming to a conclusion. I know. I wasn't dreaming. I did come to your room, and that's when you took the flash drive and read its contents, isn't it? And you know computer skills. Otherwise you couldn't have cracked my USB password. Even changed the surveillance records to erase the footage of me coming to your room. Aha! Lu Ming directly nodded in affirmation of her conclusion. At this moment, Lin Ruyan finally understood. Please vote for recommendations. Thanks. Chapter 64 Lin Ruyan's submission. When Lu Ming admitted it without warning, Lin Ruyan suddenly slapped at Lu Ming. But still, Lu Ming easily grabbed his hand, and Lin Ruyan, who had her hand grabbed, had an annoyed expression and gritted her teeth. Lu Ming, I really can't believe that you're actually still a technical expert. Handled the surveillance footage so well that even the people I was looking for couldn't see a single trace. Lin Ruyan how did not expect. His own heart of the computer technology god has clearly said that this monitoring record cannot have been modified. Otherwise he must be able to see it unless he is a god. But now Lu Ming has done it. Doesn't that mean Lu Ming is a godlike figure in this field? And Lu Ming just casually responded, Just learned a little. Lu Ming's attitude made Lin Ruyan even more annoyed and said loudly, You say that lightly. Did you already think? I'll watch the video, so deal with the video. And next thing you know, you're going along with it, making my mom think I deliberately smeared and framed you, forcing me to stoop so low as to apologize to you. Hearing this, Lu Ming shook his head. You're good at backtracking. It's obvious that you set me up first, right? Luckily, I'm a bit of a good shot and dodged it. Otherwise, I'm the one who's suffering now. Without cause, where's the fruit? You're just eating your own fruit now. Lu Ming's words caused Lin Ruyan to be stunned for a moment and fall into deep thought. She realized that Lu Ming was indeed right. In the beginning, it was she who thought of making all these things in order to separate Lu Ming and her own mother, only that Lu Ming was a bit tactful and dodged all of them. Only now it's all backfiring on you. After thinking about it, Lin Ruyan also withdrew her hand from Lu Ming's control. Then reaching out to Lu Ming, he spread out his palms and said, Okay, this matter counts against me, but I did apologize, so you can give me back my flash drive. Lu Ming directly to Lin Ruyan, amused. This girl so naive? This want to take the USB flash drive back? I'm not sure if you want to take the disk back. Who am I to give you back your flash drive? Don't give it back. You're not going to be with my mom. Lu Ming could not be afraid of her threat at all, and immediately said, I'll give it back to you, and you don't want me to be with your mom. I might as well not return it then. It would be nice to take it and share the contents with your mom. One time, Lin Ruyan was speechless by Lu Ming. From the amplitude of her heaving chest, it was obvious that she was furious at this point. But she couldn't do anything about Lu Ming. Said she couldn't talk, couldn't rob. As long as Lu Ming wasn't willing to return it, there was really nothing she could do to get the USB drive back from him. And once it's a big deal, attracted my own mom to come over and dabble in it. There's a good chance that the secrets on your own hard drive are going to come out and be known by your own mom. Losing face is small. It's only big if mom doesn't allow herself to be with an I Xiao Xiao and forces her to break it off. Even if there was only a 1 in a million chance, she didn't want to take that chance. Think about it. Lin Ruyan could only give in for now. Swallowing all the aggression under his stomach, he replaced it with a kind face and looked at Lu Ming. So what do you say? What will it take to give me back my flash drive? See this? Lu Ming couldn't help but smile. He could tell that Lin Ruyan was scowling and couldn't help but snicker. Yo, you figured it out? Now you know to keep your head down. As he said that, his right hand also pinched and squeezed Lin Ruyan's fair face. It simply doesn't feel good in the hand. Where's that grumpy streak you had before? Haven't you been disliking the sky and the earth since you came back? Now you're so well behaved. At this moment, Lu Ming was like a demon king, doing whatever he wanted to Lin Ruyan, the little weakling with her head bowed down. And Lin Ruyan didn't have any way out. Just let Lu Ming pinch his face without resisting. Because she was really afraid that if she made a big deal out of it, the secrets on the USB drive would be discovered by Lin Wan. And the only thing she could do to resist is her gaze. Lin Ruyan stared viciously at Lu Ming, as if she wanted to turn her gaze into a knife and stab Lu Ming's entire body with hundreds of knives. But it's a shame. There was no use for the gaze. Lu Ming still pinched her recklessly. Lin Ruyan slowly began to despair. The sharp gaze began to weaken until it became slowly helpless. She had never imagined that she would actually be under Lu Ming's teasing one day, without the power to put up resistance. Her pride, her psyche crumbled, and at this time, Lu Ming also saw the signs and knew that he had really completely subdued her now. Straight away, he stated his terms. I still say, call me dad first and I'll think about it. Lin Ruyan didn't respond. She guessed it was this, but really when Lu Ming brought it up, she still couldn't accept it, and her heart was full of resistance. Teeth clenched and lips tightened as he sat in a last-ditch effort to resist. But soon, a demonic whisper came to her ears. If you don't scream, I'll take the flash drive and show it to your mom. Lu Ming felt that right now he really looked like such an unforgiving villain in a movie or TV drama. Take someone's handle and threaten them, then they look like they're trembling. Not to mention, it's kind of exciting. But in fact, Lu Ming is also forced to do so. If he can live a good life together with Lin Wan, he does not want to get into so much trouble. Nay, Lin Ruyan had repeatedly tried to separate him from Lin Wan. If this one got the little ninny into submission, what's going to happen to this life from now on? So, the means that should be used are still used. The big deal is to be nicer to your daughter from now on. As for Lin Ruyan, after hearing Lu Ming's threat, her entire body subconsciously took a few steps back. When she looked up again, her eyes, her expression, no longer declared his anger at this moment. But in the end, love overcame anger. The anger in her eyes slowly dissipated, and she began to become terrified when she thought of the consequences if Lin Wan really saw the USB drive. Then there was a squirming of the mouth, but not the slightest sound was made. It's just too hard to talk about. After a while, after trying countless times in her mind, Lin Ruyan closed her eyes and gritted her teeth. Finally, a shout was made. Dad! After shouting, Lin Ruyan's entire body was drained of strength as if she had been deflated. The mind is also a blank slate. She ultimately failed, her pride and dignity completely thrown away. Good girl. At this moment, Lu Ming's face blossomed into this smile of heartfelt satisfaction and happiness. Said at the same time is also like in coaxing children in general, in Lin Ruyan head gently pat-a-pat. Chapter 65, Crazy Little Hammer. This time, Lin Ruyan's eyes, which had been closed, also opened. She looked at the smile on the face of Lu Ming, who was half a head taller than him, and surprisingly felt a hint of kindness, not the same sick, disgusting smile she'd imagined from the moment she'd learned her mom had found her a dad. Lu Ming's kind, good-looking smile seemed to enter her heart. It made her, for a moment, a little wobbly as well. She was not so young when she was adopted by Lin Wan and had early memories. Knowing that she was an orphan who suffered abandonment from her parents and grew up in an orphanage. But since she was adopted by Lin Wan, she and Lin Wan have depended on each other. Lin Wan treated her as a real daughter, and she felt real motherly love from Lin Wan, making up for some of those deficiencies. But in the area of fatherly love, it was something she was permanently missing. Though all along, she also envied other friends and classmates who could have the favor of both her mother and father. But her experiences as a young girl had made her precocious enough to know that she was already privileged to have the kind of life she had today. So the fatherhood piece is a regret she has buried deep in her heart. But in this moment, surprisingly, she felt the fatherly love she had always longed for in Lu Ming. It made her feel in this moment as if it wasn't impossible to really recognize Lu Ming as her father. But the thought flickered. Am I crazy to have such thoughts? Lin Ruyan frantically shook her head, hurriedly shaking this dangerous thought out of her mind. Lu Ming is just 2 or 3 years older than himself. How could one have such thoughts? No, resolutely no. After coming to her senses, Lin Ruyan begins to regain her true colors and asks Lu Ming for the USB drive. I've yelled. Now you can give me back my flash drive. Lu Ming, on the other hand, smiled. I didn't say I'd give it to you after you shouted. I said I'd think about it after I shouted. You tricked me. After hearing Lu Ming's reply, Lin Ruyan directly exploded. She understood that she had been tricked by Lu Ming, and that he had no intention of returning the USB drive to her so easily. But there's nothing she can do about it. The initiative was entirely on Lu Ming's side. She was genuinely afraid that what was inside would be seen by her own mother, and that would be the end of her and an Ai Xiaoxiao. Lin Ruyan's heart was dripping blood at this time. Feeling that he was really too naive, he was just teased by Lu Ming. What a word game to play with her. Dad, he shouted, and surprisingly, he still didn't give the flash drive back to himself and had to think about it. Think about it. So Lin Ruyan also started to get anxious. What on earth will you do to give me back the USB flash drive? And Lu Ming, who held the initiative in his hand, was not at all in a hurry and said faintly, You perform well. With that, he turned and lay down on the bed. Look what you did last night. You made me toss and turn all night, and you came back early in the morning to make trouble. Now the whole thing is stiff and uncomfortable as hell. It's not too much to ask that you at least give me a massage to loosen my muscles. Is it? Lu Ming's words just fell. Lin Ruyan then immediately refused. That's not too much? There's no way I'm going to massage you. In her opinion, Lu Ming's demands were one more excessive than the other. The whole calling out to her dad thing alone had pushed her boundaries. But now, Lu Ming even asked himself to give him a massage and loosen his muscles? Simply delusional. To know, she was never in contact with a man. She couldn't even allow a touch. Not to mention something as intimate as a massage. One time, Lin Ruyan was incomparably resistant and immediately turned around to leave the room. Making up his mind, there was absolutely no way he would agree to this request from Lu Ming. But a few steps later, Lu Ming also did not have any indication of retaining him to stay, still letting her leave the room as she did. And so, the more Lin Ruyan walked, the more panicked she became. Some thoughts could not help but come to mind. For example, after he left, Lu Ming turned around and showed his mom the contents of the flash drive. Thinking about this, Lin Ruyan couldn't help but feel a shiver run down her spine. The pace is starting to slow. The mind shouted, Stay me. Say something. Wondering if he could force Lu Ming to cancel the offer by leaving in protest. But it wasn't until she got to the door of the room. Lu Ming didn't have any reaction either. Lin Ruyan stood at the door of the room. At this time, she was in a dilemma. It was not right to leave. It was not right not to leave. How she wanted to just slam the door in spite of everything. But she can't. For an Ai Xiaoxiao, Lin Ruyan put up a fight. With a turn, he rushed to the bedside and made it directly on top of Lu Ming. Massage it is. Loosen the muscles, right? Come on. Who's afraid of who? Talking at the same time, both hands turned into small hammers and hammered frantically on Lu Ming's back. At this point, the resolute impossibility she had just set up instantly shattered. Lin Ruyan had practically exerted her entire body in order to get back at Lu Ming, just to give him a taste of a painful blow. But I didn't expect it. At this time, Lu Ming was the one who let out a comfortable sound. The force is good. Quite comfortable. Go on. When these words came out, Lin Ruyan was immediately stunned for a moment. She had clearly exerted her entire body's strength. How did she not let Lu Ming taste the pain and not make him regret it? but instead got comfortable. Lin Ruyan was so angry. Are you a turtle? This doesn't even hurt. Lin Ruyan felt that Lu Ming had been reincarnated as a turtle in his past life, and had a turtle shell on his back. Otherwise, it was impossible for her to feel comfortable without any pain even after she hammered him so indiscriminately. It's not scientific. I'm a turtle, so you're a turtle's daughter, a female turtle. Lu Ming, who was enjoying himself on the bed, suddenly popped up. This made Lin Ruyan even more furious when she heard it, and the strength in her hands increased even more. Who's a turtle? You turtle. Lin Ruyan silently cursed in her mind, not daring to say it explicitly, or else Lu Ming was going to wonder how to tease her again. And even after Lin Ruyan pushed harder, Lu Ming still didn't feel any pain, but instead became more comfortable. Because even if Lin Ruyan used all her strength, to him, her strength was still small. Simply put, you can't break his defense. Next time, neither Lu Ming nor Lin Ruyan said anything. The difference was that Lu Ming was enjoying himself silently, and Lin Ruyan was the one who had been cursing Lu Ming in her heart, but didn't dare to speak out, just silently continued the massage, until both little hands started to get sore and wanted to stop. Yet again, he was forced back by Lu Ming's words and had to proceed. Another moment passed. Lin Ruyan's hands had completely run out of strength, but she was still hammering away with one hand. And just then, the door to the room was suddenly opened and Lin Wan walked in. He was stumped on the spot, and Lu Ming and Lin Ruyan, who heard the sound and turned their heads over, also froze completely when they saw the visitor. Chapter 66. Asked by Charm. The three looked at each other wide-eyed for a good 10 seconds before. Lin Wan raised her hand and rubbed her eyes to make sure she wasn't mistaken, but it's still the same scene in the eyes. His own daughter, Lin Ruyan, was sitting on Lu Ming's body and seemed to be massaging him? You guys! What are you doing? Lin Wan still didn't believe the scene she had just seen, because in her subconscious mind, it was good that Lin Ruyan didn't trouble Lu Ming. How could she possibly help him with a massage? And as Lin Wan asked the question, Lin Ruyan also came back to her senses. Hurrying away from Lu Ming, with a look of shocked weakness, he hurriedly hid far away. In fact, Lin Ruyan was more than just weak-minded. The successive blows had caused him to psychologically collapse. She couldn't have imagined it. His own mother would suddenly come to Lu Ming's room, just in time to see a scene where he and Lu Ming were so close. Next time you should lock the door to your room to be right. Nope, there is no next time. It's all Lu Ming's fault. It's all because of the hot chick offer he made that he got into this situation. Compared to Lin Ruyan's panic and weakness, Lu Ming did not have any waves at all. While Lin Ruyan was imagining things, Lu Ming lazily rolled over from the bed and said with a smile, "In massage, to be precise, it's your daughter who's massaging me and loosening my muscles. This can't be right." Lin Wan's face was complicated. It's probably because she found out in her filial piety, knowing that all that fussing has worn me out lately, so she's massaging me to relax and unwind. Do your filial duty, don't say, good technique, you can let her press you too. Even though Lu Ming said so, Lin Wan still had a look of disbelief on her face. In the morning, these two people are still not like having a deep hatred of the enemy. If it is not their own in the middle, the two people are expected to fight. Moreover, his own daughter has been refusing to recognize Lu Ming as her father. How is it that only a short time in the past, his own daughter has undergone a heavenly transformation? You've begun to show filial piety and serve Lu Ming? This transformation came so fast and furious that it really caught Lin Wan a little off guard. It's just unbelievable. Lin Wan shook her head and said. Lu Ming stood up and said with a smile, "You do not also see it. All happened. And what is incredible? You have to trust your husband. Besides, Yin has already recognized me as her father. A massage is nothing. Right? Umbra." As he spoke, Lu Ming also looked at Lin Ruyan on the side. This time, Lin Wan was even more surprised when she heard this, and her gaze also looked at Lin Ruyan, as if inquiring, "Is this true? You really agreed to recognize Lu Ming as your father?" Under the gaze of both Lu Ming and Lin Wan, especially the smile at the corner of Lu Ming's mouth and the raised eyebrow at the corner of his eye, Lin Ruyan felt a great pressure. How could she not know what Lu Ming meant? Now the USB flash drive is still in Lu Ming's hands, and if she doesn't recognize it, Lu Ming can burst it out on the spot. And it seemed impossible to explain what had just happened without recognizing it. It was even more likely to make her mother suspicious. So Lin Ruyan simply gritted her teeth and admitted it directly. Aha! Received an affirmative reply from Lin Ruyan. Lin Wan instantly became carnally happy and looked at Lu Ming as if she was looking at an omnipotent hero. Honey, I adore you so much. You really did it. Someone as stubborn as Yin was conquered by you. How did you do it? Lu Ming looked at Lin Wanru's incarnation as a little fangirl circling around him, and was very satisfied inwardly, faintly pretending. In fact, I didn't do anything. It may be that my charm subconsciously sensitized Yin. Yin is also a good boy who knows his mistakes and can change them, so he offered to massage me and do his filial duty. Lu Ming also cued Lin Ruyan again after he finished speaking. Right? Yin, my good girl. And as Lin Ruyan listened to Lu Ming's words, she had already cursed him in her heart. How she wanted to expose Lu Ming on the spot and tear him apart with her hands. But that's all you can think about. Reason kept reminding her that she had better cooperate with Lu Ming, or else she couldn't afford the consequences of the exposure of the USB flash drive. So even if at this time Lin Ruyan had how much she hated Lu Ming in her heart, she could only cooperate and rise up with a smile and say, yeah, it's all because of Dad's charisma. With the two of them corroborating each other, Lin Wan didn't think much of it and believed their words, a pleased smile on her face. Wonderful. Mom is so happy to see you guys living in harmony. Lin Wan was really happy from the bottom of her heart. She could tell from Lin Ruyan's recent attitude that her daughter was extremely resistant to Lu Ming. In fact, she had been prepared for this kind of mentality for a long time. When it actually happened, she realized that this resistance of her daughter was much more overpowering than she had thought. It's even to the point where they don't care about their own reputation but also want to smear Lu Ming and force them to separate. This left Lin Wan with nothing to do. One is the daughter she raised with her own hands, and the other is the love of her life with whom she is truly in love. If these two are as incompatible as water and fire, what can she do? But the good thing was, before she could think of anything else, these two people actually magically got better, and even their own daughter was willing to recognize Lu Ming as her father. This simply made Lin Wan feel as if she was dreaming all this. This time, Lu Ming also opened his mouth and asked, by the way, did you come over to find me for something? Lin Wan then remembered that she did have something to tell Lu Ming before coming over. Yes. I came to find you just to tell you about the sales of our perfume, Floating Dreams. Lu Ming took out the perfume formula to produce a product that ended up being named Floating Life as a Dream. How much? Lin Wan didn't beat around the bush and directly responded. According to the statistics of each store, the sales volume for 1 hour was 43,000 bottles. After hearing the data reported by Lin Wan, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Twinwoods Group is rightfully one of the leading companies in the beauty industry. Huh? It's amazing that a product launched in this kind of haste is doing so amazingly well in terms of sales. You know, how long has it been since Lu Ming came up with the formula and it's now on sale? Doublewood Group's publicity for the new perfume can simply be said to be non-existent, yet it is in this case. Surprisingly, it managed to sell 43,000 bottles in the first hour it was on sale. This forced Lu Ming to be impressed. The Doubletree Group has not been able to develop its own products before, though, but it has managed to become a $100 billion market capitalization company on the basis of its agency products precisely because they have achieved an extremely high level of both word of mouth and customer trust. That's why it was possible to achieve such beautiful results within an hour of the product's launch without any publicity, relying on those regular customers' trust in Doublewood. Chapter 67. The Shuryun Group is about to explode. And at the current pricing of 580 bottles of float, 43,000 bottles, that's over $24,900,000, close to $25 million in sales. No wonder you're so happy. It's only going to sell more if word of mouth spreads about Floating Dreams next, Lu Ming said with a smile. Lin Wan nodded and added, yes, and there's another piece of news to be happy about. Oh, the Shuryun Group is going to storm, isn't it? Lin Wan was a bit surprised. You know, Lu Ming was unsurprised. It was about the same time as he had predicted. It had also been 2 days since the release of the new products after the cooperation between Shuryun Group and Ro Group. It's also time for consumers who buy their products to receive them and use them. Once the Ro Group's products are used, the user will definitely experience some anomalies. Guessed it. Lu Ming also briefly stated his speculation. While Lu Ming was analyzing, Lin Wan tightly hugged Lu Ming, her eyes full of adoration. Hubby, you are too good. It's indeed just like what you said. The new product from Lo Group has serious quality problems. There are already a number of Shuryun group users who have suffered from severe skin allergies after using their new product. However, this matter has been suppressed by the Shuryun group, but I think once the number of consumers in trouble gets large, it will definitely explode. It was no wonder Lin Wan was so surprised and adored Lu Ming, because it was as if everything that happened was right in Lu Ming's grasp, and it was all exactly as he had said. And Lin Ruyan, who was on the side, listened to what the two were chatting about. It was also very shocking. She had already learned from Old Wang that it was Lu Ming who had driven away the overly bullying Luo Wei group, which was why the Luo Wei group had later turned around and cooperated with the Shuryun group. The reason Lu Ming used at the time was that the new products of the Lo group had serious quality problems. But Lin Ruyan didn't trust Lu Ming, thinking that this was just an excuse for Lu Ming to drive away the Ro group. Perhaps the Shuangmu executives at the time, with the exception of Lin Wan, were all thinking the same thing, and were just borrowing Lu Ming's statement to comfort themselves and feel better. But now, ironclad facts proved that what Lu Ming said was actually true. The Lowe's group is really having serious quality problems with their new products. Lin Ruyan naturally knew something about the beauty industry, knowing that when a beauty product is being developed, not only does it have to be an effective beauty treatment, but safety is also a major concern. Consumers buy beauty products to become beautiful, not to be disfigured. That's why any beauty company can never be childish when it comes to the safety of their products. After all, it's the reputation of the entire company in the eyes of the consumer that's at stake. So this represents, even if it is the developer of the product, the odds are that Lowe's Group is unaware of the quality and safety issues with its own products. Otherwise, they couldn't have just listed it for sale. But Lu Ming, who had nothing to do with the Ro Group, knew about it. And it also averted the crisis even though it prevented the cooperation between the Twinwood Group and the Lo Group. Think about it. Lin Ruyan's heart was like being blown up by a bomb, setting off waves of shock. The gaze toward Lu Ming also became very complicated. Resentment, shock, curiosity. The image of Lu Ming in her mind began to become incredibly mysterious. It was completely different from the image she had previously had in school of a sunny, good-looking, humble, but still just an average college student. She could no longer see through Lu Ming as a person now. It had only been a short year or two, and now Lu Ming could make incomparably delicious meals. Casually, he came up with the world's top perfume formula and saved the Twinwoods Group. He also possessed a handful of profound computer skills, and according to what his senior brother said, he was a godlike figure in the field of computer technology. Even now, Lu Ming seems to have predicted the future. Otherwise, why would Lu Ming know what Luo Wei Group itself didn't know? Lin Ruyan could only think of this outrageous explanation for the time being. When he thought of all the things Lu Ming had done, no wonder Mom, the 1,000-year-old iceberg, has given him a conquest and is still mesmerized. Lin Ruyan couldn't help but lament in her heart. And just then, Lin Wan's cell phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, it was a call from the company's top executive, Lao Wang, so he casually picked it up. Mr. Lin, our new perfume, Floating Life is a Dream, is selling well. The old king spoke with obvious delight in his tone. Well, that's been reported to me by the sales department. Seeing that Lin Wan already knew about the sales situation, Old Wang turned his words around. Since the sales department has already reported, let me talk about our D department. Ha! Old Wang continued to report. Our D department detected a substance called sodium phenol in several products that the Shuryun group of companies and the Lo group have cooperated to put on sale. This substance is corrosive and should not come into direct contact with human skin. And their products actually with this so dangerous substances, consumers once used light skin allergies, heavy skin burns, and even disfigurement. So I immediately sent someone to check it out and found that after their products went on sale, there were already quite a number of consumers on the internet who were reporting that they had gone into the hospital after using their new products. Mr. Lu said before that the products of the Lowell group had serious quality problems, and at that time we thought that it was just an excuse. It's thanks to Mr. Lu, if our company had put such a product on sale, it would have been the end of us at Shuangmu. Old Wang's tone was agitated. On the one hand, it was because they didn't really believe Lu Ming when he said earlier that there were quality problems with the new products of the Lo group, but at this time it was fulfilled. The other side of the coin was that this allowed the Doubletree group to avoid a sky-splitting crisis, and if it wasn't for Lu Ming, this would be the thing that would be happening to the Doubletree group right now. Then the consequences for the Twinwoods group could be imagined, and as the group's loyal senior elders, they never wanted to see this scene. And Lin Wan was even more so when she heard Old Wang say the term sodium phenol. The mind was so shocked that it almost went cold at the back. As the president of the beauty company, although it is not research and development, she more or less has some basic understanding of the substance of the product and knows how harmful the sodium phenol is to the human body. Being in the beauty industry, quality and safety must be absolutely guaranteed, followed by the effectiveness of the beauty. When there is a problem with quality and safety, even if it's an allergy, this is already considered a big deal and can cause an uproar among consumers. Not to mention the fact that it can burn and even disfigure one's skin. This is beyond a product quality issue. It's simply poisoning. Chapter 68. Why don't you go out and close your eyes? After a while, Lin Wan still had palpitations, her heart thumping. If Lu Ming hadn't appeared in time, pointing out the serious quality and safety problems with Low Group's new products, and he had believed his words, then the next development should be that they, the Twin Woods Group, were forced to continue working with them despite the Luo Wei Group step-by-step pressure. Then again, today this beauty product poisoning incident is what happened to the Twinwood Group. Thinking of this, Lin Wan's pair of beautiful eyes couldn't help but look towards Lu Ming, her eyes filled with admiration and gratitude. And that's when Old Wang on the other side of the phone also continued. Mr. Lin, I've checked, and those remarks about Shiyun Group on the internet have been suppressed by them for the time being. It's going to blow up sooner or later, but we can get our hands on them and poke them too. What do you think? The current Shiyun Group and Rou Group were both competitors to them. Old Wang naturally wanted to see them go down early. When something happens to the enemy, wouldn't it be foolish not to take the opportunity to screw him? Lao Wang looked for Lin Wan to report, but also because Lin Wan was the president after all, and because he believed that she would definitely agree. Fruity. After Lin Wan heard this, she also quickly agreed. Okay, let's do as you say. After receiving Lin Wan's authorization, Old Wang excused himself and went to operate this matter. It didn't take long. The internet has then been filled with the voices of many victims who have used the new products that have been put on sale by the collaboration between the Shiyun Group and the Lowe's Group. This instantly made waves on the internet. The water armies of the Shiyun Group, the supporters began to take on the victims, attracting a lot of people who were eating. But immediately after, a report on the safety and quality testing of a new product jointly offered for sale by the Shiyun Group Rou Group has emerged. The report exploded onto the internet like a nuclear bomb, creating a furor. The incident, which was only a minor heat, instantly rushed to the top of the major news platforms' hot searches. Crap! This report is really fake. The new product jointly released by Shiyun Group Rou Group contains sodium phenol, a corrosive substance. If it's true, as the report says, that sodium phenol can cause skin irritation and even burns and ulcers in people, then who dares to use it? Shiyun Group Rou Group is toxic. I've checked online and the substance sodium phenol does do what the report says if you accidentally get it on your skin. I just don't know if the test report is reliable. How dare you contain sodium phenol in the new product jointly released by Shiyun Group Rou Group? The testing organization that issued this test is still quite reliable and wouldn't dare to joke about such a thing. Right? So there's a good chance that it's true. I am one of the victims of the new product. I can assure you that this report is telling the truth. Ever since I used their new product, my whole face has been red and itchy. Luckily, I ran to the hospital in time for treatment. The doctor was also curious as to why I got some kind of harmful substance on my face. The doctor also said that if I had come in later, my face would probably have rotted. Crap. It's a good thing I haven't used it since I received it. The previous cosmetics still have a bit of a bottom, so I thought I'd use it up and then unwrap a new one. Otherwise, I would have been hit. Everyone hurry up and tell the sisters around you. In case they also bought the new product jointly released by Shiyun Group Rou Group and still used it, it would be disastrous. Before the sporadic few consumers voiced out, Shiyun Group Rou Group can still use Water Army and other ways to suppress these voices. But now, with the emergence of this product safety and quality test report, it has brought things on the hot seat. It's no longer something they can squash by buying mercs and blocking accounts. Moreover, the fact that Lao Wang had found the most authoritative testing organization, coupled with the ever-present voices of the victims, was enough to prove the authenticity of the report. Passers-by couldn't look away. Under the old king's operation, a loop is made. The safety and quality of the new products jointly offered by the Shiyun Group Rou Group is finally a complete storm. This day, the sky is falling on the Shiyun Group Rou Group. The internet is full of comments calling them names, and consumers keep calling their company phone numbers to complain. It has even begun to join forces in preparation for a lawsuit against the two companies. And such a situation was naturally pleasing to Lu Ming and Lin Wan. Both companies are now competitors of the DoubleTree Group, and now they are in deep crisis. Definitely a good thing for the Twinwoods. When these two companies are completely cool, the market share they would have held will be gobbled up by Twinwood. Plus, Twinwood now has such a great product as Floating Dreams. The future can be said to be bright for the DoubleTree Group. Although there were numerous good news today, what pleased Lin Wan the most was Lin Ruyan's change in attitude towards Lu Ming. Not only is he willing to call Lu Ming dad, but he is even so good at helping Lu Ming with his massage. That was what was most unexpected to her. It's been a great day. Everything's looking up. This made Lin Wan somewhat unable to stop herself from hugging Lu Ming and giving him a kiss on the cheek. And at this time, Lin Ruyan could still be on the sidelines. It was the first time he had seen his mom and Lu Ming being so affectionate. Lin Ruyan beside her directly froze. At this point, she's heartbroken. It was hard to bear, as if she had seen her own mother fall into the hands of the great devil. She even wanted to rush up and separate them. But, on second thought, that is his own mother initiative to kiss people. They are still licensed legal couple. What reason does one have to stop them? Even their own U-disc, the handle is still in the hands of Lu Ming. So even how upset she was at this point, she could only endure it. One could only look straight at Lu Ming, using his eyes to try to warn him not to do anything excessive. But would Lu Ming be afraid of Lin Ruyan, this little guy, now? If it was before, Lu Ming might still give her a few points. But now, Lu Ming didn't care what Lin Ruyan thought. Joke. My own wife. I do what I want. It's none of your business. So in Lin Ruyan's eyes, Lu Ming didn't collect himself, but instead got in her face. Just a deep French kiss with Lin Wan. This directly made Lin Ruyan look away. She didn't like men herself, and now she had to witness her mom kissing a man she hated so much. How could she enter her eyes with this? She could only close them silently. When just at that moment, Lu Ming but suddenly opened his mouth. What are you closing your eyes for? These words directly pissed Lin Ruyan off. I'm still not allowed to close my eyes? I still have to watch you two make out, right? Lu Ming was very speechless when he heard this. Do you know how to be a human being? Isn't this the time for you to get out and leave the space for us? What's the use of closing your eyes and not going out? Chapter 69. Is this appropriate? The words came out. Lin Ruyan opened her eyes at once and said without a trace of anger. And want me to go out? What are you trying to do? Isn't this enough? Kick me out, and what do you want to do again? Lin Ruyan, although she had already verbally called Lu Ming as her father, while being able to tolerate him doing some intimate actions with her own mother. But she still couldn't accept it if Lu Ming gave an inch. And it's still acting so bright. It's the middle of the day, so even if you guys are forgetting to make out in front of me, you still want to do things you're not ashamed of? And acting so obviously? Is this something parents can do? Listening to Lin Ruyan's words, Lu Ming and Lin Wan exchanged glances. It has felt as if she was right. However, Lin Wan was being thin-skinned by Lin Ruyan's words and felt that as a parent, she really couldn't be like this in front of her daughter. It is indeed inappropriate to drive away your daughter in order to further intimacy. And that's not what Lu Ming was thinking. He was afraid that after he kicked Lin Ruyan out, this little girl's heart was upset thinking about it, and then suddenly gave him such a blow when they were in the thick of it. That's not going to scare the out of me. And the two stopped and simply cuddled. Just bear with it a little longer. Lin Ruyan will go back when her vacation is over. There will be plenty of time for that when the time comes. And just then, Lu Ming's cell phone suddenly rang. When he took out his cell phone and saw the caller's memo, he couldn't help but smile. Honey, I guess there's another piece of good news. Oh. Hearing this, Lin Wan was a bit surprised. We've had 3 good news stories in a row today, and now a 4th? I couldn't help but ask, what good thing is it? Lu Ming then explained, it's a call from old Zhang, the leading brother of the Yalong Bay engineering team. Based on the digging progress, we should have dug out the Fantasy Star Sea Stone today. Back from that day, Lu Ming on the Yalong Bay side of the site will be handed over to the Xuanwu team side to supervise the work. He had also explained to the engineering team to dig out all of the Fantasy Star Sea Stones as soon as possible, and once they were completely dug out, he would call himself. Now counting, this Fantasy Star Sea Stone has also been dug for 2 days, and at this time old Zhang's call should be to report this good news to him. Fruity. Lu Ming connected to answer the phone. The phone immediately came the voice of the engineering team's leading elder brother Lao Zhang. Lu Total, that big rock is dug out. Lu Ming smiled and said, tough job old Zhang. I'll transfer some money to you. You divide it among your brothers and have a good meal at night. Old Zhang on the other end of the phone was overjoyed to hear that Lu Ming was actually giving them money back. So this time was sent out by the group to help the big man work, already have the company's salary to take, and now there is a reward money, naturally very happy. Thank you, Mr. Lu. I thank you for the brothers. After hanging up some phone calls, Lu Ming called Old Zhang for $100,000. It wasn't a lot. The heads of the engineering team were divided down to $2,000 or $3,000 each, but it was enough to make the crowd happy. I wasn't wrong. Another piece of good news. How about we go over there and check it out? Aha! So after Lu Ming and his duo dressed up, they prepared to go out. But unsurprisingly, it was again demanded by Lin Ruin to keep up. After taking Lin Ruin with him, Lu Ming drove his car towards Yalong Bay. By the time they reached the location of the Fantasy Star Sea Stone excavation, a huge deep pit had appeared on the ground of Yalong Bay, and the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone was lying so quietly at the bottom of the ground. The surrounding area had already been surrounded by the researchers Lu Ming had called in to pull lines, while these researchers also began to conduct specific surveys on this Fantasy Star Sea Stone. After exchanging greetings, Lu Ming led Lin Ruin into the inner area. At a glance, you will be able to see the fantastic Star Ocean Stone lying in the ground. And when Lin Ruin saw this huge black boulder underneath, she actually recognized it, unable to stop himself from exclaiming, "Such a big Fantasy Star Sea Stone?" Lin Ruin's shocked cry drew Lu Ming and Lin Wan to look at her. "You actually recognize that this is the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone?" Lu Ming looked at Lin Ruin and asked in surprise. To know, Lin Ruin wasn't there when old Zhang called, and when they went out, Lu Ming, Lin Wan and the two of them didn't mention the purpose of their trip. So Lin Ruin was unaware that they had come over to see the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone. Moreover, this Fantasy Star Ocean Stone underneath now is not the finished products on the market that have been polished to reveal the true colors of Lushan. This Fantasy Star Ocean Stone underneath now was encased in black rock, very unimpressive and even a bit ugly. The average person has no idea that Fantasy Star Sea Stone looks like this before it's polished. And now Lin Ruin recognized it at once. It was no wonder Lu Ming was so surprised. In the face of Lu Ming's question, Lin Ruin was still in shock at this point and did not respond, only repeatedly confirming. "Is this really the Fantasy Star Sea Stone?" Lu Ming didn't pursue the matter and nodded in affirmation. "How can it be? This really is the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone. I'm not mistaken. But this is too big." Lin Ruin reacted so greatly because she knew the value of the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone, as well as the fact that the size of the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone in front of her was really beyond her knowledge. As for why she could recognize it as a Dream Star Sea Stone, it was because she had once seen it at a friend's house. At that time, Lin Ruin was overwhelmed by the charm of the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone, and her friend went along with it and gave her a lot of knowledge on the subject. But the Fantasy Star Sea Stone at her friend's house was only a few grams, and it was said to be worth tens of millions of dollars, more expensive than diamonds. And the one in front of us, the giant Dreamy Star Ocean Stone, that's gotta be worth a lot of money. This is yours. How did you find it? How big is it exactly? At this moment, Lin Ruin was extremely curious about this Fantasy Star Ocean Stone and kept asking about it. And so, Lin Wan also told her the entire process from buying Yalong Bay to discovering the Fantasy Star Ocean Stones. During this process, Lin Ruin was listening with her eyes widening and her mouth opening more and more. By the end of the day, you could fit an egg in your mouth. After hearing this, Lin Ruin's eyes were filled with incredulity as she looked at Lu Ming. She sort of listened. From the beginning of the auction, Lu Ming chose to auction off this piece of rotten land that no one wanted, to giving up the auction in order to screw Lu Shiyun over, but in the end letting his mom secretly buy it back from Lu Shiyun. After buying it back and then coming over at the first opportunity in such a large piece of land, he found the exact place from which he dug out the Fantasy Star Sea Stone. All of this, without fail, proves that, from the beginning, Lu Ming knew that there was such a huge Fantasy Star Ocean Stone here that was enough to drive people crazy. Chapter 70. God, for short. This was the second time Lin Ruin felt that Lu Ming could be unpredictable. The first time was the safety of the quality of the new products jointly offered for sale by the Shiyun Group and the Lo Group, and the second time was knowing that there was such a large piece of Fantasy Star Ocean Stone here in Yalong Bay. This made Lin Ruin unable to resist asking, "Lu Ming, are you able to foretell things?" Facing Lin Ruin's inquiry, Lu Ming smiled and said, "Yes, I'm a god." "Huh. A male goddess, or a male god for short?" Originally, Lin Ruyan was taken aback at first, but then she heard Lu Ming say male god. She immediately rolled her eyes, although she recognized in her heart that Lu Ming is indeed very good, but on the mouth cannot say so, and then excellent have not seen their own praise their ah. That's why it's an honor for you to have a male father like me, good girl. Lin Ruyan didn't say anything, and another blank stare passed by. She was now powerless against Lu Ming. Though Lu Ming was right, having such a great dad sounded like it would be nice. But she still resisted Lu Ming in her heart. Because Lu Ming was just a young man not much older than him. It's possible if he's a bit older. Just as Lin Ruyan was rambling, a group of people with filming equipment arrived in front of Lu Ming. Hello, is this Mr. Lu? A cute girl with a round face and short hair with 2 pair swirls took the initiative to ask. Lu Ming nodded with a Mr. Lu, hello. My name is Bing Bing. I'm a reporter from the TV station. I heard that you dug up a huge Fantasy Star sea stone. Didn't you? The girl first introduced herself and then went straight to the point and started interviewing Lu Ming. Yeah, this way. Lu Ming brought several people from the TV station, including the reporter named Bing Bing and the cameraman behind him, into the cordoned-off area. When the crowd came to the deep pit and saw the boulders underneath, each one of them couldn't help but open their mouths wide. They had naturally done some homework before the interview, knowing that such a large Fantasy Star sea stone must be worth a lot of money, even though this Fantasy Star sea stone's value had nothing to do with them. But it's a big break for them to cover this kind of scoop, and the ratings must be high, so the TV crew was also full of excitement, as if they saw the prize beckoning them. Mr. Lu, may we take some pictures of this Fantasy Star sea stone? Of course. It would be great to have an interview with you. Bing Bing turned her head towards Lu Ming and asked, her face revealing 2 small pair swirls, which was very cute. Sure. Lu Ming agreed readily. It was never because the reporter Icy looked cute. Rather, it's because, he called this group of reporters himself. Lu Ming broke the news to the TV station and attracted them over, in order to use the TV station's publicity to spread the news of this giant star ocean stone. And since the TV station was interested in doing an interview, Lu Ming naturally wouldn't refuse. Lu Ming did this after some deep thought. The benefits of doing this, first of all, is that Lu Shiyun will know the news faster. When she realized that she had bought the land at a high price and sold it at a low price, and ended up digging out sky-high prices of Fantasy Star sea stones from it, she would probably be so angry that she would vomit blood. On the other hand, Lu Ming was doing an experiment. Though on the future information sheet, the giant star sea stone ended up being sold for $4,680 million. But in fact, through this auction of this parcel in Yalong Bay, things on the information sheet can be changed in the future. That's why Lu Ming wanted to make use of the TV station's publicity channel to make the Fantasy Star and Sea Stone known to more people, and to attract people who were qualified and willing to buy this Fantasy Star and Sea Stone. After gaining a better understanding of the Fantasy Star Sea Stone, Lu Ming felt that this giant Fantasy Star Sea Stone might be worth more than the price of $4.68 billion. It is important to realize that the stock of Fantasy Star Sea Stones around the world is now very small. More are also already collected, so there are even fewer circulating on the market. It can be said that a gram is hard to find. If one could gather people interested in the Fantasy Star Sea Stone together and have them bid on it, Lu Ming felt that this would definitely fetch a higher price. Afterwards, Lu Ming also cooperated with the TV station's people to conduct an interview. More than half an hour later, Mr. Lu, thank you for accepting our interview. We'll go back to the station first. The interview had just ended and the TV people were rushing back. After all, they had to go through a lot of preparation when they got back before the story could be officially launched. If there's a delay and other media outlets get a jump on it, the traffic bonus will really be bye-bye to them. So they can't wait to get back to the station in one breath and work overtime to get it out. Lu Ming also expressed his understanding. It's fine. Then Miss Bing Bing take care on the road. So it was goodbye to the TV people. After the people from the TV station left, there was nothing more for Lu Ming to do if he stayed over here. So he greeted both Lin Wan and Lin Ruyan. It's okay, let's go back too. Now all they have to do is sit back and wait for the seller to contact them. Huh? You're just leaving? The Fantasy Star Sea Stone is just sitting here? It won't be stolen, will it? Lin Ruyan was still worried when she heard that she had to leave, and took 1 step and 3 turns back to the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone in the pit. Don't worry. The person who can steal this Fantasy Star Sea Stone hasn't been born yet, Lu Ming said, directly shoving Lin Ruyan into the back seat. Started up the car and left. In fact, Lu Ming had already instructed the Xuanwu team to stay behind to guard this Fantasy Star Oceanstone before he left. They just left Yalong Bay. A team of well-trained, brawny men in black combat uniforms then appeared, protecting the Fantasy Star Sea Stone to the last drop. And Lu Ming was very comfortable with the people of Team Xuanwu. Cullinan sped down the road. Soon, Lu Ming and his group arrived at the Doublewood Group. Because Floating Life has just been listed, and now Shiyun Group Luo Wei Group is in a big mess, it is a good opportunity for Doublewood Group to go out and seize the market. So there were quite a few matters in the Doubletree Group that Lin Wan had to deal with personally. The two of them, Lu Ming and Lin Ruyan, also had nothing to do, so they followed and stayed in the company. Lin Wan went to a meeting with a group of executives, leaving Lu Ming and Lin Ruyan bored in her office. One afternoon, Lu Ming just sat on his boss chair, casually playing a randomly downloaded mobile game to pass the time. Lin Ruyan stood behind the chair, massaging Lu Ming and pouring tea and water from time to time. Sure, all this is certainly not of Lin Ruyan's own volition. Chapter 71. Just the two of us. Perhaps Lin Ruyan felt that she had made an effort to perform all afternoon. After winning Lu Ming's favor, she started to return the favor. Standing behind Lu Ming, he continued to press Lu Ming's shoulders and whispered, "Dad." Lu Ming gave a reassuring Lin Ruyan now in the voice of the father is called more and more smooth, maybe called more are used to it. No longer do you have to do a lot of heartfelt comforting and stuttering with each call first, as you did before, and Lu Ming was happy about it. Every time Lin Ruyan called him dad, he was outwardly as bland as he was now. But in fact, it's been a blast inside for a long time. One must know that back in school, Lin Ruyan was the school's recognized high-flying schoolflower. How many boys are in love, but are deterred from approaching? And now, this high-strung schoolgirl, however, not only served herself tea and poured water, pressed her shoulders and hammered her back, but also called herself a father. That feeling, it's simply not too good. And Lin Ruyan, who was on the side, also continued after seeing Lu Ming's response. "Dad, what do you think of this maneuver? Is it comfortable?" Lu Ming nodded and said, "Well, it's improved a lot, but it still needs more practice." Lu Ming was right about that. After Lin Ruyan had pressed more, this technique had indeed grown quite a bit, and her talent in this area was still there. But Lu Ming felt it was more about his own good discipline, and hearing Lu Ming say that, Lin Ruyan's face stiffened. But still, he quickly made a good boy smile. "Thank you, Dad, for the compliment. So, Dad, do you have to give me a little reward? People are very understanding now. Can you award me that USB drive of mine?" Words. Lu Ming turned around and looked at Lin Ruyan's unnatural smiling face and asked in return, "Do you think I'm stupid?" Lu Ming didn't believe Lin Ruyan's bull. What did she know? He only knew that if he returned the USB flash drive to her, this now harmless-looking good daughter could immediately change back to the previous Lin dislike who disliked the sky and the earth. And what happened next did verify Lu Ming's suspicions. Lu Ming had only just refused. Lin Ruyan stopped her hand movements at once, and the smile on her face instantly disappeared. "Lu Ming, how in the world will you return the USB flash drive to me? You're driving me crazy. I serve you like this every day. I've never been this nice to a man before." Lu Ming looked at Lin Ruyan in her grumpy incarnation and said with a wink, "I'm your father. Isn't it only right for you to be nice to me? And I have the flash drive. That's why you're so nice to me. If I give it back to you, you mustn't change your face." When these words came out, Lin Ruyan was suddenly speechless. Lu Ming was right. If the USB flash drive wasn't in Lu Ming's hands, how could she possibly give Lu Ming a shoulder and back rub every day? "I'm lucky if I don't tear up Lu Ming." But apparently Lu Ming understands this too, keeping hold of her and making her every day. She was really clueless. If she didn't accept it, she was afraid that the contents of the USB flash drive would be exposed, and if she accepted it, she suffered every day. Lin Ruyan was on the verge of having a heart of gold. She couldn't help but think of the images that would appear in her mind if she had been dominated by Lu Ming like this. Now Lu Ming just let himself serve him all day long, serving him tea and water, pressing his shoulders and back. But if as time passes, Lu Ming is likely to get more and more excessive, or even do certain movie things. One thought, Lin Ruyan was directly frightened. Pushing the chair in front of him, he then quickly fled the office. It was as if he had seen something horrible. Ouch! Lu Ming, who was on the chair, was also startled by such a sudden push. Knees are still knocking on the desk. Looking at Lin Ruyan's speedy fleeing figure, he felt that this little girl had committed a crime and fled. He had been thinking of talking to Lin Ruyan just now. If she can sincerely recognize herself as her father, even if it's the kind of thing you recognize when you give it back to her after the U-drive. He was still willing to return the flash drive and help her keep her secret at the same time. But now, this Lin Ruyan fellow actually sneaked up from behind. Young men do not speak of martial virtues. Now Lu Ming remembered. After Lin Ruyan finished running, Lu Ming couldn't stay in the office alone. And out of the office too. Finding Lin Wan's assistant Xiaoyu, she said, "Which conference room is General Manager Lin in? Take me over there." "Okay, Mr. Lu." Thus, under Xiaoyu's leadership, Lu Ming arrived at the entrance of the conference room. Lu Ming briefly thanked him and opened the door to the conference room. In the conference room, the executives of the DoubleTree Group were having a heated discussion. Click! The sound of the conference room door being opened with a click startled a number of people, and their gazes went to the door with huffs on their faces. But the next second, after seeing the figure that came in was clearly Lu Ming, the sulks on everyone's faces instantly disappeared and turned into a smiling face. And as soon as Lu Ming entered, he opened the door with so many people looking at him. He also knew that by the time he seemed to have disturbed the crowd's meeting. So he said with embarrassment, "I'm sorry, you guys continue the meeting," just as Lu Ming was about to exit. However, he heard Lin Wan say, "Let's stop here for today's meeting. Everyone get off work." After saying that, he stood up and pulled Lu Ming out of the conference room. Lu Ming was also a bit confused at this time. He didn't expect that he showed up and actually made Lin Wan directly end the meeting and follow him. And at this time, the crowd of executives who stayed in the conference room, looking at the backs of Lu Ming and Lin Wan arm in arm, the faces looked at each other. Although the meeting ended abruptly, they didn't have much of a problem with it in their minds. "Looks like our Mr. Lin is still a husband's slave. Ha ha ha. I'm really envious of Mr. Lu. Mr. Lin is really good to Mr. Lu. He obviously puts Mr. Lu first. Envy and jealousy. I wish I could be like Mr. Lu." Thinking of farts to eat at old Zhang, "Look at you, your face value is less than 1/10 of Mr. Lu's. It's good to have a woman like you. I do have a question that I'm quite curious about. Who exactly is this Mr. Lu?" Although the meeting is over. But at this point in the conference room, the crowd of executives were still discussing heatedly. After all, eating melon and all that can be much more interesting than a serious meeting. The two main characters in their mouths, Lu Ming and Lin Wan, on the other hand, had already returned to the office. Back in the office, Lin Wan swept her gaze around and asked, Where did Een run off to?" "I think it went back. It ran out just now." Lu Ming responded casually. But when Lin Wan behind her heard it, her gaze flashed with a strange luster, and she even gulped. Then step by step, he walked towards Lu Ming. When Lu Ming heard the sound and turned around, Lin Wan had walked up to him and gave him a gentle push. Pushed back on the couch. Chapter 72, Sweet Strike. The night is getting thicker. 2 hours later, Lu Ming and Lin Wan were both hungry. It was also just a matter of getting the office cleaned up and ready to leave. At this point in time, all the employees in the company had long since returned from work as well. But just as the two were taking the elevator surprisingly stopped on the floor below, and Lao Wang walked in. Looking at the intimate two, he couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Lin, Mr. Lu, you guys are still at the company, ah?" Old Wang, as a senior member of the company, he was also present at the meeting just now. He had thought that Lin Wan had left with Lu Ming after finishing the meeting at that time. But I didn't expect it. He was all done with the gossip conference and went back to the research lab to work overtime for a long time before coming out. It was surprising to run into the two of them at the office so late in the day now. Facing the old king's question, Lin Wan was too embarrassed to speak for a while. Where Lu Ming hurriedly said, Yeah, ha ha ha." The old Wang, who was a man of age, immediately saw that something was wrong with the two of them. Combining the expressions of the two men, he seemed to have guessed something. Didn't say much though. Just looking at the two started to get complicated. Lin Wan, on the other hand, was completely blushing with shame at this point, getting her head high on Lu Ming's body and hiding her face. Soon, the elevator came to the first floor. Old Wang said goodbye first. "Mr. Lin, Mr. Lu, I'll leave first." After saying that, Old Wang slipped away without looking back. In that atmosphere just now, Old Wang was embarrassed too. And it was only after seeing old Wang leave that Lin Wan raised her head and slapped Lu Ming without any good reason. It's all because of you playing so late. This is great. Just in time to meet old Wang. Lu Ming looked at Lin Wan's reddened face and laughed as he retorted. Wow, you can't blame me for that. Think about it, who started this whole thing? Did you start it? When Lu Ming said this, Lin Wan was speechless for a moment. For a moment, I didn't know how to retort. After all, Lu Ming was right, it was indeed he who had moved first. The main thing is that this is a rare moment indeed. After her own daughter came back, she had been following the two around, and she hadn't even had a chance to be properly alone with Lu Ming. Today there is this opportunity, naturally I will not let it go. As she didn't know how to refute Lu Ming for a while, Lin Wan could only be aggrieved and muttered her little mouth. And Lu Ming couldn't help but pinch Lin Wan's little face with both hands when he saw this adorable expression on her face. And Lin Wan didn't have the slightest resistance to Lu Ming's actions, obediently being pinched by Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming was also aware of where he was, and didn't play for too long before stopping. Pulling Lin Wan up, he got into the Cullinan in the parking space, ready to go back. But what Lu Ming didn't expect was, though he did give them just a few slight pinches considering they were in a company that didn't have a good influence. But surprisingly, this scene was still seen by some employees who had just finished working overtime, and an eyeful of photos. The angle on the photo was perfect and the timing was perfect. Lu Ming was pinching Lin Wan's cheeks with a doting face, and Lin Wan was no longer the cold face she used to be, smiling with a happy face. Immediately, the photo then went viral in all the major groups in the company. There was a lot of buzz about it. Crap, it's Mr. Lin and her husband. Sweet Blitz. Really sweetened hard by this photo. I'm kowtowing to this pair of CP. Look at Ms. Lin. Really gentle in front of her husband. Always smiling. I kowtowed too. Don't you guys think that Mr. Lin and Lu Ming are very much like a CP in a novel? An iceberg beautiful president and a super handsome mysterious little brother. When the beautiful president's company is in trouble, the male lead saves the day and helps the female lead. Simply don't be too similar. Crap. What you said is very graphic. Our company's Mr. Lin and Mr. Lu are indeed like that. Ah. Sour, sour, sour. And the man and woman who were the envy of all mouths at that moment. They had arrived at the Plaza of Excellence. Led by Lin Wan, Lu Ming followed him to the place where the car show was held. Why did you bring me here? Lu Ming followed Lin Wan with a confused look on his face. It's the middle of the night and the car show isn't open. Just come with me. Lin Wan continued to remain mysterious and didn't tell Lu Ming, as she continued to lead him around inside the pavilion. After a long detour, the two finally arrived at the booth. Lu Ming then realized that the car show was not open though. Yet there were still crews busy, moving several large wooden crates off the loading trucks. Then the dismantling of the crates began. Not a moment too soon. Several large wooden boxes were all unpacked. 6 luxury cars suddenly appeared right in front of Lu Ming's eyes, just as Lu Ming was mesmerized by the 6 luxury cars. Lin Wan, who was beside him, said as she hugged Lu Ming, "Honey, I'm sorry. I only received these 5. Hear that?" Lu Ming was stunned. Huh. Lin Wan couldn't help but laugh when she saw Lu Ming's dumbfounded look. All these cars? I bought them for you. Ever since she found out about Lu Ming's love for luxury cars last time, plus the fact that she couldn't buy all of Lu Ming's favorite cars at once last time, Lin Wan had then instructed Wang Yingying to find a way to continue buying cars. Whatever it takes, even if it's a markup. And so, under Lin Wan's ho-hum impersonal outburst, 3 of the luxury cars that had been ordered at the previous auto show were bought back at a markup, and the other 2 were new models that had just been shipped back from overseas. Lu Ming, who learned of this, froze. Wife, you this is car enough to drive on it, you think about it, the last time the family car, I have not even driven all of it. As a result you just bought 5 more, and while I know you're not bad with that money, it's 2. Before Lu Ming finished speaking, Lin Wan spoke up. I don't care. Hubby, you like cars. I must buy them for you. If you can't finish driving, you can just put it on and watch it. You'll have fun leaving it on, right? Hearing these capricious words from Lin Wan, Lu Ming could not help but be moved. He knew that Lin Wan was doing this all for herself, because of some of her own performance at the last car show herself. Lin Wan then kept it all in mind and tried her best to do it. Spend countless hours of effort and money just to make yourself happy. Seeing that Lu Ming didn't say anything, Lin Wan was a bit anxious, thinking that he didn't like it. Honey, why don't you say something? Don't you like it? Lu Ming shook his head and also hugged Lin Wan tightly as he placed a kiss on her forehead. Definitely like it. Honey, you're so good to me. Lu Ming said so. Lin Wan instantly smiled sweetly. In her mind, there is nothing more important than a happy husband. Even if it costs a huge amount of money and her main husband is happy, it doesn't bother her at all. In fact, in days gone by, she would have been wealth-free. With a huge amount of money in her pocket, she had begun to lose her way and wondered what continuing to make money meant to her. She has enough money to last her several lifetimes. But due to habit, she still works so hard all the time. Chapter 73, System Rewards. But now, she's found what it means to make money, because she has Lu Ming. She wanted to make Lu Ming the happiest man in the world. Although the price increase to take these luxury cars cost Lin Wan hundreds of millions of dollars, in Lin Wan's opinion, as long as Lu Ming was happy, this amount of money was simply not worth mentioning. The staff at the side of the exhibition looked at Lu Ming, and their hearts were secretly sour. After all, who wouldn't want to be so pampered by a beautiful young woman who is as beautiful as a flower and as rich as a country? The staff members present had all seen the last time Lin Wan waved her hand and said that she was going to buy all the luxury cars at the auto show. Didn't manage to buy them all, but turned around and got these 5 luxury cars. This beautiful old boss is so sassy. They really hate that they are the favored man. The two hugged for a while before letting go. At Lin Wan's urging, Lu Ming and the staff began to sign the purchase contract. And the moment Lin Wan swiped her card to pay, Lu Ming's mind immediately resounded with the system's voice. Ding, congratulations to the host, obtaining 5 luxury cars. The value of the assets gained from the soft food is plus $126,200,000.00. Ding, congratulations to the host. The assets gained from the soft food exceeded $400 million, rewarding 30% of the Red Rock Group's shares. Ding, congratulations to the host for leveling up to LV4. The daily cash increase is raised to 40%, rewarded with an advanced mask formula. Ding, congratulations to the host on his leveling up. The assets gained from the soft food exceeded $4.5 billion, rewarded with godly charisma. A series of system voices exploded in Lu Ming's mind. However, Lu Ming at this time did not feel too noisy at all, and even felt very wonderful. Ever since Lin Ruyan had returned home, he had barely had the chance to brush up on his system rewards with Lin Wan. Today finally came around all at once. This caused Lu Ming to hurriedly check up on the messages and rewards. The new luxury car that Lin Wan had purchased for herself this time was worth $120 million alone, so the direct soft income assets had also risen to $486 million. The system level was even directly upgraded to level 4, and in the future, he would be rewarded with a 40% increase in cash every day. Lu Ming did a rough calculation. The mind instantly went to sleep. 40% of $486 million. That's almost $200 million. This directly shocked Lu Ming, waking up every day to whore out $200 million for nothing. That's $6 billion a month, $72 billion a year. Even Lin Wan's Shuang Mu Group hadn't made this much profit in a year before, and you can whore yourself to such high returns every day without doing anything. It's just horrible. Even the system rewarded Red Rock Group with 30% of its shares, and he had owned 70% of the shares before. Adding up the two, he was now 100% in control of Red Rock Group. And the system had at the same time thoughtfully prepared a small assistant for Lu Ming who was 100% loyal to him to help him deal with the affairs of the Red Rock Group, avoiding the need for him to divert his mind from managing the affairs of the Red Rock Group. That is to say, in this little assistant Lu Ming would be able to completely ignore the Red Rock Group's affairs and be a shirker. Just do it every year and wait to collect the money. Immediately after, it is the advanced mask recipe that the system rewards. This mask formula is also a future product that exceeds the countless masks on the market. With successful production and distribution, you can surely dominate the mask market. Because this formula produces a mask that not only hydrates and beautifies, but even possesses a whitening effect, and moisturize the skin, allowing those pits on the face to heal. You should know that this is the effect that all the masks and even other beauty and drug products on the market cannot do. Even if you spend a lot of money at the salon for any scar removal and pore repair, the results are minimal at the end of the day. That's still the ideal result, and there are even quite a few that instead put their faces high out of affairs. And this mask recipe rewarded by the system, surprisingly, only needs to persist in applying the mask to achieve the effect of skin repair. It's simply anticlimactic. Sure enough, the system produces a fine product. This mask recipe is nothing less than a perfume recipe. Lu Ming believes that once this mask goes on sale, it will definitely have to be snatched up by consumers, directly beating other masks sold on the market. As for the last reward, divine charisma, this Lu Ming hadn't figured out what was the point for the time being. He was already handsome enough to be rewarded with charisma in the first place, and that's when Lin Wan also came to Lu Ming's side and said, "Hubby, the car thing is all taken care of. Oh, we'll go straight back later and they'll deliver these cars to the house. Thank you, wife. Wife has worked hard. Wife is so nice." Lu Ming also backhanded a trifecta to Lin Wan while giving her a kiss on the cheek. Receiving Lu Ming's praise, Lin Wan was also smiling like a flower. Felt like it had been worth it for all that I had done. Subsequently, Lu Ming spoke again once more. "My wife has wasted so much effort to send me this gift, so I have to send my wife a gift as well." Hearing this, Lin Wan couldn't help but look forward to it. "Yeah? What did you get me then?" Lin Wan blinked her charming eyes at Lu Ming. As long as it was sent by Lu Ming, she would definitely like it, no matter how valuable it was. Lu Ming directly took out the mask recipe and handed it to Lin Wan. Lin Wan was surprised to see that it was a document. "What is this?" "You'll see." Thus, Lin Wan immediately opened this document and read it. While looking at this document, Lin Wan's eyes were getting brighter and brighter. Knowing that after reading it, Lin Wan was surprised and spoke out, "Hubby, where did you get the mask recipe from?" "It's still a dream." Lu Ming still pulled the same reason he did last time. And Lin Wan believed Lu Ming once again and said happily, "Hubby, you're fantastic." Lin Wan was too happy, because the effects stated on this mask recipe that Lu Ming took out were too heaven-defying. According to the document, the mask produced by this mask formula has superb hydration and whitening, repairing pores and other effects. If the Doublewood Group could produce it, it would definitely be an even hotter product than Floating Dreams. Because Floating Life is so good though that it can crush all its counterparts on the market. But perfume is still considered a niche after all. The biggest market in the beauty industry can still be products like face masks, cleansers, and lipsticks. If the Twinwood Group only ever had Floating Dreams to hold, then perhaps the Twinwood Group would become a giant among perfume companies. But one that can never be called a true beauty giant. But now, Lu Ming had actually taken out a mask recipe. You know, the mask market is a huge part of the beauty industry. With this mask formula, the future looks bright for the Doubletree Group. Chapter 74. The best way to swipe rewards. If it wasn't for the fact that there were many staff members present here, Lin Wan would have wanted to reward Lu Ming properly. It was evident how happy Lin Wan was now. So he had to give Lu Ming a few hard kisses, which was better than nothing. After kissing, Lin Wan's eyes suddenly looked at Lu Ming with a few more inexplicable glimmers. "Honey, why do I feel as if you've become more handsome all of a sudden?" Lin Wan was a bit puzzled, feeling that in just a blink of an eye, her husband suddenly had an indefinable aura about him. "I don't know what to say. You suddenly changed all of a sudden. Obviously it's only been a while, but it's just become more handsome and so attractive." Upon hearing this, Lu Ming touched Lin Wan's head and laughed. "It's probably because you're too happy today." But in fact, Lu Ming knew in his heart that it should be the effect of the system rewarded skill, divine charm. This allowed Lu Ming to be able to exude a charming charisma all the time, making people around him feel good about him. This kind of intangible charm, even if it is placed on an ugly person, others will feel that this ugly person has an inexplicable aura. Not to mention on Lu Ming this big handsome body, that played the effect is 1 + 1 greater than 2. And Lin Wan nodded her head in belief after listening to Lu Ming's explanation. Today's string of good news had indeed made her happy to the point of bursting. "Honey, are you hungry? Let's go eat," Lin Wan suggested. After all the things at the car show were taken care of, the staff would naturally send the cars to Yunli's former villa, so there was nothing left for the two of them on this side. Lu Ming's eyes immediately lit up when he heard what Lin Wan said. That's another way to swipe the system rewards. Although the system had just exploded in a wave, who could have too much of this stuff? So he said, "Yes, you feed me." Lin Wan naturally would not refuse Lu Ming's request to feed her. And she was also enjoying this process of being able to hand feed her beloved. "So honey, what are we going to eat?" As they spoke, the two had arrived at the car. Lu Ming instantly thought of a place to eat, pulled Lin Wan up and got into the car. "There, follow me." Start the car and head in the direction you remember. Before long, the car drove to a place where Lin Wan had never been before. Honey, where is this? There's no hotel in sight either. After Lu Ming parked the car, he took Lin Wan out of the car and paced ahead. Come on, this way, up ahead. Although Lin Wan's face was puzzled, she obediently followed Lu Ming. It took a while to make 7 turns through the streets. A lively snack street was presented to Lin Wan. The snack street is very lively, with many snack carts placed on both sides of the street, and the center aisle is filled with customers coming and going. No wonder they had to park so far away and walk in again. A small car can't drive this far. Lu Ming was already drooling a bit as he looked at the wide array of food on the snack street. Turning his head and saying to Lin Wan, "Let's eat snacks tonight." Lu Ming had enjoyed coming to this kind of food street before. It was full of all kinds of snacks. They originated from all over the country, from all over the world. No matter what flavors you like to eat, you can be satisfied here. Recently, every day is a mountain of food. Really eat Lu Ming are tired, are beginning to miss the old days, want to eat a variety of grounded snacks. And one that Lu Ming also took into consideration was, snacking on foods like this is a great way to brush up on your system rewards. The portions are small and tasty, and there's so much variety that you can eat so many different treats on your own in this process of swiping rewards. And if Lu Ming wanted a snack, Lin Wan naturally wouldn't refuse. So the two men joined hands and killed their way through one end of the food court. Almost every snack, wolfsbane potatoes, ham hocks, hand pies, kebabs, freshly squeezed sugarcane juice, and more. Neither one of them let it go and bought a portion of all of them and shared them with each other in a sweet feeding. Lin Wan's mouth was stuffed with a delicious snack, bulging like a cute hamster. Lu Ming looked at Lin Wan's adorable look and couldn't help but pinch her cheeks and ask, "Is it good?" "Good. Times ah," said Lin Wan, hurriedly covering her mouth. Her speech was a little off-key due to the food stuffed in her mouth. Hurrying to barf down the food in his mouth before recovering, he rejoined, "It's so delicious. Haven't had it in a while." Even people like Lu Ming, who had just had a few days of eating big fish and meat, were already incredibly nostalgic for the snacks in the food court. And like Lin Wan, for a long time she ate all the mountainous delicacies in the eyes of ordinary people, and had long since gotten bored of eating them. Now that she was suddenly eating such grounded snacks all at once, it made her feel that they were unusually delicious. Especially with the flavor of childhood. The two made a short break and finished all the food in their hands before resuming their attack. In the process, Lu Ming also kept receiving messages from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having a soft meal. Assets gained from the soft meal plus 5,000.00.00. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having a soft meal. Assets gained from the soft meal plus 5,000.00.00. Oh! Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up to LV5. The daily cash increase has been raised to 50%, rewarding the future drug adrenaline with a bottle. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The assets gained from the soft meal exceeded $500 million, rewarding Byte Group with 35% of the shares. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The assets gained from the soft food exceeded $550 million, rewarded with a memory detector. Fruity. Snacks are indeed the best way to brush up on system rewards. Lu Ming and Lin Wan had already swiped more than $68 million of soft-boiled earned assets in its entirety just by eating half a snack street. Now Lu Ming's soft rice income has exceeded $550 million, and also upgraded the system. The daily cash increase has reached 50%. But that wasn't what excited Lu Ming the most. Money is probably earning hemp for him now. A year of doing nothing to get $7 or $8 billion in revenue. This life cannot be spent not to mention that every year this revenue will only be more, will not be less. So now even more money is not able to stimulate Lu Ming half of the mental fluctuations. What really made Lu Ming's heart ripple were the other 3 rewards. The first is a 35% stake in the Byte Group. The Byte Group, which is the top company in the country, has a net profit of $300 to $400 billion a year. But what Lu Ming cared about was not the dividends from his shareholding, but rather valued more the status that this share brought to him. This meant that he, who owned up to 35% of Byte Group's shares, was already one of the pinnacle existences in the domestic business world. Chapter 75. Eat up and go home. This really made Lu Ming excited for a little while. But soon, he turned his attention to other rewards. Future drugs, adrenaline, and memory detectors. This is all a product of the future that is beyond the present age. First was the future adrenaline. After reading the system's introduction, Lu Ming felt that this drug was truly divine. His greatest utility is his ability to hang on to the lives of those whose lives are endangered. As long as you have a breath of life left, you can come back to life and live for an extra week after injecting your future adrenaline. Though after a week, the drug wears off and it still dies. But that's pretty awesome. A week, that's a lot of work. This was already the equivalent of snatching a few more days at the hands of the Grim Reaper, and if this was taken to be traded, there would surely be countless rich people willing to pay their entire fortune in exchange. Of course, Lu Ming wasn't short of money and wasn't going to trade it out. Another system bonus is the memory detector. After using the memory detector, the user could then want to watch a TV show and view the memories in the target's mind. The target's full secrets will be exposed directly in front of your eyes. Both of these system rewards are very useful hacks indeed. This made Lu Ming's heart rise with the thought of taking all of these and studying them in hopes of imitating them. But it seemed that the system was aware of Lu Ming's mind. Immediately, Lu Ming was prompted that it could not be researched according to the current level of technology. That's what made him drop the idea. Although Lu Ming had many thoughts flashing through his mind, his mouth had never stopped. As he walked sideways, Lin Wan had been stuffing all sorts of food into his mouth, just as Lu Ming barfed and ate. He actually brushed the system to a new level. The system's voice once again sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Soft rice income assets exceeded 600 million. Reward host body localized enhancement. Fingers become more slender, flexible, and strong. Ding! Congratulations to the host level up. Reached LV6 level. Daily cash increased to 60%. Reward skills. Reward host body localized enhancement. Mouth become. After hearing the system's new reward, Lu Ming couldn't help but be stunned. This? What's the point of this new reward from the system? How come it doesn't sound so serious, and the fingers become longer, more flexible and stronger? For playing the piano? Or? Lu Ming secretly moved his fingers around a bit, and it did seem to have become very different from before. It feels like it should be much more powerful than the Jutsu plus Tang Ying's hand, which is very well known in Little Life is Good Country. And the mouth enhancement, although the system says it allows one to control the power of the mouth well enough to achieve the effect of simulating various sounds. Ventriloquism, so to speak, or box. But Lu Ming also always feels strange, always feel that this system is not good goods. Facing Lu Ming's question, the system also gave a quick response. This system, in order for the host to become a godly white boy early, has specially picked out the two most suitable for the host from the thousands of rewards. This answer directly stunned Lu Ming. Isn't that a naked statement that you're not very good at either? So the system, this great guy, had chosen these two exclusive skills to reward himself in order to help him improve. I thank you very much. Although he was speechless, Lu Ming couldn't do anything about this system in the slightest. One can only take it in silence and comfort oneself. It's actually quite good. Now his mouth can mimic a lot of sounds, just like a piece of writing he used to read. There is a good ventriloquist in the capital, who will have a big feast for guests. The hand enhancement, on the other hand, made his fingers look so much better that when those hand accusers saw them, one of them had to squeal. Just as Lu Ming was silently consoling himself. Honey, are you full? Lin Wan, who was on the side, spoke out to pull Lu Ming's thoughts back. At this time they stood in front of a northeast cold noodle stall. If Lu Ming still eat, Lin Wan is ready to order. Seeing this, Lu Ming quickly waved his hands and said, I'm full. Actually, Lu Ming felt a bit full just now, but it was so hard to have such a good opportunity to brush up on rewards, he had no reason to let it go. So it was hard to keep eating. By now, he was really stuffed and couldn't eat anymore. He was satisfied with the rewards swiped here today. Looking at Lu Ming waving his hand in rejection, Lin Wan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Eat up! You ate a lot. On the second half of the snack street, Lin Wan was already unable to eat and lost her battle. She had been the one buying and feeding and stuffing it all into Lu Ming's stomach afterward. She was also surprised that Lu Ming had eaten so much tonight. What my wife fed me was so delicious that I couldn't hold back for a moment, Lu Ming said. These words were very flattering to Lin Wan, and with a smile, she accepted Lu Ming's praise. Since they were already full, Lu Ming and Lin Wan slowly dispersed their steps, edge over to where they were parked. Going home. Although Lin Wan was saying this, Lu Ming were not able to hear that she was not trying to go home at all at this time. So he opened his mouth and offered, No, it's still early. It's hard to have a two-person world, so of course you can't go back so early. Why don't we go to the mall? Actually, Lu Ming didn't want to go home that early. Ever since Lin Ruyan had returned, he and Lin Wan hadn't had a chance to be alone together. It was hard to get the two of them alone this time, so naturally he wanted to hang out longer. But unthinking, Lin Wan, however, wrinkled her little face and said, "But I am a little tired." Huh? Lu Ming thought he had gotten the wrong idea? Does Lin Wan really want to go home? Well, it looks like she might be really tired. Alright, let's go back and rest then, Lu Ming said with a sigh. That's when the two men walked over to the car as well. Lin Wan, however, took the initiative to sit in the driver's seat and let him drive. Lu Ming was still uncertain. Aren't you tired and need to rest? Why are you still actively driving? Fatigue driving, huh? However, Lu Ming soon realized that something was wrong. Lin Wan's eyes were not sleepy in the slightest. Instead, they were flashing with an inexplicable gleam of what seemed to be an anticipation. At the same time, Lu Ming also recognized that this road was not the way home. Lu Ming was still quite familiar with the routes in this neighborhood. This direction was clearly toward the side of the Twinwood group, and the way home was clearly in the opposite direction. So Lu Ming opened his mouth and asked, "Wife, where are we going?" Lin Wan glanced at Lu Ming and smiled playfully. "This is going home." Lu Ming was still confused. But immediately after, Lin Wan drove her car right inside a neighborhood near the Shuangmu group. Nice guy. No wonder Lin Wan said so early that she wanted to go home. Chapter 76. Breaking the record. Lu Ming then realized. Sometimes Lin Wan worked overtime too late at the company in order to facilitate rest. That's why she specifically bought a neighborhood house nearby. I didn't realize it would come in handy now. No wonder she said so early in the morning that she was tired and wanted to go home and rest. The original is not to go back to the hometown cloud residence villa. Think also, back to the hometown cloud residence Lin Ruyan at home. They also how to live in the world of two people. Not so here, which now belonged to the two of them in their secret world. With a place like this, it's no wonder Lin Wan said she wanted to go home and rest. Is this break she's talking about serious or not? Fruity. After Lu Ming followed Lin Wan into his home. Once the door closed, the lights were still on. Just immediately pushed back on the couch. The next day, it was only at noon that Lu Ming woke up. This sleep was without the disturbance of Lin Ruyan, and he didn't have to be alone by himself. So Lu Ming slept quite comfortably. At the same time Lu Ming woke up, the system's voice rang in his head. Ding! Daily asset increase reward has arrived. SMS. Your account 7688 transferred 361,160,202.00 yuan at 13:23 on September 13th. Account balance 1,928,389,780 Asleep. The system's daily cash increase bonus arrives. Now Lu Ming's soft food gained assets of $600 million. After a 60% cash increase reward. That's about $360 million. Plus the $13+ billion he'd earned from wheat futures earlier. Lu Ming's account balance was now up to $1.9 billion. Even though it was a lot of money, Lu Ming wasn't too thrilled. Money was really just a number to him now. Just waking up from a nap. You can just hear what it's like to get money for nothing. Still quite comfortable. After all, one belongs to the lying down and making money. Other people work their asses off, but they lie around and do nothing. Straight out of bed and waking up to $300 million a day. Seeing news like this in the morning puts you in a much better mood. At this time, Lin Wan was still asleep. Lu Ming got up first, intending to wash up. Only now did he have time to take in the surroundings of this neighborhood house. When I walked in the door last night, I went to bed without turning on the lights and didn't really see the setting of the house. Lu Ming casually strolled around for a bit. The house was small though, only 2 or 3 rooms and 100 square feet. But in Lu Ming's eyes, it was quite lifelike. The layout of the house is easy to see and do everything at a glance. Unlike Yunli's former villa, you have to go upstairs to take a nap. And even though Lin Wan didn't often come over to live here, there were obviously people who came over to take care of it, and the house was all spotless. Especially in the living room and small balcony, there are some small green potted plants, which makes people look at it in a good mood. After washing up, Lu Ming returned to the room and saw that Lin Wan was still sleeping very soundly at this time. Looking at Lin Wan, who was still so beautiful and lovely in her sleep, Lu Ming couldn't help but give her a kiss on the cheek. I don't know if it was Lin Wan who sensed something. After Lu Ming finished kissing, Lin Wan also lazily opened her eyes. Upon seeing Lu Ming, she let out a nice wooing sound and hugged Lu Ming tightly. In the eyes of his face, there was a look of happiness. The wooing sound made Lu Ming remember something from last night. After Lu Ming had used those two skills rewarded by the system, last night's Lin Wan seemed to have transformed into a wailing monster. The night can be like a storm. Lu Ming and Lin Wan snuggled in bed for a long time. Neither spoke, quietly enjoying the moment. Until, goo goo goo. Both men's stomachs drummed at the same time. Ha ha ha. Wife, get up. I'll order some takeout. Lu Ming patted the body in his arms, and his hands felt really good. Lu Ming had already looked at it just now, and there wasn't much food in the kitchen of this house, so they could only order takeout. And Lin Wan was not to be outdone when she was slapped. After getting up and pinching Lu Ming's face a few times, she ran into the bathroom to wash up with a silver bell-like laughter. Soon, the takeout Lu Ming ordered also arrived, and Lin Wan washed up. The two sat around the small dining table and began to eat. Mealtime. The cell phone suddenly rang. Lin Wan picked it up and immediately had a smile on her face. Honey, the guys from the company reported yesterday's sales to me. Guess how much we sold yesterday for our floaters? How much? This Lu Ming was really quite curious. 3,644,000 orders. As Lin Wan reported it out, Lu Ming was still a bit surprised. This sales figure was indeed better than Lu Ming had imagined. It's supposed to have reached such an amazing level of success because it debuted at Floating Life and word of mouth quickly festered after regular customers purchased it. 3,644,000 orders, that yesterday's turnover at least in the 21,100,000,000 or so. Now Lu Ming also has some understanding of the DoubleTree Group. This turnover has broken through the DoubleTree Group's previous daily turnover record. And in the past, the daily turnover record of Shuangmu Group was still a number of products together. But now this time, there is only one product. The Floating Life is like a dream. It was no wonder Lin Wan was so happy after seeing the reported sales figures. Too happy to eat properly. Directly jumped into Lu Ming's arms. Honey, you're wonderful. Lin Wan knows that the DoubleTree Group can have today's prosperity all rely on Lu Ming to come up with the perfume formula. And Lu Ming held Lin Wan in his arms to prevent him from falling down. Looking at Lin Wan in his arms, he said with a bad smile. How great is it? Lin Wan instantly gave Lu Ming a blank stare. Looking at Lu Ming's look, how could she not know that he was talking in his head? But then all at once she thought of last night. Lu Ming showed herself a newly learned skill, which made her blush. Whispered. Clam lived last night anyway, but quickly got back to the point. Let's get back to the floating sales figures law. Lu Ming laughed out loud. I've been talking about floating life as if it were a dream, and I think it's time for Twinwood to pay attention to a problem next. What's the problem? Lin Wan nervously inquired. Lu Ming also then explained. Although today's sales figures are very good, but I believe that as long as the people who have used the floating dream will certainly be conquered and amenable to the people around them, so that the next sales will definitely be even hotter than the first day. So, do we have enough inventory or production capacity in the Twinwood Group to cope with this situation? Lu Ming wasn't putting out a no-brainer with this statement. With the magical effect of Floating Dream's 100 senses, automatically matching everyone's sense of smell, who can refuse? When the time comes, demand will definitely outstrip supply. They are even targeted by scalpers who specialize in selling them. This all affects the brand value of floaters. Chapter 77 Lu Shiyun's Remorse. And Lin Wan was worthy of being the female president who had been at the helm of the Shuangmu Group for many years. The situation that Lu Ming had mentioned, she had also thought of it long ago, and had even made a plan for it in yesterday's meeting. Honey, this has been brought to our attention oh so much. In our meeting yesterday, we had a discussion about some preparatory programs for this situation. I've instructed my company to purchase the raw materials for floating dreams in bulk, and shifting productivity dramatically to floating life if it still doesn't supply enough of it. We've also talked to other companies and will be renting their production lines to produce floating dreams. Hearing Lin Wan finish, Lu Ming nodded admiringly. One could only say that it was worthy of Lin Wan. Not only had she discovered this problem long ago, but she had even prepared multiple scenarios of the situation. It was no wonder that, under her leadership, the Twinwoods Group had grown to the point it was today. By the way, what's the situation with Ro Group and Shiyun Group now? Lu Ming suddenly thought. Yeah, almost forgot about them. Being told this by Lu Ming, Lin Wan was also curious. immediately checked up on the news about these two competitors. This thunder has completely blown up for the Lo Group and Shiryun Group. Lin Wan's words carried a hint of delight. Lu Ming also went over to follow and found that the news of Luo Wei Group and Shiryun Group has been high on the hot search list for a moment not to come. The heat even keeps rising as more and more consumers speak out. At the same time, Lu Ming also saw an article of condemnation released by the official association. The article strongly condemns unscrupulous businessmen like Ro Group and Shiryun Group. Seeing this, Lu Ming knew that Luo Wei Group and Shiryun Group they were really going to be cold, and were already nakedly nailed to the pillar of shame. It was also just as Lu Ming thought. At this point in time, the Ro and Shiryun groups are riddled with lawsuits, with hundreds of consumers who have been hospitalized for using their products launching a class action lawsuit against the two groups. On the internet, the reputation of Luo Wei Group and Shiryun Group was already stinking, and the official blog of the official website had long been blasted by netizens. More importantly, the share prices of Lo's Group and Shiryun Group are in tatters. Shiryun Group has evaporated 42% of its market capitalization. Almost overnight, the market capitalization has dropped by half, and the Lo's Group didn't fare so well either, evaporating a full 36% of its market capitalization. 200 billion group directly hurt the bones. The next, once not dealt with properly, the big group may be bankrupt. But even if this could be handled well, it's unlikely that these two companies will ever get back to the top. After all, they need to spend a lot of money to compensate the victims and come to an understanding with them. By the time this is taken care of, it will be a few months later, and their original market will have long since been taken, even if they want to make a renewed push to recapture the market. But because of this incident, consumers have stopped trusting and even resisted them. Seeing her competitors fall one by one with a bang, Lin Wan was happy and smiling. She's been fighting with you, Shiryun, for so many years, and she's finally got her down. In the meantime, Shiryun Group, Lu Shiryun had just had a big fight with the president of the Lo Group over the phone. The Shiryun Group this time is considered bad, undeserved disaster. These toxic cosmetics and not their company production, they are only responsible for sales. She wants to hold the Lo's Group accountable as it should be. But how will the Luo Wei Group as she wishes it? They are now also anxious. How can they do what Lu Shiryun said? So immediately he rejected Lu Shiryun. And Lu Shiryun was so angry that she directly slammed down the phone and swept all the things on the table to the floor. That's not enough to take the piss out of. Lu Shiryun continued to keep smashing things in the office. It was only after his entire body was weak that he sat down on the floor. The whole thing has lost its sparkle. Why? She single-handedly founded the Shiryun Group and painstakingly managed to bring it to the point where it is a rival to the Shuangmu Group. But she is not satisfied with the status quo, and is bent on surpassing the Doublewood Group and becoming the only beauty leader in Seaside City. Lu Shiryun had originally thought that this time, the Shuangmu Group's rejection of the Luo Wei Group was because they had lost their heads. Gave himself a chance to work with the Lo Group for nothing. Under the influence of each other, it was very likely that this time his Shiryun Group could surpass the Shuangmu Group and crush the Shuangmu Group underneath it. First, the new products they had put on sale in conjunction with the Lo Group had indeed caused a sales frenzy that had boosted her confidence. But who would have thought? Complaints and bad reviews were soon received from consumers. She thought it was a competitor throwing dirt. And since no product is perfect, it's normal to receive some bad reviews. In the face of huge sales, those bad reviews seem insignificant and not something to be too concerned about. Just instruct the company to go ahead and press it down as is customary. But soon, things just went beyond her expectations. Bad reviews and complaints skyrocketed. Some consumers have even responded to being admitted to the hospital for using their products. That's when she reacted. Rush to activate emergency means to try to salvage it. But suddenly, an online report exposing the quality and safety of their products came out of nowhere. In one fell swoop, the matter was catapulted into the hot seat. Now she'll really be overwhelmed. She knows her Shiryun Group is going to be finished. Fruity. Overnight only, the internet was full of abuse against the Shiryun Group. The company has also received numerous letters from consumers suing them. At the same time, the market value of her Shiryun Group evaporated by 42% at once. Thinking of the company's upcoming product recalls, consumer compensation and other matters, Lu Shiryun is a headache. With this maneuver, it's hard to say if her Shiryun Group can be saved. Even preserving it is not a good way forward. The moment, Lu Shiryun really regretted working with Ro Group. If she hadn't cooperated with the Ro Group, what happened now wouldn't have happened, and her Shiryun Group would still be a $100 billion group. and she regretted why she hadn't thought it through. Obviously, the DoubleTree group and the Low group had been working together for so many years, so why did they reject the cooperation with the Low group at this time? She had obviously poked around from her channels and found out that it was the Rho group that took advantage of the price hike in the beginning, and later on, someone from the Shuangmu group pointed out that there were problems with the Rho group's products. That's why the two sides fell out. She knows all of this, but she subconsciously assumed that it was the people from the DoubleTree group who were not satisfied with the Rho group's demands, and so they were looking for an excuse to exert pressure. Hopefully, this will lead to better terms in the next negotiation, so when she was approached by the Rho group, she couldn't wait to agree to the Rho group's terms. Thought it ruined the plans of the Twinwoods and robbed them of their cooperation. Who would have thought? The guy who said that Lowe's group products have quality issues is actually true. Chapter 78. Just the two of us OT. Because it was a rare occasion when there was no disturbance from Lin Ruyan. Lu Ming and Lin Wan could enjoy their two-person world to the fullest. By dinner time, the two were already hungry. Since there were no ingredients in the kitchen, plus the two were too lazy to go out right now. So Lin Wan simply took out her cell phone and called her high-altitude restaurant located in the Excellence building. Soon, food was brought over. Lu Ming opened it and looked at it. All hardcore. French oysters, ginseng and goji berry chicken soup, roasted lamb loin, sesame seed paste, pulled yam, roasted leeks, white seared okra. All great tonic stuff anyway. But there's one thing to be said for the chef at Lin Wan's restaurant, he's pretty good. Plus, the two of them, Lu Ming and Lin Wan, were already so hungry that they were plastered to their bellies. Even Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to let Lin Wan feed herself without swiping the system rewards, and the two of them directly ate all these delicacies. After eating and drinking, the two of them collapsed contentedly onto the couch, enjoying the momentary silence. It was only now that Lu Ming felt that the days of being rich were so plain and simple. What you want to eat will be delivered immediately, and it's still high-class delicious cuisine. It's so simple to make money to live this free and easy life. This kind of life where you can do whatever you want is too comfortable, and it should be the life that everyone dreams of. The freedom of wealth that people seek is not the freedom of life after the freedom of wealth. Instead of running around all day trying to keep food on the table, you can spend your time doing what you want to do, what you love to do. Only, Lu Ming and their free life was soon bombarded with calls from Lin Ruyan. Lin Wan's cell phone suddenly rang. Picking it up and looking at it, it was docketed as daughter, and it was none other than Lin Ruyan's call. The moment, Lu Ming and Lin Wan looked at each other. Both of them couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. They didn't want to end the days that were so beautiful right now either. If Lin Ruyan is there, they simply do not have the opportunity to be intimate, even if it is to hold a hand, will be Lin Ruyan has been staring at, so how to tell them to continue. After all, it is his own daughter, which is good to make out in front of his daughter. The two looked at each other and neither one took the initiative to pick up the phone. After a while, the phone suddenly went quiet. A trace of joy rises in the hearts of both Lin Wan and Lu Ming. It's not like we hung up haha. It stopped automatically. But right away, their euphoria hasn't even fully risen yet. The phone rang again. This time Lu Ming and Lin Wan both hesitated for half a day or didn't answer. But Lin Ruyan still persevered and called again and again. In the end, Lin Wan had to pick up the phone. Lin Ruyan's voice immediately came from the phone. "Mom, where have you been? Why haven't you come home? Did you go to bed with Lu Ming?" "Yes." Lin Wan almost subconsciously answered Lin Ruyan. But fortunately she immediately reacted and changed her mouth in time. "Umbreon, why are you like this? Not worried about Mom's safety at all and questioning me as soon as I open my mouth? I'm your mom, eh? You talk to me like that? Also, you girl, why do you say things like sleep whenever you open your mouth?" Lin Wan's words came out. Lin Ruyan was at a loss for words. Only after half a day did he say, "I'm wrong, Mom. I'm just concerned. Are you going home?" Lin Wan just happened to take advantage of the situation and pretended to be pissed off by Lin Ruyan. "Pissed me off. I won't be home tonight. You stay home alone and reflect." After saying that, Lin Wan immediately hung up the phone. Then his hand was quick to turn off his cell phone, a set of actions that went down in a flash. After doing so, he looked at Lu Ming and compared a victory. "Yeah. Honey, how did I act?" Lu Ming cried and laughed, hugging Lin Wan to him. "Wife, you're too good." This was Lu Ming's heart. She really felt that Lin Wan's set of operations was too horse-forked worm. Originally, Lin Ruyan had called to catch up with them and tell them to go home. As it turned out, Lin Wan took the situation right out of the gate. Pretending to be angry and rebuking Lin Ruyan, leaving Lin Ruyan, who originally had a stomach full of words, speechless, and in a smooth manner, announced that she would not be going home tonight. With this flurry of maneuvers, Lin Ruyin would probably have to be confused. On the other hand, Lin Ruyin, who had just been hung up on, was on the other side of the line. Indeed, as Lu Ming had thought, the entire person's mind was in a daze. At first, she really felt a few moments of guilt under Lin Wan's rebuke. Feeling that what Lin Wan said was very reasonable, the tone of his own words was indeed a bit too hasty and impulsive. After all, it was a call to her own mom, so how could she open her mouth with a barrage of choppy questioning? As Mom said, instead of caring about her as a daughter herself, she questioned her. No wonder Mom's so pissed off. But after a while, Lin Ruyin calmed down a little. Just always felt like something wasn't quite right. It took half a day of thinking to respond. What did Mom say in that last sentence? Not going home tonight? No? Angry is angry. Why don't you go home? Lin Ruyin thought back carefully. Mom just snapped at the first word, which isn't so normal now that I think about it. Usually Mom loved herself so much. How could she blow up in anger just because of one word she said? How instead, it's more like he was right, so he got angry and changed the subject out of weakness. And there was a passing announcement that he wasn't coming home because he was angry. In this way, she would have a reason to spend the night out with Lu Ming. Thinking about this, Lin Ruyin realized that she had been bluffed by her mother. But with the previous lesson, this time Lin Ruyin calmed down. Ready to call her mom in first to test the waters, this time she told herself she had to watch her tone and not get caught in the crossfire again. However, Lin Ruyin was preparing for nothing. When she called Lin Wan's phone again, it was already out of reach. Apparently it's turned off. The moment, Lin Ruyin was really sure that she had been tricked. How else could a phone call that worked 1 second be turned off now? His own mom must have found an excuse to go out for a night with Lu Ming and not come back. Think about it. Lin Ruyin was furious. At home, he directly cursed Lu Ming through the air. Lu Ming, it must be you. Coaxing my mom to spend the night outside. Ah? Lu Ming, you liar. Colorful wolf. Son of a... But sadly, Lin Ruyin was clearly just raging in impotent rage. Because she couldn't contact the two even now, and didn't know where they were. There was nothing she could do about Lin Wan and Lu Ming. On the other side, Lin Wan and Lu Ming had even opened a red wine. It was used to celebrate the fact that they had successfully evaded Lin Ruyin's pursuit this time, and could continue to enjoy their world of two. Chapter 79. On the hot seat again. In the meantime, at this time on the internet, a news report about Lu Ming and the fantasy star Oceanstone gradually circulated. Netizens were amazed after watching Lu Ming's interview and introduction of fantasy star Ocean in the news. Crap. This dude is too handsome for his own good. Dude, you're a guy. Why are you focusing on people being handsome? Shouldn't the focus be on the fact that this guy spent $20 million on the land and dug out billions of dollars worth of fantasy star sea stones? Husband. I'm announcing that he's my new husband. So handsome. Damn. This year's marketing number is really damn good at blowing. A big stone is billions? Why don't you say tens of billions? Brains are a good thing, so are doohickeys. Why don't you look up what the Dream Star Sea Stone is first, big bro? It's too damn outrageous. If it wasn't an official news release from a proper TV station, I'd really think it was a marketing number blowing smoke. 2. WOJ. This brother O Huang Ah. Forward to suck a brother's O Chi Ah. I did hear a bit of insider information. It is said that it seems that this piece of land was taken at auction by a woman named Lu Shiyun who spent $39 million. But now I don't know how it was bought by this brother for $20 million. Not only did he spend so much less, but he also dug out fantastic star sea stones worth billions of dollars. This plot is also too fantastic. With the outlandish twists and turns of the story and the sky-high reputation of the fantasy star sea stone, the story began to gradually catch fire on the internet, but there was something else that pushed the story into the hot seat in one fell swoop. I don't know why. Once the son of the richest man in the world and a big name on the internet, Wang Si Onion suddenly retweeted the news with his insights. I was present at this auction of the Yalong Bay land parcel, and happened to witness the whole process of auctioning this land. Wang Si Onion briefly described the process that happened during the auction of Yalong Bay at that time, including the beginning when Lin Wan made a bid, and then Lu Shiyun kept raising the price and finally spent $39 million to smash it in her hand. Also in the article, it was pointed out that the woman named Lu Shiyun was the boss of the Shiyun Group, which is now being scorned online. Netizens exploded directly after reading the content of Wang Si Onion's microblogging. Crap. So it's that old boss of the Shiryun Group. He deserved it. Yes. Recently Shiryun Group has made a big fuss because of the poisonous cosmetics. I didn't expect it to be on the hot search again this time. Laugh it up. This Lu Shiryun has lost a lot of money this wave. Still want to disgust people engaged in raising prices. I didn't expect others to give up directly. These played a bad bar. It also ended up being secretly bought back for $20 million. I can imagine how happy she was when she was desperate to get her blood back and sold it for $20 million. The final killer is that billions of dollars worth of Fantasy Star Sea stones were actually dug up in this piece. If Lu Shiryun saw that, she wouldn't be so angry that she would spit out blood. This Lu Shiryun's tawdry maneuver did make the master look happy, and the netizens are talking about Lu Shiryun. At the moment she was busy with the company and trying everything she could think of. After arranging things, she thought about going online to see if the heat had dropped about her and the Shiryun Group online. But I didn't expect it. Once again, she saw her name on the hot search. When she couldn't wait to turn on the news and read what was inside. The whole thing was dumbfounded. He bought the land for $39 million and sold it for $20 million exclusively, losing $19 million not to mention. Damn actually dug up billions of dollars worth of Fantasy Star Sea stones in this land. And that person is still her enemy. Lu Shiryun News saw the figure of Lu Ming and Lin Wan. Now how can she not be clear that they are the ones who found someone to secretly spend $20 million to buy back the Yalong Bay land? She had only wanted to discuss Lin Wan, but she hadn't expected things to twist and turn, and all the twists and turns were at her own expense. Her opponent, Lin Wan, on the other hand, has been getting rich. Coupled with seeing the comments from netizens underneath the hot search, Lu Shiryun really got angrier and angrier the more she thought about it. Finally felt a tightness in my chest and just passed out. And naturally, Lu Ming and Lin Wan had seen the news online. Lin Wan, who had just taken a break from the war, was swiping her cell phone on her bed. And all of a sudden she saw the news on the hot search and exclaimed in shock, "Honey, you're on the Hot 100. Look." As he said that, he handed his cell phone to Lu Ming. Lu Ming glanced at it and saw that the hot search was indeed news about himself and the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone. "Hubby, the netizens are saying you're very handsome. There are also female netizens crying out to steal my husband from me." Lu Shiryun's identity has also been blown out. I don't know, Lu Shiryun also did not see this news. See if I don't know what she is feeling, ha ha ha. Lin Wan was so happy that she kept chirping around Lu Ming. Not only because of the thought of Lu Shiryun spitting blood when she realizes she's been punked, but also because netizens are praising her husband. So Lin Wan is like a happy little magpie right now. After a while, though, the matter was put behind the two men, and no further attention was paid to it. Because what comes next? They probably could have guessed that. Compared to these, Lu Ming was more concerned about how many people would contact him to negotiate the acquisition of the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone when the news of the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone spread. The price Lu Ming wanted to sell for was more than the $4,680 million stated on the future information sheet. He was much more ambitious. But what Lu Ming didn't expect was that he didn't wait for someone to negotiate with him about acquiring the Fantasy Star Sea Stone. Instead, I waited for news that someone was trying to steal the Fantasy Star Sea Stone. On the night the news spread online, there was actually a team of 4 that ran to Yalong Bay trying to steal this Fantasy Star Sea Stone. Not to mention such a giant Fantasy Star Sea Stone. There are no large machines to transport them, and they don't know what kind of farts they're thinking of eating with a few iron tools in hand. Did he really think that the Xuanwu team he put on the scene was a feeder? As soon as the 4 of them approached the scene of the Fantasy Star Sea Stone, they were immediately caught by Lu Ming's people. Straight to the police and sent to jail to step on a sewing machine. This kind of thing Lu Ming is not at all on the mind. After watching it is also as a fun behind. Turning to check the system messages. Ding! Daily asset increase reward has arrived. SMS. Your account 7688 was transferred to $361,160,202 on September 14th at 10:23 a.m. Account balance $2,280,567,482. The cash increase bonus arrived again today. More than 300 million plus the original account of 1900 million. The deposit successfully exceeded 2200 million pills. It's simply awesome to wake up in the morning and watch your savings grow. Chapter 80. Several $billion of gems donated to you. Just when Lu Ming was in a happy mood, his cell phone suddenly rang. Lu Ming left the room and walked to the living room before picking up the phone. A female voice immediately came from the other side of the phone. Hello? Is this Lu Ming, Mr. Lu? Well, I am. When Lu Ming affirmed his identity, the other party immediately said, Hello, Mr. Lu. I am the manager of the Museum of Curiosities. Oh, Dan. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. Manager, oh, hello?
Odan dan inquired immediately afterward.
Mr. Lu, we learned through news sources that you dug up a giant fantasy star sea stone from the ground in Yalong Bay. With the amount of body weight, it should be the largest fantasy star sea stone in the world right now, right? Well, for the next few minutes, this manager kept talking about everything with no focus at all. By the end of his speech, Lu Ming had become a bit impatient. This manager, who called himself the manager of the Museum of Curiosities, didn't know what to expect. After the phone call has been asking this and that to spare the circle, if there is really the intention to buy the fantasy star sea stone, then directly indicate It had been pulling at his limits here and there, consuming Lu Ming's patience. However, the tone of the other party was still quite polite, and Lu Ming couldn't possibly say anything about others. Only the next second, Dan's words made Lu Ming unable to hold back any longer. It's like this, Mr. Lu, this giant fantasy star sea stone of yours can be said to be the biggest one in the world at the moment, very rare. So you can also call it a curiosity one. We at the Museum of Curiosities feel that this giant fantasy star sea stone is worthy of being placed in our museum. Do you know what you're talking about? Hearing this, Lu Ming were flabbergasted for a moment, then asked rhetorically, You mean you want me to donate it to your museum? Dan on the other end of the phone was actually not embarrassed at all and smiled. Yes, Mr. Lu, don't you think that as the world's #1 fantasy star ocean stone, it would make the most sense for it to be placed in a museum to be admired by all? It's not something that can be compared to money and all this coppery stuff. Lu Ming was really angry and laughing after hearing this and couldn't help but ask, According to you, if I donate this fantasy star sea stone to your museum, the ownership becomes yours? What benefit will I get then? That's a treasure worth billions of dollars. And what if you guys sell it? Although Lu Ming was angry, he just wanted to see how thick the skin of the people in this museum was, to see what kind of sure these people had in their heads. Only to hear Dandan smile confidently. Yes, after you, Mr. Lu, donated the fantasy star and sea stone to us, the ownership does go to our museum. But please be assured that we will take care of him as if he were our own child. Lu Ming felt like his high blood pressure was coming up all of a sudden. You don't know what you're talking about, do you? Who wants you to take care of a rock like a child? Lu Ming was just about to speak out, but Dandan continued first. As for your comment about something like being sold by us, please rest assured that our museum has been in existence for more than 30 years and nothing like that has ever happened. Moreover, as long as you are willing to donate the giant fantasy starfish stone to our museum is willing to mark it as your donation in the exhibition, so that people from all over the world who come to see the exhibition can admire your name. And what do you say to a certificate of donation and $1,000 in prize money, exclusive to our museum? Hearing this, Lu Ming was really on the verge of touching a mouthful of old blood. How do you do it, and is it so natural to say such things? Promise? It's useless to guarantee your life. How can I give you billions of dollars for nothing? Am I crazy or are you crazy? Name engraving? Certificates? $1,000 in prize money? Is that the equivalent of billions of dollars worth of jewels? I wonder if this manager of the museum is brainwashed to say such things. 10 out of 10, a brainwashed one. Lu Ming couldn't listen anymore and simply hung up the phone directly. A quick sip of water to slow down. But when Lu Ming had just finished his water, the phone rang again. You're Lu Ming, aren't you? Just as the phone was connected, an arrogant and domineering female voice came through. Lu Ming, who was already in a bad mood, was not accustomed to it and asked directly, Who are you? Who knew that the arrogant woman would say as soon as she opened her mouth. My boss has his eye on your giant star sea stone. How much do you say? Now Lu Ming is really directly angry and laughed. You first weigh yourself whether you have the qualifications to speak like this. Get thee outta here. You! After saying that, Lu Ming directly hung up the phone before the other party could make a sound. Finish your water glass in one gulp. This early in the morning. What's with the odd brainiac? One that opens its mouth and closes its mouth with tall, empty meanings, honor, and makes itself donate billions of dollars worth of stuff to them. To put it bluntly, wasn't this just trying to whore himself out for billions of fantasy star sea stones for nothing? Still really think you're a fool? One that came out with a condescending attitude as if it was her honor to sell to her. If you didn't know better, you'd think you were begging her to buy it. Nor do they think that even if they don't know what they are at least people with billions of treasures in their hands. A boss's assistant? I don't know if she earns $10,000 a month. How dare she be so arrogant? The assistant is so brain dead. I guess the boss is not a smart thing either. Lu Ming was really powerless to spit. Now that the news of the Fantasy Star Oceanstone was gradually spreading, more and more people should contact themselves to buy this giant Fantasy Star Oceanstone. Although there would definitely be people who wanted to genuinely buy this Fantasy Star Oceanstone, those who had the strength to do so would always be in the minority. More like people trying to make a buck by crooked methods. If he really had to deal with such stupidity one by one, he'd have his work cut out for him. Those two idiots alone in the morning had wasted a lot of his time. So one has to find someone to help him or her with this, to filter out these people who don't have the strength to use their brains. After determining that it is someone who really has the power to buy, and the intention to buy, then they themselves will go on to do it themselves. Lu Ming pondered in his head. In no time at all, a perfect candidate came to mind. His own little assistant at the Red Rock Group. First of all, the system had said that she possessed 100% loyalty to Lu Ming, so she definitely wouldn't do anything for the sake of profit. And to be able to be arranged by the system to help him deal with the affairs of the Red Rock Group, it was thought that her ability must be good as well. It shouldn't be a problem to deal with such trivial matters. Moreover, Lu Ming had never contacted her since she became his little assistant, so it was a good time to take this opportunity to communicate. So the little assistant couldn't have been a better choice. So, Lu Ming dialed a phone number on his cell phone. Red Rock Group's small assistant Su Zixin. Chapter 81. Assistant Su Zixin. After the call was dialed, the young assistant, Su Zixin, quickly answered. Hello, Chairman. Do you have any orders? Lu Ming is still the first time to hear Su Zixin's voice. The voice is quite good. Listen to the voice to recognize people. The voice so good girl, should look quite beautiful. And it was the first time Lu Ming had been asked obediently by a girl what her orders were. I have to say, it's a really good feeling. This person, in particular, was also his own secretary, which could easily make Lu Ming think of some of his own study materials. Lu Ming shook his head, shaking those unhealthy thoughts out of his mind. This was the first time he had called Su Zixin, so he still asked about the Red Rock Group first. How is the group doing at the moment? When it came to the affairs of the group, Su Zixin's voice also became a bit more competent. At present, the group is developing steadily and all businesses are flourishing. Which business does the chairman want to know about? I can briefly report to the chairman. Finance? Real estate? Technology? Medical? Could be heard that Su Zixin still knew a lot about the Red Rock Group situation. It was worthy of being the person arranged by the system. Her ability was really online. No. So are you still busy with your group? Lu Ming started to get to the point. And Su Zixin immediately heard Lu Ming's words and said at once, our group is quite well structured and matters are handled by the heads of the various departments. If the chairman has any orders for you, just say so. Hearing Su Zixin say that, Lu Ming also said directly, well, there is something that I need to trouble you about. Lu Ming then also said what he wanted to ask Su Zixin to do. Su Zixin, whose dual quotient was online, immediately understood Lu Ming's meaning. Good. I'll make sure to properly help the chairman screen out buyers who truly have the strength and sincerity to purchase the Fantasy Star Sea Stone. Okay, then please. Finally, Lu Ming hung up the phone with satisfaction. In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. The system produced a fine product. Whether it's an item or a subordinate, there's nothing to say. A young and gentle schoolgirl is excellent both intellectually and emotionally. Also very competent and very enthusiastic in his work. No wonder the system said that with the little assistant around, he didn't have to worry about the group's affairs at all. And after communicating with Su Zixin, Lu Ming also directly set his cell phone to prohibit calls from strangers. This way, numbers that are not in your address book can't call your phone. The buyers who truly had the strength to purchase the Dreamstar Sea Stone naturally had the connections and ability to contact Su Zixin, and after being screened by Su Zixin, thus reporting back to themselves. This way, one would finally not have to spend time on these laborious and moody things. After all the hustle, Lu Ming then returned to his room, seeing Lin Wan who was sleeping soundly at that moment. He could remember that Lin Wan had said in the past that she had poor sleep quality when she was alone, often sleeping poorly or working through the night. Now, after being with myself, it would never happen again, but rather I would fall asleep quickly and tired every night. Still sleeping in and getting up late kind of thing. Lu Ming thought that was good. He also didn't want his wife to be overworked, and it was a blessing to have good dreams every day. Back in bed again. Lu Ming was also not the least bit sleepy. So it opened up the prestige, which I hadn't checked in a long time. Saw the chat messages and friend requests that had been accumulating in the wiki for a long time. Points to look at after. Almost most of them are former female classmates. One by one, they either hadn't added Lu Ming at all before, or Lu Ming remembered that he had added them before, but now they were coming back to apply for friends. What? Was this deleted? Now that you know you're rich, you have the cheek to add yourself? And the use of the friend verification message alone says a lot of things that are easy to conjure up. However, with their face value, they couldn't catch Lu Ming's eye. So Lu Ming manually deleted the messages. But at the time of deletion, Lu Ming actually saw Lin Ruyan's friend request message. Lu Ming also had Lin Ruyan's prestige before, only later when they fell out, they deleted each other. That's why Lu Ming recognized Lin Ruyan's avatar at once. And now that this little twat had suddenly come to add herself as a friend, there was only one possibility. That means Lin Wan's cell phone is off and she can't get through. That's why he came running to add himself, ready to break through from himself. Then Lu Ming certainly cannot add her directly ignored. Just like that, Lu Ming's cell phone played a morning past. It was true that no strange incoming calls could come in during this time, and he was able to spend the morning so quietly and comfortably. Just as Lu Ming was still admiring his own resourcefulness, Zixin Su suddenly called. This kind of surprised Lu Ming. The reason for Su Zixin's call was definitely because of the Fantasy Star Sea Stone thing. But it's only been a morning, and Su Zixin has picked out some suitable buyers for herself. This efficiency is fast enough. Fruity. Lu Ming picked up the phone. Su Zixin then reported to Lu Ming about a few buyers who had the strength and willingness to purchase the Fantasy Star Sea Stone after he had screened them. The first was a well-known domestic jewelry company that offered $4,050 million. The second was a collector with a wealthy reputation in the collecting world, bidding $4,880 million. The third was a foreign tycoon who was willing to bid $5 billion, the highest price in the crowd. After listening to the report, Lu Ming had to admit that Su Zixin did this beautifully. Not only have you screened out quality buyers in such a short period of time, but you have even gotten a clear picture of these buyers. And to Lu Ming's surprise, in addition to the jewelry companies are to be collected to be used as jewelry materials, with the intention of earning the intermediate price difference. All the other offers exceeded the price of $4,680 million that Lu Ming had seen on the future information sheet. So Lu Ming opened his mouth and asked, "The offer they made at the beginning, it shouldn't have been this high, right?" Su Zixin truthfully replied, "Yes, their initial offer was indeed very low. But this is a normal business negotiation tactic, so I also came up with a lion's share and quoted a sky-high price. It took a final negotiation cutter to talk to them about those prices." After listening to Su Zixin's explanation, Lu Ming called out in his heart that this little assistant is really good. When Su Zixin saw that Lu Ming didn't say anything, she thought that she had done something wrong. Worriedly, he said, "Chairman, am I doing something wrong?" Lu Ming quickly said, No, how could it be wrong? This price is certainly the higher the better, so that I can also earn more. You've done a great job." Hearing Lu Ming say this, Su Zixin then put her heart down. At the same time received Lu Ming's praise. All of a sudden became happy again. Chapter 82. This is the way to experience it. Seeing Lu Ming say that, Su Zixin also added, "Actually, if the chairman is not in a hurry to sell, I think we can wait a little longer. After all, it's only the first day, and I'm sure I'll be contacted by more people when word of the news spreads. Someone might offer a higher price by then." Lu Ming nodded, feeling that what Su Zixin said was quite reasonable, and so it was agreed to her proposal. After hanging up, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel emotion in his heart. Su Zixin did help him a lot in this matter, perhaps after the Fantasy Star Sea Stone was sold. You can give Su Zixin some bonus to reward her. After all, Lu Ming wasn't the kind of capitalist who only let people work and didn't let them eat. Aha! Just then, Lin Wan beside Lu Ming let out a wooing sound and woke up in a bit of a daze. The first thing she did when she woke up was look for her husband beside her. Arms as white as lotus roots fished up Lu Ming in a flash and held him in a hug. Then the jade body rustled and burrowed in the comforter, and pressed her head to Lu Ming's body, feeling Lu Ming's temperature. "Husband!" Lin Wan was pampered as if she were a kitten. This cry, directly called to Lu Ming's heart, making Lu Ming feel that the whole person was crispy. "I'm here." Lu Ming reached out and straightened the hair on Lin Wan's face, revealing her delicate face. Fingers slid up and down the white face in a gentle motion. It made Lin Wan have a slight tickle and feel very comfortable at the same time. Soon, the sound of Lin Wanzhao's breathing was heard in the air again. She seemed to have fallen asleep again. Seeing this, Lu Ming smiled dotingly and looked at Lin Wan, still letting her sleep. He himself quietly admired Lin Wan's posture as she slept. This look. Nor did he know when Lu Ming was also slowly getting sleepy. Sleep over. It wasn't until the afternoon that when Lu Ming woke up, his side was empty. Lu Ming walked out of the room, only to see Lin Wan in front of a computer, concentrating on the company's affairs. Even Lu Ming walked over without realizing it, or Lu Ming shouted. Hearing Lu Ming's voice, Lin Wan raised her head, and a good-looking smile surfaced on her otherwise focused complexion. "Honey, you're awake from your nap. I'm busy with the company. I've already made the meal, so you can eat first." As his wife was working so seriously, Lu Ming didn't bother. Walking forward, he said after kissing Lin Wan, "Wife, hard work." Then back to the living room. The table was already set with the lunch Lin Wan had prepared. "Eat it instantly." Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh with emotion. What more could a man ask for when he has a wife like this? My wife, who was already busy with her group work, woke up and prepared lunch for herself first, and then go back to work, and yourself just wake up and eat. It's just so comfortable to eat soft food. And when Lu Ming was there, he was surprised to find that Lin Wan's craftsmanship had greatly improved again. It was so much more delicious than the last time he'd had it, and this rate of progress was simply terrifying. Delicious food plus Lu Ming himself was hungry, so the eating couldn't help but go faster. Soon, Lu Ming then ate and drank his fill. But at this time, Lin Wan was still continuing her work in the study. Lu Ming thought for a moment and brought the meal into the study. Eating is the biggest thing in the world. As Lu Ming spoke, he had already passed the spoon to Lin Wan's mouth. Lin Wan turned around for a moment, smiled, and opened her mouth to eat Lu Ming's feeding pitch, chewing and smiling at the same time. She had always been the one to pitch in and feed Lu Ming, and today, being taken care of so thoughtfully by Lu Ming, Lin Wan also felt very happy. But after feeding Lu Ming for a while, Lin Wan began to feel sorry for Lu Ming. "Honey, you're too tired for that. I'll do it myself." She couldn't afford to let Lu Ming serve himself like this. But Lu Ming shook his head. "Hey, how can my wife be tired? Don't you often feed me too? Let me serve you too today." Seeing Lu Ming say that, Lin Wan gave up, settled down and work while receiving Lu Ming's feeding. And while Lu Ming was feeding, he was also paying attention to Lin Wan's work at the same time. This stage indeed belonged to the busiest time for the Doublewood Group and Lin Wan. Doublewood Group's new product, Perfume Float, has been fermented by word of mouth. With sales skyrocketing every day, Twinwoods must capitalize on this opportunity to keep products in production and in stock. If it goes well, the Twinwoods will be able to move up a level in this opportunity. After feeding is complete, Lu Ming thoughtfully wiped Lin Wan's mouth and didn't disturb her work. From time to time, he paid attention on the sidelines and gave Lin Wan's fragrant shoulders a massage at intervals. It definitely wasn't because Lin Wan's fragrant shoulders felt good and comfortable even when pressed. At this time, Lu Ming couldn't help but think wildly. Now he is a real white boy. Serve, serve, serve rich women. That's not what a normal white boy is supposed to do. Ha ha ha. What kind of gigolo has a rich woman serving him all day so that he doesn't have the experience of being a gigolo? But soon, Lu Ming put these thoughts behind him. He did this all because he was heartbroken that Lin Wan was working too much and was afraid that she would get exhausted. As Lin Wan's husband, he certainly had the responsibility to take good care of her. Don't say that taking care of such a heavenly-looking wife is actually quite fulfilling. However, in order to avoid disturbing Lin Wan's normal work, Lu Ming still spent most of his time by himself in the living room or lying on the bed. There's nothing to do but play on my cell phone, so the time still goes by pretty fast. And it wasn't until after 5 p.m. Lin Wan finally finished her work. Walking out of the study, he couldn't see Lu Ming after coming to the living room. Then he found the room and saw that Lu Ming was unconsciously playing with his cell phone on the bed. So Lin Wan's playfulness came together. Quietly, he walked into the room, and upon arriving at the bedside, in a flash he jumped on Lu Ming. Lu Ming was playing with his cell phone when he only felt a fragrant breeze coming. Next, a warm, fleshy and sweet-smelling scent pounced on him, startling him so much that he dropped his cell phone. When you look up, Lin Wan was already looking at him with a quirky face. Young, not childish, ah. Although Lu Ming said so, his tone was full of favor and he even pinched Lin Wan's face with his hand. 3. Lin Wan protested cutely. Just as Lu Ming pressed his head onto his chest, the two of them lay quietly together. Finished. Well, I'm sorry, oh hubby, for making you wait so long. Lu Ming played with Lin Wan's smooth little hand in his hand and said, It's okay. It's not boring to have you around. It had to be said that Lin Wan was simply a human beauty. All parts of her were exquisite, making Lu Ming fall in love with her. Once the two are close, Lu Ming's hand, cannot be controlled. Chapter 83 Surprise Gift. Seeing Lu Ming say this, Lin Wan felt better in her heart, and her heart was a little sweet. Hubby, you're so nice. Let's go out to eat tonight then. I have a surprise gift for you after you eat. Oh. Now Lu Ming was interested and wondered what this little ninny had secretly arranged for herself. What is it? Lu Ming asked curiously. But Lin Wan smiled and shook her head. Not telling you. It's not another limo, is it? Lin Wan didn't tell himself, so Lu Ming could only make random guesses. Of course not. Lin Wan denied it on the spot. It's only been a few days since she last gave away a luxury car, so how come she's giving away a luxury car again? Could it be a new house? Lu Ming really couldn't think of anything, so he could only say whatever he wanted. But really, he knew it shouldn't be any of that. The house, Lin Wan had also already given it to him, and the former residence in Yunli where they now lived was registered in his name. A villa manor makes it impossible for them all to live here. What's the point of buying so many houses? Fruity. Lin Wan also denied it again. Lu Ming looked helpless. I really can't guess anymore. Why don't you reveal a little bit of information, wife? However, Lin Wan was still tightly guarded and did not give Lu Ming any information at all. Hey, confidential. Just don't tell you. You'll see when the night is over. I think that you will love this gift and remember it for the rest of your life. Lin Wan said so. Lu Ming was even more surprised. So exaggerated? And for life? What exactly was it that deserved such praise from Lin Wan? And according to her, this time the gift might be more precious than even the previous villa and luxury car. It was hard for Lu Ming to figure out what the hell it could be. So, with no way to ask, Lu Ming was forced to prepare to use force. A hand held Lin Wan, not letting her run away, and pinched the voice of the arch-villain threateningly. Tell me or don't tell me. I'm going to have to tell you or I'm going to have to do it. But what responded to Lu Ming was Lin Wan's spirit bell-like laughter. She knew Lu Ming was bluffing her. That's right, although Lu Ming has been guessing left and right, and finally failed to guess and threatened Lin Wan. But in fact, he was cooperating with Lin Wan, raising her mood, and didn't really want to know what this surprise gift was in advance. What's a surprise gift if you know about it ahead of time? Lin Wan had carefully prepared the surprise gift in order to surprise herself when she received it. If one forces her to ask for information about the gift, that was simply destroying a piece of Lin Wan's love, and at the same time destroying his own feelings about receiving the gift. So only keep that curiosity all the time. Waiting for the right time for Lin Wan herself to personally unveil the gift, that would be the optimal solution. Honey, get up. We're almost going to dinner first. You'll know what the surprise gift is after dinner. Lin Wan got up from Lu Ming's arms, stood to the edge of the bed, and pulled Lu Ming up. Then he directly pulled Lu Ming to the bathroom, ready to take a shower before going out. This wash. Just over an hour. More than an hour later, Lu Ming walked out of the bathroom with his upper body bare, revealing smooth muscle lines. Behind him followed the blushing Lin Wan. It could be because the water was turned on too hot in the shower and the heat gave way to steaming. The cheeks are flushed. The two of them then dressed up and went out formally. Led by Lin Wan, we arrived at an Italian restaurant called Otto e Mezzo Bambana. This is the top Western restaurant in Seaside City. When you step inside, you are greeted by the glass windows, wooden doors, and cast iron staircase of the 19th century eclectic architectural style. And the interior of the restaurant takes a combination of steel and stone. In the ceiling decorated with small pieces of polished steel, with the light and darkness of the light produces changes to make Lu Ming a kind of dazzling feeling. It was luxury and opulence to the naked eye. Hello, ma'am, and welcome to Otto e Mezzo Bambana. May I ask if you two have a reservation? Just as he entered, a waiter came forward to greet him. Lin Wan also chimed in with her intended name. So, with the waiter leading the way, the two headed for their compartment. Along the way, the two of them, Lu Ming and Lin Wan, had attracted a lot of attention in the restaurant. After all, both of them were extremely good-looking, like golden girls and boys, and it was easy for people to not be able to help but look at them a few more times. Lu Ming and Lin Wan were naturally aware of these cast gazes, but also slightly used to it every time they go out on the street. It's no exaggeration to say that it's always been the most handsome and beautiful cub in the crowd. Lu Ming and Lin Wan smiled at each other and walked into the private room. After the waiter left, "Hubby, how does it feel?" Lin Wan asked. Lu Ming looked around the box and nodded. "The environment is very romantic." Lu Ming was speaking his true inner thoughts. As a high-class Italian Western restaurant, how does the food taste? Lu Ming has not yet tasted. Do not comment for the time being. But environmentally speaking, it can't be beat, with details showing everywhere and romance dripping throughout. Not bad for a restaurant that originated in the capital of romance, Italy. Yes, this is the most upscale Western restaurant in Seaside City, known as the place where couples must come to hit. It's just that it's not cheap. The people who come in and out of this restaurant are usually either rich or famous. Lu Ming, as a local, had naturally heard of this restaurant. Knowing that the price here is often per capita is tens of thousands of consumption, without a little financial strength people simply cannot afford to come. Eating a month or two salary in one meal, how can the average person eat like that? In the previous Lu Ming's place, it was really impossible for him to appear here. But not anymore. As long as Lu Ming he wants to, with his assets, 3 meals a day here to eat without false. Speaking of which, he was also one of those non-rich people that Lin Wan was talking about. While Lu Ming was chatting with Lin Wan, their food came up one by one. This is our restaurant's signature mackerel thinly sliced with caviar, using mackerel imported from Japan, developed and made into thin slices. With top-quality caviar, we'll bring you an unparalleled taste feast. Spaghetti linguine with calamari clams and parsley milk. For each dish, the waiter would enthusiastically introduce it to the customer, and Lu Ming listened with interest. Have to say, this Western restaurant's plating is exquisite, but this portion, well, let's just say one plate isn't enough for Lu Ming to take a bite, not to mention swiping the system rewards by feeding herself through Lin Wan. Solely Lu Ming didn't think about that. Enjoy the meal. After all, the purpose of swiping the system rewards was to make life better, and he couldn't become primary and secondary just for the rewards. Too much focus on rewards at the expense of enjoying life. The food was all served and the waiter left. Lin Wan also couldn't wait to pick up a piece of thinly sliced mackerel with caviar for Lu Ming and feed it into his mouth. "Hubby, taste it." Chapter 84, Bad News. With the delicious food and Lin Wan's extreme service, Lu Ming enjoyed the dinner to his heart's content. After leaving the restaurant, it was time for the main event of the night. Are you ready? A surprise gift is coming. Lin Wan tied up her seatbelt and prepared to wait for Lu Ming to issue it. But just then, Lin Wan's cell phone suddenly rang. It's a call from an unknown number. But Lin Wan also casually picked up the phone. A female voice immediately came from the other side of the phone and said in a breath, "Hello, is this Ms. Lin Wan? Please come to our Seaside Center Hospital immediately. Your father is dying." All I heard was a pop. After hearing the words on the phone, the cell phone in Lin Wan's hand directly slipped and fell. The entire person's complexion became incomparably flustered and at a loss for words. Lu Ming, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, hurriedly grabbed Lin Wan's hand and calmed her down. Then picked up the cell phone that had fallen in the car and methodically asked the nurse on the phone about the situation. After asking for clarification, he switched places with Lin Wan. Drive the car and head for Seaside Center Hospital. And at this moment, Lin Wan's mind went blank. How is that possible? How could his own father have cancer? As far as she could remember, her grumpy father had always been in good health, and had even fought a lot outside, coming home every day with a bruise on his face. Just how could such a physically strong person have cancer? Though in her mind, she hated her father immensely and thought he was never a competent father. Still, it was a hard tug on the heart when I heard the news that he had cancer. It was as if for a moment all the resentment had temporarily dissipated. With Lu Ming driving, the two quickly arrived at the hospital. When I got out of the car, I went straight to what the nurse said was room 1203. As soon as you step into the room, Lu Ming and Lin Wan then saw an old man with thinning white hair and many tubes inserted all over his body. This old man was none other than Lin Wan's father, Lin Kongtai. The name was Kongtai, but at this time, he was already in his old age, and the whole person appeared to have a dark and shriveled face, with an appearance that he might pass away at any time. Seeing this scene, Lin Wan's eyes instantly reddened. Even how much she resented this father in her heart before, it was impossible for her to not be sad at all when she saw her father like this now. People's hearts are made of flesh. And this time, a doctor also walked into the ward and asked after seeing Lin Wan and Lu Ming. Lin Kongtai's family, right? The doctor frowned, a hint of anger evident in his tone as he rebuked. What are you doing as children? Looking at you guys, it shouldn't be too bad. Why didn't you bring him in for treatment earlier? Your father's life is in danger now that it's advanced and spreading. If it wasn't for the good Samaritans who took him to the hospital, there's a good chance you wouldn't be able to see him now. Do you know that? Late. After hearing a chastisement, Lu Ming and Lin Wan froze. They were unaware of what the doctor said. Seeing the two men's astonishment, the doctor guessed, "You don't know about the patient's illness?" Lin Wan shook her head. It was true that she didn't know any of this, and if she did, she would have brought this father in for treatment, even if he had treated her so badly at one time. "Doctor, I'd like to ask, when did my father become ill?" Lin Wan's tone was filled with guilt. "It feels like it's because of my own neglect that I'm in the situation I'm in today. Because of her unhappy childhood, she grew up wishing to get out of her father's control and leave his side. That's why she studied so hard and started her own business. Finally, when she was a little more successful, she broke away from the family. Rarely went back to see his own father, except that every month he would put a sum of money on his own father's card for living expenses to ensure that he was clothed and fed. And it was because he was so that he knew nothing of his father's condition. But why didn't the father come to the hospital for treatment? This doubt rose in Lin Wan's mind. Although his father had treated him very badly since he was a child, he was still the family member who had raised him after all. That's why she pays a generous sum into her father's account every month. Especially after his own real success, the money each month is only a little more. It is reasonable to say that this money is enough for him as a medical expense. And he didn't know his father was ill because he hadn't been home for years. But the father, himself, couldn't have been unaware of it. After all, after an illness, there are bound to be physical abnormalities. So one's father should be aware of one's physical condition. So why didn't he get to the hospital in time for treatment, instead of putting it off until he passed out until he was admitted to the hospital? Lin Wan really couldn't think of any reason why her father wouldn't come to the hospital for treatment. Just when Lin Wan couldn't come up with an answer even though she was trying to think of one. The doctor's next words directly stunned both Lu Ming and Lin Wan. "Your father had cancer about 26 years ago." The doctor's face was full of incredulity as he said it. And Lu Ming, Lin Wan, and the two of them directly exclaimed in shock. "How can it be? 26 years? It's well known. Cancer patients all have a very short survival time, and even if they are treated when detected at an early stage, they can only extend their life by a decade or so at most." But Lin Kongtai never underwent treatment, and surprisingly, he persisted for more than 20 years. That was why Lu Ming and Lin Wan were so surprised. Although this is somewhat beyond our normal medical common sense and sounds incredible. But from the test reports and your father's file in our hospital, this is indeed true. After your father was tested for cancer at our hospital 26 years ago, he never came back for another visit. Unbelievable, but true. Doctors can only blame it on a medical miracle, and the most important thing at the moment is not to dwell on that, but to save the patient's life. So the doctor continued, "None of that matters. The main reason I came over to you was to ask your family's opinion. Your father's current condition is very dangerous and his life is at risk at any time if he does not undergo surgery. However, the surgery also carries certain risks and is not guaranteed. So your family will have to decide if you want to operate on the patient." Lin Wan nodded without hesitation. "Do it." Seeing that Lin Wan had made up her mind, the doctor didn't say anything and directly advanced the process. "Well, these need to be signed by you and feel free to ask me any questions. Then hurry up and pay the fee. Our doctor will be ready to perform the operation right away." Lu Ming and Lin Wan acted immediately. "Take care of the whole thing," as the doctor said, "and wait for the surgery to begin." Subsequently, Lin Wan sat downcast next to the hospital bed, looking at Lin Kongtai, who was at that moment tortured by the disease and changed into a big different person, murmuring, 26 years ago, I'm only 5 years old. That's when you... Why I never knew." Chapter 85, The Great Father. Lin Wan couldn't figure it out, obviously when her father fell ill 26 years ago. She herself was only 5 years old at that time. He also lived with him himself for more than a decade. Why can't you see any difference in the life expectancy of your father's physical condition at all? Not to mention that not being home from time to time until after college was even more impossible to find out. If it wasn't for the fact that by today, the hospital called to inform him, he really might have been kept in the dark for the rest of his life. What the hell is going on? Bean-sized teardrops slid down Lin Wan's face. Since his own success in business, he has been calling his father every month, so he rarely bothers him. In Lin Wan's opinion, her father didn't interact with her because he was able to get enough money to dash around and enjoy himself every day. And at the same time, she was more disappointed in her father, no longer having the slightest expectation, just trying to supplement him monetarily as much as possible. But now it seems, her father's life was not as free as she thought it would be, even if he had been carrying pain she could not imagine. Just then, Lin Wan suddenly noticed some objects on the table next to the hospital bed. Cell phone, wallet, bottle of medicine, and a letter. Lin Wan's name is written on the letter. Lin Wan realized that this was something her father had left for herself specifically, so opened the envelope and read it. Wan Er, my good daughter. Dad is here to say sorry in advance. I know that I've never been a good father in your mind. Although by the time you open this letter, you may already know part of the truth. But I still want to explain it to you because I don't want you to hate me for the rest of your life and want to be loved by your daughter like normal people too. Well, yes, I had cancer at 26 years light. When I found out the news at the hospital, I really couldn't believe it. If I was alone, I could die, but I'm a dad with a 5-year-old daughter. If I die, what about my daughter? So at this time, I thought of a way. I have to let you mature as soon as possible. This will ensure that you'll be able to live on your own after I'm gone. As a result, I became irritable, cranky, rude, alcoholic, and never took care of you. So you started growing up in an environment that hated me, learned to do chores, learned to deal with things. It makes my heart ache and very happy at the same time. I've been holding out for so many years, and I'm finally relieved to be leaving alone. It's just a shame. I probably won't get to see you in a wedding dress. How I would love to see you find a beloved person to join hands with for the rest of your life. But I really don't have the time. So here's a word from me and also Wayner's husband. I hope you can love Wan Er well and care for her to protect her. Please. An unqualified father, Lin Kongtai Liu. See here. Lin Wan's mind was like dropping an atomic bomb to explode. The whole thing lost the ability to think. All that was left was the gasping cries that continued to intensify and the tears that wouldn't stop. The corner of the quilt by the bed was wet with her tears. At this moment, Lin Wan finally came to a realization. So, he chose to be such a father to force me to grow up faster in order to make me independent earlier. In retrospect, my father's change was very abrupt indeed. In a matter of days, it went from a gentle and amiable man to an irresponsible, volatile, and vicious one. It's just that the childhood memories are so long ago, coupled with the fact that I've been so blinded by hatred for so long, that I haven't even bothered to pursue them in detail. Lin Wan kept trying to recall her childhood memories at this time. In her childhood memories, she could hear her father's loud tirades in her room every night, often making it difficult for her to sleep. She'd been thinking then that her cranky father had had another run-in with someone. But it turns out, father had cancer then. He's just taking advantage of the gesture, venting his own pain through this behavior, and at the same time being able to make himself hate him even more. After thinking about this, Lin Wan cried even more heartbreakingly. And all of this, Lu Ming, who had been accompanying Lin Wan, saw it all. Lu Ming's heart trembled at this. From the letter, he could see Lin Wan's father's despair, pain, unwillingness, and so on. Lu Ming could hardly imagine how Lin Wan's father endured cancer for more than 2 decades. To know that kind of pain isn't for the faint of heart. But he held back. For the sake of his own daughter's upbringing, he not only put up with it, but endured it for more than 20 years, all the while playing the role of an evil man that his daughter hated during that time. It's a physical and mental torture. The greatness of a father's love is evident. In this moment, Lin Kongtai became magnificent and tall in Lu Ming's heart. Even though he is now yellow and dying in his hospital bed, it doesn't take away from the fact that he is a great, loving father. At this time, Lu Ming, even though he was a stranger to Lin Kongtai, the eyes were a little moist, too. At this point, the doctor entered the ward with a nurse and said to Lu Ming, Lin Wan, "Pre-operative preparations are all done. Proceed immediately." Lin Wan didn't dare to delay and hurriedly stepped aside. Have the paramedics take Conti Lim to the operating room. Lin Wan and Lu Ming also followed closely to wait outside the operating room. Outside the operating room, Lin Wan was still holding the suicide note left by her father tightly in her hand. She couldn't walk away from the content of the tachyon for a long time. Lu Ming walked forward and held Lin Wan in his arms. Lin Wan then let out a loud cry. Lu Ming didn't say anything either, just silently hugged her and let her vent out. He could appreciate Lin Wan's feelings of guilt and self-blame at this time. But there was no absolute empathy in the world, and all he could do was to quietly support her from behind and be her pillar of support. I don't know how long Lin Wan has been crying, perhaps having run out of energy. His sobs began to diminish until he was sobbing at the same time. Honey, am I bad? I can't believe I didn't know anything about Dad's cancer for over 20 years. Lu Ming hurriedly comforted. How? It was your father who didn't want you to know, and it was your father who wanted it that way because you resented him. How else could you have grown so fast to where you are today? You've always been his pride. In Lu Ming's opinion, Lin Wan wasn't to blame for any of this. I'm really stupid. I can't believe I didn't see it at all. In any case, Lin Wan was still incomparably self-conscious. It's okay. After our dad's successful surgery, we'll honor him later. As a little bit of time passes, Lu Ming and Lin Wan had been staying outside the operating room anxiously waiting. It went on until a little after midnight. It was only then that the door to the operating room was opened and the doctors walked out the door. Lin Wan, on the other hand, was the first to rush up and ask in a lame manner, "Doctor, how's my dad doing?" Chapter 86, Death Notification. Facing Lin Wan's inquiry, the doctor wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed. Seeing that the doctor was slow to speak, Lin Wan's heart trembled. The soles of her feet were soft, and she almost collapsed to the ground. But fortunately Lu Ming, who was beside her, hurriedly helped her. The surgery failed. In the end, Lin Wan still summoned up the courage to ask these words. At the same time, tears slid down her face once again. She couldn't accept this. And Lu Ming opened his mouth after supporting Lin Wan. What's going on? Didn't I give you the solution to the hardest part of this surgery? As long as you do that, as I said, then there's no way this operation will fail. One had to know that Lu Ming had used divine-level medical skills. This divine medical skill could not only include Chinese medicine as simple as that, even if it was Western medicine, Lu Ming was also the top existence in the world. So when he was in the ward, Lu Ming checked all of Lin Kongtai's medical records and talked to the doctor about some of the difficult places to attack. It's all about making sure this surgery is foolproof. Unfortunately, although Lu Ming possessed divine healing arts, a skill rewarded by the system, there was still an upper limit to this skill. He had made Lu Ming the top doctor in the world, but Lin Kongtai was suffering from cancer, a problem that could not be solved by the entire medical community. And Lu Ming's medical skills were not yet at a point where he could break through this category. So he could only come up with a plan for the doctors to ensure the success of the surgery, so that Lin Kongtai's lifespan could be prolonged a bit more. As for why Lu Ming did not do it himself, because Lu Ming he does not have a license to practice medicine. And the beach downtown hospital as a third-class hospital, the doctors inside are actually very good, plus with the program he gave. Lu Ming dared to make sure that this surgery would not fail, so he was also relieved to hand over this surgery to this group of doctors. But now this surgery is actually... Seeing that the two might have misunderstood, Medical Arts hurriedly said, "Mr. Lu, Ms. Lin, you've misunderstood. Following the program you gave us, we did complete the surgery, but..." The doctor hesitated, bit his tongue and continued, "But the cancer cells in the patient's body have spread almost all over his body, and we have only temporarily pulled him back from the brink of death with this operation. If the cancer continues to spread, the patient is not going to live long." Hearing this, Lin Wan also completely leaned on Lu Ming. Without Lu Ming's support, he wouldn't be able to stand at all. So, that is it possible to do surgery or some other means to curb the spread of the cancer? Lin Wan can't accept this fact, and not being able to practice medicine, she tries to find other ways to save her father. Lu Ming secretly sighed, knowing that this was impossible. Fruity. The doctor shook his head after hearing Lin Wan's words. "Ms. Lin, we fully understand your feelings. The spread of cancer can indeed be curbed by means such as surgery or chemotherapy, but your father has been ill for more than 20 years. His body is already incredibly weak, and he simply cannot carry the side effects of these means." The doctor said this. Lin Wan's brain felt as if it had received a heavy blow. With what she saw of her own father's broken and wasted body, how could he eat the side effects of these means? Then his own father is really hopeless? One can only have to watch him die? Thinking of this, Lin Wan couldn't help but bawl again. Late night, Lin Ruyan rushed over. These 2 days looming, Lin Wan left her alone at home. She contacted and cannot be contacted, looking for and do not know where to find. Pissed her off enough. Seeing that Lu Ming and Lin Wan hadn't been home for 2 days, plus the end of the vacation she had to go back to class. So originally she was back in school today. However, he suddenly received a message from Lu Ming, so she immediately rushed back again. Ward 1203. Lin Ruyan had just stepped into the hospital room. Just saw the dying Lin Kongtai on the hospital bed and the emaciated Lin Wan by the bedside. The atmosphere in the room was depressing. Lin Ruyan walked over to Lin Wan's side, wanting to open her mouth to comfort. But for a moment she didn't know what to say, only to hold Lin Wan tightly. She understood how her own mom felt at the moment. Putting herself in her shoes, she would feel like the sky was falling at the moment. A little bit of time passed. Lu Ming, Lin Wan, Lin Ruyan, and the three of them just quietly waited in the hospital room. A silent prayer in my heart that all will be well tomorrow. One night without words. The rising sun rose, the sunlight poured through the window onto the floor of the hospital room, and a few weak gibberish sounds resounded from the silent room. Dad! Lin Wan by the bedside was the first to realize that Lin Kongtai had woken up. Lu Ming and Lin Ruyan were also startled by Lin Wan's exclamation of surprise, and immediately walked over towards the hospital bed. Only at this moment did Lin Kongtai slowly open his eyes. A cloudy eye filled with gray. Things are not quite right. Lu Ming immediately pressed the bedside call bell to notify the doctor to come over. At the same time, he calmed the agitated Lin Wan. He himself put on Lin Kongtai's wrist to check his pulse at this moment. Sure enough, Lin Kongtai's pulse was very weak. The situation is not encouraging, and at Lu Ming's command, Lin Wan also immediately fetched some water. Carefully feed it to Lin Kongtai. Lin Kongtai's entire body cleared up a bit after replenishing some water. It seemed to take in the face of the person in front of the hospital bed and gave a small smile. Look at your own daughter. Fingers moved slightly to reach out and touch his daughter's face. But his physical condition at this point was so bad that he couldn't even raise one of his hands. Soon, the doctor arrived in the ward. Immediately, he did a little checking on Kanti Lim. After the examination, the doctor and Lu Ming Lin Wan came to the corner of the ward to tell them the results of the examination. Ms. Lin, although yesterday's surgery was successful, for now, your father's health has not improved and is at the point of running out of gas. And he had to endure great unimaginable pain, probably in the place of an ordinary person would have been unable to wake up by now. But your father woke up. His willpower was very strong and tough. It must have been a strong conviction in his heart to wake up. As brutal as the truth is, as a doctor he must truthfully report the patient's condition to the family. The doctor continued, So, your father's time may be running out next. Hear this. Lin Wan was already sobbing uncontrollably. Hands heaved over her mouth in an effort to keep her sobs from being so loud. Based on Lin Kongtai's physical condition, they are no longer able to perform any treatment. The doctor's words almost gave Lin Kongtai a death notice. Let Lin Wan spend more time with her father in this last time. Chapter 87. Quietly leaving the hospital. Perhaps it was because he knew that Lin Kongtai's days were numbered. Lin Wan also forced herself to restrain herself and wiped her tears. Came to Lin Kongtai's bedside.
Dad, I'm sorry.
You're the greatest dad in the world. Lin Wan stayed by Lin Kongtai's bedside for the next few moments and talked a lot, as if she was trying to bring back all the things she had said in those years after she turned 6. She was afraid that she hadn't been able to finish her sentence, and that their father and daughter would be so sorry to part. Every one of these words was Lin Wan's true feelings. And Lin Kongtai on the bed, although he couldn't speak himself. But the look in his eyes also showed the ever-changing emotions he was feeling at the moment. Until Lin Kongtai seems to be getting tired. Even the cloudy eyes were getting too weak to open. In the meantime, the line on the instrument monitoring life at the head of the bed also began to slowly decline. This meant that Lin Kongtai was really about to die. This one. Lin Wan was also completely flustered. She held Lin Kongtai's hand tightly but could do nothing but watch her father die. See this scene. Lu Ming suddenly remembered something. Instantly forward. Removed the system bonus adrenaline. It was injected directly into Lin Kongtai's body. Next, the signs of Lin Kangtai's life draining away were stopped immediately. Immediately afterward, his body also recovered with the naked eye. Some blood returned to his face and his breathing calmed. The lines on that instrument that monitors life also pulled straight up in one and returned to normal. With that, Lin Kangtai sat up violently from the bed. The scene. It directly caused Lin Wan and Lin Ruyan to freeze in place. "Am I not dead?" Lin Kangtai murmured. It was then that Lin Wan and Lin Ruyan came back to their senses. Looking toward Lu Ming, the originator of the incident, he stuttered in surprise. Lu Ming, this is... I forced a 3-day extension on our dad's life, as per the system given in the introduction. This adrenaline can extend the life of a person whose life is endangered, even a dying person, by 3 days. And it's still back to full physical strength. So even though Lin Kangtai was how serious terminal cancer was and his body was at the point of running out of gas, it still worked on him. It's only 3 days though. After 3 days, Lin Kangtai still had to die. But it was enough to complete some of the regrets between him and Lin Wan. And how could Lin Wan care about anything else at this time? She didn't doubt what Lu Ming said in the slightest. Nor did he bother to think about how in the world there could be such a divine medicine that could forcefully renew his life for 3 days. All she knew was that her father had come alive. It was just 3 short days though. But that's enough. For 3 days they could actually spend time together in a normal father-daughter state, the kind that carries love rather than resentment. It even fulfills all of my father's previous regrets. Next, Lin Wan wept with joy. Straight away he hugged Lin Kangtai. Dad! Originally, Lin Kangtai was still in a state of bewilderment. He knows his own body. When a person dies, they say that before they die, images of this life of theirs flash before their eyes. And he did get right into that. But just as the slideshow of life flashed before our eyes, the slide suddenly stopped. He rejoined the ward himself. Even sat up. Can I live for 3 more days? After hearing Lu Ming's explanation, he didn't think much about it, but fell into great ecstasy. Great! Great! Lin Taikong was incomparably grateful to Lu Ming at the moment. He was the one who had rescued him from death and allowed him to have a chance to spend time with his daughter. He touched Lin Wan's head in his arms, his hand trembling slightly. It wasn't that he was powerless, but that he was too overwhelmed. How he had wanted to touch his daughter before he left, but he could only move a few fingers with all the strength in his body. But now he's done it. Lin Wan also touched Lin Taikong's big rough hand and said heartily, "Dad, you're getting old." Although the current Lin Taikong has temporarily recovered due to adrenaline, that's not a return to old age. He is, after all, an old man in his 50s and 60s, and had suffered so much pain. But just at this time, Lu Ming spoke up, "It's not a good place to stay. Let's leave the hospital first." This was not the time to catch up on old times. There was no need for Lin Kangtai to stay in the hospital now. If someone found out about Lin Taikong's current state at this time, it would definitely cause a stir in the hospital. Things get out and it's sure to cause a lot of trouble. After all, this kind of thing is so amazing. By Lu Ming, Lin Wan and Lin Taikong also came back to their senses and knew what Lu Ming meant. So after a bit of organization, Lin Kangtai was discharged from the hospital without incident. And in this process, Lin Wan also exerted the energy of a $100 billion group owner. By removing all traces, no one along the way would see Lin Kangtai leaving the hospital, and the surveillance would be destroyed by accident. At the back door of the hospital, after Lu Ming and his group got into a car that had been arranged long ago, Lin Wan asked Lin Kangtai uneasily, "Dad, are you tired? How do you feel physically now?" "It's okay. I've never felt so good before. No pain at all." Lin Kangtai said with emotion, "It's been a long time. More than 20 years since I've been this comfortable." Think back to previous memories. Lin Kangtai was full of sighs for the past 20 years. He had suffered day and night from the complications of cancer. When he didn't have money, he paralyzed himself with spirits, and when he had money, he took sedative drugs. But the pain of cancer can't be completely offset by that. He suffers every day in a way that is unimaginable to normal people. But now, he felt like he was back in his younger days before he got sick. The whole thing was in unbelievable shape. Though he now looked pale on the outside, an old man in his 50s or 60s. But he felt he was now internally as fit as a young man in his 20s or 30s. After hearing about Lin Kangtai's recovery, Lin Wan was very happy. And that's when Lin Ruyan, who had been quiet before, finally couldn't help but ask. Lu Ming, what is that life renewal thing of yours? Lin Ruyan, as a key college student, was not studying medicine though. But she also knew that there couldn't be a single thing in the world that could make a dying old man recover instantly. It's just so counterintuitive. If there was such a thing, it would have resounded around the world long ago. Her mom, Lin Wan, would also go out of her way and spread her family's wealth to buy it for her grandfather's use. But it's such a thing, something never heard of, something that couldn't even exist in the world. But in Lu Ming's hands appeared. Chapter 88. My daughter is joking with you. To Lin Ruyan's inquiry. Lu Ming did not intend to respond to him and simply pretended to be deaf. Because Lin Ruyan wasn't Lin Wan. Even if he made up some reason, she wouldn't easily believe it. It may even have to be pursued endlessly. If Lu Ming tells her the truth directly, I have a system, this is a system reward. Lin Ruyan might even think that he was deliberately playing her. So, not responding is the best way to go. And when Lin Ruyan saw that Lu Ming was ignoring her, she didn't ask any more questions for the time being. Because now is clearly not the right time. It was just that Lin Ruyan's mind was very confused at the moment. Two different Lu Ming intertwined in her mind. One is a good-looking, high-value school bully, but also just an average college student. One who seems to have clairvoyant powers and great culinary skills, and can come up with top-notch perfume recipes at the drop of a hat. Even the mystic who came up with a drug that could renew the lives of those whose lives were in danger for 3 days. This made Lin Ruyan go crazy. Now this face is Lu Ming's real face? She managed to hold her tongue. By the time the car drove into Yunli's former villa, the crowd got out of the car. Lin Wan walked in front with Lin Kongtai on her arm, and the two of them hung behind. It was only then that Lin Ruyan opened her mouth to ask, "Hey, Lu Ming, you're not possessed by an alien, are you?" Otherwise, in Lin Ruyan's opinion, how could a person possess so many incredible abilities? Obviously, when he was in college, Lu Ming was still an ordinary person. How come after graduation, it's like a completely different person, ah? In response, Lu Ming just laughed. Thinking that Lin Ruyan wouldn't be out of her mind? Rolling his eyes, he said, "Yes, I am from the planet Krelum 133, with the purpose of saving humanity. Okay?" When Lin Ruyan saw Lu Ming's demeanor and tone, how could she not know that Lu Ming was playing her? Just about to say something. However, Lu Ming had already accelerated his pace and caught up with Lin Wan and Lin Kongtai in front of him, pulling away from her. Looking at Lu Ming's back, Lin Ruyan opened her mouth. But in the end, she did not shout out. She is really getting curious about Lu Ming. And when a woman is curious about men, soon, the group entered the house. Lin Wan happily showed her father, Lin Kongtai, around the house. And Lin Kongtai knew nothing about Lin Wan's life afterward. So he was interested in where his daughter was living and residing now. The two returned to their normal father-daughter status, talking and laughing in a cozy scene. Watch this scene. Lu Ming on the sofa side and said, "How come I don't have such a filial daughter?" Hearing this, Lin Ruyan stared at Lu Ming and said, "You've got to be kidding me." Seeing how arrogant she was, Lu Ming also ordered her, "Come here and give me a massage." However, Lin Ruyan didn't obey obediently this time. Standing still for a moment, he seemed to smile. "Didn't you hear me, good girl? Daddy told you to come over for a massage. You should know what happens when you don't listen." Biffed. Lin Ruyan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lu Ming looked at her in surprise. This guy was actually not threatened anymore. But in the next second, Lu Ming knew why she could be so confident now. See only. Lin Wan pulled out a black USB drive from her pocket and made a point of shaking it in his hand and smiling. "Gee, that's something to return to its rightful owner." Lin Ruyan smiled very brightly, taking back the USB flash drive and not being threatened by Lu Ming. Watching Lu Ming suffer at this moment, several kinds of happiness superimposed on her. And when Lu Ming saw the black USB drive in her hand, he said in a deep voice, "Is this your bottom line? Let's see how you can still threaten me now." Gasp. "And you want to ask me for a massage? Don't even think about it." Lin Ruyan had a smug look on her face, holding her head high as if she had turned over a new leaf and was in a euphoric mood. When Lu Ming and Lin Wan left her behind to get disappeared for a date, she was the only one in the big house. She could neither find them nor have anything else to do. So out of the blue it occurred to me to look for her flash drive. What if Lu Ming hadn't put the USB drive on his body and taken it out then wouldn't now be the best time? So take this opportunity to look up and down the villa. It was a full 3 or 4 hours of searching. Surprisingly, I ended up finding it in the jewelry box in my own mother Lin Wan's room. Lin Ruyan was happy and angry when she found it. Joy is because of the recovery of the USB drive. Angry because Lu Ming, the oldest 6, had put it in his mom's room. You know, this is the room she slept in. The flash drive was surprisingly right under her nose. Sure enough, the most dangerous place is the safest place. She hadn't expected to be in this room from the start. The focus is all from Lu Ming's room and study these places to start rowing, finally really rowing after the fruitless. And without much hope went back to the room to look for it. But to her surprise, it was found in the last room, the room where she and Lin Wan had recently slept together. And Lu Ming shook his head and laughed out loud when he saw Lin Ruyan looking so smug. Are you stupid? You cursed me? Lin Ruyan, who got back the USB flash drive, is now hardened, not the slightest bit weak Lu Ming, and dares to continue to fight with Lu Ming. Lu Ming immediately said, "Don't you know that USB drives can be backed up? Do you think, with my skills, I can't make a copy of the contents of the flash drive?" While saying that, Lu Ming was also directly lying down on the sofa. "I told you you can't win. Why don't you bet on it? I have a backup in my hand or not. If you don't dare, you'd better hurry up and come and give me a massage. Otherwise, I'm going to have to show your secret that to your mom." The smile on Lin Ruyan's face froze directly after hearing Lu Ming's words. She really hadn't considered whether Lu Ming had backed up the contents of the flash drive. As for the truth or falsehood in Lu Ming's words, she did not dare to bet on it in the slightest. In case he does own it. One time, a storm raged in Lin Ruyan's mind. The whole man was so angry that he gritted his teeth, and his face, which had been so proud just a moment ago, crumpled into a frown. I really want to go straight up and fight with Lu Ming. But in the end, still she took a deep breath, decided to go soft. After all, she really couldn't afford to lose if her own mother did see the contents of the flash drive. What about yourself and Xiao Xiao? Think about it. Lin Ruyan converted a blush. Behaving well, she walked to Lu Ming's side and massaged him. "Dad, just now my daughter was joking with you. Don't take it seriously. Is this okay and comfortable?" Chapter 89. A tiger's father has no sons. At night, Lu Ming, who had regained the initiative, kicked Lin Ruyan out of Lin Wan's room. He could sleep with Lin Wan again. Although Lin Ruyan was not happy in her heart, there was nothing she could do. She could only flail a few times behind Lu Ming's back before leaving. Then it was down to the guest room. It's getting late. But Lin Wan kept tossing and turning in her bed, having trouble falling asleep. Seems to be thinking about something. Lu Ming also saw it and opened his mouth to ask, "Wan Air, what's wrong?" Being asked by Lu Ming, Lin Wan adjusted her position and pressed herself tightly against Lu Ming, resting her head on his chest. Quietly, he listened to Lu Ming's heartbeat. After a while, "Honey, I want to ask you something." Lu Ming's broad palm rested on Lin Wan's head, stroking the top of her head. "Go ahead. You've been flipping all night. I figured you had something to say." "Well," after Lin Wan did a mental struggle for a while, she gritted her teeth and opened her mouth. "Husband, are you willing to marry me?" "Of course I do. Fool, and we've been married for a long time." Lu Ming immediately responded. He and Lin Wan have long been registered and licensed, and are a couple recognized by the state. But Lu Ming also knew what Lin Wan meant, and what she meant by marrying her was having a marriage wedding. In people's minds, becoming a real couple is more than just getting married and getting a license. There also needs to be a wedding where friends and family from both sides are invited to gather and be blessed by them. And he and Lin Wan, because of Lin Ruyan, wasn't thinking about a wedding date yet. But now, thinking about this, Lin Wan felt a little guilty. She had been thinking that, after her daughter accepted Lu Ming, he himself would then secretly invite all his friends and family over and propose to Lu Ming in their presence, giving him a huge surprise. Then he will plan a grand wedding for Lu Ming, so that everyone will envy him. But she thought so well of it all. But because she had to fulfill her father's last wish as soon as possible, so it had to speak directly to Lu Ming in this situation. She felt that this was too unfair to Lu Ming. And Lu Ming cried and laughed when he realized these thoughts of Lin Wan and popped her in the head. "What are you thinking? I should be the one to propose." In Lu Ming's opinion, this marriage proposal thing was supposed to be carried out by the boys. It's not about any machismo. Although it was said that he was half kidnapped by Lin Wan when he got the license to register. But after spending so much time together, he had long fallen in love with this kind-hearted woman. He also had plans in his mind to organize a wedding for Lin Wan that would be in the limelight. The two simply had a heart-to-heart. But Lin Wan didn't agree with Lu Ming. Don't feel that the proposal and the wedding have to be the guy's responsibility. She just had to take the initiative to propose to Lu Ming, just as she had taken the initiative to tie up Lu Ming to get married in the first place. Thus, Lin Wan made a secret decision in her heart. In the future, we must be even more doubly kind to Lu Ming. Early the next morning, Lu Ming then called his mom, Li Yuru. Bastard. Remember to call your mom me? Li Yuru's voice came from the other side of the phone. Lu Ming didn't talk nonsense and said directly, Mom, I've decided to have a wedding with Wan Air in the next 2 days. Ha! Li Yuru did not have the slightest preparation in mind, and was directly frozen by Lu Ming, but also reacted quickly, surprised enough to repeat it out loud. What? You and Wan Air are getting married? The noise was so loud that it directly startled Lu Ming's father, Lu Guiyuan, as well. Ran right over. Son is getting married to Lin Wan? Lu Ming also heard his father's voice on the phone. Yes. Good thing. In the view of the older generation, especially Lu Ming's family used to be in the countryside, where the wedding can be considered a real marriage. Men and women will be friends and relatives invited to set on the wedding wine, a set of processes completed, even if it is a real couple, even if not to register are fine. In the countryside, everyone knows your husband and wife. Why so sudden? Although both Li Yuru and Lu Guiyuan were surprised to hear this news, but they were still smiling and happy. Sudden is sudden, but it's a good thing. The situation therein was very complicated. So Lu Ming didn't explain, but simply said, It's nothing, just a sudden thought. I'll bring Wanner and his father home, and we'll meet. Hear that? Li Yuru and Lu Guiyuan both got a little nervous. Hurriedly, he asked, We can get there before lunch, right? Let's hurry up and get ready for lunch. Well, that's fine. Then we'll pack up and get ready to go. After that, both sides hung up together. Lu Ming then went to pack his things and get ready to go. On the other hand, Li Yuru and Lu Guiyuan were still immersed in joy. Even when they first found out that Lu Ming and Lin Wan had gotten a license, they weren't this happy. Honey, our son is getting married. Our son is growing up. Although Li Yuru's face was also filled with joy, she still gave Lu Guiyuan a blank look and said, It's not sooner or later. I've got even better news. What is it? Lu Guiyuan was bursting with curiosity and was very curious about what the even more explosive good news was that Li Yuru was talking about. But this time Li Yuju didn't tell him. It's just hanging on to Lu Guiyuan, making him itchy all the time. Wife, tell me, what's the other good news about the son? But apparently Lu Guiyuan's haste was useless, and Li Yuru still kept her mouth shut. There's really no way around it. Lu Guiyuan gritted his teeth and made a condition. You told me I'd take you on a trip when my son was done with his wedding. The words came out. Li Yuru's eyes lit up. With that benefit? That's not out of the question. Only then did he say, We have also pushed them to do the wedding before, both explicitly and implicitly, but Lu Ming, this brat, always found excuses to muddle through. But today they suddenly said that they are going to have a wedding, and they are in a hurry, and they want it to be organized within these two heads. Do you think there is something fishy here? Lu Guiyuan is not a fool by Li Yuru so a little. Then he figured out what Li Yuru meant, and immediately jumped up in place with excitement. A tiger's father has no son. Hearing this, Li Yuru blankly glanced at him without any good reason. Father and son are two of a kind. It turns out that her wedding to Lu Guiyuan was also organized very suddenly in the beginning, because they are also married with a child. Something indescribable happened after the two got together, and cloud avoidance measures weren't as good back then as they are now. So when they found out they had a child, now Lu Ming, they rushed to make up the wedding. Now that Lu Ming is in such a hurry to have a wedding, they subconsciously assume that it's the same as they did in the beginning. Chapter 90. A meeting of the two families. How could Lu Ming not expect that? His and Lin Wan's move to get married so hastily, in the eyes of Li Yuru and Lu Guiyuan, was because Lin Wan was pregnant, so they had to hurry up and get married. If he knew that, Lu Ming would probably cry and laugh. And Lin Wan sighed. She was also the one who talked to Lin Kongtai about this decision that she was going to have a wedding with Lu Ming. After hearing this, Lin Kongtai of course understood that his daughter was preparing for the wedding so suddenly in order to fulfill her wish. So for a while, Lin Kongtai was a mixture of sadness and joy. Joy because she will finally be able to see, with her own eyes, her own daughter in a wedding dress, marrying the person she loves. Sadness, on the other hand, is because he knows that this wedding was thrown for himself, and that he may have disrupted their previous plans for such a rushed wedding. While Lin Kongtai was lost in thought, Lin Wan seemed to see something and spoke, "Dad, let's get ready and go over to meet Lu Ming's parents." Good. Soon, Lu Ming and the three of them went out. In fact, Lu Ming's hometown is just a small rural area below Seaside City, more than an hour's drive away, and they were only going to meet Lu Ming's parents, and the wedding would definitely still be held in the city by then. Villa entrance. Lin Wan's driver was already waiting in his car. This time, Lin Wan had called her driver over, and she was in charge of driving. After all, Lu Ming would probably be quite busy as the groom for the rest of the day, so it would be perfect to let the chauffeur do the driving. With that, the three went out. That's right, just Lin Wan and Lu Ming and Lin Kongtai. Lin Ruyan was still huffing and puffing in the villa at this time, and didn't even know what had happened. I also didn't know that Lu Ming and the others had gone out, so they were just left at home once again. An hour or so later, the driver navigated over according to the address Lu Ming reported. Driving into the road in Lu Ming's old countryside, just entered the village. Their car then attracted a lot of attention. After all, this time, Lin Wan had let the driver drive her Rolls-Royce Phantom in order to give Lu Ming a poker face. Normally, you don't see such a high-class car in the village. So wherever the Rolls-Royce drives, the people of whichever place must be watching. Until the car drove up to Lu Ming's door. Neighbors nearby also spotted the fancy car, which they had never even seen on a regular basis, and talked about it. "We actually have such a high-class looking car in our village. I wonder who it's for. I recognize this car, Rolls-Royce. It actually costs tens of millions apiece. Only the rich can afford it. Why are they stopping in front of old Lu's house? Is it possible that they are here to look for old Lu? Old Lu still knows this kind of tycoon? I'll go. That's the Lu family kid, isn't it? Yes. Look at Yuru and old Lu welcoming them." Lu Ming, who got down from the car, didn't know that he had become the subject of discussion among his neighbors, because his own mom and dad had walked up. Mom and Dad. Lu Ming was the first to speak. "Sister Yuju." Lin Wan also opened her mouth to call someone, but for a moment she suddenly didn't know how to address Lu Guion, because she and Li Yuru were previously acquainted with each other. That's why there was also the matter of his matchmaking with Lu Ming. But Li Yuju, she didn't really know what to call it. It was outrageous to say that it was the first time she had met Lu Ming's father after she and Lu Ming had been licensed and registered for so long. Simply because it was really too happy and busy to be married to Lu Ming. Not only do they have a great time with Lu Ming every day, but bad and good things come to the company one after another. It was the first time for him and Lu Ming to make it home. Just call Uncle. For now. It won't be long before you can change your mouth anyway. Lu Guiyuan saw Lin Wan's dilemma and opened his mouth, only for his gaze to unconsciously see Lin Wan's stomach. All at once the smile grew even wider. It can't be helped. The old Lu family is the only one with a single sibling. That's why they were so anxious for Lu Ming to get married before. Now that Lu Ming was not only getting married, but also had a child, they were definitely happy. Probably won't be long before he has a grandchild. Lin Wan saw Lu Guiyuan suddenly smile so happily, and although she didn't know what was going on, she didn't think much of it. Obediently, he called the people as Lu Guiyuan said. Lu Ming just wanted to introduce Lin Kongtai to his own parents. But Lu Guiyuan had already spoken first. "In-laws, hello there." As he said that, his hands moved forward to shake hands with Lin Kongtai. Lin Kongtai was also full of smiles when he saw Lu Guiyuan so enthusiastic, and the two of them shook hands with both hands, both excited. "Let's all go inside." Lu Ming greeted them when he saw that their group had been at the door for so long. At this time, Lu Guiyuan also reacted. Right, don't stand at the door anymore. Go in and get in." He and Li Yuju had already prepared lunch, so the group walked into the home, straight to the table, and all at once there was a table full of food. This was the result of Lu Guiyuan and Li Yuru's busy morning. Since Lu Ming had called, they had split up into two groups, one to buy groceries and one to prepare. After buying a bunch of ingredients, the two of them were busy in the kitchen for a long time before they made so many dishes. One's daughter-in-law and in-laws are coming to the house for the first time, and one doesn't know what they like to eat. So there's always nothing wrong with making extra. and making so many dishes is a sign of their hospitality. Lin Wan and Lin Kongtai were surprised to see such a large table of dishes for a moment. The crowd then settled down. He began to discuss the matter of Lu Ming and Lin Wan's marriage while eating. Wedding time, this Lu Ming said at the beginning, just tomorrow. Because tomorrow is the last day for Rinkentek's adrenaline to take effect. So the time bit can't be changed. Could only be tomorrow even if it was rushed. After all, this wedding was supposed to be organized so that Lin Kongtai could witness his daughter's wedding with his own eyes. If it wasn't for tomorrow, after the 3-day renewal time for adrenaline and Rinkentek died, there would be no point in this wedding. Lu Guiyuan and Li Yuru didn't know the details. None of them knew why Lu Ming had to set the wedding for this date tomorrow. Other people get married, usually half a year before the start of the selection of the auspicious day, and then booking hotels, looking for planning, try wedding dresses, invite friends and relatives, one thing busy down. Even if you prepare a wedding 3 months in advance, there is not always enough time. His son is good. Today he says he wants to get married. Tomorrow he'll have a wedding. You should know that, in the countryside, the zodiacal day for marriage is very important. If the day is not chosen well, it can affect the young couple for the rest of their lives. However, as if the heavens were helping Lu Ming and Lin Wan, they looked up the yellow calendar. Tomorrow turns out to be the only good day for weddings in the last month. Chapter 91. Organizing a wedding. So the problem of the zodiac was solved. But in Li Yuru and Lu Guiyuan's opinion, time is so urgent. Many things are too late to arrange. Think this wedding can only be casually organized. Although I don't know why Lu Ming is so insistent on having the wedding tomorrow, but when it comes to the marriage thing, the main characters are still Lu Ming and the two of them. Plus, the most important issue of the zodiac was resolved. So Li Yuru and Lu Guiyuan went along with them. Well, the day is yours, both of you, as long as you don't think the wedding is too modest. But soon, Lu Guiyuan was then hit in the face. After discussing with Lu Ming last night and deciding to organize the wedding under. Early the next morning, Lin Wan had her assistant Xiao Yu use all her energy to arrange for the wedding. Xiao Yu was able to achieve the position of Lin Wan's assistant. Her ability naturally needed no introduction. Plus, money opens the way. Jade directly smashed a large sum of money and chartered the most luxurious seaside hotel. Then contact the best wedding company. Have them go to the seaside hotel to set up the wedding site with all due haste. Although only 5 or 6 hours have passed so far, but at the expense of a huge amount of human and financial resources. The wedding site at the seaside hotel, however, was pretty much set up. It just so happened that Xiao Yu had also sent some progress pictures for Lin Wan to see, so Lin Wan took her cell phone out and showed the crowd the pictures of the wedding scene at this time. This look. Li Yuru and Lu Guiyuan were directly stunned. Just see the hotel wedding site. Beautiful backdrops and catwalks have been built. The scene is all around the flowers and balloons. Looks incredibly romantic. It's an effect that doesn't look at all like the setup was done in one morning. Now this wedding seems like it could be really good. Lu Guiyuan exclaimed. Yeah, the wedding site will definitely be all set up by night, and a professional wedding company will take care of the rest. The most important thing right now, Mom and Dad, is for you to hurry up and inform our friends and family. With such an emergency, it must have been too late to prepare the formal wedding invitations to be sent out. Lin Kongtai also thought of this problem and showed a difficult expression on his face. The invitation to the wedding banquet is so sudden. Will it arrive? The crowd understood what Lin Kongtai was worried about. It was only because he was worried that it would be too sudden and that Lu Ming's side of family and friends wouldn't come over when the time came. However, after hearing Lin Kongtai's words, Lu Guiyuan, however, waved his hand and said with a smile, it's fine, although I, old Lu, am not a good mixer and haven't accomplished much. But the only thing, in terms of people, I definitely eat it up. Said at the same time, Lu Guiyuan then picked up his cell phone, called some friends and family in front of the crowd. When Lu Guiyuan told the other party that Lu Ming was going to hold a wedding tomorrow, everyone was congratulating them while saying that they would definitely come tomorrow. After a few calls in a row, Lu Guiyuan said smugly, how is it? I have said, your father's popularity this piece did not lose. This made Lu Ming also recall something from the past. When he was a child, his family's elderly family member became seriously ill and needed immediate surgery. The surgery would cost quite a bit of money. At that time, their family's condition looked not as good as it is now, and they could not get so much money. But Lu Guiyuan rushed to the hospital knowing that money was urgently needed. Immediately made a few phone calls and borrowed hundreds of thousands of dollars for the surgery all at once. This was enough to prove that in their hearts, Lu Guiyuan was a reliable and trustworthy person, and the friends that Lu Guiyuan made were also close friends who got along sincerely, not some kind of drunken brothers. Indeed, according to Lu Guiyuan's own words, he didn't mix well though, no great wealth. But his character and popularity are so well known that anyone who hears about it has to give a thumbs up. In this way, Lu Ming's side of the problem of inviting family and friends was so solved. Lin Wan's side didn't have this concern. The family had no relatives in Seaside, and only a couple of some friends they met later and some business partners, which were fewer in number and all within the city of Seaside, making it easier. And at this time, Li Yuru also suddenly got up and left the restaurant. When it came back again, there was something more in his hand. After you open it, inside was heck of a lot of gold. Gold bracelets, gold rings, gold necklaces, gold earrings, gold bangles, that's wedding hardware. Wan Air, this hardware I can finally take out today. When I found out that you and Lu Ming registered for a license, we went and picked out the hardware. It's not worth much, but it's a token of our appreciation. Seeing this, a happy smile appeared on Lin Wan's face. Sister Ru, thank you. To me, this hardware is priceless, and I'll keep them safe. Though in truth, the value of the hardware was nothing compared to Lin Wan's worth. But this hardware can't just be judged by its value. In Lin Wan's opinion, this is Lu Ming's parents' blessing on themselves. It is not something that can be measured in terms of money. Day 2. In front of the Seaside Hotel, Lu Guiyuan and Lin Kongtai were already in full formal attire greeting their friends and family. Old Lu, ha ha ha. Congratulations. Xiao Ming is getting married so soon, and you'll soon be able to hold a grandchild. Lu, congratulations. Lu Ming, this kid, this is developed, married, even packaged the entire Seaside Hotel. Good man. Old Lu, you came over with one phone call and told me that Xiao Ming is getting married tomorrow, but I hadn't heard a word about it before. Congratulations. That's a beautiful bride. But what's the story? Most of the people who came were Lu Guiyuan's friends and family. Each guest sent heartfelt wishes, while they casually asked a few questions. After all, they didn't even know Lu Ming had a girlfriend before. But they all knew that this son of the old Lu family, Lu Ming, was an excellent and handsome descendant. If the father's character is like that, the son must not be bad either. So they all want to become in-laws with Lu Guiyuan. Those who have daughters at home introduce their own daughters, and those who don't introduce their relatives' nieces and nephews. And everyone who looks at Lu Ming's photos has to be moved and feel that they can meet and look everywhere. It's a pity that it's Lu Ming, the kid, who isn't enlightened. But I didn't expect that all of a sudden, Lu Ming was going to get married. This amazes them. But surprise aside, they still sincerely congratulated Lu Ming. And for some people asking about the identity of the bride, Lu Guiyuan also did not hide, directly and generously told everyone that the bride is the president of the Doublewood Group. And the crowd learned the identity of the bride drew even more enthusiastic discussion and congratulations. This Lu Ming kid can do it. Old Lu, you'll be able to enjoy your happiness from now on. Lu Ming actually married a big rich woman as his wife, if you don't mind. I'll let my son learn 2 moves from Lu Ming. Haha. Chapter 92. Lin Kongtai quietly leaves. One by one, the guests entered the wedding site at the Seaside Hotel. When they step into the place, almost everyone marvels at the setup. The color palette used at the wedding venue was classic beige with the occasional touch of sky blue. Everywhere you look, flowers are releasing their aroma with impunity, and lovely dewdrops can be seen on top of the flowers. The whole wedding scene is decorated in a way that reveals a high-class romance. The crowd took their seats. Soon, the auspicious time has come. The wedding has officially begun. Today is Mr. Lu and Miss Lin's big day. The host was advancing the process on stage, while Lu Ming stood quietly on the side. His eyes kept unconsciously glancing in the direction of the entrance. It was quite a sight to behold. After a while, finally, the host said what Lu Ming had been waiting for in his heart. Please welcome the bride. As the host opened his mouth, the live music started. Lu Ming's gaze was even more deadly as he stared at the entrance, in the direction of the end of the catwalk. See only. Lin Wan and Lin Kongtai's figures slowly appeared. Lin Wan was wearing a chiffon gauze wedding dress, with a layer of light gauze softly covering the skirt with a layer of mist. The lace along the sleeves of the dress and the single white rose embellished with a spiral screw from the shoulder down made her appear as a mortal angel. Lin Wan walked up the catwalk step by step with her own father, Lin Kongtai, on her arm. In the middle of the runway, Lin Wan and Lu Ming's eyes met, in which their eyes flowed and their feelings were deeply contained. When the two stood together, the eyes of all the guests were all gathered on the two newcomers. No one marvels at a golden child. Lin Kangtai, on the other hand, was red-eyed at this point. He actually did witness his daughter's wedding and got to hand her over to the man she loved, so that this man would continue to love and protect her in the future. Now he really had no regrets about dying. Next, under the auspices of the host, the exchange of rings, the handing over of cups of wine and so on passed one by one. Lu Ming and Lin Wan formalized the ceremony. Lin Kangtai could no longer hold back his tears of joy. Lu Guiyuan, who was on the side, hurriedly pulled him over when he saw this scene and said, "In-laws, today is our family's big day. Why are you still crying? You should be laughing. Go drink." With that, he pulled Lin Kangtai and led the couple to raise their glasses one by one with the friends and family present to celebrate. The wedding lasted all of 3 or 4 hours, until the evening when the couple, Lu Ming and Lin Wan, got into the wedding car to go home. It was already after 11 o'clock at night. Arrived at Lu Ming's house. At this time, the Lu family had changed greatly. After decorating, everywhere was a festive red color, especially Lu Ming's room, but also almost everything that could be changed to red was changed to red. The fervor receded and only Lu Ming and Lin Wan remained in the wedding room. The two sat on the bed. For eyes look at each other and fall backwards in unison. Early the next morning, Lu Ming and Lin Wan came to the living room. Li Yuru and Lu Guiyuan had already prepared tea and were waiting in the living room. According to custom, on this morning the couple was to serve tea to their in-laws. It was just that when Lin Wan arrived at the living room, she didn't see her father, Lin Kangtai. Although this link does not require Lin Kangtai's participation, he should not even look at it. Lin Wan's heart thumped, feeling a little bad. Li Yuru looked at Lin Wan frowning tightly and hurriedly said with concern, "Waner, what's wrong? Not feeling well. Sister Ru, where's my father?" Li Yuru didn't think much about it and said truthfully, "Maybe I was too tired yesterday, so I couldn't get up in the morning. I called in his room for a while this morning and he didn't respond. Probably too much sleep to hear it." Hear that? Lin Wan's heart tightened even more fiercely. "Sister Ru, excuse me. I'll go over and take a look." After saying that, Lin Wan hurriedly ran towards Lin Kangtai's room. Lu Ming followed suit. Li Yuru and Lu Guiyuan were even more confused, completely outside the situation, not knowing what was happening. Had to follow suit too. And after Lin Wan came to Lin Kangtai's room, she also called out for a long time, but there was no response from inside. Had to get ready to go right in. The doorknob turned. The door opened, but the room was empty as far as the eye could see. There was no Lin Kangtai at all. Li Yuru and Lu Guiyuan, who arrived later, were even more at a loss. No wonder she hadn't responded to her morning shouts. Turns out the in-laws were long gone from the room. But it's early in the morning, and the in-laws don't know the area well, so where can they go? And by now Lin Wan had already figured it all out. Cried outright uncontrollably. Lu Ming's adrenaline renewal only lasted for a mere 3 days, and today was already the 4th day. Lin Kangtai will most likely die sometime today, after his life has been renewed by adrenaline. Apparently Lin Kangtai had thought of that as well. So he left Lu Ming's house early and didn't know where he ran off to. After crying for a while, Lin Wan wiped the tears from her face and forced herself to calm down. She decided to go out and find her father. Even if he's dead, bring him back. On the other hand, Li Yuru and Lu Guiyuan on the side had absolutely no idea what was going on. To this point, Lu Ming also had no choice but to give the two of them the whole story. That's when they realized. Why did Lin Wan and Lu Ming get married so suddenly? It turned out to be to fulfill Lin Kangtai's last wish. And Li Yuru and Lu Guo were also incredibly shocked. It is surprising that Lin Kangtai, who raised a glass with them yesterday, has been suffering from cancer for more than 2 whole decades. Then you guys go find it. The group also rushed out of the house. Searched the village, asking questions of everyone. Looked for a whole hour. Good on. Finally, a villager was asked. He was on his way off the night shift when he saw Lin Kangtai's figure. Based on his description, the crowd finally found Lin Kangtai by the lake at the edge of the village. At this moment, Lin Kangtai was lying quietly in the grass by the lake. Eyes closed, not moving a muscle. See this scene. Lin Wan instantly blanched and her heart lit up. Walking forward with weak feet, he knelt in front of Lin Kangtai, holding the corpse of Lin Kangtai. But the next, Lin Kangtai's body, however, suddenly moved, then even more eyes opened. This directly caused Lu Ming to freeze. Even Lin Wan noticed Lin Kongtai's body twitch a few times. Hastily raising his body, he looked at Lin Kongtai and met his 4 eyes. Immediately after,
Dead.
Lin Wan, all in a state of shock, once again jumped on Lin Kongtai and cried out. Lu Ming walked up. Putting his hand on Lin Kongtai's pulse, he detected a hint of something wrong. But the reasoning goes. At this point, the effects of Lin Kongtai's adrenaline have passed. He should have passed away. But the Lin Kongtai in front of him was actually still alive? Chapter 93. The Unbelievable. It left Lu Ming really a bit puzzled. Could it be that the adrenaline is still having an effect? But that's not possible. The system description says it all. The effect of the adrenaline is 3 days. Not a second more. So at this time, the adrenaline had been ineffective for a long time, so naturally, it couldn't be due to the effect of the adrenaline that Lin Kongtai was still alive. Or has something indescribable changed in Rinkente? Person can still move after death? Isn't that the legendary zombie or the zombie in Western movies and TV shows? Think about it. Lu Ming was still taken aback. But turn your head. Lin Kongtai's current state looks very normal. No difference from usual. If it's a zombie walker, that kind shouldn't be self-aware. Lu Ming, who couldn't figure it out for a moment, had to open his mouth and ask, "Dad, do you feel any difference in your body?" Lin Kongtai was also confused and returned truthfully. "I left at night and sat down in this place. I don't know when I felt so dizzy. I lost consciousness. And at the last second I thought I was gonna die. But now, after being woken up by you guys, I feel like I'm in pretty good shape again. I don't know why." Lu Ming couldn't hear anything through Lin Kongtai's description either. He had to rush to take Lin Kongtai up to a nearby hospital for a checkup. But get the test results. Lu Ming and his group looked directly dumbfounded. In the examination report, Lin Kongtai's physical functions are intact, comparable to a young man in his 20s or 30s. Not a single cancerous cell was seen at all in the press. 3 days ago, Lin Kongtai was a terminal cancer patient. More than 2 decades of experience with cancer had long ago spread the cancer to all parts of his body. But now it's bizarrely all gone. Lin once still wasn't quite sure and suggested another hospital for a checkup. But after changing hospitals, the final test results were the same. Lu Ming had to guess that it might have been the cancer cells in Lin Kongtai's body and the adrenaline that carried out a miraculous reaction, causing this incredible consequence. So Lin Kongtai is now healthy again? After Lu Ming voiced out this speculation, Lin Wan and Lu Ming's father, the 3 of them, were stunned and filled with incredulity. Even ordinary people until cancer cannot be cured, let alone terminal cancer. But with the results of 2 different hospital tests right in front of us, the truth is likely to be what Lu Ming said it was. They then smiled with delight even after their shock. Don't know what's going on though, but it would certainly be a good thing for Lin Kongtai to regain his health. "Dad, that's great. You survived." Lin Wan, in particular, was so happy that she dropped teardrops. But this time it was tears of joy. After a long time, the crowd finally recovered their mood. "Dad, even though I took out the adrenaline, I'm honestly not sure what's going on with the changes that are happening to you. But this is something we can all have to bury in our hearts and not tell anyone," Lu Ming commanded with a straight face. The return to health of a person with terminal cancer is beyond appalling. Originally, the adrenaline's ability to renew life for 3 days was enough to drive many people crazy. But now it's surprisingly restorative. Although Lu Ming didn't know what was going on, there might be some coincidental factors present in it. But certain people, certain organizations don't care about that. If these people hear some whispers, they will absolutely do whatever it takes, even if there is the slightest possibility that they will take a gamble. Some powerful people whose lives are coming to an end can give anything and do anything to renew their lives. Whether it's the ancients or the moderns, people have always stayed greedy for life. After hearing Lu Ming's words, the crowd was also well aware of the risks involved. All of them nodded silently, keeping Lu Ming's instructions in mind. Only after the instructions were given did Lu Ming start the car. Take the crowd and get ready to go back to Unri's former home. Lu Ming's parents hadn't seen the place where he and Lin Wan lived, and this time they happened to go back together to see it. On the way back, Lu Ming drove the car with 2 minds. Edge checked up on recent system messages. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a wedding. Assets gained from soft food plus $150. 000.000.00. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The assets gained from the soft food exceeded $650 million. Rewarded with a future drug adrenaline. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Soft food income assets exceeded 700 million. Reward Maria Private Hospital 32% shares. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up to LV7. Daily cash increase to 70%. And future drug adrenaline formula. Please continue the host's efforts. After seeing the system message, Lu Ming was stunned for a moment. I didn't realize that this wedding actually cost a whole $1.5 billion. This wedding was all arranged by Lin Wan and her assistant Xiao Yu. Lu Ming did not interfere. Packing the hotel, setting up the venue, fireworks, celebrity performances, etc. All of these add up to quite a bit of money. But Lu Ming was only slightly surprised. With his and Lin Wan's worth, spending $100 or $200 million was nothing. In order to get the wedding done, even if it's $1 billion, they don't feel bad. But this little bit of $500 million spent on the wedding was also a surge in Lu Ming's soft-earned assets. One receives 3 rewards from the system. The first is one of the future drugs, epinephrine, that Rinkante has used. In terms of Lin Kongtai's experience this time, it was also easy to see that this adrenaline effect was counterintuitive. Maybe when it was used in the future, it would also be able to work as magically as Lin Kongtai. And the second reward is a 32% stake in Maria Private Hospital. This hospital Lu Ming is aware of. The top private hospital in the country. It is said that what cannot be cured at Maria's private hospital, no other hospital in the country dares to say they can. That's why Maria Private Hospital is the first choice for all the powerful to see and treat. But hospitals also have limited medical resources, and it all depends on each person's connections and access. Lu Ming has now become a shareholder of Maria Private Hospital. In the future, there will surely be powerful people begging for a bed in Maria's private hospital. If the first 2 rewards were making Lu Ming feel good, then the last reward was really making Lu Ming's eyes light up. The last reward turned out to be a recipe for adrenaline. Although the system has said that adrenaline is not something that can be produced and researched by current social technology. But now the system gives the recipe for adrenaline. Then Lu Ming could imagine that the system might give production technology in this area next time as well. If there is really such a day, then Lu Ming can mass-produce adrenaline. Chapter 94. You guys got married and forgot about me. Soon. The group then arrived at the place where Lu Ming and Lin Wan lived, the hometown cloud residence. When Lu Ming had just entered the villa with the crowd, couldn't help but stop and freeze. Lin Wan from the back walked up and froze when she saw the scene in front of her. Just because. Lin Ruyan in the living room was looking at them with an aggrieved face. That's when the two came to their senses. Turns out they forgot about their daughter, Lin Ruyan. Lin Ruyan once again experienced the feeling of being left alone at home. But they didn't do it on purpose. It's really because they've had so many mood swings in the last 2 days and things have been so rushed. First learning of Lin Kongtai's illness and then being renewed by Lu Ming, Lin Wan's emotions had been high and low that day. Plus, the decision to have a wedding was hastily made during the night and they went out early in the morning to implement it. Lin Ruyan was still huffing and puffing during this period, and she hadn't been seen. That's why Lu Ming and Lin Wan were both so busy until the wedding was done that they didn't even think of Lin Ruyan. You guys left me alone again. Where the hell have you been? Seeing that no one had spoken, Lin Ruyan took the initiative to ask. The voice was full of complaints and grudges. She came all the way back from school, only to have a triple disappearance this time. Is that okay? Facing Lin Ruyan's questioning, Lu Ming and Lin Wan looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing how to open their mouths to explain to Lin Ruyan for a moment. In the end, it was Lu Ming who stammered. We went back to my house. Having met my parents, you know what your grandfather's greatest wish was? So we had a wedding, by the way. Lin Ruyan is really listening to the more shocked. Mouth cannot help but open wide. What is this world coming to? Himself, being so tired, slept until the afternoon, and as a result the whole house was empty. After the experience of being left behind last time, Lin Ruyan was quite used to it this time. So to her, Lu Ming and Lin Wan had almost just been out for a day and a night. But in 1 day and 1 night, they've actually done a wedding? Haven't called on myself to participate in. Lin Ruyan was really skeptical this time. Took a moment before he spoke. Mom! Are you my real mom or not? I can't believe my own mom got married and forgot to call her daughter. I didn't remember I had such a daughter until the wedding was done and I saw myself when I got home. Only then did he tell himself about it. Just something a real mom could do. And Lin Wan was surprised when she heard Lin Ruyan's words. Walking forward, he touched Lin Ruyan's forehead and then compared it to his own. No fever on this child, what nonsense to say. You're the one mom adopted. Huh? Didn't you know that? At the time Lin Wan adopted Lin Ruyan was already old enough to remember long ago. After all, Lin Wan, as a young woman at that time, had no experience in marriage or childcare, plus she was busy with company affairs. It's impossible to bring a baby that has to be in her care all the time. Plus, as a child, Lin Ruyan did match her eyes. So she adopted Ruyan Lin. And they've never been shy about what's adopted or not adopted, biological or not. So Lin Ruyan knew very well that Lin Wan wasn't her real mom. Now I can't believe I'm asking this kind of thing. It made Lin Wan have to wonder if this child was sick with a fever and confused. Lin Wan's words came out. Lin Ruyan then woke up. Yeah, he already knew that he wasn't Lin Wan's biological son. How could you ask such a thing? It was because Lin Wan was too good to her, so good that Lin Ruyan had long since subconsciously treated Lin Wan as her own mother. But whatever. It's still your own mom. How can you have a wedding and not call yourself? Lin Ruyan felt really hurt. In the end, it was Lin Wan who comforted Lin Ruyan for a long time before she slowed down. However, after Lin Ruyan heard Lin Wan's words, she actually understood why they had left herself behind. Things were indeed rushed. After all, it was still more important to fulfill Grandpa's last wish. But speaking of Grandpa, Lin Ruyan's eyes moved to Lin Kongtai. Looking at him at this time, he talked and laughed and was in high spirits and was a little unclear. She clearly remembers. Lu Ming said that adrenaline can only renew your life for 3 days. Once the 3 days are over and the medicine has lost its effect, Lin Kongtai will die. But now, what is it that you see for yourself? Lin Wan at the side could see Lin Ruyan's doubts. So he told her about Lu Ming's previous speculation, while urging her not to let others know about this matter. And after hearing Lin Wan's words, Lin Ruyan was dumbfounded on the spot. Grandpa he regained his health? Resurrected? No wonder Lin Ruyan was so shocked. After all, cancer is recognized as an incurable disease, not to mention that Lin Kongtai is still in the terminal stage of cancer. When the doctor gave the death notice, Lin Ruyan was there to hear it. But now Lin Wan actually told her that Lin Kongtai had regained his health? Won't die? Shocked at the same time, Lin Ruyan's eyes couldn't help but look at Lu Ming as well. The man who single-handedly let things go so far off the rails. The longer she was around him, the more she could feel the excellence of the man. If not the fact that she had fallen in love with an Ai Xiao long ago, maybe she would fall for this man too. No wonder his own mom would try to take him down. That said, it's still my own mom's vision. After explaining it to Lin Ruyan, Lu Ming also introduced his parents to her. After all, she was the only one here who was meeting her parents for the first time. In front of Li Yuru and Lu Guiyuan, Lin Ruyan still behaved very well. The two of them had also heard Lu Ming say that Lin Wan had an adopted daughter a long time ago, but it was also the first time they had seen it. Now that Lin Kongtai had regained his health, all the clouds in everyone's mind had lifted and they were all in a good mood. After showing the parents around the back of the villa, the group also chatted in the courtyard. The atmosphere is still warm. That night, Li Yuru and Lu Guiyuan stayed here. Early the next morning, Lu Ming woke up from his bed. The system's voice rang out in the back of his head. Ding! Daily asset increase reward has arrived. SMS. Your account 7688 transferred $541,860,524 on September 14th at 8:53 p.m. Account balance $38,650,263,224. Now Lu Ming's assets have exceeded $7.5 billion. According to the 70% cash increase reward, Lu Ming could directly whore out more than $500 million in cash. Today, her account balance is up to $3,800,000,000 in cash. With such a huge cash flow, even those who are worth tens of billions of dollars don't necessarily have as much cash in their hands as he does. You know, they're worth tens of billions of dollars, but that's counting fixed assets. Real cash on hand is probably less than $1 billion. One can imagine what the concept of this 3.8 billion in Lu Ming's hand is. Chapter 95, The Auction. In the meantime, Lu Ming's cell phone also rang. It's the little secretary Zixin Su, calling. When Su Zixin called herself, it was nothing more than about the fantasy star Ocean Stone. Lu Ming picked up the phone. Su Zixin's excited voice immediately came from the phone. Hey, Chairman. Hearing Su Zixin's voice, Lu Ming also spoke. You're so excited. Looks like you have some good news for me, right? The chairman is really great. Guessed it in a flash. Su Zixin, this little girl, even went along with patting the horse's ass. However, after being told this by Su Zixin, Lu Ming was in a good mood. Okay. Stop kissing ass and talk. Receiving Lu Ming's instructions, Su Zixin immediately reported. It's like this, Chairman. In the past 2 days, I've received some more calls from powerful and interested buyers. After communication, the following candidates were finally shortlisted as having the highest price and the strongest desire to purchase the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone. The first one is still a well-known domestic jewelry company from last time, and they have raised the price again by another $1.2 billion, offering to buy your Fantasy Star Ocean Stone for $5.25 billion. The second one was the richest man, Mr. Wang Weiman, who was also interested in the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone, and without even much communication, he took the initiative to offer a price of $7.2 billion. The third was Mr. William, an internationally renowned jewelry designer of Chinese descent, whose price was comparatively low at only $5 billion, but he also promised that if the chairman was willing to offer the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone to him, he was willing to help the chairman design 5 different jewelry pieces using the Dream Star Sea Stone as the raw material. I've checked Mr. Williams' profile, and all the jewelry he's ever designed has commanded high prices, with the highest, a star sea brooch, having sold for $1.52 billion. When he heard this, Lu Ming nodded. He was very satisfied with Su Zixin's ability to do the job. Originally, he was like publicizing the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone so that more people would bid to sell it at a higher price. As a result, after handing the matter over to Su Zixin, he didn't even have to make a move himself, and Su Zixin was able to get them to raise their prices like crazy just by communicating with them on the phone. The original Fantasy Star Sea Stone that was only sold for $4.68 billion in the future information table now had a price tag of $7 billion, raising the price by a full $2.22 billion. Originally, Lu Ming was satisfied with the price of $7 billion and just wanted to open his mouth. But he heard Su Zixin continue. By the way, Chairman, there's actually an auction staff that contacted us, wanting our Fantasy Star Sea Stone to be on their auction for a handling fee of 2%. After hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Auction. Yeah, why didn't I think of that myself before? Wanting to make the Fantasy Star Sea Stone sell for a top price. An auction was not the best choice. You don't have to go to someone else's auction and be charged a handling fee. You can just open one yourself. Why bother to communicate one by one on the phone? It's so inefficient. Invite all interested buyers to the auction, and those who are interested will naturally compete. He himself was also considered to have experienced an auction, and with a professional auctioneer, coupled with the fiercely competitive atmosphere at the scene, the Dream Star Sea Stone might be able to sell for a higher price. If someone on the scene just got up and started a fire, the Fantasy Star Sea Stone could even sell for a shocking price. Thus, Lu Ming also stated his price for opening the auction and let Su Zixin run the show. However, Su Zixin stammered after hearing this, as if she had some doubts. It was only after Lu Ming asked after him that Su Zixin opened her mouth. Chairman, although it's easy for us to want to open an auction, it would also work for you to want to sell the Fantasy Star Sea Stone at a higher price through the auction. But will this piss off those previous buyers? You should know that so many people have contacted us these days, showing enough sincerity to want to acquire your Fantasy Star Sea Stone, and all of these people are either rich or noble. It would have been fine if you had chosen one of them to sell, but now that you've suddenly changed your mind and switched to an auction, you might have upset some people. By Su Zixin's words, Lu Ming understood her worries. Indeed, these buyers had spent a lot of time and energy communicating on offers these days, if they themselves sold the Fantasy Star Sea Stone to the highest bidder. There's no excuse for that, and they have nothing to say. They were the ones who didn't bid as well as they should have. But now he's actually rejecting everyone in favor of an auction. It's more or less playing them for fools, is likely to upset some people. However, Lu Ming didn't change his mind after thinking it over and instead smiled. Hearing Lu Ming's laughter, Su Zixin was uncertain and worried. Boss, are you really going to auction it? It'll be troublesome if you mess with those people. However, Lu Ming responded in a very domineering manner. Xiaoxin, you don't have to worry about these. I, Lu Ming, can do whatever I want. I don't need to look at other people's faces to do things. The words came out.
Su Zixin phô rời.
What Lu Ming said kept echoing in her mind for a long time. This was conquered by Lu Ming's domineering and naturally Lu Ming had his backbone when he dared to say this. Today he holds 100% of the Red Rock Group, as well as 35% of the Byte Group and 32% of the Maria Private Hospital. With a value of trillions of dollars already, he is already a top-tier presence in the business world. He's really entitled to do things without looking at anyone else's face. And that's even though he just got the system not long after he got where he is now. What if it had been a while longer? How far would he go? Even Lu Ming himself can't imagine. But the only thing that was certain was that in the future, he, Lu Ming, would stand above the top of the world. And although Suzy Sheen didn't know much about Lu Ming's other identities, it was only known that Lu Ming now owned 100% of the Red Rock Group, but that was no longer an ordinary person. So the heart doesn't stop worrying and said at once, "Okay, Chairman. Then I'll go arrange for the auction right away." Lu Ming hung up the phone after explaining a few more sentences to Suzy Sheen. Although the matter of the Fantasy Star Sea Stone would have to drag on for a few more days, if it went well, it would definitely fetch an unexpected price. Just when Lu Ming was in a good mood, the door to the room was suddenly opened. Revealing Lin Wan's figure, she leaned against the door and said softly, "Honey, it's time to eat oh." Lu Ming hurriedly got up and washed up and came to the restaurant. Only then did he see that his mom and dad and Lin Kongtai Lin Ruyan were already sitting on chairs waiting for him. The table was also set with a hearty breakfast. Millet porridge, bun points, fritters, sandwiches, fruit salad, etc., a combination of Chinese and Western. Everyone can find something they like to eat. Chapter 96. Parents moving out. Only after Lu Ming was seated did the crowd move their chopsticks. With Lin Wan's current craftsmanship, she naturally conquered the crowd's taste buds immediately. After eating breakfast, they complimented Lin Wan's cooking skills. Especially Li Yuru, who had never been good at cooking, kept marveling. "Wan Er, I didn't realize you had such good cooking skills. This is definitely the best breakfast I've ever had. You're successful in your career, not to mention you're so pretty and you're such a good cook." Lu Ming, this brat. I don't know what he did in his past life to be able to marry such an excellent wife as you. Lu Guiyuan, who was on the side, also nodded his head silently, obviously agreeing with Li Yuru's words. He's been married for so many years, and he's always done all the cooking at home, so Li Yuru can only play on the sidelines. It's really because Li Yuru doesn't have a talent for cooking, so it's hard to make meals that are hard to eat. And his son, Lu Ming. I can't believe I married a wife who can cook so well. He himself had been disguised as a cook for 30 years, but he didn't even dare to say that he could cook better than Lin Wan. Maybe this is a little more normal when it comes to other people. But this daughter-in-law of his is a big president. Shouldn't you be busy day in and day out during the week? How would you have time to study cooking? Lin Kongtai heard Li Yuru praising his daughter. There was also a pleased smile while eating the breakfast made by Lin Wan. He vaguely remembered that the last time he ate his daughter's handmade breakfast was more than 10 years ago. Now he can actually eat it again, and it's still so delicious. He was also surprised. My daughter's cooking has indeed improved so much. And Lin Wan couldn't help but be embarrassed after receiving the compliments from the crowd. No la. It's not as good as Lu Ming's cooking. He makes it even better. Listen to this. Li Yuru and Lu Guiyuan were the first to disbelieve. Especially Li Yuru, who immediately said, "Wan Er, you don't need to speak for Lu Ming. It's not like we've never seen Lu Ming cook. The way it was, none of us dared to put our mouths on it." In front of his mom is smearing himself, Lu Ming immediately retorted, "Mom, don't you dare laugh at the 50th step. Your cooking is no better." And recognizing 3 days when scratching the surface. "I probably did do a little bit worse before, but not anymore. My cooking I can now say with confidence. World-class level. Just you? The world's top level? You're talking about the top level." Li Yuru didn't believe Lu Ming's words. She always thought that Lu Ming had inherited her talent in cooking. It doesn't matter how much the old Lu teaches and does what the old Lu does, but it still turns over just the same. But that's when Lin Wan stepped forward to relieve herself. "Sister Ru, I can testify. Now Lu Ming cooks really well. My cooking skills are still taught by her. It's not even half as good as his." Li Yuru did not believe in Lu Ming's words. But now that Lin Wan had said so, Li Yuru was a bit hesitant. Could it be that his son's cooking skills have really taken a big step up? "Wan Er, do you mean what you say?" Lin Wan nodded very seriously. "Yeah. Besides, I think being able to marry Lu Ming is the greatest happiness of my life." Listening to Lin Wan's words, Lu Guiyuan on the side couldn't help but begin to admire his own son, Lu Ming, in his heart. He became a rake after he married Li Yuru. Being pinned down by her, Li Yuru makes the decisions on big and small things. Although the days are very happy, but he also envied his son from the bottom of his heart, this kind of head of the family status. Umbra, what's wrong with you? Lin Kongtai realized that while everyone was chatting over breakfast, Lin Ruyan was the only one who was silent, so he opened his mouth and asked. The crowd also looked at Lin Ruyan along with Lin Kongtai's voice. She was seen to be silent and sullen. When Lin Ruyan saw the gazes of the crowd flocking to her, she had no choice but to open her mouth and explain. It's time for me to go back to school. She had already returned to school at the end of her vacation, but because of Lin Kongtai's matter, she had taken a leave of absence to rush back. Now that Lin Kongtai's matter was over, she naturally had to go back to school. Immediately afterward, when the crowd didn't speak, he added, when I get back, you're not allowed to wrong my mom, or I'll come back to get you. Lin Ruyan had to admit in her heart that she had accepted Lu Ming. One is that her own mom is all about Lu Ming, and she can't break them up in any way. The other was that Lu Ming's recent performance was just too much out of her expectation. She couldn't seem to find any reason to keep him away from her mom either, so just have to accept that reality. But one size does not fit all. She can still not want to recognize Lu Ming as her father. Hearing Lin Ruyan's words, Lu Ming couldn't help but smile. Oh, you're accepting the fact that I'm with your mom. Hubby, didn't Ian accept us being together a long time ago? She even called you daddy. Lin Wan questioned. Lin Wan never knew from the beginning that when Lin Ruyan accepted Lu Ming and called him father, that was because Lu Ming had a pinch on her in his hand. She was forced to give in for the time being. But listening to Lin Ruyan's words before she left, Lu Ming clearly heard that she was truly accepting the fact that he and Lin Wan were together, not the kind he forced on her with his handle. After being broken up by Lu Ming, Lin Ruyan couldn't hold her face. Eat your fill and get right off the table. But everyone had pretty much eaten their fill. After putting the dishes away, the people came to the living room to have tea and rest. Lin Wan suddenly suggested, honey, how about we buy mom and dad a house and have them move to the city? For Lin Wan's proposal, Lu Ming has long thought, after all, now he is not bad money. The parents to pick up together to share the joy of heaven is also quite good. But it was said, I'd like to bring them to the city, but why buy another house? Wouldn't it be better to live with us? This villa is so big. Listening to Lu Ming's words, Lin Wan seemed to want to say something, but held back. Seeing this, Li Yuru, who was on the side, immediately said, who wants to live with you guys? Wan Er wanted to give me a house to live in, so of course I want to live on my own. Wife, I see that my son's villa is quite big, and it's enough for us to live together, so why spend this wasted money to buy another house? Lu Guiyuan said doubtfully. The words came out. Li Yuru immediately glared fiercely at Lu Guiyuan and said in his ear without any good sense, Lu Guiyuan, are you not stupid? Do you still want to have grandchildren? Lu Guiyuan froze in place as realization dawned on him. Yeah. This villa may be big, but it's a two-person world for my son and daughter-in-law. If they lived in the house, how would the son and daughter-in-law be able to do some of the things they do? It's always a little inconvenient. Chapter 97. Get some rest. After thinking about it, Lu Guiyuan also immediately overturned his previous words. Good. Then listen to Shaowan. Buy another suite and Yuru and I will move to the city. Lu Ming was still wondering how his dad had suddenly changed his mouth and was just about to say something. But Lin Wan had already spoken first. I remember there are other villas in Yunli's former residence. We'll just buy another one. It makes it easier to live close and for mom and dad to stop by. Yes, yes, yes. Li Yuru immediately responded. The two of them, Lin Wan and Li Yuru, had settled on it in a few words. Lu Ming thought, since it was also a villa in Yunli's former residence, it would be good. It wasn't living together, but it was a big difference, and they weren't short of this few bucks for the villa anyway. So the crowd headed out the door and headed for the sales department of Yunli's former home. After they came to the sales department, He Dongxing immediately saw the two of them, Lu Ming and Lin Wan, and immediately greeted them. Bishop asked respectfully, Chief Lin, Mr. Lu, what brings you here? He Dongxing's tone carried a hint of panic, fearing that he had made some loopholes in his work and people had come to reprimand him. After all, these two, he really couldn't afford to mess with them. But he had heard about it. The company's mongrel king, Wang Yaolin, couldn't get any favors under Lu Ming. Going to someone's trouble doesn't work, and you get taught a lesson instead. It is said that in the end, It was their big boss, Chairman Wang, who personally came to the door to apologize before obtaining forgiveness. And Lu Ming heard the panic in He Dongxing's tone and asked in surprise, "Manager He, why do you seem to be afraid of us?" He Dongxing immediately smiled awkwardly and forced his mind to calm down. "Mr. Lu is joking. You are our customer. How could I be afraid?" Lu Ming looked at He Dongxing's strange face and didn't bother to pay attention to him, saying directly, "Well then, I'll keep it short. I've heard that we still have unsold villas here. So show me around. I'm ready to buy another one." Hearing this, He Dongxing's eyes lit up. This is a delivery of performance. Usually this kind of sky-high villas in a year and a half cannot sell a few sets but also have to go through the trouble. Now that Lu Ming is reporting his needs directly to the door, the likelihood of a purchase is high. So He Dongxing immediately led the crowd forward to visit the villa. Because each villa covered a large area, there were only 12 villas even in the entire Yunli residence. The 2 villas that are not for sale have been viewed by a line of people. In the end, Li Yuru and Lu Guiyuan still chose a villa closest to Lu Ming Lin Wan. After booking the villa, Lin Wan went out and swiped her card for the purchase. In the future, Li Yuju, Lu Guiyuan and Lin Kongtai will all be able to live here. None of them were willing to disturb Lu Ming and Lin Wan's 2-person world. The villa is taken care of on weekdays and is so well furnished with appliances and furniture that you can practically move in with a handbag. So Lu Ming and the others simply took their parents back home that day as well. After packing up my stuff and going to the mall to replenish some supplies, I was ready to stay. After things get busy, Mom and Dad, you can stay here tonight, and remember to visit us more often, Lu Ming said before leaving. However, Li Yuru completely ignored Lu Ming's warmth and urged him instead. Got it. You guys get back in there." When he finally closed the door, he added, "I'll prepare some for you to make up later." Then without waiting for Lu Ming to speak, he simply closed the door. Lu Ming was confused and looked at Lin Wan by his side and asked, "What is my mom talking about? What's making up?" Lin Wan snickered. "Nothing ah." Lu Ming scratched his head in wonder and went back home with Lin Wan without much thought. And go home. Lu Ming wanted to say that he was preparing dinner, but Lin Wan took him directly to his room. Push him on the bed. Lu Ming was dumbfounded, forced to respond. Until after 7 o'clock in the evening, Lin Wan suddenly picked up a pot of wolfberry ginseng chicken soup from downstairs and came into the room. "What's with the soup?" Lu Ming asked curiously. After going home, Lin Wan had been with him in his room on the bed. It's only logical to have no time at all for stew. Lin Wan shung a bowl to the bed to Lu Ming's side said, "It's what Mom just sent." Lu Ming looked at the bowl of goji berries floating on the surface. In this moment, finally remembered what my own mom said before I left. His own mom is really worried about Lu Ming had to eat up. Lin Wan on the side was also serving continuously, refilling Lu Ming's order. Until Lu Ming finished eating, he didn't even need to get out of bed. He just ate his fill in bed. Yeah. Lu Ming burped, a large pot of soup. Lin Wan only ate a little, the rest was almost all done by him alone. "Honey, are you full?" Lin Wan, who had put the dishes away, walked back to her room, closing the door behind her in the process. Lu Ming suddenly didn't feel quite right and backed up a couple of positions on the bed. "Why are you closing the door when you're full?" Only Lin Wan smiled with a flourish. "Closing the door, of course, it's time to go to bed. The soup can't be for nothing, can it? Mom is very anxious to have a grandchild." Lu Ming came to a sudden realization. It turns out that this is the reason why your own parents don't want to live with you. But he had also known for a long time that his parents had been anxious to have grandchildren for a long time. That's why you're kicking your young self out on a blind date. It's not just that he wants him to hurry up and straighten out a little tiny Lu. Thinking of this, Lu Ming stopped retreating. Aggressive response. It was a stormy night. Until the next morning, Lu Ming still woke up and felt the vigor in his body. One couldn't help but marvel at the power of the system's gene potion. It made him want the system to reward him with another gene potion. You can't have too much of this good stuff for anyone. In the meantime, ding! Daily asset increase reward has arrived. SMS. Your account 7688 transferred $541,860,524 on September 15th at 8:53 p.m. Account balance $44,230,537,452. More than $500 million in cash from today's cash increase bonus has arrived again. After taking a look, Lu Ming didn't care too much about getting up and washing up directly. A good day starts with the arrival of system incentive funds. Wash out. Then he saw Lin Wan busy in the kitchen, preparing breakfast. Honey, you're awake. Breakfast is ready. Come and eat. Lu Ming swept a glance. It was some more medicinal meals to replenish qi, blood, strength, and energy. After sitting down, Lin Wan also continued. Hubby, I have to go to the company today to give that mask formula you gave me earlier to the RD department. You, on the other hand, just stay home during the day and get some rest until I get back, yo. Lu Ming nodded. At home is also quite good, only he always felt that Lin Wan has something in her words. Just stay home during the day and get some rest? What about at night when she comes back too? Chapter 98. A New Car. After eating and drinking, Lin Wan kissed Lu Ming and went out. This left Lu Ming alone in the house. Looking at the empty villa, he had planned to go up to the game room and play some games to pass the time. And then the cell phone rang. At a glance, it was the call of his own little secretary, Su Zixin. Lu Ming was still a bit surprised. Could it be that the auction is ready? That's a bit of efficiency. You only explained her yesterday. This counts for just one day, and that's not enough time to prepare for an auction. First of all, the auction couldn't have just one lot of Fantasy Star Sea Stones, right? Which would require collecting other auction items first. Secondly, there is the aspect of publicity. After intending to put the Fantasy Star Sea Stone up for auction, Lu Ming also learned about some of the processes after the auction. A typical auction will be publicized a month or even 2 or 3 months in advance, with good brochures delivered to customers. Attract more wealthy people to the auction. It is also a way for the rich and famous to schedule time to attend. If it was an auction that opened suddenly, with neither other lots nor publicity, or even because it was too sudden for people to attend, then how could it sell the lots at a good price? Originally, Lu Ming was ready to spend a month or even more time to let the small assistant Su Zixin to slowly deal with this matter. But this call from the little secretary kind of caught him off guard. Is something wrong? With a doubtful mind, Lu Ming picked up the phone. Only Su Zixin's voice could be heard coming from the other end of the phone. Chairman, the auction is all ready. After hearing Su Zixin's words, Lu Ming froze. This one was really unexpected to him. The auction was ready so soon? You can't, can you? Recently, he also saw Su Zixin's ability to do things in his eyes. It is not like such a person who is in such a hurry to get things done. Su Zixin seemed to have guessed Lu Ming's doubts and hurriedly explained. Chairman, it's like this. According to the normal auction preparation process, it takes at least 1 to 3 months to organize an auction. But we happen to have a medium-sized auction house under the Red Rock Group. The Red Rock Auction House is about to hold an auction in 3 days, and our Fantasy Star Sea Stones are just the thing to add to it. After hearing Su Zixin's explanation, Lu Ming came to a realization. So it is. No wonder Su Zixin could take care of the Fantasy Star Sea Stone on auction so quickly. It turned out that there happened to be an auction house under the Red Rock Group, and this auction house also happened to be about to hold an auction. A little bit of God's help. Although he was the chairman of the Red Rock Group, he had never been to the Red Rock Group, nor was he clear about the Red Rock Group's large and small industries. But the system says just leave it to the little secretary. He can still be a salty fish in peace. At this time, Su Zixin on the phone suddenly opened her mouth and added, Chairman, the auction is all set. Do you want to come over and take a look? After considering Su Zixin's proposal, Lu Ming agreed. Well, okay. Now that Lin Wan wasn't around, he didn't have much to do. Might as well just go over there. By the way, let's take a look at his little secretary Su Zixin in the end how looks like. Want me to pick you up? No. Send me the address and I'll go there myself. After saying that, Lu Ming hung up the phone. At the same time, the phone quickly received the location where the auction would be held from Su Zixin. Noah's 5-star hotel. Lu Ming took a look. This is not the last time she and Lin Wan went to participate in the auction 5-star hotel. Originally, Lu Ming was quite surprised when he first saw it. But turn your head and think about it, it's normal. Noah's 5-star hotel, the city's premier 5-star hotel. Inside the venue and equipment and service staff are top-notch. Any unit wants to hold an event, the first time will think of Noah's 5-star hotel. So it's not surprising that if the Red Rock Auction House wants to hold an auction, the location will be at the Noah's 5-star hotel. And so, Lu Ming also got ready and went out. This time, the one flipped by Lu Ming is the Porsche Carrera GT convertible 2-seater. This was the first time Lu Ming had driven out the door. After all, he and Lin Wan were still relatively homely and rarely went out. resulting in the 6 luxury sports cars Lin Wan bought for the first time until now. There are some that have not been driven out yet. The Porsche Carrera GT's 8-liter, square-charged M16 engine is no joke. Lu Ming lightly stepped on the gas pedal, and the car immediately resounded with a roar that made people's blood boil. Under Lu Ming's godlike driving skills, the road sped along, and all the cars avoided it. The original 30-minute journey was flabbergasted that Lu Ming drove about 10 minutes to get there. After parking his car in the parking lot, Lu Ming walked towards the entrance of the hotel. Also saw 2 men and a woman waiting at the door. All unfamiliar faces though. But it wasn't hard to guess that the female should be his own little secretary, Su Zixin. Those 2 men must be the managers in the Red Rock auction house. One of the middle-aged men who was older and appeared to be in his 40s or 50s was sweating non-stop, his face somewhat anxious. And while Young looked to be about the same age as Lu Ming, his looks were average-looking. The man Lu Ming has little interest and skimmed over it after sweeping it. The eyes after that went to the little secretary, Su Zixin. She saw that Su Zixin was wearing a professional OL outfit, and due to the hot weather, she didn't put on a jacket, revealing her white shirt, plus a pair of long legs wrapped in black silk plus high heels on her feet. The oomph is on full display. But at the same time, Su Zixin tied her hair into a round head. It makes him look young in appearance, yet reveals a professional and competent demeanor. Just as Lu Ming walked over, the middle-aged man beside Su Zixin seemed to be a bit anxious and opened his mouth to ask, "Secretary Su, will the chairman really come? Will he decide not to come at the last minute?" Su Zixin secretly blanked out, but replied professionally. The chairman said he'd be here, and even if he didn't, he should have said so. But the mind was spitting on the middle-aged man beside him. How long has it been? The chairman of the board of directors, even if you want to come over also need time, so anxious to see the chairman of the board of directors. Although she was quite looking forward to meeting the chairman in her own mind, she didn't show it so obviously. And just as Su Zixin thought, Wang Haobin was indeed anxious to meet Lu Ming, the chairman of the board. Only after receiving Su Zixin's affirmative reply did her heart calm down. He, Haobin Wang, as the head of the Red Rock auction house under the Red Rock Group, had been working in the Red Rock Group for more than 10 years. But there is no access at all to the top level of the head office. Now that the chairman of the board is here in person, if he can flatter the chairman, won't he be able to take off? Chapter 99. The chairman is a high school classmate. And although Wang Haobin was the head of a small auction house under the Red Rock Group, but yet, they are also middle-aged with dreams and ambitions and are very concerned about the head office. He knew that this current chairman was no ordinary man. He actually received all the shares of the Red Rock Group in his hands alone. So yeah, as long as he can hug this chairman's thigh, then it's not even a dream for him to get promoted and get a raise. Think about it. Wang Haobin also turned his head and said to the youth beside him, "Son, I believe you also know the honor of the chairman's identity. For the rest of the day you must be on your guard at all times and not make a single mistake. Strive to leave a good impression in front of the chairman, and your future will be unlimited in the future." Wang Hao was also very nervous when he heard his father's instructions. I'll try, Dad." And as Lu Ming got closer and closer, it also came into the view of the 3 Su Zixin. When they saw Lu Ming, they couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Because this man is so handsome, the kind of handsome that goes overboard. Even the so-called male gods and goddesses and male celebrities don't have such an unbelievable face value. But they were also quick to come back to their senses. Because their most important goal is to pick up their chairman, not to indulge in male sex. Though they still couldn't help if they glanced twice more. But just as they watched, Lu Ming walked in front of Su Zixin, blocking her view. Su Zixin frowned, thinking that she was here to accost her, and was just about to ask the other party to get out of the way when she heard the other party directly say her name. "Zixin Su. You? How does this incredibly handsome guy know my name? She's not here to strike up a conversation?" Su Zixin was wondering in her mind, but then a flash of light occurred. "Chairman?" Su Zixin was full of astonishment. He had never seen the chairman, but he had passed quite a few phone calls. So he was more familiar with the chairman's voice, which made him guess the identity of the visitor. It's me," Lu Ming said flatly with a smile on the corner of his mouth. "Chairman, you are also too?" After receiving Lu Ming's reply, Su Zixin was even more shocked. In her subconscious, she had always thought that someone as successful as the chairman must be a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. But I didn't realize that the original chairman was so young. And ridiculously handsome. This looks like it's about the same age as yourself. Surprisingly, he already holds 100% of the equity of the Red Rock Group, a $100 billion group. It's unimaginable. Lu Ming couldn't help but snicker when he saw how surprised Suzy Sheen looked. So, isn't that a bit of a surprise? Suzy Sheen calmed down a bit, shook her head and said, not a bit surprised, but shocked to the point where her jaw dropped. At this time, Wang Haobin, who was on the side, also learned about Lu Ming's identity from the conversation between the two. Excited, he stepped forward and offered to reach out and say hello. Chairman of the board, hello there. Welcome to your inspection. Lu Ming casually shook hands with Wang Haobin. By the way, Chairman, I'm Wang Haobin, the person in charge of the auction under our Red Rock Group. Wang Haobin hastily added to introduce himself. And this, Wang Haobin just wanted to introduce his son. At this point, Wang Hao behind him, however, suddenly exclaimed, Lu Ming. Everyone present was drawn to look by Wang Hao's exclamation of surprise. Even Lu Ming himself was not surprised. You know me? Lu Ming looked at Wang Hao, not remembering at all that he knew such a person. But he could actually call his name? Even his father, the tiny head of an auction under the Red Rock Group, didn't see fit to inquire about his name from the head office. But how did his son know? At this time, Wang Hao was very excited, stepping forward and approaching a few steps in an accelerated tone. I, Wang Hao, senior classmate, have you forgotten? After hearing that, Lu Ming recalled, and indeed had little impression. In high school, they were all divided into classes every time they moved up a grade. So there simply isn't a lot of time to get along with better friends. And since he was more playful in his first 2 years, it was only in his third year that he got motivated to study. So he spent almost all of his senior year studying day and night and didn't make any friends at all. That's what gave him the good grades at the end to get into Mordor University. It was no wonder that he had little impression of this so-called Wang Hao. Although Lu Ming didn't have much of an impression. But Wang Hao was still so excited. Lu Ming, you're bullish. Now you're the chairman of the board of directors. Wang Hao spoke without stopping, and even tried to put his hands on Lu Ming's shoulders. At this time, the face of Suzy Sheen on the side had gradually become ugly until she saw Wang Hao move his hand. Just wanted to step in and stop it. However, it was still Wang Haobin who was faster and shouted out coldly, come back. At the same time, he pulled Wang Hao back. That's the chairman. What do you want? Wang Hao had been pulled back by his own father, still somewhat unpleasant, and just wanted to continue saying something. But it also sobered back up quickly. Thinking back to the time when he was in school, his friendship with Lu Ming was not deep, there was no interaction at all. I'm afraid I don't even have a topic to talk about when I want to catch up with people. And now, Lu Ming has been honored as the chairman of the head office. He was just the son of the head of an auction under the Red Rock Group, and just an ordinary employee in the auction, who is qualified to talk to the chairman of the board. After thinking clearly, Wang Hao immediately bowed his head and apologized. Chairman, I'm sorry. Well, it's okay. Lu Ming responded indifferently, unable to hear any emotions, and then turned his head to look at Suzy Sheen beside him. Go in. Then it was straight to the interior of the hotel. Wang Haobin and Wang Hao also hurriedly followed behind. You and the chairman used to be senior classmates? Wang Haobin asked his son softly. Wang Hao also dared not raise his voice. Yes. After hearing his son's answer, Wang Haobin sighed. It seems like you guys didn't have much interaction during your senior year. Wang Hao was silent for a while. He knew what his father was sighing about. If he had been on good terms with Lu Ming during his senior year of high school, Lu Ming wouldn't have his current attitude today. If you are on good terms. Now. Wang Haobin really can't help but think freely. Speaking of which, Wang Hao also stopped being silent and responded bitterly. How could I have imagined that my former senior classmates would become my biggest boss? In the moment just now, it wasn't as if Wang Hao hadn't thought about it, if he had been on good terms with Lu Ming in high school. If we can climb up the friendship ladder in this meeting, then the future is surely bright. But the truth is that the two were strangers even though they were classmates. There are probably fewer things that were said together senior year than to the cafeteria ants, janitorial ants. No friendship at all. So now this is a thigh that you can't hug even if you want to. Chapter 100. Master of Calligraphy. And at this time, Lu Ming and Suzy Sheen had already arrived at the auction venue. Because Noah's 5-star hotel often organizes some auctions, it is experienced in the process of setting up auctions. Lu Ming didn't find anything that needed to be changed after wandering around, and so the two made their way to a very well-guarded room backstage. This is a place used to temporarily store auction lots. Not only were there Red Rock auctioneers standing guard here, requiring specific credentials to pass through, but there were also passwords that needed to be entered 3 times along the way. That's normal too. Things that make it to the auction are worth millions of dollars for the lightest of things, and hundreds of millions for the heaviest of things. The defense certainly has to be good. Upon entering the collection room, Suzy Sheen also introduced, "Chairman, it just so happens that this Red Rock auction has collected quite a few precious collections. Let Manager Wang introduce them to you." Behind him, Wang Haobin also hastened to pick up the conversation. "Chairman, this auction is probably said to be one of the larger ones for our Red Rock auction house. We have collected the entire collection of 88 courses, of which the finale of the precious collection consists of 8 courses. For example, this Ming Chongshan blue and white bamboo and horses to meet patterned small scroll jar. The shape is upright, the body is white and delicate, the glaze is glossy and moist. The outer wall is decorated with blue and white, in the center of which is painted bamboo and horses meat. The blue and white color is bright and eye-catching. The water dividing technique is delicate. The brush strokes are delicate and exquisite, and the objects are divine. For the Ming Chongshan period, on behalf of the masterpieces, this Chongshan roll cylinder is the masterpiece of the times, rare treasures, in the late Ming dynasty in the history of porcelain has its unique status. And this Wang Haobin has been the head of the Red Rock auction house for more than 10 years, so naturally he has some skills. Many of the lots he presented as if they were his own. And just as Wang Haobin was still gushing, Lu Ming suddenly noticed one of the lots. It was a piece of calligraphy in a glass case. Unable to help himself, he frowned, opened his mouth and asked, "This calligraphy is also a lot?" Although the calligraphy was in the same glass case as the other lots as well, it was clearly a lot in this auction. But Lu Ming just couldn't look away. This level of calligraphy can be put up for auction? Although the look looks kinda muddled, to someone with real eyesight, the calligraphy is the work of a child scribbler. There is not the slightest trace of divinity to be found. Isn't this level of calligraphy appearing in the auction pulling down the level of this auction itself? And would anyone really buy this level of calligraphy? As an old man who has been in the workplace for more than 10 years, Wang Haobin also has a way of detecting words and colors. When he saw Lu Ming frowning, his heart tightened, and after Lu Ming asked, he also said in a hurry, "Yes, Chairman, this calligraphy is the work of modern calligraphy master, Master Nanlin. Master Nanlin is one of the vice presidents of the Calligraphy Association, and his works have always been highly sought after, with high prices, and every time Master Nanlin's works appear at auction, the price is as high as tens of millions." Wang Haobin really couldn't figure out why Lu Ming would frown at Master Nanlin's calligraphy. You should know that Master Nanlin's calligraphy is very popular in the rich and powerful circle. Simply put, Master Nanlin's calligraphy sells well and sells for a good price. So one could only hasten to blow up the deeds of Master Nanlin to prove the value and popularity of this calligraphy. Hopefully, he wouldn't be affected by the spillover and affect his impression in Lu Ming's mind. And Lu Ming was speechless after hearing Wang Haobin's words. This level of calligraphy can be called a master calligrapher? And sell for tens of millions of dollars? Then he has God-level calligraphy, and the calligraphy and paintings he writes mustn't be worth more? So I couldn't help but ask, is that what the professional appraisers think, too? Now Wang Haobin sort of understood what Lu Ming meant. It turned out that the chairman was unable to see Master Nanlin's calligraphy. Then that's a good thing. Just remove this lot. The matter of the auction is of little consequence. And the most important thing is that it must be done according to the chairman's wishes. Just as Wang Haobin was about to have this calligraphy lot removed, Wang Hao behind him thought it was a good opportunity to perform. Hastily, he dipped out and opened his mouth. "Chairman, Master Nanlin's calligraphy that is recognized as a sought-after item in the market, it will definitely fetch a good price. This lot is something we wasted a lot of effort to get from Master Nanlin." The teeth in Wang Haobin's mouth were almost crushed. He really wanted to get up there and manually shut the stupid son up. Wang Haobin sneaked a glance at Lu Ming and saw that Lu Ming's face became a little ugly, and his heart became even more nervous. Just then, Lu Ming suddenly spoke. "Prepare me a pen, ink and paper." Wang Hao father and son and Suzy Sheen froze after hearing this. For a moment, he didn't react to what Lu Ming was asking these for. However, Suzy Sheen, as Lu Ming's secretary, naturally didn't dare to delay her boss and immediately arranged for someone to prepare. Soon, Su Zixin had a reply. Chairman, there's a special calligraphy room inside the hotel. I've already contacted it and can go over at any time. Lu Ming nodded and immediately left the collection room, ready to go over. Only then did Wang Hao realize what Lu Ming was up to. But the mind is not impressed, thinking that no matter how rich Lu Ming was, he was still just a hairy guy his age. Who knows anything about calligraphy? I'm afraid I've been touted so much since I've gotten rich that I've bought into the whole thing. Rich people are like this. When they have money, they love to pursue some kind of art and give themselves the identity of a calligrapher, painter or something. But although he thought so in his heart, Wang Hao didn't dare to show it at all. Still, with a lowered brow, he followed behind the crowd toward the calligraphy room. After coming to the calligraphy room, Lu Ming was still quite surprised, thinking to himself that the Noah Hotel is worthy of being a top-class hotel. Originally he thought that the so-called calligraphy room was a small room with a table and ink and paper. But I didn't realize the calligraphy room, it's a whole big flat. Not only the decoration and decorative aspects are quite tasteful, even the ink and paper are all very high-class big brands. Some of them are even quite rare handmade items, which I'm afraid the average person can't buy. This time, the hotel's management also greeted them. Hello, I'm Xie Ming, the hotel manager. May I ask the chairman which brand of pen, ink and paper he is usually used to? Xie Ming had the good sense to come to Lu Ming and ask respectfully. Although it was said that this chairman was really a bit too young, it was obvious that none of the personalities in this line dared to surpass this young man. The demeanor was also respectful, and the body was even more rigid with a few stiffness, so it was certainly clear who was the chairman. Although he was surprised in his heart, Xie Ming quickly adjusted his mindset and greeted Lu Ming properly. I'll do whatever I want, so feel free to prepare something, Lu Ming said indifferently. At his level, it didn't matter what ink and paper he used. With top-notch calligraphy at his disposal, he could write better than the vast majority of so-called calligraphy masters without using a pen. Chapter 101, A Difference of Clouds. After Xie Ming got everything ready, Lu Ming came to the desk and was about to move his pen. Xie Ming then suddenly came closer. Chairman, truth be told, I personally have some research on calligraphy, especially the calligraphy of the master of calligraphy, Master Nanlin, which is not. We also have a high-priced pair of calligraphy by Master Nan neighbor here in the calligraphy room. The words came out. Wang Haobin and Su Zixin immediately turned ugly. This guy is really where the pot is not mentioning which pot. Obviously the chairman of the board of directors just could not see Nanlin's calligraphy, which only came down to show his hand. This guy had to mention the name of Nanlin. No matter how big a master you are, Nanlin, how many people are sought after. But in the eyes of Wang Haobin and Su Zixin, as long as the chairman of the board doesn't like it, it's nothing. Obviously, Xie Ming wanted to use the topic of calligraphy to draw closer to Lu Ming, but what he didn't know was that he was now patting the horse's leg instead of the ass. Wang Haobin also hurriedly hinted at Xie Ming in various ways, telling him to stop talking. But Xie Ming was too eager to perform right now to notice any of that. No, that's the one that cost our Noah's Hotel over $18 million to get. If the auction hadn't been held at our hotel, we might not have had this opportunity to take it. Speaking of which, Master Nanlin's calligraphy is really in demand. Lu Ming glanced in the direction that Xie Ming pointed to, only to see 4 large characters written on the calligraphy. Tranquility. The writing is still as bad as ever, and it's actually worth over $18 million? And at this time, Wang Haobin couldn't stand to watch anymore, and was ready to directly tell Xie Ming to shut up. Otherwise, if he angered the chairman and implicated himself, he was afraid that his career would be cut short by Xie Ming. But Lu Ming spoke first. Just this calligraphy? It's worth more than $18 million. 1018 is too expensive for me, and only a fool would want to give it to me without looking at it. And I wonder if you guys can actually read calligraphy? Lu Ming's words directly caused Xie Ming to freeze, his face hard to see. What kind of a fool would want that? Is this a sarcastic remark that all of them who bought Master Nanlin's calligraphy are fools? If he didn't know that Lu Ming was the chairman of the Red Rock Group and he couldn't afford to mess with him, otherwise he would have wanted to curse back. But Xie Ming knew Lu Ming's identity, but there were other people in the calligraphy room. They didn't know Lu Ming's identity, and more or less everyone who would come to the calligraphy room had some interest in calligraphy. Master Nanlin was the vice president of their calligraphy association. With a high status, they naturally couldn't allow their own master to be commented on so much by a brat. For a while, everyone blamed Lu Ming. This kid is so crazy, to actually dare to talk about Master Nanlin like that. Truly, he doesn't know the heights of heaven. Yes, when Grandmaster Nanlin was famous. I'm afraid this kid wasn't still in his mother's womb. How can Master Nanlin's calligraphy be appreciated by a brat like you? If you don't know calligraphy, get out of here, you'll only mouth off brats. Lu Ming's words not only belittled Nanlin, but also mocked them, Nanlin's calligraphy clusters, as fools. It's also kind of pissed off and mobbed up. Seeing this scene, the young secretary Su Zixin just wanted to step forward. She didn't know anything about calligraphy, but Lu Ming was her chairman, and it was her responsibility to fence it. However, Lu Ming was the first to speak. Your level is so low that it's normal that you can't tell the difference. That's why you treat that kind of trash as treasure. Lu Ming looked at the crowd in the calligraphy room and said calmly, although it was said that those who could enter the calligraphy room of the Noah Hotel must be either rich or noble. Calligraphy is something only the rich and idle can play. Ordinary people are tired of 3 meals a day. How can they have time to play this thing? But Lu Ming was not the least bit intimidated. Who cares who you are? It's true that you guys are not up to par and you can't talk about it? The words came out. It directly triggered the entire calligraphy room. You kid. I'm afraid you're not crazy. Easy for you to say. Just how much weight do you kid have? That's right. Show yourself if you can, and say who can't. Just a brat. What can he write? Lu Ming didn't respond and went straight to the pen. Even if these people hadn't said anything, he had been planning to write about it. Seeing that Lu Ming didn't respond, the crowd thought that he was afraid and was putting on a show. There was a flurry of mockery. Yo, you really dare to write, huh? Then I'd like to see what this kid can write. Those who dare to disparage Master Nanlin's calligraphy, I wonder how much level they really have, huh? That's quite a standard grip. Quite a bluff. Just as these people were taunting. Wang Haobin's heart was tense to the extreme, and his brain was spinning madly, searching for some words of praise. He planned to wait. No matter how well Lu Ming wrote, he would just go crazy praising himself. Otherwise, Lu Ming will be sarcasm by the crowd and lose face, not to mention the promotion and salary increase. It would be good if he does not lose his job. So even if it was against his conscience in front of so many people, he had his face out of the way and was about to boast wildly. Even though you're likely to have a bad reputation in the future, but for the sake of keeping your job, whatever. Just as the crowd watched, Lu Ming moved. The brush in his hand scratched across the paper like a swimming dragon. Just for a moment, watching the sea and listening to the waves. For large letters written in block letters jumped off the page. This was clearly written in the same calligraphy as the calligraphy of Master Nanlin hanging in the calligraphy room that Xie Ming had mentioned. They had all just admired Master Nanlin's work in the calligraphy room as well. But now it seems, even if their level of appreciation was not too good, they could still feel the difference between the two pieces of calligraphy. Lu Ming's copy, while looking at it, they could vaguely feel a mood coming over them, as if they were really following this calligraphy to that scene. And Master Nanlin's. It seems so tasteless now. The difference between the two is so great that it makes a world of difference. The crowd looked at each other. Some of their mouths were still open, and they didn't know what to say for a while. But they knew that their words of mocking Lu Ming just now had been spoken too soon. And Lu Ming did have the qualifications to evaluate Master Nanlin's words. The most shocked of them all weren't these people. Instead, it's Wang Hao. He had never looked at Lu Ming favorably from start to finish. I think Lu Ming is just rich and attached to elegance. How can he really know calligraphy? And the kind that's more powerful than the long-established Master Nanlin? But now the facts are in front of us. Lu Ming's calligraphy was simply beyond his imagination. It was actually really more powerful than Master Nanlin. It is important to realize that Master Nanlin has been immersed in calligraphy for 50 to 60 years, and has now been famous for more than 30 years. And Lu Ming is only in his 20s this year. How could he have such a high level of calligraphy when he hadn't even lived as long as Master Nanlin had been famous? This is outrageous. Chapter 102. Crowd looting. After a long time, it took the crowd in the calligraphy room to recover from the shock. Everyone still had a look of incredulity on their faces. Pens, dragons, and into the woods. This is the real calligraphy.
I'm sorry.
It was my eyes that were clumsy before. I have to say that little brother's calligraphy level is really too good. A master calligrapher in his 20s? No, patriarch? That's crazy. Incredible. It's incredible. But the writing is really good. Master, are you selling this ink treasure? I'm willing to pay a high price for it. At this time, Lu Ming's revealed strength had directly conquered the crowd. And in the eyes of the crowd, It was no longer that brat, but a calligraphy master who surpassed Nan Lin. And suddenly someone tentatively opened his mouth to ask if Lu Ming's calligraphy was willing to be sold. This immediately got the crowd excited and scrambling. Yes, master, are you selling this ink treasure? I'm willing to pay $10 million. Nima, aren't you taking advantage? Nanlin's words can sell for tens of millions. The master's words are 100 times better than Nanlin's. You're offering $10 million?
Maestro,
I'll give you 30,500,000. Master, I'll offer higher. I'll offer $60 million. Those who were present were not bad for money and are very obsessed with calligraphy. See, this kind of masterpiece naturally will not let go, have to rush to open the price. One opened higher than the other, and all of a sudden the price went up to $60 million. See this scene. Lu Ming didn't expect his casual work to be worth so much, so he instructed Su Zixin. I'm going to sell this ink blot, so I'll put it up for auction. The casual work can be sold for so much money, Lu Ming is naturally still willing to sell. Anyway, with divine calligraphy, he could write again whenever he wanted. Still, Lu Ming didn't sell these people in the calligraphy room on the spot. After all, not many people between the calligraphy can be sold for $60 million. Then if you put it in an auction and let more people bid on it, the price will only be higher. After hearing Lu Ming's words, Su Zixin also immediately understood his intentions. Nodded. Stand up and shout. Everyone be quiet. Don't grab it. Our chairman intends to put this ink painting up for auction at our Red Rock auction this time. If you all like it, you will be able to compete in the auction then. The crowd listened to what Su Zixin said. Each one is still excited. For them, they are not afraid of how high the price is, but they are afraid of not having a way to be able to buy it. If Lu Ming had no intention of selling it at all, it would be useless even if they had more money. To them, $1,000 can't buy me a favorite. The things they like, even if it costs them a fortune, they don't feel bad. And something like calligraphy as a work of art. But it's a great value retainer, even appreciated. Either way, they're not losing out anyway. So after hearing that Lu Ming's ink treasure will be on the auction, all of them are rubbing their fists and ready to go. Yes, I'll take the master's ink treasure. You can rob me before you can rob me. I'll mobilize the funds right away, we'll see. Just as the crowd in the calligraphy room was arguing again, Lu Ming has left the place on a low note. Father and son Wang Haobin and Su Zixin also followed behind respectfully. Chairman, why don't you stay and dine at the hotel? I'll have someone arrange it right away, Wang Haobin said. Lu Ming saw that there were no more problems at work and planned to leave. Wang Haobin hurriedly retained Lu Ming to dine with him. It was a rare occasion for him to meet the chairman of the board, and this was a good time to hug his thighs. If Lu Ming left, it would be hard to get another chance. No, back first. Lu Ming simply refused. He had never liked meals in the first place, and since he was now in such a position, right to refuse. Definitely not condescending. Might as well just eat whatever you want. And after hearing Lu Ming's refusal, Wang Haobin was also filled with frustration. His intentions fell through. But Lu Ming didn't care about that and directly turned around and left. But Su Zixin, who was on the side, was able to see everything clearly, and also saw the small thoughts in Wang Haobin's heart. Manager Wang, with all due respect, if you want to be promoted and get a raise, you should be down to earth and make achievements, and the chairman will naturally see it. For example, this auction, the rest, is better left alone. After saying that, Su Zixin also left the hotel directly. And for Su Zixin's words, Wang Haobin didn't dare to disobey. After all, that's the chairman's secretary. Although it was not high on the specific rating, as a person beside the chairman, even the top management of the headquarters did not dare to easily offend. Not to mention his little head of the auction house. Looking at Su Zixin's back as she left, Wang Hao's heart was even more regretful. If I had known that Lu Ming would become the chairman of the Red Rock Group, I would have definitely hugged people's thighs first when I was in high school. In that case, chances are he or she would have been a top Red Rock executive a long time ago. Unfortunately, these are just his imagination. There is no medicine for regret in this world. Just then, his cell phone rang. Wang Hao casually picked it up, and a male voice came from the phone. Rat, I have good news for you. It was his good buddy, Li Quanmin, who called. What Wang Hao replied breathlessly. Why do you sound drained? It's not like you've been ed by Jia in the last few days, is it? Li Quanmin teased, but quickly continued. I screwed up a few days ago and picked up $1 million plus per Amera. I'm planning a whole reunion in a few days. I guess we're the only two in the class who are hanging out the best right now. Do you want to be in the limelight together then? The rich and powerful do not return to their homes, as if they were traveling by night in brocade. Having gotten rich, Lee Kuan-min naturally wanted to make a splash in front of his classmates and pretend to be X. However, in response to Lee Chuan-min's proposal, Wang Hao immediately rejected it. I'm even. Huh? You don't even want the chance to be in the limelight? Rat, what's wrong with you? Wang Hao shook his head and smiled bitterly. He told Lee Kuan-min all about his encounter with Lu Ming today. Lee Kuan-min kept exclaiming in shock while listening. What? Lu Ming, he's the chairman of your head office? Red Rock Group. He has a high level of calligraphy? One word is worth 1,000 words. Seriously, don't make it up, Rat. Lee Kuan-min was also Lu Ming's classmate and naturally recognized Lu Ming. In his previous perception, Lu Ming was just a good-looking nerd who chewed on books all day. But I didn't expect it. People are actually the chairman of the Red Rock Group now. Everything Wang Hao said was simply unbelievable to him. He had made a small fortune and was thinking of stopping a class reunion to make a splash. But now once he heard about Lu Ming's deeds, that thought was immediately extinguished. How does this compare to Lu Ming? All-around second guest. Chapter 103, Fury in the Sky. Pissed off. When have I, Nan Lin, ever suffered this kind of aggravation in the dozen years since I became famous? Actually returned my word post. This Red Rock auction house. All sorts of nice words when begging for the calligraphy. Now they're returning my calligraphy like it's garbage. They don't want it. There are auction houses that want my word. Snap. Nan Lin was so angry that he slapped his hand directly on the table, not even caring that the meat palm and the table made a loud noise and was painful. But then he was still furious. Instead, the anger in his heart grew even more. Yes, after Lu Ming left the Noah Hotel, Wang Haobin then arranged for people to return the calligraphy that Nan Lin was preparing for the auction. Since there were already better calligraphy works at the auction, naturally, his calligraphy was not needed. And by this time, Nan Lin had also received a return notice from the Red Rock auction house. So it was no wonder Nan Lin was so angry. In Nan Lin's opinion, the fact that the word post was returned was nothing short of an insult. It's not as if this sort of thing didn't happen when he was in the waning days of his fame. But since his rise to fame as the Southwoods master, his calligraphy has become incandescent and valuable. Up to some small and medium-sized auctions or even the existence of a finale lot, there has never been a thing that was returned or aborted. But now it was actually returned by Red Rock Auction House. There are only two general situations in which an auction item is returned. One is when the lot is found to be faulty and a forgery. But this situation is obviously impossible. The word is the Red Rock Auction House himself door to ask for, but also his hand to give. In the middle of the problem does not exist to change hands to drop. The second is to return the lot because you can't see it and don't think it's going to make it to the top. But it was clearly the Red Rock Auction House that first begged the door, asking for one of his posters to go to the finale. Now he actually thinks that his lettering won't make it to the top? Gave it back? He is now the Southwoods master of the calligraphy world, the guest of honor of the major auction houses. What auction house wouldn't want to hire one of his paintings? But now this Red Rock Auction House is... Nan Lin was so angry that he had high blood pressure. He decided he had to ask the whole thing out. So he took a few people with him and headed to the Noah Hotel, intending to properly question the Red Rock Auction House face to face. Coincidence. When Nan Lin brought people to the Noah Hotel, at a glance he saw Wang Hao hanging around the hotel. Hurriedly striding towards Wang Hao, he loudly questioned, "You Red Rock Auction House had better give me an explanation. Why did you return my word post for no reason?" Wang Hao was also dumbfounded when he saw Nan Lin's angry appearance. Hurry said in a nice voice, "Master Nan Lin, take it easy." Where is Nan Lin listening at this time? "If you don't give me an explanation today, I'm not finished with you. We've worked together several times as well. So why did you suddenly return my word post this time?" Facing Nan Lin's anger, Wang Hao was careful and first said something nice. Yes, our auction house and Master Nan Lin have worked together many times as well. Master Nan Lin's calligraphy has also always been very popular. Almost every time it is the finale lot, the price is high. But instead of that, Nan Lin got even angrier when he said that. Also, while praising Nan Lin's work, the reality is that he returned the work. You talk a good game, but what do you guys do? Returning my word post. I could have sent the lettering to another auction house, but couldn't stand the aggravation. If you don't give me a perfect explanation today, I will blacklist Red Rock Auction House. At the same time, call on other calligraphers to be cautious about cooperating with your auction house. Nan Lin, as the vice president of the Calligraphy Association, still has a certain status in the calligraphy world. There's a real possibility of influencing a set of people if that kind of talk is put out there. Hearing this, Wang Hao's face was a bit ugly. But it was not the fear of Southwood's threats. Calligraphy is, in the end, only a small categorization of the auction house. But Nan Lin, as a relatively famous person in the art world, if this matter becomes a big deal and becomes negative news about the auction house spreads out, then it's the whole auction house that will be affected. Fortunately, Wang Hao was also in a hurry and said, Master Nan Lin, calm down. We are doing you a favor by doing this. Our auction house has worked with you so many times. How could we not value and know the value of your work? But it wouldn't have been years of sincere door-to-door word requests. It had to be said that Wang Hao still said these words beautifully. Nan Lin was confused for a moment. Is it helping me? Just returned my lettering? What kind of quackery is this? Help me? Then tell me. Helped me with what? You're not insulting me by doing this. If I can't hear what's being done to help me, then our partnership is over. Nan Lin pressed step by step. Wang Hao knew that he had to give him an explanation today, so he had to say truthfully. Here's the thing, we have a new pair of lettering for the auction. The content of that calligraphy was the same as yours, but at the time the consensus amongst the calligraphy community was that compared to the two, your work was probably a little inferior. That's why we returned your lettering for the sake of your reputation. Otherwise, if you send them up for auction at the same time, you're afraid that the scene won't look too good at that time. When Wang Hao said this, Nan Lin was so angry that he almost couldn't stand up to jump on his feet. What nonsense are you talking about? How can my work be worse than others? Instead, you tell me which one of the greats' works it is. And threaten my reputation? Do you guys know how to appreciate that? Wang Hao only felt that it was too difficult at this time. He did do it for the good of Southwoods. Although Nan Lin is a long-established master of calligraphy. But compared to the calligraphy written by Lu Ming, even he, who had little research on calligraphy, could see that there was a huge gap. If someone else who is knowledgeable about calligraphy were to look at it, they could even see more. Seeing that Nan Lin still looked unconvinced, Wang Hao had no choice but to propose. Why don't I show you around? Humph! Nan Lin snorted coldly and said, I'd like to see what kind of work could force the old man to return his calligraphy. So Wang Hao also led Nan Lin directly inside the collection room. But only Nan Lin alone was allowed in, not daring to let too many people in. Otherwise, I'm afraid that there are so many of them, in case they make a scene in the stash room. Randomly destroy one thing and then he's done for. After arriving at the collection room, Wang Hao led Nan Lin to the glass cabinet where the word posters were stored. Just a glance. Nan Lin just froze. Hands began to shake unceasingly, even clinging to the front of the glass case, staring at the lettering. Please send in your recommendations, haha. Thanks. Chapter 104. A major blow. Originally, Nan Lin thought that he had been returned the word post because he had been backstabbed by a curmudgeon. How could one's own work be inferior to others, even to such an extent that it would damage one's reputation if it went to auction together? But now the real gold sticker was right in front of him. He had to admit that it was he who had lost. The loss was complete and convincing. His work was not even compared to the gold sticker in front of him, and those who had studied calligraphy could instantly see the gap between the two. With this gold sticker on the auction, one's own work is indeed not qualified to follow on. Otherwise it's likely, no, it would be an absolute disgrace. In that case, Wang Hao's claim that he returned himself to save his reputation was also true. It's really helping him. Gold stickers, gold stickers. I'm convinced of losing to such a gold sticker. Even if you don't return it, I wouldn't have the face to put my work up for auction if I saw it first. Listening to Nan Lin's mutterings, the boulder hanging in Wang Hao's heart was released. It seemed that this matter was sort of settled, and there was no need to worry about Nan Lin making a big deal out of it and harming the interests of the auction house. Nan Lin kept looking at the lettering from all angles around the glass case, as if to memorize every detail of the script. Su Su came over for a long time before he stopped this obsessive behavior and turned his head to Wang Hao. May I ask which patriarch wrote this gold sticker? Nan Lin wrinkled those whitened eyebrows and racked his brain to think of which master in the world today had written it. As the vice president of the Calligraphy Association, He basically knew or had heard of the names of national calligraphy masters and even overseas figures, but he just couldn't think of anyone who could write such a work. Did some old guy have an epiphany? A sudden breakthrough in calligraphy? Or was there some reclusive landscape master in the country he hadn't heard of before who had struck out? Or a predecessor who settled overseas? A figure flashed through his mind, but again he quickly dismissed it. Even if those people broke through the bottleneck, it was impossible for them to write a word post of this realm. It was written by the chairman of our company. Wang Hao stammered for a moment and said truthfully. He didn't have any research on calligraphy, but he could tell that Lu Ming's work was good. But he didn't know what was good about it. So at the same time, I don't know how good it is. But I didn't expect it to be the kind that even the modern master of calligraphy, Master Nanlin, had to clap his hands when he saw it, and was convinced that even his own work had been returned. Because Master Nanlin still had some weight in his heart. He, who was responsible for the auction, was aware of the market price of Master Nanlin's works and his status in the circle over the years. So seeing Nanlin in this state now, Wang Hao was also shocked in his heart. The inscrutability of Lu Ming's work is raised to another level. The chairman of your company? Nanlin's frown deepened when he heard this reply. If he had heard Wang Hao's answer before the word post, he would have thought that the power of capital had forced back his work. It was the auctioneer who did it to get a shot at their chairman's horse. But now, recognizing the gap in strength, he only wanted to quickly figure out the owner of the word post. Our chairman's name is Lu Ming, Wang Hao added. Lu Ming. Nanlin mouthed the words several times. However, he still could not think of such a figure in the calligraphy world, and it was reasonable to say that he knew all the dignified figures in the calligraphy world. However, he had never heard of the name Lu Ming. Patriarch Lu, what is your age this year? Nanlin, who couldn't think of a reason, subconsciously thought that it should be an old-timer who had been hidden for a long time. Our chairman and I are in similar grades, just in our 20s. What? Nanlin directly exclaimed in shock, his eyes glazed over. He even suspected that something was wrong with his ears. Is this kind of gold post written by a 20-something-year-old? Then what's the calligraphy he's practiced all his life? The blow of not being able to match a tenth of someone else's calligraphy after practicing all his life was heartbreaking.
No pussy.
Nanlin was afraid to even face reality. This inscription was written by our chairman himself in the calligraphy room of the hotel, and many people saw it at the time. Wang Hao's words broke the last bit of Nanlin's strength. Decades of hard work are not as good as the casual writing of the gifted and exceptional. Anyone else would have to break down. 20 years old. I can't believe I lost to a young man. Such a demonic talent for calligraphy. Sure enough, persistence is just a joke. Talent is everything. By all accounts, a total loss. At this time, Nanlin's previous spiritedness gradually dissipated, and all that was left was the despondency of a loser, and the whole person's essence suddenly dropped a lot. Looking at it, Wang Hao was a little worried that Nanlin would go insane. But well after a while, Nanlin also returned to normal, leaving the stash room just a little hunched over. After Nanlin left, a few people at the Noah Hotel also recognized him. Several people were calligraphy enthusiasts and were naturally excited to see a master like Nanlin. It was instantly surrounded. Master Nanlin, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here. Master Nanlin, several of us are calligraphy enthusiasts. Yes. Can the master point us in the right direction? In the past, when Nanlin met young calligraphy enthusiasts, if he didn't have anything to be busy with, for requests like guidance, he usually obliges. This will not only encourage these young people who love calligraphy, but also make a name for themselves. It's kind of like killing two birds with one stone. But now, after he saw the work of Lu Ming, a young man in his 20s, his faith or his word, it has been shattered to pieces. Now I don't even want to write, let alone instruct others. Guidance? Sorry, I'm not worthy. I've been practicing calligraphy for decades and I can't even compete with a young man in his 20s. How can you still have the face to call yourself a master calligrapher or to instruct others? So the guys were politely declined as well. Sorry, today is a bit inconvenient, another time. By the way, in the future, please tell everyone not to call me a master. I don't deserve it. Only a great talent like Mr. Lu Ming can truly claim the title of master or even patriarch. After saying that, Nanlin sighed and left in a low voice. A few calligraphy enthusiasts, however, were confused. What's wrong with Master Nanlin? A forlorn look. Doesn't look in good spirits. And who is this Mr. Lu Ming that Master Nan Lin is talking about? I don't know, we haven't heard of it either. Could it be a foreign calligrapher? Chapter 105. The auction begins. The next day, the Red Rock auction is about to begin. Noah's five-star hotel was inundated with guests. The guests attending the auction were either rich or noble, and all kinds of luxury cars filled the parking lot. The number of people attending this auction was the largest ever for an auction organized by Red Rock Auction House. Not only was it because of the fine quality of the lots collected by the Red Rock Auction House this time, but there were also many people who rushed to the Fantasy Star Sea Stone that Lu Ming had temporarily added later on. For example, almost all of the people who had previously contacted Su Zixin and were interested in purchasing the Fantasy Star Sea Stone were present, except for the tycoon who was abroad. Chairman of the board of directors of the well-known domestic jewelry company, Chow Tai-Fuk. Mr. Wang Weimin, the richest man in the world. Internationally renowned jewelry designer Mr. William Chinese. A representative of Ding Hill Auctioneers. Famous collector Wang Fengdi. On top of that, there were also many people who were later attracted by the Red Rock Auction House's publicity, and each one of them was determined to get the Fantasy Star Sea Stone. At this point, the richest man, Wang Weimin, entered the auction site and took his seat, with his assistant by his side. His assistant's face didn't look so good, though. After sweeping his gaze toward the auction site, he said indignantly, "Boss, why do we have to come all the way from Kyoto on purpose? Isn't this too much for that Lu Ming's face? You know, in your position, that's really—" The assistant's tone was disgruntled. He was a guest of honor wherever he followed Mr. Richie Rich. "There has never been a time when I've fallen so low. We did contact his secretary before and offered a high price. It should have been possible to just buy it. I didn't realize this guy had turned around and said he was going to be on the auction. Are you playing with us? Just to see everyone fight? So he can get a higher price? It's in so much bad taste." The assistant is still chanting. Wang Weimin, on the other hand, appeared to be very calm and didn't seem to care at all as he opened his mouth lightly. "In business, we are all businessmen and I understand what he is doing. If I were the owner of that giant Fantasy Star Sea Stone, I'd want to sell it for a higher price too. Since so many people wanted the Fantasy Star Sea Stone, it would depend on who had the higher capital. Now it seems that so many people want this Fantasy Star Ocean Stone. That proves that our trip was not in vain." When Wang Weimin opened his mouth like this, the assistants around him didn't dare to speak anymore. But then Wang Weimin continued, "And I'm quite curious about this Lu Ming now. As far as I know, there were quite a few people who had contacted him before to make a bid to buy that Fantasy Star Ocean Stone. That one is a very influential person. Even I wouldn't dare to offend them all in one fell swoop. But the one called Lu Ming actually turned the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone into an auction without the slightest regard for the faces of the crowd. He's not afraid of pissing off the crowd? That everyone will rise up and attack him? Such courage and boldness is rare." As Wang Weimin spoke, he saw many familiar faces at the auction and became more interested in the auction. In the meantime, the guests at the auction were almost all here. Wang Haobin in the background looked at the packed auction site with great emotion. He had managed the Red Rock Auction House for more than 10 years, but such a lively scene was really rare in the history of the auction house. This makes him more attentive to this auction, secretly decided to make sure that the auction will be carried out smoothly and cannot make a little trouble. At this point, the auctioneer is also on. "Welcome to our Red Rock auction. Compared to everyone who can't wait to see our fine products in this auction." Then, without further ado, I, for one, declare the auction officially open. Next, we have the first lot of the day, a Qing Dynasty snuff bottle. As soon as the auctioneer's words fell, he used a beautiful woman in a cheongsam, pushing a mobile cart from the backstage to the live stage. The red cloth on the car was lifted, and the glass display case held the first lot of the occasion, a Qing Dynasty snuff bottle. As an auctioneer, you naturally know the history of the lot. Immediately, the guests were introduced to the history of snuff bottles in detail, and also showed the details of the snuff bottles in multiple directions, so that the guests could feel the charm of this ancient snuff bottle. A bit of a process. There has also been quite a bit of interest in this snuff bottle already. After all, those that make it to this Red Rock auction are hard-won boutique grade and very collectible. Soon, the bidding session began. The starting bid for this Qing Dynasty snuff bottle is $5 million. Each increase will be no less than $500,000. Bidding begins. The auctioneer's words fell. Someone right below immediately started raising their cards and shouting the price. In no time at all, The Qing Dynasty snuff bottle was auctioned off for more than $18 million. It was about $3 million above the auction house's pre-sale estimate, which is a good opening. With this opening hit the mood. Next, the other lots were also auctioned off smoothly one after the other. The warm atmosphere of the scene coupled with the auctioneer's auction skills. Many of the lots in this auction were priced about 20% higher than the previous estimates. Finally, to the heavyweight lot of the auction, Fantasy Star Sea Stone. A number of the guests on stage were there for it. Unlike the previous lots, the Fantasy Star Sea Stone could not make it onto the auction block due to its large size, so it can only be shown through photos on a big screen. At this time, the auctioneer also began to introduce the origin of the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone. This huge rock, it has a catchy name, the Dreaming Star Ocean Stone. Only 2 pieces have been found in the world so far. It is the most beautiful material in the world. The auctioneer's deft tongue spoke of the Fantasy Star Sea Stone as being absolutely unique. But it's also true. A Fantasy Star Sea Stone of this size is indeed the first of its kind in the world. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many people who wanted to get their hands on this giant Fantasy Star Sea Stone, and even willingly ran to the auction after being tricked. And at this point, the auctioneer was still spouting off. But wouldn't someone with intentions for the Fantasy Star Sea Stone not know information about it? The auctioneer kept dragging it out, and they couldn't hold back long ago. Who doesn't know about the Fantasy Star Sea Stone? Hurry up and start the auction. The words came out. It also drew a lot of support. Yeah. Who doesn't recognize it? Hurry up. Why don't you start? Hurry up. Can't wait. The people on stage chimed in. The auctioneer saw this and knew that the mood was in place and that any further delay would be rather bad. Also rushed to say, "Good. Since everyone is in such a hurry, I won't say much. Giant Fantasy Star Sea Stone. The starting bidding price is $5 billion. Each increase is no less than 100 million. Bidding begins. $5.5 billion. $580 million. $62 billion. As soon as the auctioneer's words fell, the bidding on the stage didn't stop. It was shouted directly to $6.2 billion. $8 billion. Surprisingly, there was someone who directly raised the price by $1.8 billion in one breath, pushing the price to a sky-high $8 billion. Chapter 106. The sky-priced Fantasy Star Ocean Stone. Such a hot bidding scene, even Wang Haobin, who had been in charge of the auction for more than 10 years, had never seen it. And backstage, Su Zixin was even more shocked. It was important to know that the highest the person who had contacted her to make an offer before had only made a price of $7.2 billion. And it's only been so long since it was put up for auction. Surprisingly, it was pushed to $8 billion. And it seems that this is not the final price. There are still people making bids. Prices are still skyrocketing too. With this kind of stimulation, Su Zixin's heart beat violently. Prices climb uninterruptedly at this time as well. 82 billion, 88 billion, 9 billion, 10 billion. In no time, the price reached a sky-high price of $10 billion. But at that price, bidding surprisingly didn't chill out a bit. Instead, it seems to fight fire. Some of the bidders have lost their minds. One shouted upwards, "You offer 10 billion. I'll offer 11 billion. 11.5 billion. 12 billion. $18 billion. Finally, the price stopped at $18 billion. At this price, it's gone through the roof. Even Su Zixin and the head of the auction, Wang Haobin, did not expect the Fantasy Star Sea Stone to fetch this price at all. Price out. The first thing Su Zixin did was to find a clean place backstage to call Lu Ming, wanting to inform him of the good news. "Chairman, the auction price for the Fantasy Star Sea Stone is out. A heavenly price." Su Zixin's voice was a bit higher and more agitated than usual, and it could be heard that she was having a lot of mood swings right now. And Lu Ming, who received the call, heard Su Zixin's voice and knew that she would bring good news. He also knew that today was the day that the Red Rock auction started. But he didn't go to the scene, nor did he know the exact auction situation of the Fantasy Star Sea Stone. "Come on, don't sell yourself short. $180 million, ah. The Fantasy Star Sea Stone has fetched a sky-high price of $18 billion, ah, chairman." Hearing this price, Lu Ming was still slightly flabbergasted. It was indeed quite surprising to him. He could think that if the Fantasy Star Sea Stone went up for auction, it would definitely go for more than if it was sold in a phone communication. "But I didn't realize it was doubled. Chairman, you're too good. I really admire you too much." At this moment, Su Zixin was incomparably admiring Lu Ming. Lu Ming is so young and talented as his boss. She is also clear about the origin of the Fantasy Star Sea Stone. Speaking of the money that Lu Ming bought the land to get this Fantasy Star Sea Stone, plus the money spent on publicity costs is only less than 100 million. However, the Fantasy Star Sea Stone fetched a full $18 billion. That works out to be a net profit of $17.9 billion. It's an astronomical amount of money. She won't make that much money in a couple of lifetimes. In the meantime, news about Fantasy Star Sea Stone is also appearing online. The Fantasy Star Sea Stone was just unearthed when it caught fire with media coverage. Now that the auction was going to take place, the media was naturally concerned, so there were also reporters following the auction. When the price of the Fantasy Star Sea Stone was set, media reporters immediately edited up articles and posted them online. And it immediately caused a sensation with countless people talking about it.
Voi.
$18 billion. What can sell for $18 billion? Are all rich people so crazy? Spending $18 billion to buy a rock? I wouldn't be able to spend that much money even if I were given a lifetime. $18 billion isn't the most shocking. Haven't you guys seen the news before? The owner of the stone only spent $20 million to buy the land and dug this stone out of the ground. So people are exchanging $20 million for $18 billion. Crazy, jealous of me, sour me. The online buzz did not affect the auction in any way. With the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone, many of those who had rushed to the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone returned disappointed, just about to leave the auction sitting. However, the auctioneer's sentence again aroused the curiosity of the crowd, stopping their feet and preparing to watch again. This next lot is the most special lot in our entire auction. This piqued the curiosity of the guests. Anyway, I'm here, so let's see what the special lot is that the auctioneer is talking about. This next lot is a pair of calligraphy posters. Why is it special? Because it is not from any master in the country. Speaking here, the auctioneer also paused for a moment, giving the crowd plenty of room for imagination. The guests on stage couldn't help but think. Not a domestic guru? Then it's a foreign one? Famous foreign calligraphy masters? Moon. Could it be Master Lunnan? Didn't Master Lunnan shut down his writing a long time ago? Could it be an old work from before? Countless thoughts flashed through the minds of the crowd, thinking about which master's work it was that would make the Red Rock auction place such importance on it and use the word special. The auctioneer didn't delay long and quickly gave his answer. This piece of artwork is a pair of calligraphy from the chairman of our Red Rock group. The words came out. There was a commotion on stage. There are sighs and there are curses. Indeed, this group of non-rich people seek a little bit of art after they are free from worries in life. The country is nothing more than the piano and the chess. Especially calligraphy and painting are predominant, so basically, I have some interest and research in calligraphy and painting. Usually, he also collects some shareholders' paintings and modern works. If what the auctioneer is talking about is really the kind of master capper they are thinking of, or some other reputable masterpiece, they would still be interested in photographing it for their collection. But now the auctioneer actually, say the next lot is their chairman's lettering? Play with it? You can't do that with ass-kissing, can you? Is your auction house still in business? Nima, I thought it was Master Lunnan's work. You're fishing for half a day's appetite. And you're telling me that it's your chairman's calligraphy? Yeah, chairman of the Red Rock Group, we give a few points of face but a word post? Who cares? That's right. Has your auction house gone crazy trying to kiss the chairman's ass? You can even do this kind of thing. Today, I'd like to see who will bid on your chairman's work. Only a fool shoots. There must be something wrong here. Let's just watch it go to auction. Now it seems how unprofessional and unorthodox the Red Rock auction is to do such a thing. The guests on stage were ready for a good show, ready to watch Lu Ming's calligraphy go under the hammer. In their opinion, only a fool would bid on this piece of art. Although the name of the chairman of the Red Rock Group was not small, which of the people who were able to enter the auction were not dignitaries. Still don't need to go and make a help bid to cater to the chairman of the Red Rock Group. Chapter 107 Crazy Bidding. If anyone made a bid, they would instead be looked down upon by the crowd. It was even felt that it was originally a trust arranged by the auction. This would also make an incredibly bad impression of the auction. As the person in charge of the auction, Wang Haobin could naturally guess what the crowd was thinking. But he was not the least bit flustered. After all, one is considered to have some knowledge of calligraphy. See a hint of the essence of the chairman's word post. And that's a gold sticker that even the famous calligraphy master Nanlin has completely recognized and obeyed. As long as there are people present who are more knowledgeable. I'm sure I won't be so blasé when I read the chairman's lettering later. So Wang Haobin was also secretly directing the auctioneer to conduct the auction directly. Seeing is believing, so enjoy it for yourself. When the auctioneer said this, there was another sigh of relief from the stage. According to the usual practice, before each lot is auctioned, the auctioneer will give an explanation. But it's amazing that they're all skipping the process now. In the eyes of the crowd, they became more and more certain that this was a lot that the auction was putting out to kiss their own chairman's ass. Definitely ready for the TO. So many people just didn't care anymore, even turning their heads from side to side and whispering to those around them. But when the Miss Manners actually brought the lettering to the stage for display. Crap! This? Great word! A muffled exclamation caught everyone's attention. Some of the people who had gotten lost in thought couldn't help but put their attention on the auction once again. When more people saw Lu Ming's calligraphy on the stage.
Voi.
One after the other, there was a steady stream of exclamations of surprise. All the people who saw Lu Ming's calligraphy couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Because of this word post. It's just so stunning. Are you kidding me? This is your chairman's writing. An overwhelming sense of intent. Even a master calligrapher couldn't write this feeling. Incredible. This set of calligraphy is alive and well as a gold post. This level of calligraphy, I'm afraid that it has already reached its peak. None of the existing calligraphy masters can match a tenth of it, and can only look up to it. For all these marvels and compliments, Wang Haobin revealed a satisfied smile, although he had long guessed that this scene would occur. But the reality of it actually happening looks kinda cool. Although it is true that not everyone in the room knows calligraphy or has a varying level of study of it. But that didn't stop them from feeling the essence of this pair of words. That's the instinctive quest for good things in human bones. When something really beautiful is put in front of you, you get that desire to take it for yourself right from the bottom of your heart. The scene was a crowded one at this point. The crowd has spoken. Did your chairman really write this? Where in the world is the chairman of the Red Rock Group? Was your chairman at the auction? They couldn't wait to see who the calligraphy master was who could write such a golden sticker. For these questions, Wang Haobin also appeared on stage to answer them one by one. This pair of calligraphy posters is exactly from the hand of our chairman Lu Ming, and it came out right in the calligraphy room of the Noah Hotel, where quite a few people were present at the time. I'm sorry, but our chairman is not present today. After answering, Wang Haobin also signaled the auctioneer to continue hosting the auction. The auctioneer hadn't been able to speak up enough to name the starting bid. The people on the stage just raised their cards and bid. 500 million. FCK, they haven't even said the starting price yet. You just shouted 500 million. I'll bid 600 million. I'll give you $1 billion. 1,200 million. 3 billion. Kill crazy. The auction site at this time was simply killing madness. The competition was even fiercer than when the Fantasy Star Sea Stone was auctioned just now. It was as if people were treating money like a number, adding up billions and billions as soon as they opened their mouths. Now there was no one in the room who had scoffed at the beginning. All of them bid frantically as if they were fighting for some holy relic. The last person just raised his hand to bid. The auctioneer cannot even talk to mobilize the mood to attract people to bid. There was already another person offering a higher price, and the auctioneer was completely out of commission. Just a few minutes. With all these people bidding frantically, Lu Ming's word post had then come to a price of $6 billion. This directly stunned Wang Haobin and Su Zixin, and even the guests present at the auction. To know, antiques aside, a pair of works by modern calligraphy masters will fetch a maximum of $30 to $40 million. Master Nan Lin would have been one of the best of them. But the bidding for their chairman's word post had actually been snatched up to $6 billion. Wang Haobin and Su Zixin knew best. It just took their chairman less than a minute to write it off the top of his head. Who would have thought? That's worth $6 billion then? This is not only breaking the historical high price of modern calligraphy masterpieces, or a whole more than 30 times upwards. This current situation alone has shaken them out of their minds. But the next scene was even more of a shock to them. After the bidding reached $6 billion, Wang Haobin and Su Zixin had thought that it would end here. But to my surprise, the bidding stopped for a short while after. Surprisingly, the shouting has resumed. It was as if they had just shouted that they were tired, took a short intermission and continued with a drink of water. $6.5 billion. $7 billion. 80. Seeing that the price is about to break $10 billion and go. Wang Haobin and Su Zixin's hearts seemed to have jumped to their throats, waiting with immense anticipation for this miracle to occur. But the next second, a single, hammering voice appeared. I'll offer $15 billion. When this price came out, the whole room was in an uproar. The original frantic bidding scene suddenly braked. Because this person was too crazy at this price, others were raising the price by $5 billion and $1 billion. This person even raised the price by $5 billion at once. Everyone turned their heads to look for this maniac who had raised the price by $5 billion at once. Book Saint Wang Lao? Crap. Elder Wang is here too? So it's Elder Wang. Elder Wang is also looking at this pair of calligraphy posters? I can't believe I'm asking for $15 billion. What book Saint Wang Lao? You don't even recognize the sage of books? Wang Lao? Wang Yizhu, said to be a descendant of the sage of calligraphy Wang Shiji, studied calligraphy from an early age and became famous at a young age, becoming proficient in various kinds of calligraphy. Now in his old age, his influence is global. His works obsess even foreigners who do not know calligraphy. Therefore, he is honored as the modern sage of calligraphy by people in the calligraphy world. But it was such a person whose calligraphy level could be said to be out of this world that was bidding on Lu Ming's posters. And the first offer was for $15 billion. This pair of calligraphy posters also had 4 characters, and on average, each character was worth more than $3 billion. Can be called a word of honor. Chapter 108 Calligraphy. This action of Wang Yizhu also startled his best friend beside him, and he couldn't help but open his mouth to ask, "Old Wang, you're too impulsive. That's $15 billion. How can this word post be worth so much money?" In the face of his best friend's inquiry, Wang Yizhu just faintly said, "You don't understand." Then his eyes were staring straight at the calligraphy post on the stage again, as if he couldn't wait to hold it in his hands. Only he understood that he was not impulsive, but rather sober. The world says that he is the #1 calligrapher in the world today. The realm of calligraphy has reached its peak. But no one knows. There is no end to the realm of calligraphy. If there is, it's the pair of words in front of me. Indeed, he originally also thought that his level of calligraphy could be called the best today. But he's a long way from reaching the top. When he reached his realm, he could clearly feel that there was a higher realm above his realm. Others who don't reach that level have no way of knowing. Even if he had said it, it would have been indefinable. That's why he never revealed it to the public. It was just a matter of delving into it, hoping that one day it would break through the bottleneck and touch the edge of a higher realm. But the cruel thing is that even with all his efforts, his calligraphy level has not advanced an inch. But today, he saw a glimmer of hope. It's this copy of the lettering written by the chairman of Red Rock. In the eyes of those who have a skinful of calligraphy, what they see is the meaning of this piece of calligraphy. And in his Wang Yizhu eyes, he saw the Tao of the lineage of calligraphy. That is the avenue that leads straight to the pinnacle of calligraphy. What is the sage of calligraphy? Wang Lao, the #1 in calligraphy today, all bull. The sage of calligraphy, the #1 in calligraphy, is the owner of this pair of calligraphy posters. So $15 billion? What's $15 billion if you can take this pair of words? Even if it means dumping his family, he's willing to do it. This pair of calligraphy posters will not only most likely be able to help you break through the bottleneck and take your calligraphy to the next level. And it's definitely a treasure that will last for generations to come if you collect it. Wait for it to be passed down. Wait for more people to discover the words of the great Tao contained in it. That was definitely a holy object that could be offered up by the entire calligraphy world. The value of this pair of words will be worth more than $15 billion by then. Simply put up for people to exhibit to realize the calligraphy avenue in it. If you receive money are received softly. At this moment, Wang Yizhu was incomparably excited. Originally, he had only heard that Nanlin's work had been returned, so he approached Nanlin to find out more about it, wanting to know something. But I didn't expect Nanlin to be insipid, while stating that his work was returned as a result of his inferior skills and that he willingly bowed to it. So out of curiosity, he wanted to see how the work Nanlin was talking about really looked. But he never expected it. This auction would be such a big surprise for him. This pair of calligraphy posters, he was bound to get it, and Wang Yizhu's price of $15 billion had obviously scared off the crowd. The crowd gave up bidding. Wang Yizhu took the calligraphy as he wished. After the auctioneer's announcement, Wang Yizhu was even more impatient and directly left the auction table, running towards the backstage. He couldn't wait a moment, wanting to pay in a hurry to get the lettering in his hands. For his request, the auction house would not refuse. Wang Haobin personally helped him with the process. After the payment was completed and the funds arrived, Wang Haobin carefully took out the word post from the glass cabinet with white gloves and put it on the desk. Wang Yizhu, as if he had been given a treasure, to stop in front of the desk to appreciate for a long time before he could not resist moving away from the line of sight. "Excuse me, I'd like to confirm that this calligraphy was really written by your chairman?" Although this matter had already been said by Wang Haobin, it was a matter of great importance to Wang Yizhu, and he had to confirm it again in person. Involving her own chairman, Su Zixin couldn't help but stand out and say back, "It's true. There were many other people in the calligraphy room who saw it with their own eyes. And if Elder Wang doesn't believe it, he can confront them." Wang Yizhu heard the dissatisfaction in Su Zixin's words, hurrying to explain, "I didn't mean anything else. It is just too incredible. May I ask what your chairman's name is? And what is your age this year? Can you help me to introduce?" Seeing that Wang Yizhu's attitude was so sincere and didn't look like he was looking for a fight, and that he was also a big client who had spent $15 billion, Su Zixin's attitude eased up, speaking of his own chairman, proudly responding to Wang Yizhu. "My family's chairman's name is Lu Ming." Lu Ming. When Su Zixin had just said her name, Wang Yizhu immediately searched for the name in his mind, but he couldn't think of any calligrapher named Lu Ming. But the next second, 24 years old this year, after Su Zixin said Lu Ming's age, Wang Yizhu froze on the spot. 24 years old. How is that possible? Such a peak level of calligraphy at the age of 24? What were you doing when you were 24? At that time it seemed to be only a small reputation, and the level of calligraphy was more just a threshold. It took 40 years of honing to get to this point in the proverbial door. Incredible! A supreme calligraphy genius. A rare sight in 100 years. Wang Yizhu couldn't help but murmur. "As for an introduction, I can ask for you. How about I contact you if our chairman is willing?" Su Zixin also simply do not know where the chairman of the family. Even if she knows, she will not rashly take Wang Yizhu to see him, certainly to ask the chairman of the family's opinion first. And for this approach of Su Zixin, Wang Yizhu was not the least bit dissatisfied, but instead was very excited. "Good. Be sure to ask for me. I'll wait for your call." Then he took the initiative to leave his cell phone number in Su Zixin's cell phone. Before leaving, he even took one step and turned back 3 times, urging Su Zixin in every sentence. If Lu Ming is willing to meet him, he must contact him first. After returning to the hotel room, Wang Yizhu's mood was still difficult to calm down, tirelessly admiring Lu Ming's calligraphy over and over again. Finally, I couldn't resist, wanting to share the joy in my heart, and pulled out my cell phone, took a couple pictures of the lettering and sent them to my bib. "Today I have been given a sacred treasure, and I can die in the morning and in the evening." Wang Yizhu, as the first person of calligraphy, many people who are interested in calligraphy at home and abroad will pay attention to him. As soon as he posted his bib, he also immediately drew the attention of countless people. They were all curious as to what exactly it was that could make even Wang Yizhu call it a supreme treasure. So click on the picture. These are people who have more or less studied calligraphy. So when they saw the words on the picture, they couldn't help but quip. "Good word. Words are running out. I don't know how to say it, but it just feels good." How could it be bad when the sage of books, Old Man Wang, called it a supreme treasure? This calligraphy skill, I'm afraid it has to be on par with Old Wang? Countless comments of awe and praise appeared under Wang Yizhu's scarf.
Chapter 109. Bak 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 bak.
Soon, the scarf of Wang Yizhu rushed to the hot search. But along with the praise, there was also quick controversy. When someone started to talk about how this calligraphy was on par with Wang Yizhu's calligraphy, or even better, Wang Yizhu's fans were not happy. In their hearts, Wang Yizhu had a halo filter on him. Wang Yizhu was the #1 in the world. They couldn't tolerate this kind of speech, so they immediately retorted. Who doesn't know that Elder Wang is the sage of calligraphy of the world? The world's #1. How can this calligraphy be even better than Old Wang's? That's Elder Wang just sent out a scarf, and you guys are blowing it up so much that you're blowing Elder Wang down. Forgetting Elder Wang's status? This character is good, but how can it be compared to Elder Wang? Most of these people are calligraphy novices, and many times they judge works based on the status of the celebrity masters. Simply put, it's Wang Yiju's brainwashed fan, and it is these brainwashed fans who instead dislike some of the calligraphy masters who have published their true thoughts. Caused a bit of a controversy, and the originator of this controversy, Wang Yiju, he went back to viewing the word post after posting his scarf. Took a long time before I opened the scarf again, but when he saw the comments on the scarf, people are stupid. His intention was to share his joy while showing off the calligraphy. Incidentally, it also allows many calligraphy fans to admire the sacred, but I didn't realize that some of his brainwashed fans were attacking people indiscriminately. Although their intention was to support themselves, they were indeed less skilled. And so, Wang Yiju immediately sent another scarf. Thank you to my fans who support me, but I must state for the record that my Wang Yiju's calligraphy is not even a millionth of this calligraphy. The pair I am reposting has reached the pinnacle of calligraphy. It was only when I saw this pair of lettering that I realized that there really is a human being out there, and a human being out there. I, Wang Yiju, am inferior to him. As soon as the scarf was issued, all who saw it were stunned. Everyone knows that Wang Yiju is the contemporary saint of calligraphy, the first person of modern calligraphy. However, he openly stated that he was not as good as the owner of this writing. This immediately blew up his fans. Elder Wang, what happened to you? Got your number stolen? No way. Don't joke, Elder Wang. You are the first person in calligraphy. How can anyone be even better than you? Even though Wang Yiju had made it clear. But there's still one brainwashed fan who doesn't want to believe the truth. In the meantime, there were also some people in the know at the auction who had posted the matter of Wang Yiju spending a sky-high price of $15 billion to auction off this pair of calligraphy and painting in the bibliography. This has caused even more of a buzz. Crap. For words. 15 billion? What a lie. This word post is so valuable. Crazy. More than $3 billion in one word. What is Wang Lao trying to do? $15 billion? That's worth more than many antiques. On what grounds? Just as the crowd was shocked, they were also incomparably curious as to who the sky-high-priced word post came from. People have left comments speculating. Lists the various masters of calligraphy. As a rare event in the calligraphy world, many calligraphy experts have been following this matter. Once someone is listed on the net, the guru who was listed then rushed out in flames to deny it. Or even a denial statement before it's even listed. Just kidding. Who of them would dare to disown this piece of work? Everyone knows they can't reach this level of calligraphy. It's not a good idea to make a false identification. If they had this level of calligraphy, they would have already replaced Wang Yiju and become the first person in calligraphy. With the curiosity of countless netizens, slowly some news was revealed. Without further ado, the people at the auction said that the calligraphy is the work of their chairman. It's just a simple sentence, but with the powerful search capabilities of the netizens. The truth is slowly coming out. The auction was organized by Red Rock Auction House, which in turn belonged to the Red Rock Group branch. The chairman of Hongyan Group is named Lu Ming. Lu Ming. Never heard of it? Where in the world of calligraphy is this person? There can't be a catfight, can there? Capital Tactics? When the unfamiliar name Lu Ming appeared, many calligraphy fans said they had never heard of it. In response, Wang Yiju also sent a scarf again to explain. Mr. Lu Ming is a heavenly talent in the calligraphy world. He's only 24 years old this year, so it's only normal that you haven't heard of him. The words came out. The netizens were even more shocked and numb. First, the scholar Wang Lao openly admitted that he was inferior to others, and then it exploded that Wang Lao spent $15 billion to buy a pair of calligraphy posters. It turned out that the author of the word post turned out to be a young man of 24? Silly. It really looks silly. I'm wondering if I'm dreaming at night. This is outrageous. People sell a pair of works for $15 billion at the age of 24. I don't even have $150 on me at 24. Seaside Red Rock Group? The chairman of the $100 billion group is actually a 24-year-old young man. Oh? Lu Ming? Isn't that the owner of the Fantasy Star Ocean Stone? It was reported on the news that he sold his Fantasy Star Ocean Stone for $18 billion. Crap. It's true. It's all at the Red Rock auction. 18 billion plus 15 billion. Sorry, I'm not good at counting. I couldn't even dream of this much money. It's true that poverty limits my imagination. Numerous explosions have put the relevant information on several bib hits in quick succession. Information on Lu Ming, a 24-year-old sage of calligraphy. Wang Lao is willing to bow down to him. The $15 billion of sky-high priced letters plus 180 dreamy star sea stones for the same owner. And not only the scarf, the major social platforms such as Weixin public number, all kinds of articles related to Lu Ming are also constantly being forwarded. The girls' dormitory at Mordor University. Lin Ruyan's cell phone suddenly rang. It was a voice message from his roommate, and Lin Ruyan clicked on it. Umbra, look, this is our senior Lu Ming. I remember you were on good terms with him before, accompanied by a couple of small online articles. Hearing that it was Lu Ming's news, Lin Ruyan was also interested and didn't go back to her roommate first, but opened the article and read it. The information gathered inside the article is still very comprehensive. A detailed overview of the various recent news online. Chairman of Red Rock Group, Fantasy Star Oceanstone, Sky High Calligraphy, Wang Yiju's scarf remarks, and more. When Lin Ruyan finished reading the article, her mouth was open at some point and her mind had been jolted. Chapter 110. Roommate trying to steal mom's man. Lin Ruyan, she had originally thought that through the happenings of this homecoming, she had seen Lu Ming more clearly. Although there were still many mysteries that could not be explained, it was a good way to understand Lu Ming as a person. But the news even broke the news that Lu Ming was the chairman of the Red Rock Group, or the kind where you have 100% of the equity in your hand. How could she not have heard of the Red Rock Group, a $100 billion group which was a cross-industry giant even bigger than her mom, the Twinwoods Group? If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have suspected that Lu Ming was with her mother because she coveted wealth in the first place. And the auction price of the word post written by Lu Ming was surprisingly as high as 15 billion. Is this still human? It's unbelievable. And when Lin Ruyan's roommate saw that she hadn't replied in half a day, she also sent a question again. Inin, what are you doing? Tell me, is this Lu Ming in the news, the senior Lu who was close to you before? See the message from your roommate again. Lin Ruyan froze and only typed, yes, after getting confirmation from Lin Ruyan. Her roommate got all excited and frantically sent several messages in a row. It's really Senior Lu? He's too good. He's only graduated for a year, and he's the chairman of the Red Rock Group. That must be rich. Nope, just for the Fantasy Star Sea Stones and word posters on the news alone. Give me just any one of them and I won't be able to spend it all in my lifetime. And Mr. Lu is also very handsome and rich. It would be great to marry him. Do you still have the contact information for Senior Lu? Why don't you push one for me? I'll try to make contact. Seeing this, Lin Ruyan came back to her senses with a jolt. Fingers pressed on the screen a few times and sent. Get over it, they're married. After the message was sent, there was silence on the roommate's end for several moments. Lin Ruyan was finally relieved and managed to put off her roommate from stealing her dad. Senior Lu really got married? How do you know? Why did he get married so early? Who's his wife? It's true that all good men are someone else's. When this question came out, Lin Ruyan went numb. How do I know? That's because he's married to my mom. How can she say this? Isn't this saying it out loud an indication of telling them that Lu Ming is now their father? In an instant, Lin Ruyan resolved that she must not reveal it. Can only perfunctorily say, don't think about this. Come back and bring me a green pepper and shredded pork over rice. Also direct your roommate's attention elsewhere. The news buzz from the outer gate intensified, while the main character Lu Ming was alone at home at the moment. In the past 2 days, Lin Wan left early and returned late every day, saying that she was too busy with the work of the Shuangmu group. So they all just left Lu Ming alone at home bored. But Lu Ming also felt that this kind of day was quite good. He can play games, he can sleep, he can watch movies, big pastime entertainment to do. Ring, ring, ring. At this time, Lu Ming's cell phone rang. It was a call from the young secretary Su Zixin. After casually connecting, Su Zixin's excited voice came right over the phone. Chairman, you are too. Su Zixin seemed to be unable to think of a suitable adjective to describe the sublime admiration in her heart for Lu Ming for a while. In the end, he simply skipped the party and reported directly to Lu Ming. Chairman, your calligraphy has been auctioned off. The auction price is $15 billion. It was taken by that old man known as the modern saint of calligraphy, Wang Yiju. Hearing this news, Lu Ming was a bit surprised. $15 billion? That's not bad. Lu Ming originally did not even think that his word post could be sold at such a high price, which was beyond his expectations. Plus, the Fantasy Star Sea Stone has a very good auction price. Tonight is a double whammy, so to speak. By the way, Chairman, Wang Yizhu expressed his desire to meet you. I don't know if you... Su Zixin continued. But when Lu Ming heard that, he didn't even have to think about it and directly refused.
No.
He didn't really want to meet anyone, even if the other person was some modern-day saint of books, even if he had a lot of time to spare. Meeting strangers and all that is not as comfortable as staying by yourself. Originally, he just didn't want to pull down the auction because of Nanlin's calligraphy work this time, so he just randomly wrote a few words. But I didn't expect it to sell for such a high price and cause a stir. Seeing that Lu Ming refused to meet, Su Zixin did not say much and simply said, yes. After saying that, Lu Ming hung up the phone. But I didn't expect another call to come in just as soon as the phone hung up. A warm, soft voice came from the phone just as it connected. Honey, who are you talking to on the phone? Hearing this voice, Lu Ming couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth hook up in a smile. It's the staff in charge of the auction of the Fantasy Star Sea Stone, who just came to report to me about the auction of the Fantasy Star Sea Stone. Yeah? How much did that Fantasy Star Sea Stone fetch? Lin Wan on the other end of the phone was also immediately interested. After all, this boulder was also considered to be unearthed by her own eyes. She was very curious about the value of the treasure she and Lu Ming had dug up together. As the president of the Doubletree Group, she had been to quite a few auctions, big and small, and she still knew a lot about auctions. The people who could participate in the auction were all worth a lot of money, and coupled with the fierce bidding atmosphere of the auction, many of the lots would end up being sold at a price much higher than their original value. Fantasy Star Ocean Stones were originally treasured and expensive treasures. If put up for auction, she couldn't imagine just how many sky-high prices it would fetch. And Lu Ming, seeing that Lin Wan was so curious, instead got up some mischief and didn't tell her right away. Guess what? I can't guess. In a short sentence, Lin Wan's tone stumbled and fell, and her pampering skills were evident, trying to get Lu Ming to tell her the price directly by pampering her. When Lu Ming heard this, his heart softened and filled up somewhere. But in the end, he gritted his teeth and did not say anything. $8 billion? Lin Wan guessed after pondering for a while. Nope. Lu Ming immediately denied it, then prompted, go on, let go and guess bigger. Hearing Lu Ming say this, Lin Wan was a little surprised. Guess bigger? Or is it the letting go kind? What kind of a sky-high price is that? After trying as hard as she could to think big, Lin Wan gave a price that she herself was already shocked by in. 9 billion? More than that. Did it break 10 billion? Aha! 11.5 billion? More than that. 13 billion? Lin Wan really didn't dare to guess further. The price has long exceeded her imagination. Chapter 111, The Grand Wedding Proposal. Seeing that Lin Wan really couldn't guess, Lu Ming didn't tease her anymore and told her directly. $18 billion. Oh my god. Lin Wan on the other end of the phone rarely screamed a broken voice. Although with her worth, $18 billion was nothing. But a stone that could actually be sold for an astronomical price of $18 billion was quite shocking to her. And it was dug from land they only paid $20 million for. Hubby, you're great. At this moment, Lin Wan was incomparably adoring Lu Ming, which made Lu Ming very flattered. But after the shock was over, Lin Wan also returned to the topic and talked about the purpose of making this call. Honey, did you have dinner? Nope. Lu Ming touched his stomach, not realizing that it was so late. He was indeed a little hungry. Hearing that Lu Ming hadn't eaten yet, Lin Wan seemed to have some delight in her tone. I'm almost done. So why don't we all go over to the Excellence Plaza to eat together tonight? Lu Ming naturally agreed to Lin Wan's proposal. Yeah. Although the food from the restaurant outside was definitely not as good as Lu Ming's own. But he doesn't want to cook for himself every day. Then hubby, you go over to Excellence Plaza first. I'll be right behind you. Aha. After hanging up, Lu Ming changed his clothes and went out the door. Flipped a Lamborghini Murcielago on the road today. After a bit of traffic weaving, Lu Ming arrived at the Plaza of Excellence. After parking the car, he walked to the place where he and Lin Wan had made an appointment. There seems to be some kind of event going on at the Excellence Plaza today, with beautiful decorations hanging everywhere. It's quite a bit of a festival. Since the Excellence Plaza was very crowded with people coming and going, Lu Ming looked for a while but did not find Lin Wan's figure. Just wanted to call over and ask. Shoo! Snap! Brilliant fireworks burst in unison over Excellence Square. The whole sky was illuminated. All the pedestrians couldn't help but stand down and look up to the sky, watching the beautiful scene. Lu Ming was no exception. He was also caught up in the giant fireworks show. However, he had some regrets in his heart at this time. At such a romantic moment, Lin Wan was actually not by his side. Lu Ming immediately wanted to take out his cell phone and record the scene and share it with Lin Wan. But the next second, instead, the fireworks in the air exploded into a section of letters. I love you, L. All the pedestrians watching the fireworks were stunned. The entire Excellence Plaza was abuzz. Wow! I can't believe it's still like this? So romantic. LM? Who is it? Firework displays in the sky are already rare. And this one actually blew up a line of confessions. You know, this is countless times more difficult than ordinary fireworks. The cost is naturally horrendous. But there's one that's really romantic to the core. Just as the people in the square were wondering who this LM really was, all the lights in the Plaza of Excellence suddenly went out. Immediately after, the pedestrians in front of Lu Ming's left let out a commotion while their standing shape changed. They have stepped aside to avoid it, leaving a path. See only, under that white light, Lin Wan was slowly walking towards Lu Ming in a wedding dress. Everyone's gazes were tightly fixed on Lin Wan, so nervous that they couldn't even breathe loudly, just quietly watching this absolute beauty slowly walk to Lu Ming. At this point, Lu Ming had already frozen, fighting against Lin Wan. The two looked at each other quietly, their eyes full of love. When the onlookers present saw this scene, how could they not be clear that this was a scene of a woman proposing to a man? Everyone's eyes were shocked plus envious. Both shocked at Lin Wan's courage and envious of Lu Ming's luck. Countless men hated that they were Lu Ming. Wow! A woman chasing a man. So bold. So romantic. Envious and jealous. Why isn't there such a beautiful rich woman chasing me? Look at what people's parents look like. And look at yourself. A handsome man and a beautiful woman. A proper match made in heaven. The person who spoke was a game anchor named Fish. Normally she was usually at home broadcasting Jedi. Today it was just an occasional whim. Got out of the house and stopped by for a live outdoor broadcast. I never expected to witness such a romantic proposal. And by now her live stream had blown up. Crap. The Fish outdoor live broadcast actually met someone who proposed. And it's a woman proposing to a man. That's too cool. Brothers, think carefully. Think about it, guys, this rambunctious fireworks show, plus getting Excelsior Plaza to cooperate with the operation. What a big family it would take to do that. The heroine of this proposal is a rich woman. I have to say, the heroine is really super beautiful. Beautiful to the point of shock. The male lead is also foully handsome. Fish is right. They are truly a match made in heaven. Knock on wood. Really good match. Just as the audience of Fish's live broadcast was envious and jealous. Lin Wan finally spoke slowly. Honey, I've fantasized about such a scene in my mind countless times. Finally realized today. I'm here to tell you that before I met you, my life was black and white. Life is nothing but work. But after being with you, I realized that the world is so beautiful and there are so many interesting things. I feel incredibly happy and blessed every moment I'm with you. You are a light in my life. A light that should never be lost. So, honey, will you marry me? After Lin Wan finished speaking, Lu Ming was too late to react. She then pulled out a beige ring box and opened it. When the ring inside appeared, all who saw it were stunned. Crap, what a big diamond ring. How many carats does that have to be? It's so big and shiny. The ring of Dikla. What is it? This is the biggest and most expensive male diamond ring in the world. It's worth over $100 million. And at that moment, Lu Ming came to a sudden realization after seeing all of this. It turned out that Lin Wan had been going out early and coming home late in the past few days, saying that she was busy with the affairs of the Shuangmu group, leaving him alone at home. Turns out she was the one who had been preparing all this meticulously in secret all along. Figure it out. Lu Ming's heart was only filled with emotion. Lin Wan really spoiled herself too much. Not only does he usually get what he wants, and now it's even more important to prepare yourself for this such a big proposal confession. 1,000 words that finally came together in one sentence. Honey, I love you. Love needs no words. Lu Ming's love Lin Wan can feel all of it. By now she was in hot tears. After hearing Lu Ming's goodbye, he immediately put the Stikla male ring on Lu Ming's hand. The moment, the fireworks bloomed again. This grand wedding proposal is deeply imprinted in the hearts of countless people. Chapter 112. The Dreamy Star Ocean Ring. Early the next morning. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a grand courtship. Soft food gained assets plus 250. $000.000.00. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The assets gained from the soft food exceeded $750 million. Rewarded with a morphing key. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The assets gained from the soft food exceed 800 million. Rewarding the Dream Star Ocean Ring. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up to LV8. The daily cash increase has been raised to 80%. And the reward rewards 33% of the shares of Maria Private Hospital. Please keep up the good work. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Soft rice income assets exceeded $850 million. Reward Maria Private Hospital 35% shares. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Soft rice income assets exceeded 900 million. Reward Bite Group 65% of the shares. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up to LV9. The daily cash increase has been raised to 90%. And the future information table. Please host to keep up the good work. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Soft rice income assets exceeded $950 million. Reward Private Island Moss Island. A series of system beeps directly blew Lu Ming, who had just woken up and was still in a daze. Awake. The last time so many rewards appeared at once was when he got married. The rewards that popped after this proposal were even more than the wedding. Nope. Himself first had a wedding ceremony, then a wedding proposal in there. But more outrageous still, he or she is also the first to get a license to register for marriage. Registration and license marriage ceremony wedding request. What a confusing order for yourself. Totally different from the average person. Thinking about this, Lu Ming cried and laughed a little, but quickly focused on the system prompt. This look. Only to know specifically that the original Lin Wan to prepare this wedding proposal actually spent $2.5 billion. I can't believe it cost $100 million more than tying the knot for the wedding ceremony. It's no wonder the system rewards so much. But considering last night's extravaganza, these expenses aren't really that much. I'm afraid that men's diamond ring alone would cost a fortune. Plus the fireworks in the sky, etc. One could only say that Lin Wan's handiwork was just too big, spending hundreds of millions of dollars for him at every turn. On the contrary, Lu Ming didn't even see her getting herself anything. This also made Lu Ming determined that he had to do something for Lin Wan as well. But there's no rush on this one. Better yet, let's take a look at the system's rewards this time around. When Lu Ming looked at the system rewards, the first reward was a transformation key. When Lu Ming first saw it, he didn't think it was a big deal, and he couldn't tell much from the name. But when he saw the system introduction, he realized that this key was so powerful. According to the system's explanation, this morphing key could open any lock in the world. From the smallest lock on an ordinary home door to the largest bank-grade vault. In the future, there will be no lock in this world that Lu Ming cannot open. Lu Ming had a premonition that this morphing key should be able to play a major role in the future. The second is a Fantasy Star Ocean Ring. According to the system's introduction, this one ring was made from the world's first excavated Fantasy Star Sea Stone. Designed by one of the world's top jewelry designers, it is known as the world's most beautiful diamond ring, which once fetched $100 million 20 years ago. And such rings with the world's name on them will only become more valuable with the passage of time. Put it into today's world and the price should have doubled quite a bit. After reading about the system, Lu Ming was also curious and took the Dream Star Ocean Ring out of the system space, intending to see it. And when the Dream Star Ocean Ring appeared in his palm, Lu Ming froze. I couldn't help but pinch it up and put it in the light to scrutinize it. Beautiful! This Dream Star Ocean Ring really lives up to its reputation as the most beautiful ring in the world. Lu Ming seems to see a vast sea of stars from this small ring. After seeing the actual object, Lu Ming felt that he had still underestimated the ring. Such a stunning ring, I thought that if it was taken to the auction now, it shouldn't be a problem to fetch a price of $5 or $6 billion. Of course, Lu Ming is not a professional appraiser or auctioneer, he just goes by his own feelings. If this Fantasy Star Ocean Ring went up for auction, he was willing to spend $5 or $6 billion to put it up for auction. while the Dreamstar Ocean Ring is worth up to $5 or $6 billion, probably more. But Lu Ming had no intention of selling it. With a good idea in mind, he looked at Lin Wan, who was still sleeping soundly beside him. Gently, he put the ring on Lin Wan's hand. But here's the strange thing. Lin Wan wore this Fantasy Star Ocean ring surprisingly with an incomparable fit. Lu Ming was worried about the size match at first. But soon the system also gave an explanation. As it turns out, the Dreamstar Ocean ring was designed with the perfect female finger size in mind. That way the most extreme beauty could be achieved. In that case, then Lin Wan's fingers are just perfect. That's why it fits so well with the Fantasy Star Sea Stone. After putting the ring on Lin Wan, Lu Ming only proceeded to look at the following rewards as well. Shares in Maria Private Hospital and Bytes Group. Lu Ming remembered that last time he seemed to have gotten 32% of the shares of Maria Private Hospital and 35% of the shares of Byte Group. Together with the shares awarded this time, then no matter if it was the Byte Group or Maria Private Hospital, he himself was 100% controlling. This made Lu Ming, who had seen a lot of wind and rain, feel a little bit of excitement in his heart. You should know that the Byte Group can be another $100 billion group, and it has a very strong influence on society. Plus the holding of Maria Private Hospital. His social status simply came in a straight line. And this time the system was also thoughtful, both preparing two capable little secretaries for him. Help him with the day-to-day affairs of Maria Private Hospital and Byte Group respectively, so that he can continue to live his daily salty life. With Zixin Su as a benchmark, you can imagine how excellent the little secretaries that the system helped Lu Ming prepare are. Not only is she young and beautiful, but she is also very capable. No matter what task Lu Ming gave her, Su Zixin was able to handle things quickly and well. Basically, he doesn't have to worry about it. Next is the future information table. This Lu Ming was very impressed. He'd done quite a bit the last time he'd gotten a future info sheet. Not only predicted the wheat futures market in advance, heavily leveraged wildly rake in a large sum of money, but also know the location of the buried Fantasy Star Sea Stone. More importantly, he still knew about the major crisis of the Doublewood Group and helped Lin Wan to circumvent it. So when Lu Ming got the future information sheet again, he almost wanted to just take it out and take a good look at it. But considering that Lin Wan was still by his side, in the end Lu Ming held back. Chapter 113. The first tourist stop. Only one last reward remains. Overseas private island Moss Island? Now that's an islander. Foreign private islands that can be really property rights belong to individuals. Whatever you want to do on the island is allowed. You can be completely closed off and enjoy this paradise alone. You can also liberalize the investment and make the island a tourist mecca and be a rent-collecting islander. Not bad. Not bad. Lu Ming was already somewhat looking forward to the beauty of the island he belonged to. Or maybe go check it out sometime. This thought had just risen in Lu Ming's mind. Just then I heard a wailing wake-up call from my side. Turn your head. Lin Wan beside him seemed to have woken up from her sleep. Lin Wan's sleepy eyes were hazy, and the first thing she did when she woke up was to look for her husband to post. But never one to wear adornments on her fingers. She soon felt a strange sensation coming from her hand. She slowly brought her right hand to her eyes. Eyes dazed, he looked toward his hands. Next, Lin Wan immediately widened her eyes. Then it seemed as if he thought he had blinked, and immediately wiped his eyes with his left hand. Immediately after, the whole group sat up from the bed. A pair of starry eyes stared dead at the ring on his right hand. Rubbing my hand just a little against the ring, I finally got to experience this feeling of substance. It took Lin Wan a moment to confirm that it wasn't her eyesight or a dream. She did have an extra gleaming ring in her hand. Husband. Lin Wan turned her head to look at her husband beside her, her eyes flowing. Lu Ming nodded. Like it. After receiving Lu Ming's affirmation, Lin Wan instantly jumped on him and shouted happily. Love it. It's so nice to look at. Hubby gave me the best-looking ring in the world. Under the excitement, Lin Wan directly sent a kiss for Lu Ming. It's time to wake up from your nap and take a morning walk. After a few radio gymnastics, both fell asleep with renewed sleepiness. By the time they woke up, it was 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Lu Ming suddenly thought of something when he saw it was so late and turned his head to look at Lin Wan in his arms and asked, Honey, don't you have to work on company stuff today? The Doublewood Group is currently in a phase of rapid development. Normally, even if Lin Wan didn't go to the company and stayed home with Lu Ming, all of them also telecommute from home a little bit for a while to take care of a few things. But today at this hour, Lin Wan is still in bed. So Lu Ming couldn't help but ask curiously. And after Lin Wan heard Lu Ming's inquiry, she guffawed and responded by pressing her head against Lu Ming's body. I've got the company completely taken care of. From now on, the affairs of the Twinwood Group will be completely delegated to the executives and my assistant, Jade. Unless there is a major event and a huge expenditure of money that I need to be called on to report. Anything else they could have solved completely internally. Hear that? Lu Ming was surprised. Huh? Why? Lu Ming didn't expect Lin Wan to be like him, choosing to let the group run on its own, and she stopped worrying about the group's affairs. Lu Ming himself was not interested in the group's affairs because he was already a salty character. But Lin Wan was different. The Doublewood Group was built by her, pouring her heart and soul into it for so many years, and the group was still in a booming situation. She has every chance to lead the Twinwoods to a new peak. But Lin Wan gave up, giving up her heart and soul and what she would achieve in the future. Because, I'm going to stay with you. Lin Wan raised her head and met Lu Ming in a four-eyed stare. The eyes were full of deep love. If the company is too busy, I won't be able to be by your side all the time. I would give up everything for you. Sleep with you, wake up, eat, play, and hurry up and have little ones. Speaking of this, Lin Wan had already turned red and lowered her head in shyness. Hearing this, Lu Ming hugged Lin Wan even tighter. With the Twinwoods Group in full swing, if it were an ordinary person, they would probably disregard everything and just think about making their careers better before thinking about anything else, right? But Lin Wan did the opposite, sacrificing her job just to be better company. Honey, you're so good to me. Since you don't even have to go to the office, let's go on a trip. Hearing this proposal from Lu Ming, Lin Wan's eyes were glowing and her heart was moved. There are so many places she wants to go. Yeah. Think of it as a honeymoon. Lin Wan has been working hard over the years, going out on business trips almost all the time, and coming back when things are done. I've been to quite a few places, but I've never had a good time. Lu Ming nodded, and the two of them began to work out the route for their next honeymoon trip. Honeymoon traveling is something that many newlyweds do. Although the order of their wedding proposals got a little messed up, it's good to see that they all made up for each other as well. So the next day, Lu Ming and Lin Wan got up early in the morning. They hadn't gotten up this early in a long time, but today was the first day of their honeymoon. Though sleepy, the two got out of bed and washed up. A chauffeured ride followed. They arrived at the first stop on their honeymoon trip, which had been scheduled for last night. Lin Wan's hometown, Qingping Village. This was where Lin Wan had grown up, but she hadn't been back for a long time. Now Qingping Village has also been transformed from a dilapidated and poor mountain village into a famous scenic tourist area. Since they were going back home, Lu Ming and Lin Wan also asked Lin Kongtai if he wanted to come along. But Lin Kongtai didn't even think about it and immediately rejected them. You two young couples go out to play. Bring me this old man, why? No go. So Lu Ming and Lin Wan came by themselves. So this is your old neighborhood, huh? Lu Ming asked as he looked at the very dated house in front of him. Uh-huh. Get in there. Lin Wan took out her key and opened the door, leading Lu Ming inside. It attracted a lot of attention from tourists. Instead, this dilapidated house is now a favorite photo spot for tourists. The duo didn't care though, and closed the door in passing as they entered. Ah, these are my childhood toys. Seeing her childhood residence, Lin Wan surfaced many childhood memories, constantly telling Lu Ming interesting stories from his childhood. Though her childhood caused many unpleasant things to happen because of Lin Kongtai's willful evil. When now the misunderstanding between her and Lin Kongtai had been cleared up. After changing her perspective again when she talked about these things, Lin Wan was no longer resentful and sad, but instead she was cheerful. The two stayed at the old house for a long time before coming out and wandering back into the village. Nowadays developed as a nationally famous tourist attraction, Qingping Village has a beautiful environment and hides many interesting small stores. Under Lin Wan's leadership, the two of them just strolled leisurely all day. Chapter 114. The Ni Family's Daughter. Night. Lin Wan was already in dreamland. Perhaps she was dreaming of something happy, and in her sleep she had a small smile on her face. Lu Ming favored Lin Wan with a kiss on her cheek. Then he picked up his phone and swiped through the short videos in boredom. It was still early, and he wasn't sleepy for a while. But after a while, Lu Ming's eyes lit up as if he had thought of something. Yeah, the future information sheet hasn't been read yet. The last future information sheet had made Lu Ming a lot of money and helped him a lot. Although Lu Ming was not short of money now, it didn't matter if it was money or not. But there's just something cool about foreseeing the future and changing its course. So Lu Ming's mind moved. Immediately afterward, the future information sheet stored in the system space appeared in his hand. September 20th, the police launched a series of sweeping H activities, destroying a number of dens. In the old city, a branch of the Plum Shampoo store will be 70-year-old tycoon Single Hongsheng arrested. Single Hongsheng on the PC fax confessed. After that, the information of Shan Hongsheng's 13 sons and daughters, including his own illegitimate children, was exposed. Lu Ming looked confused when he saw the first piece of information on the future information sheet. Nice guy. Mana Hongsheng? He was still a bit impressed with the old tycoon. This guy has a thin body and gray hair look. Originally the back is still old and strong. Ah, you're 70 years old and you're still playing around? Ichimi hair wash in Old Town? It just doesn't sound very serious and of a high standard. It is reasonable to say that he is such a rich man. What level of food cannot afford? Ah. It's not a problem to open a part in your own big villa or open a presidential suite. It's even better to just dump Chambers' itchy woman. With his wealth, bagging 10 or 8 of them, provided he can afford it, is not a problem. How did you end up in a place like this? Let's just say, or maybe people have some special pet peeve. And the old man actually had 13 other children, not the least of which were illegitimate. As you can imagine, this guy was a seed sower when he was younger, spreading seeds everywhere. Looks like it's going to be a mad scramble for the family fortune. Lu Ming cried and laughed. This future event looked quite interesting, but it wasn't worth much. So read on. On September 20th, Yuehao Jiangwan was exposed to use substandard materials, and many owners besieged the site to demand refunds. On September 20th, high school student Wang Ming picked up an important document on his way home from school and promptly returned it to the owner, who was awarded $200,000. September 20th, Lee reported whistleblowing located in Seaside City, Iwaguchi Street, number 239 store suspected of making counterfeit cigarettes. The police investigated and rewarded, according to the size of the nest size of 1 million yuan. Countless information was jumped over by Lu Ming. A lot of things happen in a city every day, and these can be seen in the future information sheet. But most of the things were irrelevant to Lu Ming, and there was no way to bring him benefits. Can only be viewed as news for fun. Even if there are some benefits, the highest amount she's seen so far is only $1 million bonus. $1 million might seem like a lot of money to the average person. But to Lu Ming, let alone $1 million, even if it's $10 million. He didn't bother to pick it up. Can't see it. I've been reading this for so long and I don't see any useful information. Lu Ming was also a bit impatient. I was thinking I'd just take a break and read it another day. But the next second, his eyes then stopped on a particular message and he read it over and over a few times. September 20th, early morning. An accidental death occurred in Qingping village. The deceased is Ni Yen Yen, the daughter of the Ni family in Seaside City. The reason Lu Ming was interested in this seemingly simple message, not only because it happened in the village of Qingping where he is now, it was also because of the identity of the deceased Ni family's daughter, Ni Yen Yen. Ni Yen Yen he didn't recognize. But speaking of the Seaside Ni family, he's a local who is familiar with it. When I was a child, I didn't listen to my grandparents talk about the Ni family in the past. The Ni family as Seaside natives. Plus, it's another big family on the waterfront with a large population. When the waterfront was developed, it ate up the dividends and grew rapidly. Though there is also a reason why the Ni family is so competitive. However, the Ni family had been developing in Seaside for 34 years, and their power was almost spread up and down Seaside. Almost the entire Seaside can be hitched by the Ni family as long as their last name is Ni. The Ni family is like a spider's web, penetrating into all walks of life in Binhai. You may not see anything on a normal day, but once the Ni family explodes that energy, it will be earth-shattering. The present-day Ni family's daughter, Ni Yen Yen, died unexpectedly. It's an opportunity for Lu Ming. If he can save Ni Yen Yen, the Ni family will surely be grateful. As we all know, the debt of a favor can be the hardest to repay, and it's still a life-saving favor. That's a lot more valuable than just money. Lu Ming glanced at the current time, and there was only an hour or so before Ni Yen Yan's accidental death. Fortunately, Qingping village wasn't too big either. Plus, the location of Ni Yen Yan's death provided in the future information sheet wasn't far from him here. He made it there in perfect time. So Lu Ming also got up immediately. After covering Lin Wan with the quilt, he put on some clothes and went out. According to the system's prompts, Lu Ming quickly arrived at his destination. This was clearly the center of the entire Qingping village and the highest building in the village with 12 floors. But there is a large leaping deck on the 3rd floor. The platform was brilliantly lit and crowded, with music faintly circling the ears, as if some kind of party was being held. Lu Ming also mingled right into this party. No one would come to question him about his identity anyway, even if he stood alone all over again with a glass of wine in his hand. Others looking at his face and temperament would just assume that he was just the guy at the party, waiting for a friend. Lu Ming stood in a corner, his eyes scanning the entire room. Some people were sparring, some were kibabbing, and some couples were making out. For a while, Lu Ming didn't know which of these people present was Ni Yen Yen. After all, he hadn't seen Ni Yen Yen's face before. But the good thing is that the system is also very much out of the loop. 10 meters ahead on the left, wearing a black dress. At the system's prompt, Lu Ming's gaze locked onto a small group of men and women at 10 meters. Looked over at the woman in the black dress. It's her? Lu Ming didn't recognize Ni Xiaoxiao though. But when he came in, he first scanned the room for characters. It was she, too, who was the prettiest woman in the arena, with a fitted black dress that looked so marvelous that she seemed to be able to see some curves in her figure. It was complemented by the fiery red high heels on her feet. Lu Ming also took a couple more looks. So naturally, I'm impressed. Men, they definitely remember the pretty ones. But Lu Ming didn't expect that she was the heroine of tonight's accidental death. The Ni family's daughter Ni Yen Yen. Chapter 115. Ambush. Just a group of them, men and women, gathered around. There was laughing and talking about something. Since they were too far apart, Lu Ming couldn't hear them, so he had to lean over slowly. Good. You two are in love and actually hid it from us for so long. No wonder you've gotten in better shape lately. Little Fei, come on over here and let's just test your new size. Ni Yen Yen laughed and placed the wine glass in her hand on a high table to the side. Then she extended her magic grip to a girl with big breasts beside her. The big-breasted girl, Fei, immediately took a few steps back when she saw this.
No.
It's not like I've ever seen it before. Fei doesn't kiss my sister and me after she has a boyfriend. Ni Yen Yen said and put her hand out. Fei hurriedly hid behind a white shirt man. Yun-san, don't joke around. Seeing that she was blocked by the white shirt man, Ni Yen Yen stopped her pursuit and stood in place. Qin Fei, are you feeling sorry for Xiao Fei? Are you jealous of me? How come I didn't know you were so possessive before? Qin Fei was embarrassed by Ni Yen Yen's words and just wanted to retort, but Ni Yen Yen had already been in his days. With a sudden flash, he skipped past Qin Fei and pounced on Xiao Fei. But Fei seemed to be keeping an eye on Ni Yen Yen, and when he saw him pouncing, he dodged in a hurry. Due to the excessive force, Ni Yen Yen directly hit the rooftop fence. The rooftop fence only looked to be about a meter, so Ni Yen Yen's lower body impacted with the fence, while her upper body couldn't stop from falling down. It was as if the whole thing was going to fall headfirst, as if it were upside down. Ah! Ni Yen Yen let out a shriek. Her original companion beside her was also shocked by the scene. One froze slightly, waiting to see that something was wrong and trying to go up and pull the plug. Ni Yen Yen has planted herself. In this hour of emergency, a large hand appeared. The big hand tightly grabbed Ni Yen Yen's jade foot. In the eyes of the crowd, a little bit on Ni Yen Yen's whole person hung up from the air. Seeing Ni Yen Yen being pulled up, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Even if this place was only 3 floors high, with Ni Yen Yen falling down in this head-first position. The end of Ni Yen Yen is predictable. And Ni Yen Yen, who was pulled up, tightly closed her eyes, her body slightly trembling. After a short while, as if realizing he hadn't fallen, he slowly opened his eyes. One eye open, Lu Ming's face came into her eyes.
Ni Yan Yan instantly cankered.
She had never seen such a handsome man before, and the horror of the danger she had just encountered immediately dissipated. Instead, he looked at Lu Ming's face and blushed a little. At this point, bang! A gunshot rang out. Lu Ming could feel that the bullet was coming this way, and with his keen senses, he could even feel the airflow brought about by the bullet brushing past him. This instant, Lu Ming immediately realized that these people should be coming for Ni Yen Yen. Ni Yen Yen's accidental death is not so simple. If he hadn't stepped in, Ni Yen Yen falling to her death would indeed look like an accident. But now Ai Yen Yen was saved by him. The mastermind behind this accident will have to kill. Realizing this, Lu Ming made a snap decision. Directly pulling Ai Yen Yen into his arms, he flipped over the fence and jumped. Bang! Bang! Just as Lu Ming and Ai Yen Yen had just jumped down, several more gunshots rang out one after another behind him. The rooftop was already in chaos at this point. Screams, tables knocking over, glasses breaking mingled. Luckily, Lu Ming and Ai Yen Yen had already jumped down before the enemy could fire again. The small 3-story building wasn't very tall, plus there were several spots to stay, not just jump off. So with Lu Ming's strong physical ability, he could still eat. The open space under the rooftop. Lu Ming let go of Ai Yen Yen, who had been stunned, in his arms. Run! Then just wanted to take Ai Yen Yen out of here. Bang! The gunshots actually rang out again. Is there also an ambush below? Lu Ming glanced towards the opposite buildings before hurriedly pulling Ai Yen Yen to hide inside the building. Find a random room inside and hide. Arriving at a slightly safer place, Ai Yen Yen finally calmed down. Who are you? Are those people out there trying to kill me? Lu Ming was just about to speak. Bang! The killer seemed to have found their room and shattered the glass of the room with a direct shot. The glass in the window shattered sparingly. Lu Ming hurriedly pulled Ai Yen Yen to hide in the dead center of the window. A frown creased his brow. He didn't expect these killers to be so rampant when they hadn't gotten their hands on him and had been exposed. I can't believe he didn't retreat and continued to pursue. He also didn't know who the people chasing Ai Yen Yen were, and how many people were out on the other side. But the person who dared to make a move on the Ai family's daughter thought that he must have come from a good place as well. The average person doesn't have the guts to do that. If it was Lu Ming alone, he was still confident that he could get out in one piece. But now that he was with Ai Yen Yen, it was clear that he had to be careful. Let's go! Lu Ming greeted Ai Yen Yen and intended to take her to continue moving to the next safe place. But just as the two were about to move, snap! Just outside the room came the sound of heavy footsteps, and Ai Yen Yen's heart seized hard. Is it the people who are after her who are looking for her? Stay there and hide, don't move, I'll go check it out. Lu Ming turned his head to Ai Yen Yen. Then he headed for the door of the room alone. After Ai Yen Yen listened to Lu Ming's words, she obediently nodded and went to squat in the corner. A full sense of security rose in his heart. And that's when Lu Ming's cell phone also vibrated. After taking a look at it, he couldn't help but let out a huge sigh of relief. His Xianwu bodyguard group is in place. Although the Xuanwu bodyguards were protecting Lu Ming 24 hours a day, they had followed up before Lu Ming came out. But after all, it wasn't close protection, and Lu Ming wasn't used to it. The gunshot came suddenly, plus Lu Ming was also the first to jump for cover and enter the house. That's why the Xuanwu bodyguard was taking a little bit of time to follow him in. But now that the Xuanwu bodyguards had arrived, Lu Ming was finally relieved. Although he didn't know how many assassins were out there, with the strength of the Xuanwu bodyguards, he could definitely deal with them. So Lu Ming ordered immediately, take care of the killers out there. A gentleman does not stand on a dangerous wall. Since the Xuanwu bodyguards are already here, surely it's safer to let them strike first and destroy the person themselves. Bang! Another shot rang out. It was accompanied by heart-rending screams. Ai Yen Yen, who was hiding in the corner of the room, was so alarmed that Lu Ming had to walk over and hold her in his arms, blocking her ears. By the time the gunfire died down and everything was quiet, Lu Ming's cell phone shook. He knew that the outside was taken care of. Chapter 116, Ai Honghu of the Ai family. Although the killers outside had been cleared by the Xuanwu bodyguards, but Lu Ming and Ai Yen Yen also remained in the room without going out. The two stayed here for the time being, and Lu Ming told Ai Yen Yen to hurry up and contact her family so that they could come and take her away. Have some water. Lu Ming could see that Ai Yen Yen was still a bit nervous at this time, so he also found some water in the room for her to drink. Well, thanks. Ai Yen Yen held the quilt with both hands and took small sips, raising her head every now and then to look at Lu Ming. There was a different kind of sentiment in the eyes. Thank you for saving my life. I still don't know who you are or what your name is. It was also obvious at this point that Ai Yen Yen knew that these people were coming for her. My name is Lu Ming. Lu Ming responded simply. The conversation ended and the room just fell into silence. Ai Yen Yen seemed to feel a little embarrassed and made an effort to find a topic of conversation with the unfamiliar Lu Ming, learning more about him in the process. You have good hands, oh. If it wasn't for you, I might have been. It's not bad. Why did those people out there suddenly disappear? I don't know. Lu Ming gave only a simple response to all of Ni Yen Yan's questions. He didn't want to explain so much to Ni Yen Yan and expose the existence of the Xuanwu bodyguards for no reason. Besides, he was noticing. This Ni family's daughter, inevitably, talked too much and was too enthusiastic towards herself, and her eyes were also a bit off. It couldn't be because of some drawbridge effect or his own heroic look at himself, could it? He himself was planning to gain the favor of the Ni family only by saving her life. There are no other ideas. And Ni Yen Yan was frustrated to see that Lu Ming had been so cold. She'd never been this enthusiastic about a man before, and the man in front of her was the first. Just when she was getting a little frustrated, a thick male voice suddenly came from outside. Yun, where are you? Daddy's coming to get you. Ni Yen Yan immediately heard that it was her father's voice and hurriedly got up, opening the door to her room, ran out. Dad, I'm here. Lu Ming also followed out without slowing down. Just after leaving the room, he saw a majestic middle-aged man with a dozen bodyguards behind him. This person was the head of the Ni family, Ni Honghu. When Ni Yen Yan saw her father, she immediately hugged him. Ni Honghu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Ni Yen Yan was not injured. My sweet girl, Daddy was wrong. Daddy didn't protect you. Woo-hoo. Ni Yen Yan finally couldn't help but cry out. What happened to his daughter and her cries made Ni Honghu very remorseful. Although the Ni family is powerful, but there are also many enemies. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened to his own daughter today. Daughter, what's going on at night? Tell Dad carefully. After calming Ni Yen Yan down and calming down, Ni Honghui began to retrace the night's events. He was out dashing around when he made the connection to get a number of calls. One by one, they are saying that his daughter Ni Yen Yan has suffered an assassination. The other side also used firearms. His own daughter even fell downstairs. Life and death are unknown at this time. Although these words were tigerish, it was about his baby girl. Not daring to take it lightly, he immediately called his daughter. But there has been no answer. He was so scared that he hurriedly took his men and horses straight to Qingping village. Luckily, just as he arrived in the village, he received a call from Ni Yen Yan, giving him an address to come over. Facing Ni Honghu's inquiry, Ni Yen Yan had wanted to talk about tonight's experience all over again, but as soon as he remembered what had just happened, a heart beat violently, and his chest was so tight that it was hard to breathe. The mind was also becoming less clear, obviously with some after effects of what had just happened. See this? Lu Ming stepped forward and took the initiative to speak. Uncle, I see that Ms. Ni is not in a good state. Why don't you let me say it to you? It was only after Lu Ming opened his mouth that Ni Honghu noticed that there was such a person as Lu Ming. Just now, he was too worried about his own precious daughter, focusing only on his own daughter to go, not caring about others at all. Who are you? There was a wary attitude in Ni Honghu's tone and eyes. Ni Yen Yan also heard it and hurriedly defended it. Dad. He was the one who saved me tonight. His name is Lu Ming. It was only after hearing Ni Yen Yan's words that Ni Honghui dropped his guard, turning his eyes to rise in gratitude. Lu Ming also described tonight's situation to Ni Honghu one by one, though it was only a handful of understatements. But Ni Honghu could also hear the thrill of the night in it. In that time alone, this Lu Ming lad had saved his baby girl a couple of times. First, he pulled his falling daughter up, and then he jumped with her to avoid being shot. The latter also dodged several waves of killers in a row. Anyone else who came along couldn't have done a better job than he did. After listening to Lu Ming's description, Ni Honghu was also weeping with gratitude to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, thank you so much. If it wasn't for you tonight, it would be. Ni Honghu's words speak for themselves. If Lu Ming hadn't saved him a few times, he would have only seen a corpse of his daughter tonight. Yeah. Thanks to Lu Ming. Otherwise, I really can't run away. Ni Yen Yan also heard his father's words and heavily echoed them. She was still a little shaken by the events of the night until now, and the feeling of impending death when she fell and when she was shot made her heart skip a beat when she thought back on it. After making things clear, Lu Ming also opened his mouth to bid farewell. Since you're here, uncle, I'll leave first. Hearing that Lu Ming was about to leave, Ni Yen Yan immediately shouted, Lu Ming, don't go, but then reacted to the fact that his own words were a bit ambiguous. also hastened to add an explanation. I mean, I haven't properly thanked you for saving my life. You can't just leave. A show of hands. Ms. Ni doesn't need to thank me, recuperate. Lu Ming directly rejected Ni Yen Yen. Because he knew that even if he refused, the other party would never be able to just leave it at that. Still will repay this saving grace. That way, you can still land a better impression of yourself. Moreover, although he was saving Ni Yen Yan's life, what he wanted was the favor of Ni Honghui, the head of the Ni family. After Lu Ming finished speaking, he also turned around and left. Ni Yen Yen was about to follow, but Ni Honghui stopped her. Daughter, I'm going to see Lu Ming off. Don't worry. I'll repay him properly. He then followed Lu Ming's footsteps. Wait a minute. Hearing Ni Honghui's voice coming from behind him, the corner of Lu Ming's mouth hooked into a smile. He guessed this would happen. But when he turned around, he had changed his face to one of innocence. What's wrong, uncle? Chapter 117. The Ni Sisters. Ni Honghu first came to Lu Ming's side with great strides and slapped his hand heavily on Lu Ming's shoulder. Good boy. Ni Honghu scrutinized Lu Ming up and down. Looking at his appearance of talent, he said with satisfaction, You're Yen Yan's savior, which means you're our Ni family's benefactor. Ni Honghu, as the head of the Ni family, said this in person. Lu Ming knew that tonight was a sure thing, and what he wanted had been achieved. Lu Ming was just about to say something to indicate this, but Ni Honghu took the lead. Lu Ming, are you a local from Seaside? Lu Ming's gaze flickered and he nodded. Yeah. Then you should have heard of the Seaside Ni family? Lu Ming responded truthfully. I heard my grandparents say some of this when I was a child. When Ni Honghu heard this, he smiled and took a business card and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a look. The business card had a simple one name and phone number, nothing else fancy. Ni Honghu patted Lu Ming's shoulder again and said with satisfaction, I like you a lot. In this situation today, you actually managed to save Yun without any hesitation. Even when you suffered a chase, you didn't give up on her. I didn't think too much about it. It was just instinct. Hearing Lu Ming say that, Ni Honghu smiled even more happily. What an instinct. Regardless, it's an indisputable fact that you saved Yun anyway. Feel free to come to me with any future problems. You may be young and not know the power of our Ni family. As long as you don't break the law, I, Ni Honghu, will make sure that you can walk sideways in the entire seaside city. Although Lu Ming was delighted in his heart at this time, he still maintained a humble appearance on the surface. Okay, thanks, uncle. Then I'll take my leave first. To be able to make Ni Honghu put out such words, it was not in vain for him to have these encounters tonight. There are no substantial rewards and guarantees though. However, Ni Honghu was a man of honor on the waterfront. What was said could also be said to be a promise, and there was absolutely no need to lie to oneself. If he really lied to himself and this matter spread out, then the Ni family's hard-earned reputation would probably have to stink. The purpose of the trip was accomplished. Lu Ming also left, and Ni Yen Yen on the other side. After Lu Ming left, the mood was very low. Ni Honghu also thought that she was still afraid of the night's events when she returned, and hurriedly brought someone to send her baby girl back home. And the guards at home have been strengthened. After listening to Lu Ming's description, he had some analysis of his own. Since those killers dared to forcefully pursue them even though they had been exposed with one hit, that would mean that they are not at all afraid of other people calling the police, rather like a dead soldier who won't rest until his purpose is accomplished. So this assassination attempt failed, and there's a good chance there will be a next time. These people were not capable of killing him, so they targeted his loved ones. This was what made Ni Honghu the most furious. He would rather the person who died be himself than see his precious daughter hurt. So after bringing Ni Yen Yen back, the first thing he did was beef up the guards for his loved ones several times over. At the same time, cooperate with the relevant departments to track down the murderer behind the scene. Night, Ni Yen Yen was lying on her own big bed, unable to sleep. Lu Ming's face kept floating in her mind, giving her no rest. What's happening to me? After experiencing the night's events, Ni Yen Yen was clearly exhausted and mentally drained, but just when she had been unable to sleep. As soon as he closed his eyes, he unconsciously thought of Lu Ming. The feeling of thrilling fear at night had disappeared, and there was only that warm feeling when she was in Lu Ming's arms. Ni Yen Yen began to miss Lu Ming's hugs. Thinking about it, her cheeks began to redden and burn. and the heart beats faster and faster. Could it be that I like Lu Ming? Just as this thought surfaced in Ni Yen Yan's mind, her entire body rolled on the bed in shame. It was the first time she had ever liked a man. And so, Ni Yen Yen just thought about Lu Ming for a night and couldn't sleep. By dawn, Ni Yen Yen seemed to have thought of something. No, I just know his name is Lu Ming, and he doesn't even have a contact information? Ni Yen Yen reacted at this time. She had been here all night in unrequited love, and as a result, she only knew what the person's parents looked like and what their names were. Nothing else is known. This was not good. Since she liked people, she definitely needed to know some information. Thus, Ni Yen Yen hurriedly utilized the energy of her family. Let them use the fastest time possible to gather some information about Lu Ming. After ordering things down, Ni Yen Yen then couldn't wait to see the rest of Lu Ming's information. Been playing with my cell phone and waiting for the information to be reported. But the waiting was just too boring. At this point, Ni Yen Yen just happened to see a pink avatar lit up. It's her sister, Ni Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao. I seem to have a favorite. Ni Yen Yen dryly edited a message and sent it. Ni Yen Yen and Ni Xiao Xiao, as biological sisters, have always had a good relationship, although since Ni Xiao Xiao went to school in the Magic City, they confide in each other about many things. And Ni Xiao Xiao on the other side. When he heard his cell phone ring, he thought it was from his wife. Cheerfully, he opened his cell phone. As a result, it was actually sent by his own sister, Ni Yen Yen. Or that she has a favorite. Seeing this message, Ni Xiao Xiao was really shocked. The two sisters, had never been interested in men. She Ni Xiao Xiao because she likes pretty girls. Still can taste the sweetness of love. But his sister Ni Yen Yen can be an iron tree. Despite being very pretty and having many friends, there was never anyone who could make her heart flutter when it came to relationships. Now the iron tree is actually blooming. It's the first time she's ever heard her own sister say something like that. So Ni Xiao Xiao didn't ink. A direct video call was made over to Ni Yen Yen. Sis, why do you have such heavy dark circles under your eyes? How long has it been since you've slept? Ni Xiao Xiao was shocked as soon as she saw her sister. This is not like having a favorite person, but like having been dumped and staying up all night. I'm fine. Being Ni Xiao Xiao so asked. Ni Yen Yen where have the nerve to say that she thought about a night of men could not sleep last night. She doesn't want to lose face. Huh? It was good that Ni Xiao Xiao didn't pursue the matter. She was more interested in the man her sister had fallen for. Sis, hurry up and tell me about that man of yours. She couldn't wait to find out what kind of man could have won her sister's heart. Facing Ni Xiao Xiao's inquiry, Ni Yen Yen thought for a moment. Well, he's handsome. Chapter 118. Daring to Chase Love. After hearing Ni Yen Yan's reply, Ni Xiao Xiao skimmed her mouth in disgust. For someone like her, who had no affinity for the opposite sex, she didn't think men were handsome. All men are stinky men. The only girls who are worthy of these positive words are the ones who have fragrant, soft, handsome, and various types. But seeing as it was her sister's favorite, she didn't say much, just keep asking. How long have you known each other? How did you meet? Ni Xiao Xiao asked this to the point, causing Ni Yen Yen to be a little embarrassed. After stammering for half a day, we met last night. Less than 12 hours to be exact. The object of her confidences was her own sister, and Ni Yen Yen ended up speaking truthfully. But Ni Yen Yen was so shocked that her jaw dropped when she heard this. Huh? Sis, you're not kidding, are you? Ni Xiao Xiao couldn't imagine how her sister, who had been lonely and proud for more than 20 years, could fall in love with someone overnight. What in the world could make his sister fall in love with him? She just can't imagine. Seeing that Ni Xiao Xiao was stunned for a long time, she didn't say anything. Ni Yen Yen hurriedly added her explanation. He's my savior. This time Ni Xiao Xiao more want to know last night their sister in the end what happened. How to also save the life of a benefactor. Something happened? Sis, what happened last night? Did something happen to you? No wonder you don't look too good mentally to me. Ni Xiao Xiao's tone was a bit anxious. Of course she was worried when her own sister was in danger. Hearing this, Ni Yen Yen was silent for a moment. It was then that she heard that her own sister didn't know what had happened last night, probably because her father didn't want her to worry about not telling her in detail. Dad should have beefed up the guards around you, right? Ni Xiao Xiao thought for a moment and nodded. She did have the realization that she had increased the number of bodyguards around her in the shadows. Here's the deal. In the end, and I Yen Yen still told an I Xiao Xiao what happened last night. She figured that since it was all said and done, she might as well make it clear to her sister if any of the enemies shifted the target of their attacks to her side. My sister will usually be a little more vigilant when she knows what she's up to, and in that way she'll be safer, too. Ah? Sister, are you okay? Did it hurt anywhere? No wonder there are suddenly more bodyguards around me today. After hearing An I Yen Yen recount the events of last night, An I Xiao Xiao directly exclaimed in shock. She hadn't realized that something so dangerous had actually happened last night. If something went wrong, there was a good chance that he would never see his sister again. Thinking about this, An I Xiao Xiao was also very afraid in her heart. Luckily, his sister was blessed with a good life and was not in any serious trouble. Xiao Xiao, don't worry, I'm fine. An I Yen Yen calmed An I Xiao Xiao for a long time before she let her down. Otherwise An I Xiao Xiao would have wanted to just take a vacation and rush over to visit her. So it's because the hero saved the girl? This kind of thing only happens in dramas, right? The conversation is finally back on track again. An I Xiao Xiao became even more curious about the man her sister had fallen for. He pulled his sister when she accidentally fell off a building, and let him down from the 3rd floor when he was shot at, before continuing to evade pursuit. Not only did he protect his sister unharmed, but he was also safe and sound. There was no way An I Xiao Xiao would believe such a thing if someone else said it. How can there be such a person? But it was An I Yen Yen who said it, and it was indeed what she had experienced last night. That's why An I Xiao Xiao believed it. But An I looks back at his own sister, An I Yen Yen, was just now recounting the thrilling events she had experienced last night. The look and tone of voice didn't carry fear at all. Instead, a few words like handsome, warm, safe, etc. pop up from time to time, and then involuntarily smile. The whole person seems to be bubbling pink. It's not like we're talking about a life or death crisis. Miserable, miserable. What misery?
Ni Yan Yan wondered.
Sister, you fell in love. And I Xiao Xiao couldn't help but cover her face as she looked at her sister in this state. Huh? Really? And I Yen Yen asked uncertainly. For the first time in her life this was like this. And I Xiao Xiao immediately disguised herself as a relationship expert and began to analyze. That's for sure. I can see it all. Sister, go find a mirror and see what kind of smile you have now. Does the thought of that guy make you blush sweetly? After listening to An I Xiao Xiao's analysis, An I Yen Yen thought about it thoughtfully for a moment, and it seemed like that was indeed the case. But you don't have any relationship experience either? How do you know all this? It suddenly occurred to An I Yen Yen that her sister had never been in love either. But why did she seem to understand it so well? Huh? Being asked this by An I Yen Yen, An I Xiao Xiao instantly panicked. Although she had been in love and even had a wife, she was in a situation where she didn't dare talk to her family. Even his dear sister. It was a good thing that the resourceful woman had rushed to find an excuse. You haven't seen a pig run before without eating pork. It's like that in novels and TV shows. Ooh-hoo. And I Yen Yen didn't think too much about it. Her heart was all about Lu Ming right now. She didn't have the heart to think about anything else. Since her own sister was more experienced in this area, and I Yen Yen intended to ask her for advice. After a moment's hesitation, he opened his mouth to ask. But I have a problem right now, which is that I don't know what to do. I only know his name, nothing else, not even contact info. And, most importantly, I don't know if he'll like me. And I Xiao Xiao immediately shot up when she heard this. Sister, you're so pretty. How could anyone not like you? None of what you're saying is a problem. If you don't know what it's called, look it up. If you find it, go after it. Go after it. And I Xiao Xiao, in the guise of a dog-headed warlord, begins to encourage An I Yen Yen to boldly pursue love. When it comes to boldly pursuing love, she has the most to say. After all, she was the one who was bold enough to take the initiative to hit on the campus goddess Lin Rian back then, and later took the initiative to confess her love. That's what took down the high-flying goddess in the eyes of countless people. So far in love with his wife. It made her proud. She just couldn't say it. At this point, though, she had a completely smug look on her face. Encouraged by An I Xiao Xiao so much, An I Yen Yen also had a bit of a thought process. Yes, her kind of looks, figure, family history, and her together with the man is simply a man of wealth, not to mention less struggle for 20 years, even if a lifetime of no struggle is not a problem. Can any man resist this temptation? At the moment, An I Yen Yen is full of confidence inside, full of power, just waiting to launch the pursuit of love attack. Chapter 119. Ball pumping and encouraging. Just as Ni Yen Yen and Ni Xiao Xiao were still exchanging experiences, Ni Yen Yan's cell phone suddenly rang. Tap to view after. It's Lu Ming's profile. Ni Yen Yan's eyes lit up and she couldn't wait to open the file. Name Lu Ming. Age 24. Ni Yen Yen looked at the information item on the profile very carefully and seriously, keeping it in her mind. But when you see the next item, Ni Yen Yen completely froze, her face very ugly. Just because. Married. The profile actually says married. Lu Ming, the man he fell in love with. Surprisingly, he's already married? Obviously, he's still so young. How come you're married? Ni Yen Yen never thought this would happen. At this point, she had absolutely no idea what to do. Lu Ming is married, so she just gives up? But when she thought of last night's events, and Lu Ming's face, she was not willing to do it. This time, Ni Xiao Xiao on the other side of the video saw that Ni Yen Yen didn't say anything for a long time, and her face was still very ugly. I couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you, sis?" He. Ni Yen Yen stammered, not really knowing what to say. Let her give it up, she's not willing. But if she doesn't give up, won't she become one of those bad women? So she didn't know what to say. What if her own sister heard it and told her to give it up? Would her sister think she was bad if she knew she still had those kinds of thoughts? Sis, did something bad happen again? Tell me. I'm in a hurry. Seeing her sister keep stuttering, Ni Xiao Xiao was really anxious. And Ni Yen Yen was pushed so hard by her that she had no choice but to say with a clench of her teeth, "No. I just read the message. The man I like, he's married." After Ni Yen Yen finished speaking, her entire body drooped like a frosted eggplant. That really worried her. The first time I fell in love with a man, I already didn't have much experience, and I also met this problem of the century. Huh? He's married. Ni Xiao Xiao on the other end of the phone was also shocked when she heard it. Yeah. Even she, who prided herself on her experience in relationships, didn't know what to do for a moment, what to say to comfort her sister. The two fell into a small silence. Ni Xiao Xiao looked at her own sister so sad in the video, and her own heart wasn't good either. His own sister had a hard time liking someone, and after missing this one, he didn't know if there would be another one. She also likes the idea of her sister finding someone she likes and the two of them being genuinely in love and sweet. Since the other person is married, then her own sister is nothing more than giving up or continuing. Think about it. Ni Xiao Xiao spoke up. Sister, do you really like that guy? Yeah.
Ni Yan Yan nodded seriously.
And would you be willing to give it up? Can you forget that man? Unwilling, unable. Hearing Ni Yen Yen answer like this, Ni Xiao Xiao had a clue in her mind. In that case, my sister couldn't give up, so she had to keep chasing that man. Sister. Ni Xiao Xiao raised her volume, trying to get Ni Yen Yen's spirits up. Since you like him so much, snatch him up. These days, there are tons of people who get married and divorced. When these words came out, it directly made the listless Ni Yen Yen's heart tremble. Yeah? Is it really okay? To be honest, she was actually unwilling to give up just like that in her heart. But vaguely it doesn't feel good to pursue a married man. Sure. No problem. Ni Xiao Xiao continued to fan the flames. Although she knew it wasn't good for her to encourage her sister so much, she gave it up for the sake of her sister's happiness. As for success, she didn't think about it. How could she fail as a woman of the Ni family? Think, sister. He got married so young. He must not have thought it through before. Maybe married life isn't going as well as it should right now. Probably fights with his wife all day long over trivial things. In that case, you're still doing them a favor by snatching him up. Hearing this, Ni Yen Yen unconsciously nodded her head, thinking that his sister had some truth in what she was saying. Lu Ming must not have thought it through before he got married. It should have been a spur-of-the-moment marriage, otherwise how could it have been so early? But can she really succeed in being with Lu Ming? Ni Xiao Xiao seemed to be able to see her sister's misgivings and wondered if she was in love and her brain just wasn't working very well. How could any man turn down her sister? Or the kind that comes to her door of their own accord?
Sis.
Be confident. You look so pretty. What man wouldn't like a beautiful woman? Just think how many guys have been after you since you were a kid. When Ni Yen Yen heard it, it was indeed like that. I thought that my body is not bad looking and my family has money. Growing up there were countless men out there chasing her. Only she couldn't see it. Maybe Lu Ming was charmed by himself the last time they met. Thinking of this, Anai Yen Yen regained her confidence. Just like that, under Anai Xiaoxiao's constant encouragement and Anai Yen Yen's self-brainwashing, Anai Yen Yen basically made up her mind. Even if Lu Ming got married, she wouldn't give up. She really wouldn't be happy if she didn't try. Don't worry, sis. My sister, I have your full support behind you. The two sisters talked like that for a long time more. And the leading man in their mouths, Lu Ming. After saying goodbye to Anai Honghui in the evening, Lu Ming then returned to the hotel and comfortably fell asleep with Lin Wan in his arms. It wasn't until the next morning that Lin Wan woke up. Honey, it's still early. Sleep a little more. Lu Ming looked at the time. It was only 8 o'clock. It was perfectly fine to sleep again. After all, they were on their honeymoon for comfort, not only to have fun but also to eat and sleep well. There's absolutely no need to crawl out of bed early to make the trip. But it seemed as if Lin Wan had completely lost her sleepiness at this point. Honey, I can't sleep. I had a dream last night. What a dream. Lu Ming yawned and took Lin Wan into his arms. I dreamed you were cuddling with a girl. Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh at this. His wife was actually jealous because she dreamed of him being with a woman. This little jealousy. However, Lu Ming still hurriedly pacified. Reality and dreams are both opposite. How can I look at any other rouge when I have a wife as beautiful as you? Lin Wan was completely defenseless against Lu Ming's sweet words. Immediately after hearing that, he cracked a smile. Just coax me. Then he added, I'm not jealous. I was worried about you. What do you mean? Lu Ming was a bit confused. I dreamt that a woman was in danger and then husband you saved her. Lin Wan's words directly woke up the confused Lu Ming. Chapter 120. Mom, you don't love me anymore. Wasn't the dream Lin Wan was talking about the one where he saved Anai Yen Yen last night? To confirm, Lu Ming hurriedly pursued the question. And then what? And then, there were gunshots. So confusing. Honey, you just jumped off with that girl in your arms. But there are still people chasing you guys. So I was worried if you were hurt. After listening to Lin Wan's description of the dream, Lu Ming was completely awake. The dream she had last night was indeed the entire process of him saving Anai Yen Yen last night without a doubt. But how could Lin Wan dream about it? And the whole thing is exactly the same, even some of the details match up. It was as if she had experienced it too. This is unbelievable. Could it be that the couple is psychically connected? Honey, it was so dangerous. There were jumps and gunshots. I was so scared when I saw it in my dream. Lin Wan hugged Lu Ming with a worried face. And naturally Lu Ming didn't dare to tell her that all of this in the dream was really happening and hurried to comfort her. It's okay. It's just a dream. I'm fine here. If you don't believe me, come and inspect the goods. Saying that, Lu Ming took Lin Wan's hand. Hungry. Aha. Lu Ming and Lin Wan snuggled up to each other. Want something to eat? I'll have the hotel send it over. Lin Wan lowered her head and pondered for a while. There's not much appetite, husband, you make the call. Good. Since Lin Wan didn't have much of an appetite, Lu Ming ordered some porridge or something easy to eat. After a while, the hotel staff sent over the millet porridge and snacks and whatnot that Lu Ming had ordered. It was only then that the two of them slowly got up from the bed and washed and rinsed to start dinner. Honey, this porridge doesn't taste as good as the one you made. Lin Wan commented after eating a piece of the hotel's millet porridge. Yeah, I'll try. Lu Ming also took a sip. Ordinary level, the level outside is usually like this. I can't say it's bad, but it's certainly nowhere near as good as my own cooking. Lin Wan was usually used to the flavors he cooked, and when she ate these poor ones she could naturally and obviously feel the difference. Then don't eat, or I'll go down to the hotel backroom later and get you something to eat. Lu Ming doted on Lin Wan, and if she couldn't eat, he planned to do it himself. No, it's still edible. I don't want you to have to do the porridge while we're on our honeymoon. And besides, we've got to get to the next stop later, so we won't waste any more time. Lin Wan refused in a hurry. Seeing Lin Wan say this, Lu Ming had no choice but to drop this intention. The two would finish eating and then cuddle and get bored on the couch for a while. I don't know what time it was before Lu Ming leisurely vocalized. Honey, get up. Let's pack up and go to the second stop of our honeymoon trip. Magic City. The second stop on Lu Ming Lin Wan's honeymoon trip. D is inside Disneyland. Honey, let's go take a picture with them. Lin Wan was happy to look at the dolls walking around inside and took Lu Ming's hand and walked over. With the help of passers-by, They took many pictures with the dolls in various forms. During this time, one of the dolls even signaled that it wanted to have a cuddle with Lin Wan after taking the picture. Immediately, he was banished by Lu Ming. Nice guy. Don't think you're a doll for that. Even with this thick layer of doll clothes, Lu Ming did not agree to his wife being hugged. After getting rid of that doll, Lin Wan even teased, "Yeah, hubby is jealous. Yeah, I'll kick his ass if he tries to hug you." Lin Wan couldn't help but snort a laugh at Lu Ming's jealous look. "Hubby, you're too cute like this." It was the first time she had seen a jealous Lu Ming, and it melted her heart to see it. However, she was also quick to comfort Lu Ming. "Honey, I'm sure I won't give her a hug. He's thinking of a good thing. Only my husband. You can hug me." When Lin Wan said this, Lu Ming finally laughed. When they came to the amusement park, the two of them seemed to have turned into children, so childish and happy. "Did you have fun today?" Lu Ming asked. "Happy. Speaking of which, this is still my first time coming to an amusement park." Lin Wan's tone suddenly became a bit low. Lu Ming was surprised. Lin Wan actually came to an amusement park for the first time? No wonder she was so happy today, with her curiosity and desire to explore everything. When Lu Ming turned his head, he could probably understand why. But Lin Wan had also spoken up. "You know how it is when you're a kid, so naturally you don't get to come to the amusement park." Growing up and being in a position to do so, but having been alone at that time, there was no point in coming. Lu Ming took the downcast Lin Wan into his arms and softly soothed her. "In the future, as long as you want to come, I'll always come with you. You're not alone now, oh." Hearing Lu Ming's words, Lin Wan also smiled anew. "Aha!" Immediately after, the two went on to do many more rides at the amusement park. Lin Wan's childhood regrets one by one to make up for it, as long as she wants to play, and then stimulate Lu Ming also with her to play a whole lot. Even the roller coasters, sledgehammers, and jumping machines that Lu Ming originally disliked have given up their lives. Although Lin Wan is also under a lot, but cannot resist her and vegetables and love to play every time he came down, although his mouth said it was scary, after a while he pulled Lu Ming to the next exciting program. And they all still have the ability to pay money. When you see a peripheral you like, you take them all. The shopping cart ended up being full of a bunch of stuff that was the envy of all the other little kids in the store. And Lin Wan also acted like a small child, detailed majestically after seeing the envious gazes of the small children. Without realizing it, the time had come to evening. After playing all day, Lu Ming and Lin Wan were both a bit tired. We've come to Mordor. Shouldn't we go and meet our daughter?" Lu Ming suddenly suggested. "Ah? Yes, oh." It was only when Lu Ming said this that Lin Wan remembered that she had a daughter in Magic City. "It's just as well it's time for dinner, so ask her to come along." So Lin Wan immediately called Lin Ruyan over. "Umbra, your father and I are in Magic City now." Lin Ruyan, who received Lin Wan's call, was very surprised. She had only returned to school not long ago. Her mom actually came to see her. "Looks like mom loves me after all. I'll take you guys out to dinner tonight then. I'll take a vacation to accompany you guys out." Lin Ruyan was very happy and helped Lin Wan plan the following trip. "Ah? No need, your father and I are done with Magic City. We're getting ready to go to the third stop on our honeymoon trip. Let's have dinner tonight, and you can bring your roommate friends along." The moment Lin Wan's words came out, Lin Ruyan was instantly struck down. Her own mother hadn't come to see her specifically. Instead, they're on their honeymoon? Or is he already done in Mordor and ready to go before calling himself? "Mom, you don't love me anymore." Chapter 121. Mr. Lu, your father? Even worse. Mom even had to ask her to bring all her roommate friends. How's that gonna work? She accepted that her mom and Lu Ming were together now though, and naturally had no problem eating with them. But to let their roommate friends meet Lu Ming, that was not acceptable in any way. They knew Lu Ming. After all, Lu Ming used to be a very famous senior in school. Many girls make a special trip to see this campus boy. Now with the addition of the incident where Lu Ming became famous online, her roommate's impression of Lu Ming was even deeper. Last time, they were all curious enough to come and ask for some news about Lu Ming. Although he didn't want to mention Lu Ming as a person, he was outnumbered and ended up telling them some news. If we let them see Lu Ming, then the fact that Lu Ming is his father will be exposed, so she could never let that happen. The fact that Lu Ming was his nominal father could not be known to anyone. Otherwise, she's really going to die a social death. "Umbra?" Lin Wan on the phone called out when she saw that Lin Ruyan hadn't replied for a long time. "Why don't you say something? Where are you guys? Oh, I'm in. Lin Ruyan came back to her senses and said in a panic, Mom, my roommate and the others are out. Just I'll go over there by myself, and I'll bring them to introduce you to them later when I get a chance. Well, come on over then. I'm sharing the location with you. Lin Wan said with slight regret. She used to be too busy working to come over to Mordor to see Lin Ruyan, so she didn't know her roommate either. I was going to take this opportunity to get acquainted in passing as well. Okay, I'll be right there. That's it. I'll hang up now, haha. After saying that, Lin Ruyan hung up the phone. It's that Lu Ming, it's all his fault. Lin Ruyan muttered as she changed her clothes and hurried out the door. Tam's private kitchen. Lin Ruyan watched with a disgruntled face as Lin Wan and Lu Ming were in love. It made her feel like she hadn't come for dinner but for dog food. Daughter, how have you been? If you encounter any difficulties, talk to Daddy. Lu Ming asked and answered with a concerned face. If one simply listened to the tone without looking at the face, and really thought it was an old father caring for his daughter. But Lin Ruyan was the one sitting across from Lu Ming, his handsome face visible. Although they were words of concern, she looked at that handsome face too out of place and only felt that Lu Ming was really deliberately taking advantage of her and playing with her. Furious, Lin Ruyan almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood. But now, even if she was upset, she could only endure it. It was a good thing that after all that she had been through before, her tolerance for this aspect had skyrocketed. At this time, Lin Ruyan was even more thankful that she was sober and didn't bring her roommate. Otherwise, if your roommate sees this, you'll really lose face. Just as Lin Ruyan was grieving, she suddenly heard a familiar voice. Lin Ruyan was so scared that she shrank, her head buried deeply down, then in carefully probing around. It was a good thing there was no familiar figure in sight, which sent a sigh of relief as he resumed his normal sitting position. Must have been too nervous and misheard. With all the restaurants in the Magic City, how could we just happen to run into them? Lin Ruyan was frantically consoling herself in her mind. But just as Lin Ruyan had finished comforting herself, a girl wearing a white t-shirt, jean shorts, and carrying a cool crossbody bag suddenly appeared behind Lin Ruyan. Umbra, it's really you. Moon, Lin Ruyan exclaimed as she turned around. Her roommate Chiyuki. How could she not expect to run into her in this place at this time? Lin Ruyan's heart instantly seized up. She does know Lu Ming. Now what must be done to muddle through? Can't let Moon know. At this moment, Lin Ruyan set off a brainstorm. Is this? Lin Wan saw a girl come to strike up a conversation with her daughter and should look like she knew her, so she opened her mouth to ask. Lin Ruyan didn't have time to speak. Chuyue then introduced herself first.
Iguis, imumbras rumata, Chuyuki.
After hearing Chu Yu's introduction, Lin Wan was delighted. She had regretted that her daughter's roommates hadn't come along, but she had actually run into them here. Hello Luna. I'm Inuyasha's mom. Lin Wan had just finished introducing herself. Chuyu then looked surprised. Auntie Lin? You look so young and pretty. I thought you were In Yin's sister. You have better skin than we do, white and glowing. Chuyuki said pompously. Hearing Chu Yu's praise, Lin Wan was very happy. Women love to be complimented on their youth and beauty, and she's no exception. How can I compare to you youngsters? Auntie, I'm telling the truth. What products do you usually use? Can you recommend one? Look at me, my skin is dying. Chiyuki asked plaintively. Lin Wan, on the other hand, froze. She was already naturally beautiful and rarely used skincare products. But with the nourishment of love, her skin did look even better than before. But that's not something that can be said. Well, Auntie's company has a newly developed mask that is very effective. Next time Auntie will have Inky bring it to you, haha. Lin Wan hurriedly thought of a reason to cope. A new face mask. Thank you, Auntie. After Chu Yu finished thanking her, she placed her gaze on the man beside Lin Wan. She'd been thinking the man looked familiar just now. But it always comes back to me. During the time she had been communicating with Lin Wan, she had also been reminiscing. Finally, Lu, Senior. Well, you know me? Lin Ruyan, when she heard Chu Yu ask out loud, wanted to quickly state that it was not, that she had recognized the wrong person. But obviously she was not as fast as Lu Ming. Lu Ming had admitted it right away. The moment, Lin Ruyan's little face crumpled into a ball. It's over. Inin, you're even eating with Senior Lu. And you didn't bring us along, so not enough. We were asking you last time for news about Mr. Lu. After Lu Ming was on the hot search last time, Lin Ruyan's roommates all asked him for news about Lu Ming. After all, they knew that Lin Ruyan used to have a good relationship with Lu Ming. Lin Ruyan only felt a splitting headache and really didn't know how to make it up. What if I said I was just like you, just passing by on my way to dinner, and then I saw Senior Lu, so I sat down to chat for a while. Do you believe it? Lin Ruyan gave Chuyu a smiley face in an attempt to be cute and get by. But just then, Lu Ming snapped. Inin, how about calling Elder Lu that? I'm your father. My good girl. Chapter 122. Dad, call for money. Lu Ming's words came out. Lin Ruyan immediately couldn't help but cover her face. The back teeth were clenched in a look of annoyance. She knew Lu Ming wouldn't let her off the hook and directly demolished her excuse on the spot. On the other hand, Chuiwe, who was on the side, was directly flabbergasted, her mind unable to turn around for a while. What are you talking about, Mr. Lu? Are you kidding me? But if it's such an over-the-top joke, mustn't Umbra be furious? But then she turned her head and saw that Lin Ruyan was indeed angry but looked like she dared to speak. Then he looked at Lin Wan, who didn't react in the slightest, as if Lu Ming's words were just stating a fact. The moment, Chuiwe came to her senses. The great enlightenment. Thinking about the last time Lin Ruyan had said in the dormitory that she had found her a father about his age. At that time, they even comforted Lin Ruyan for a long time. Plus, when Lu Ming became famous online, they all gossiped with Lin Ruyan about Lu Ming's past, and Lin Ruyan's reaction at that time doesn't seem quite right now. Combined with the fact that Senior Lu Ming is already married, then there is only one truth. It's that Mr. Lu Ming's marriage partner is Lin Ruyan's mother. Senior Lu Ming really became Lin Ruyan's father, after coming to a conclusion in his head. Chuiwe even thought that it was a bit unbelievable. Although she was quite confident that the conclusion she had deduced was correct, she couldn't help but ask. Yin, Senior Lu Ming is really your father? Lin Ruyan had nothing to say, nor did she have the face to say it. Just cover your face and lower your head, like an ostrich buried in the sand. Seeing that Lin Ruyan didn't respond, Chuyu took it as her default. A quick addition to the greeting. Hello, uncle. Chuyu's cry was simply a blitzkrieg, causing double damage in Lin Ruyan's heart. Hello. Lu Ming responded very happily. Don't be polite. Sit down and eat together. Lin Wan opened her mouth to retain Chuyu at this time. Lin Ruyan's heart was even more frantic after hearing that. If Chuyu stayed here, she was afraid that she wouldn't even have to lift her head up for this meal. Luckily, Chuyu was still more understanding. Seeing Lin Ruyan like this, she hurriedly said, No, thank you uncle and aunt. I came with a friend, sorry. There's a chance to get together later. Okay, it's a deal, haha. Chuyu's inner shock at this moment was as raging and violent as a volcano erupting, and if it wasn't for the wrong occasion, she would have simply jumped straight to her feet. Enduring the shock in her heart, Chuiwe said goodbye to the crowd and left. Uncle, auntie, and Een, I'm leaving now, haha. You guys take your time to eat. As soon as Chuiwe left with big strides, she pulled out her cell phone and typed to send it. Lin Ruyan, Senior Lu Ming is actually your father. And after Lin Ruyan received the news, she immediately begged for mercy. Moon, my good Moon, I beg you to never tell anyone else about Lu Ming being my father. Lin Ruyan hoped that this matter could be restricted to Chuyu alone knowing about it. But the news that Chuyuki returned quickly shattered her illusions. Don't even think about that. I'll be waiting for you to come back tonight for the conference. LOL. Lin Ruyan sighed deeply. She knew this would be the case and instantly felt no appetite whatsoever. Especially when she looked at Lu Ming and Lin Wan. She couldn't eat. Umbra, why don't you eat? This place tastes pretty good. Have some more. Lin Wan saw that Lin Ruyan hadn't been moving her chopsticks and had been concerned enough to tell her to eat more. Well, I'll eat it, said Lin Ruyan as she picked up her chopsticks and casually grabbed a bit and ate it. However, everything she ate now tasted like wax, and all she could think about was what kind of torture she would be subjected to when she went back to the dormitory in the evening. Thinking of the group of gossipy women in the dormitory gabbing around her, Lin Ruyan shuddered. Usually they were the ones who gathered around and talked about other people's gossip, but she didn't think that tonight she was going to be the main character at the center of that gossip. How did you end up like this? It's all that Lu Ming's fault. After a while, Lin Ruyan just couldn't stay any longer. Getting up, he said, Mom, I'm full. Go back first. Well, Then be careful on your way. Lin Ruyan nodded and answered and left. It wasn't long before Lu Ming felt the cell phone in his pocket vibrate. Open it. It's a friend ad message. Look at the avatar, it's Lin Ruyan's. Lu Ming thought about it and directly passed her friend request. Last time, Lin Ruyan had also sent him a friend request, but at that time she was trying to get Lin Wan back, so he gave it a rejection. Now, if he did, Lu Ming would have little reason to reject her. After adding his friends, Lu Ming immediately added a note to Lin Ruyan. Good girl. That's when the phone shook again. Transfer some money to me. No. Lu Ming dryly, simply and forcefully rejected Lin Ruyan directly. He had just lost face in front of Lin Ruyan's roommate at night, so he had to be vigilant and watchful at this point. Who knows what this good daughter has come up with? And Lin Ruyan saw the news of Lu Ming's refusal, complaining so much that she almost cried. If she knew what Lu Ming was thinking, must have cried out in vain. Where was she plotting and scheming? I just want to ask Lu Ming for some money. This man robbed his own mother, and he can't give himself some money to spend when he sells a painting for so much money? She spent her $500,000 of living expenses this month still thinking that you cannot dry by Lu Ming gas, not a little benefit, right? So intend to knock a some of Lu Ming's bamboo bar. Just as Lin Ruyan was getting angry, Lu Ming sent another message. Call Dad. I can think about it. Hearing this, Lin Ruyan couldn't help but curse. Consider this? There's that line again. You won't pay after you call later. Lin Ruyan instantly thought of how the last time the USB drive was teased by Lu Ming. But cursing aside, she lowered her stance for the money. I've spent all my living expenses this month, Lu Ming said. I don't even have money to eat in the next few days, not to mention buying clothes and bags. I can't afford to eat in the coming days, not to mention buying clothes and bags. I can only go hungry or rub someone else's meal card. Lin Ruyan also posted a lot of cute emojis of her crying. You would have no money? You even took me to buy such expensive clothes last time. Lu Ming still remembers the last time Lin Ruyan bought him a suit. That's my yearbook money that I've been saving up for years. So after spending it, I'm broke now. Lu Ming thought for a moment. Call Dad. It'll be here soon. Eventually, under the oppression of money, Lin Ruyan's heart crossed and she typed and sent it. Dad. Not the text one. I want the voice one. Lin Ruyan frowned when she saw this. But I thought that if I had called, it would be more of a loss to give up now. It's one step away from successfully getting the money. Had to hold down the voice button. Daddy call money. Chapter 123, Moss Island. Daddy call money. Lu Ming listened to the voice sent by Lin Ruyan and revealed a satisfied smile. So a few operations on the phone. Immediately, he called Lin Ruyan for $10 million. Oh! Lin Ruyan, who was so excited to see $10 million arrive in her bank card, jumped straight up. Thanks, Daddy. Good Daddy. Hearing the latest voice from Lin Ruyan, Lu Mingren didn't know what to feel. Money makes the world go round. Even this precious daughter of yours can be manipulated. And Lin Ruyan, who had received the former money, couldn't help but think after calming down. It's not bad to have a dad like that. $10 million for a dad. Thinking this way, Lin Ruyan's heart wasn't so hard to bear. That's all. Lin Ruyan left the restaurant and went back to school. But the walk from the school gates to her dormitory took her longer than ever. She knew exactly what she was going to suffer once she got back to her dormitory. It dragged on for as long as half an hour. Lin Ruyan finally stood in front of the dormitory door. With trepidation, he opened the door to his dormitory. The door opens. Brushing, 3 gazes gathered on her in unison. Her 3 roommates had been staring straight at the dormitory door, just waiting for her to come back. The little table had been put together and the snacks were ready for her big dish. At this moment, Lin Ruyan had a strong desire to escape. But the roommates seemed to read her mind. The 3 rushed up with a bang. Some slammed the door shut. Others surrounded her and pulled her. Umbra, you're finally back. Quickly. The story begins. How did Senior Lu Ming become your father? Yeah. What's going on, tell us. The scene was in chaos, and countless chittering voices rang in Lin Ruyan's ears. Lin Ruyan peeled away from the crowd and said viciously to Chuyu, the originator of this incident. Chuyuki, it's all you're doing. I'm sorry, Inuyasha. I admit I was wrong. Tell me about it. Chuyuki playfully admitted his mistake. Umbreon, you tell me first. We'll help you get her if you beat or scold her after the speech. Yeah. The other roommates were bursting with gossip and pulled Lin Ruyan, They only wanted to know about Lu Ming now. Lin Ruyan had wanted to create a conflict and change the topic, hoping to escape with this. But that seems impossible now. Had to slump into a chair and slump toward the table. What do you want to know? Don't you know that you already know that Lu Ming is now my father? Ah! None of the other roommates looked shocked. Although they had just listened to Chu Yu's vocalized description of the scene where she met Lin Ruyan's family at the restaurant. But hearing Lin Ruyan say it now in person was still something else. After a while, the crowd digested the news. Someone started to ask a question. Ahem. Brianna, how did Senior Lu get together with your mom? With things having come to this, Lin Ruyan also directly broke the pot. My mom and Lu Ming met on a blind date. Facing her roommate's questioning, Lin Ruyan also told everything she knew. My God, that's okay? After hearing what Lin Ruyan said, the roommates were even more shocked. They didn't expect Lu Ming to actually meet Lin Ruyan's mom on a blind date. And it was her mom who took the initiative to tie up Lu Ming to register the marriage. Novels don't even dare to write like this. Simply off the charts. So you really have to call Senior Lu Ming your father? Although the roommates didn't want to ask this too sensitive question. But who asked this person to be their Lu Ming Senior? They were simply too curious about Lu Ming. Lin Ruyan nodded lifelessly. Seeing this, the other roommate rushed to comfort him. In fact, Mr. Lu Ming is so good, he's not bad at all. Don't be so mopey. They actually felt okay after hearing Lin Ruyan speak. Though it's going to be calling a boy my age who used to be a friend a dad. But this man, in every way, is countless times beyond his peers. A very good man. That's actually not that unacceptable. Yeah, what you said also makes sense. If it was an ordinary person, then we would think that he's young and not learning and not trying hard enough to have a bad heart. But with Senior Lu Ming's worth and status, he's fully qualified to be your father. Aha. Your mom is worthy of being a female president. Her vision is just poisonous. She fell in love with Senior Lu Ming at a glance, and she won't stop until she achieves her goal. Taking down such a good resource as Senior Lu Ming. Listening to her roommate's comforting words, Lin Ruyan couldn't help but nod her head. Needless to say, there was some truth to what her roommates were saying. Lu Ming is indeed excellent. She knows a lot more than her roommates do. How else would she have accepted Lu Ming as her father when she left the waterfront? In the meantime, Lu Ming and Lin Wan in the restaurant were already full. Honey, let's go outside and hang out after we're full. Yeah. So the two went to the famous Bund in the Magic City. It's beautiful here. Lin Wan couldn't help but sigh as she looked at the strange and different buildings of different countries and the beautiful lighting. Next time, the two of them, Lu Ming and Lin Wan, were holding hands and slowly taking a romantic stroll along the riverside walkway. It wasn't until it was getting late that we returned to the hotel. While Lin Wan went to take a shower, Lu Ming made a call to his little secretary, Su Zixin. Hello, Chairman. Any orders? Lu Ming didn't nag and directly commanded. Moss Island, you know it, right? Su Zixin on the other end of the phone was slightly stunned when she heard the name of Moss Island. Of course she knew about Moss Island. The famous tourist mecca is known as the best place to take wedding photos, honeymoon, and more. The number of people who visit the island every year is very high. Knew it. That island is mine, and I'm going over there tomorrow for a vacation. You formulate a strategy plan for me at the same time contact the people over there to arrange it for me. I'll send you the contact information later. Hearing this, Su Zixin directly froze. Couldn't help but voice out. What? Moss Island is owned by you, Chairman. What's going on? Su Zixin immediately came back to her senses, knowing that she had just overreacted. Hurrying to suppress the shock, he explained, It's fine. I'll take care of it right away. She had heard, though, that the famous Moss Island actually belonged to a private island, which was then commercialized and opened up to become the tourist mecca it is today. But he did not expect that the big boss behind this island is actually the chairman of his own family. An offshore private island is already worth a fortune. Plus, the island has been successfully commercialized for years, making a name for itself and even being extremely profitable. With all that added up, Moss Island is worth its weight in gold. Chapter 124. The Trouble with a Husband Who's Too Handsome. Day 2. Lu Ming and Lin Wan then stood at the third stop of their honeymoon trip, Moss Island. The airport was crowded with people, mostly couples or lovers coming over for a vacation, each with a happy smile on their face. Lu Ming and Lin Wan were received by the staff and soon arrived at the most luxurious hotel on the island. When the island owner stays, naturally he wants the best room on the island. Suzy Sheen had already made all the arrangements and left the room waiting for Lu Ming and the others to move in. When Lu Ming and Lin Wan checked into their hotel room, Lin Wan couldn't help but marvel at the hotel's environment. This hotel room is so big. The orientation is also good, you can even see the sea. Rao Lin Wan had stayed in 5-star hotels on many business trips over the years, and none of them could compare to this place. Is this the room we booked? It seems a little different. Lin Wan was a bit puzzled. This environment was so much better than a buyer's show. All right, put your stuff away and let's hurry down and have some fun. Lu Ming hurriedly interrupted, hindering Lin Wan from continuing her thoughts, or else she would really recognize that this was not a room where ordinary people could stay. Being said so by Lu Ming, Lin Wan also stopped thinking too much and turned to say happily, yes, let's go to the beach to play. I bought a new swimsuit. So the two of them then put their bags away and changed their clothes. Come to the beach. The sea breeze here is soothing and refreshing. White waves stretch across the sky and the earth, endless, and seabirds hover and chirp in the air. Lu Ming and Lin Wan took off their shoes and carried them in their hands, their feet stepping on the fine sand, which rubbed against their feet intimately. Honey, blowing the ocean breeze and stepping on the sand. This is so cozy. Lin Wan, who was strolling on the beach, had a cozy look on her face, which was an experience she had never had before. Really? There's an even funnier one. Oh, let's walk down and tread water. Lu Ming looked at Lin Wan and spoiled her. He was willing to take Lin Wan to play with everything she had never experienced before. This is actually a blessing. Lin Wan's firsts of many things were spent and enjoyed together with him. First time at an amusement park, first time at the outer pond, first time at the beach, and so on. These happy memories of Lin Wan were filled with him. Yeah, let's hurry down then. Lin Wan was eager to give it a try after hearing Lu Ming's proposal. But as they were about to head for the shallow waters of the beach, pretty girl, you're so pretty, can we make friends? A man in short-sleeved beach pants and sunglasses, however, suddenly blocked their way. Lin Wan was startled by the man who appeared out of nowhere, and underneath her meaning, she ducked behind Lu Ming. Lu Ming was also the first to stand in front of Lin Wan. I'm his husband. Lu Ming's words were vaguely angry. He had never seen such a shameless person. Obviously he was right here. This person was actually able to familiarly ignore him and directly accost Lin Wan. So what? You're a ball? Can't you make friends if you have a husband? The sunglasses man screamed in lust. You will pay for what you said. The sunglasses man was completely unaware of what kind of existence he was provoking. And as soon as Lu Ming said this, the few ponies behind him were immediately unhappy. What do you mean? Cursing our Kung? Do you know what kind of status our Kung has? The crowd lashed out in unison, bluffing in an attempt to scare Lu Ming. The little brother's bragging also made the sunglasses man proud. Now you. I was just about to come out and pretend, but I was suddenly interrupted. A dozen or so of the island's security personnel swarmed over them, subduing and arresting all of them. What are you grabbing me for? Let go of me. Believe it or not, I'm going to file a complaint against you. The sunglasses man and his ponies were just cursed and taken away by the security personnel. Taken along the way, several people were cursing, but none of the security paid any attention and dragged them straight to the head of security. You're the steward? Do you know who I am? Dare to do this to me? Believe it or not, I'll have someone get you all killed. Sunglasses man is usually arrogant and domineering, but never had this kind of aggression. The heart played attention to go back to the scene must be a good recovery. The security personnel on Moss Island are retired elites from all over the world, who would be afraid of such a threat. Besides, how dare these little Yakuza mess with the islander? It's a death wish. I don't care what your status is. How dare you disturb the island master and the island master's wife? All of you, throw them all into the sea. The words came out. The sunglasses man broke out into a cold sweat. The person he had just stopped turned out to be the owner of Moss Island? He thought it was a rich woman on a trip with her adopted man who had a moment of lust. Unexpectedly. Drag me down to. In the meantime, Lin Wanjing looked at Lu Ming with a confused expression. They were just taken away? As a matter of fact, the guys just now were verbal harassment, and the general security staff couldn't do anything about it. But it's amazing how immediately the security people here stepped in. Lu Ming laughed and made a random excuse. It's probably because the security personnel on this island take the physical and mental safety of tourists more seriously. After hearing Lu Ming's explanation, Lin Wan nodded thoughtfully and immediately boasted about Moss Island. Not bad for a famous tourist mecca. Security is so well done. Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh. This silly wife. She believed whatever she said. Come on, down to the evening water. Under Lu Ming's traction, the two of them went to the shallow sea of the beach to tread water and play in the water. Removing the large towel, Lin Wan was wearing a rather conservative black swimsuit, but it emphasized her au courant figure nicely, and Lu Ming's curvaceous, robust, and developed abs were revealed. This, coupled with that handsome face, caused a lot of women to look at him and gaze at him frequently. Lin Wan also found this out. Honey, there's someone over there staring at you the whole time, just about drooling. Shall we go back then? Lu Ming thought that Lin Wan didn't want him to be looked at like that. I'm not sure. Lin Wan shook her head. No need. I'm not jealous. They can't get you even if they look at you. That's more proof of how good my vision is. I'm happy instead. Saying that, Lin Wan revealed a smug look. Lu Ming had always been her pride. With that said, the two were also edging their way to the shore. Back to shore. I didn't realize that the women who had just been watching him were impatient. Directly rushed up and surrounded Lu Ming. Handsome. Play together. Can I add a friend? My room number 820. Lu Ming also didn't expect these people to be so bold. One by one, they were like wolves that had been hungry for a long time. Looking at him with glowing eyes, he gave out his room number straight away. Without saying a word, Lu Ming hurriedly led Lin Wan to break through the siege. He doesn't see this kind of mediocrity. The two of them managed to break through the encirclement, and Lin Wan couldn't help but smile and snicker. This is the trouble with a husband who is too handsome. Chapter 125, Waiting for the Rabbit. Lu Ming, I'm coming. Just after arriving at Moss Island, and Yen Yen couldn't help but shout out. When the tourists passing by saw this, they thought they had encountered a madman and rushed around. There were even a few people who were startled by this voice of Yen Yen. If it wasn't for the fact that she was surrounded by her accompanying bodyguard henchmen, who didn't look like they could be messed with, or else these people might have had to go up and have a good theory with her. After a shout, Yen Yen took out her cell phone and took a picture and sent it to her sister, Xiao Xiao. At the same time sending the message, I'm coming after my true love. This is Moss Island? Xiao Xiao on the other side quickly replied to the message. Yes. After getting Yen Yan's reply Dao, Xiao Xiao was stunned in her heart. She knows that Moss Island is a famous tourist mecca for couples. She is afraid that her sister went to the shock but there was nothing she could do about it, so she posted, Go for it. Yen Yen on the island, on the other hand, was highly motivated and began to wander around the island in search of Lu Ming. Finally, she saw Lu Ming's figure at a rest area in the shallows. At this time, Lu Ming and Lin Wan were messing around with tonight's dinner in the rest area after playing in the water. Lu Ming taught Lin Wan hand in hand how to grill the best barbecue. One teaches and the other learns, and both are very conscientious. Not the slightest notice that someone was watching them from a short distance away. Honey, you're too much of a learner. Lu Ming once again couldn't help but marvel at Lin Wan's ability to learn. She was really quick to learn once she was taught. Before that I was a barbecue whiz and now I'm in good shape. During the barbecue, Lu Ming and Lin Wan were also in love with each other. All of these scenes were seen by Yen Yen, who was not far away. Exasperated, her chest rose and fell, and she wanted to rush right up and separate the two. She held back, though. Calm down, calm down. Yen Yen pinched her human center while patting her chest, forcing herself to calm down. Then continued to look at the two who were showing love not far away. At this point, Lin Wan has also grilled the barbecue. A skewer of fresh squid, fragrant and colorful. Lin Wan first tried to bite herself, then exclaimed, Yummy honey, taste it. With that, he brought the squid skewer to Lu Ming's mouth. Lu Ming didn't even have to move, lying down on the chair and taking a bite. Yummy. Honey, you're great. After taking a bite of the skewer that Lin Wan had fed him, Lu Ming's system beep also sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having a soft meal. Assets gained from the soft meal plus $2. 000.000.00. The other side. Yen Yen finally couldn't help herself when she saw this scene. He was going to be pissed off if he looked any longer, so he turned around and ran away, and the bodyguard behind him rushed after him. and Ai Yen Yen ran to the seashore shallows in one breath and looked at the people who were swimming on the seashore. Suddenly a ploy came to mind. "Come over here." After greeting her men over, and Ai Yen Yen gave them a detailed explanation. "Know what to do?" And Ai Yen Yen finished with a few uneasy words of advice. "Remember. Good. On your mark." Soon after, Lu Ming, who was enjoying the beauty feeding and system rewards, heard a cry for help. "Help! Come to the rescue! Someone's in the water." Hearing this voice, Lu Ming ignored it and concentrated on waiting for Lin Wan to throw her feed. Ah! He is a long way from the beach, and if someone falls into the water, there will naturally be people close to the beach or staff to rescue them. He's here on his honeymoon, not specifically to do good. So Lu Ming directly ignored the voice and continued to eat soft food. The other side, the seawater has been calling for help for a long time, and Ai Yen Yen shouted her voice is mute, but also do not see the figure of Lu Ming. Looking up, he actually vaguely saw Lu Ming still leisurely eating a barbecue. This pissed an Ai Yen Yen off. Straight up strike. He had thought through his last experience that Lu Ming was the kind of man who had a caring heart, since he was able to come to the rescue in all those dangerous situations before. Then this time, if she pretended to fall into the water, she would definitely be able to attract Lu Ming to come out and save her as well. But I didn't expect it. She shouted for so long. Lu Ming didn't react at all. Still there, continuing to lounge around and eat barbecue? Let her soak in the sea water for nothing. What an Ai Yen Yen doesn't know is this. Lu Ming wasn't at all what she thought he was. The last time he risked so much to save her, it was only to get the favor of the Anai family. And Ai Yen Yen returned to her hotel room, rushed to take a shower, and after that, lay down on the bed, non-stop rolling around on the bed. Pissed off. Pissed off. This move was a complete failure, so an Ai Yen Yen had to think of something else. That little bit of difficulty won't defeat her. Go an Ai Yen Yen. Lu Ming must be yours. And Ai Yen Yen gave herself a pep talk. Since one plan didn't work, and Ai Yen Yen began to plan the next plan. She took out her cell phone and made a call. Gave Lu Ming's identity information and asked the other party to find out Lu Ming's hotel room number on Moss Island. And Ai Yen Yen had thought that this was just a breeze for that top hacker. But I didn't expect to hear anything after a long time. She had to call again to urge the other side. Unexpectedly, the other party told her that she had checked the registration information on the entire island of Moss and could not find Lu Ming's development record. How is that possible? And Ai Yen Yen was surprised. She knew that with the other party's ability, as long as Lu Ming had a record on Moss Island, she would definitely be able to find out, could something have gone wrong? I really can't find any record of a hotel on the island having a room for such a person. Hackers say so. And Ai Yen Yen suddenly remembered something. Right? Then you check this one out. And Ai Yen gave information about Lin Wan's identity. It suddenly occurred to her that perhaps the hotel room was opened under Lin Wan's name, and that was why the hackers hadn't found Lu Ming's rooming record. After a while, the hacker gave the same answer. Sorry, this one's not checked out either. This time, there was no check again, and Ai Yen Yen was even more puzzled. No way! They actually checked into a hotel on Moss Island? The hacker was all screwed up. If the information was correct and the other party had really stayed at a hotel on Moss Island, there was no way he couldn't find out. That's for sure. I've seen all of them people on Moss Island. Finally, the hacker couldn't give any valid information either and could only guess. That could be that they used someone else's identifying information to get a room. Listening to the hacker's explanation, Ai Yen Yen also nodded. That's the only possibility if you can't find out the information. Then this road is not going to work. But Ai Yen Yen's mind was so flexible that she immediately thought of another way. That is, keeping a lookout. Chapter 126, Mischief. So Ai Yen Yen then instructed her men to go back to where they were just now and keep an eye on Lu Ming. As long as Lu Ming and the others went back to their rooms to rest, his own people would quietly follow, and they would be able to know Lu Ming's hotel room. It's a dumb solution, but it's the most useful one so far. Next, Ai Yen Yen then stayed in the room with one board, waiting for news from her men. It was getting late. Zip! Ai Yen Yen's cell phone shook. Miss found it. Come on, move it right now. Ai Yen Yen, who got the news, was very excited and immediately checked out from the original hotel. Arrived at the hotel where Lu Ming was staying. Nice guy. This is the most upscale hotel on the island, right? Ai Yen Yen couldn't help but marvel at Lu Ming's ability to choose, and the hotel she stayed in was indeed quite a bit better than the one she had chosen. My man. The vision is just great. Now An Yen knew Lu Ming's room number through the reports of her men. So she booked a room on the same floor as Lu Ming. It happened to be the room next to Lu Ming's. The environment was only a little bit worse than Lu Ming's one, but it was also expensive, but it wasn't worth it with her Ni family's status as a young lady. After completing the formalities, Ni Yen couldn't wait to move into her new room. However, according to the report from his men, Lu Ming and the others were not in the room at this time. Just came up for a shower and then went back out to play. So Ni Yen didn't have much of a chance. She also didn't want to follow Lu Ming and keep watching them show their love. It would only piss her off. So Ni Yen stayed alone in her room. Until I accidentally fell asleep into the night. It was only then that Ni Yen was woken up by the report from her men. It said that Lu Ming and Lin Wan had returned to the hotel. After hearing the news, Ni Yen forced herself to endure her sleepiness and got up, came to the door of Lu Ming's room. She knew that Lu Ming and her wife were in the room at that moment. So she pressed her ear to the door, listened carefully for movement inside. But after listening for half a day, Ni Yen didn't hear any sound. It wasn't until she stood until her feet were numb that she was forced to return to her room. If they did do something like that, I should be able to hear it from next door. Ni Yen muttered and returned to her room. She felt that with Lu Ming being so young and hot-blooded, something would definitely happen when he returned. Being only one room away from him himself, he should have been able to hear some of the commotion. Thinking of this, Ni Yen was a little unhappy in her heart. The man you love is going to be with another woman later. Back in the room, Ni Yen continued to pace against the wall, listening for movement next door. But she listened several times over and over again and still didn't hear anything from next door. Finally, the really exhausted Ni Yen couldn't hold on any longer and flung herself onto the bed. She gave up. Am I not a bit perverted? Didn't hear it is not better. Lying onto the bed, Ni Yen muttered. She didn't know what she was expecting to hear voices for. Not sleeping properly and standing against the wall for so long. But not hearing anything was good news for her. Doesn't this prove that Lu Ming is peaceful and hasn't done anything? Ni Yen thought prettily. But what she doesn't know is this. As a matter of fact, Lu Ming had already done everything as soon as he returned to his room. It's just that the soundproofing in the hotel is really good. Even at the door of the room or in the next room, you can't hear anything in there at all. In the meantime, Lu Ming and Lin Wan in the next room embraced each other contentedly. Honey, I might be pregnant? That one's been a long time late. Lin Wan in her arms suddenly said. The words came out. Directly shocking Lu Ming, he asked with a look of surprise. Huh? I'm going to be a dad. Lu Ming's heart was panting wildly at this moment. Looking at Lu Ming's excitement, Lin Wan couldn't help but hesitate for a long time. I don't know? After all, she was inexperienced in this area. It was just that the one suddenly came late that made her suspicious. But seeing how excited Lu Ming was, Lin Wan regretted saying that. What if it's not? Wouldn't it be a blow to Lu Ming? It's okay. We'll just check tomorrow and find out, Lu Ming said, holding Lin Wan in his arms tighter, but at the same time being careful. Honey, not even sure. We'll find out tomorrow. We'd better get some early rest. Lu Ming planned to take Lin Wan to the hospital tomorrow for a checkup, although with his medical skills, he could diagnose Lin Wan by feeling her pulse. But he wasn't going to do that, because if he thought of sharing this joy with Lin Wan together again tomorrow. Just as the two were about to take a break. Bang bang. There was a sudden noise outside the window. Lu Ming and Lin Wan looked up. Bang. The sound is back. I'll go check it out. Lu Ming got up and headed for the window, pulling back the curtains and looking in. Didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Don't worry. There's nothing out there. Lu Ming closed the window and went back to bed. Only after hearing Lu Ming say this did Lin Wan put her heart down. Well, then hubby's coming back for a cuddle and bedtime. Lin Wan opened her arms and pouted for Lu Ming to carry her to sleep. Yes. Lu Ming had just laid down with Lin Wan in his arms when the strange voice sounded again. Bang. Honey, what the hell is that noise? Lin Wan's heart was hanging in her chest again. There was this strange sound in the middle of the night. It made her very frightened and she hid under the covers at once. Humph. The triple alarm made Lu Ming a little angry. Don't be afraid. I'll check again. This time, after Lu Ming came to the window, he didn't leave and kept waiting beside it. He'd like to see what kind of demon or devil it was. Honey, why don't you come back? Lin Wan popped her head up under the covers and looked at Lu Ming with a worried expression. It's okay. I'll pull this thing out. Lu Ming didn't believe in those gods and goddesses. Not a moment too soon. Lu Ming then saw a black spot approaching the window. There was also a constant buzzing sound. Fix your eyes. It's not a drone. Just see this drone keep moving closer and closer towards the window. Bang bang. Several more impacts were made toward the window, so that's what caused this sound. Go you! Lu Ming, who had been hiding on the sidelines, suddenly appeared, and with one hand, he yanked the drone hard and slammed it to the ground. The drone was all instantly shattered into pieces by the violent impact. Lu Ming crouched down to have a look. Found this drone to be a pretty good quality kind of thing. Whether you're a prankster or a pretender, this is your price. Lu Ming put this drone's body aside. It's fine, it's probably some little kid playing a prank. Let's hurry up and go to bed. Lu Ming returned to the bed and embraced Lin Wan to sleep. Chapter 127. Hospital Examination. Early the next morning, Lu Ming got up first. He's gonna make Lin Wan a nice breakfast. Although Lu Ming was a very good cook, Lin Wan was always too distressed to let him cook. Instead, she worked hard on her own to learn how to cook and do the cooking for him. But now that Lin Wan might be pregnant, Lu Ming naturally couldn't let her do the cooking. Since Lu Ming was staying in the best room in the hotel, it wasn't just as simple as a sea view room. Even the kitchen, private theater is fully equipped. So it's not like he had to go to the back of the restaurant. Just ask the hotel to send up some materials. Lu Ming didn't wake up Lin Wan when he got up, but let her continue to rest. Just a quick kiss on her cheek before getting out of bed. As he left the room, Lu Ming also saw the drone after he violently pounded it last night. He had a vague feeling that the matter might not be that simple, and that he could pursue it properly afterward. But nothing was as important now as him cooking for his wife and taking her to the hospital for a checkup later, so the drone thing was on the back burner. In no time at all, the hotel brought up all the ingredients he needed. The kitchen is also fully stocked with cookware. Next up was Lu Ming's time to show off his skills. Lu Ming specially boiled Lin Wan's favorite millet porridge, also made a few small dishes under the porridge. When the porridge and small dishes are completely done, the entire suite had been filled with a tantalizing aroma. Lu Ming was just about to serve out a bowl of porridge to cool off, when he suddenly saw a confused figure appear at the kitchen door. It smells so good. Lin Wan hadn't completely woken up at this time, and came over in a daze seeking the source of the scent. Lu Ming couldn't help but smile when he looked at Lin Wan's adorable appearance. Wife, I've cooked you some porridge so you can go back to sleep and eat later. Saying that, Lu Ming still wanted to carry Lin Wan back to the bed. But Lin Wan shook her head no, not wanting to go back to sleep. She was woken up by this scent. How could she sleep when this would make her go to sleep? Go ahead and wash up then. Lin Wan nodded and continued to go to the restroom in a daze. Lu Ming, on the other hand, continued to be busy in the kitchen, bringing the meal to the table. When Lin Wan came out of the restroom, she was no longer in a daze as she had been a moment ago, and appeared to be fully awake. Look at the meal on the table. Before she even ate it, Lin Wan took a big, hard breath of air. It smells so good. Honey, your cooking smells really good. The smell alone is satisfying. Yeah? Then you can smell it. I'll eat it myself. Oh. Lu Ming joked. Hey, that's not good. Lin Wan hurriedly sat down and hugged the bowl of porridge tightly. All right then, eat up. I've already blown it for you and it's just right now. Lu Ming had already helped Lin Wan's porridge to a temperature that was not too hot and not too cold, suitable for the mouth. Thank you, hubby. Hubby is so nice. Lin Wan didn't drink the kanji first, but stood up at the first opportunity and gave Lu Ming a kiss on his lips. Come on, let's eat. Afterward we'll go to the hospital for a checkup, so we'll know if we're pregnant or not. Aha! Hearing that she would be going to the hospital for a checkup later, Lin Wan couldn't help but feel a little nervous. At the same time, there was a lot of anticipation inside. She had been looking forward to having a child belonging to her and Lu Ming sooner. So she and Lu Ming have been working very hard too. By today, there was finally some clarity. So Lin Wan quickly finished her breakfast as well. Honey, I'm done eating. Let's hurry to the hospital. Okay, I'm set, let's go. As the owner of Moss Island, Lu Ming naturally had the highest privilege, and when things were commanded, someone immediately went to do it. And naturally, Moss Island, as a stand-alone tourist island, has all the amenities it needs. so the hospital is definitely equipped. Soon, the two got into the car that Lu Ming had arranged, came to the island's St. Leah's Central Hospital. Lu Ming had already greeted them, so they could just skip the line and go straight to the inspection. When we arrived at the hospital, the first thing that happened was the blood draw session. Although Lin Wan had always been a strong woman in the past, how many storms had she gone through on her own? But now, because she had Lu Ming, she had become much softer instead. Looking at the pillow that drew blood, Lin Wan couldn't help but say in fear, "Honey, it should hurt. Wife, not afraid, not afraid. I'm here." The nurse in charge of drawing blood looked at the two people showing love in front of her and couldn't help but secretly roll her eyes. This is undoubtedly breaking his mouth and pouring dog food into his stomach. If it wasn't for the orders from the top and the knowledge that she was in charge of a big shot's blood draw today, she would have been in a hurry at this point. So the nurse had to force up a smile. It's a quick blood draw, it doesn't make any sense at all. Under Lu Ming's comfort, Lin Wan also finally overcame her fear and stretched out her arm for the nurse to draw blood. Soon, the nurse finished drawing blood and pressed the wound with a cotton swab. Lu Ming hurriedly took over and painfully helped Lin Wan press. Rested for a while before moving on to the following inspection. After an hour or so, the two managed to get through the inspection process. Waiting to pick up the report. "Please see patient number 1 in room number 6. When the radio called their number, Lu Ming and Lin Wan also immediately came to the diagnostic room. Upon entering the room, only to see a 50 to 60-year-old chief physician with gray hair looking at Lin Wan's report. This is the best and most experienced gynecologist Lu Ming has found at St. Mary's Central Hospital. Doctor, how long has my wife been pregnant?" Hearing this, the doctor froze, took a short while to respond. "Huh? Your wife isn't pregnant." The words came out. Both Lu Ming and Lin Wan were shocked. "Huh? No." They could all have come to the hospital for a checkup because they thought Lin Wan was pregnant. But I'm so late with that one," Lin Wan said in a hurry, thinking that if she wasn't pregnant, how could this happen? She hasn't been like this before. "That's because you're overworked and have hormonal disorders in your body. Just rest more in the future." "Well, thank you, doctor." Lin Wan disappointedly pulled Lu Ming away.
Honey, I'm sorry.
"I made a mistake." She knew that she had made Lu Ming happy in vain, so she felt guilty. "Fool, what are you saying sorry for? We have a long day ahead of us. There's no rush." Lu Ming gathered Lin Wan into his arms and comforted her softly. "I'd like to enjoy more days as a couple." Listening to Lu Ming's comforting words, Lin Wan felt better in her heart. And not far away, an Ai Yen Yen who had tracked them down, looked at the two who were hugging each other. The air shakes cold. Humph. She also wanted to be hugged so gently by Lu Ming. Chapter 128. Poor play with cars. Rich play with watches. Under Lu Ming's comfort, Lin Wan's mood recovered quite a bit. The two decided not to take the bus back, just so they could continue their walk around the island. "Honey, then let's continue our plans next and go to the wedding photos this afternoon." On the way, Lu Ming suddenly proposed. It was supposed to be the day for the wedding photos, according to their honeymoon plans. But since Lin Wan was possibly pregnant and had to come to the hospital for a checkup, the wedding photo shoot schedule was put aside. Now, since Lin Wan was not pregnant, she must have continued with her previous trip plan. And with Moss Island being a famous mecca for couples and couples, there are naturally a lot of wedding studios, and the top kind at that. Originally, Lin Wan was not poor and ordered the highest end level of wedding photography. Coupled with Lu Ming's privileged arrangement as the island owner, the service was naturally needless to say. They can start filming whenever they want. Yeah. Speaking of wedding photos, Lin Wan was also looking forward to it. She and Lu Ming didn't even have a wedding photo of them until now. She had long wanted to have a big wedding photo that she could hang up in her former villa in Yungli. The next thing the two did was wander aimlessly around the island. This leisurely feeling made both Lu Ming and Lin Wan very comfortable. Suddenly, while passing by a store, Lin Wan stopped in her tracks. "Honey, let's go inside and hang out." Lu Ming turned his head to see that it was an international top luxury watch store. Hearing Lin Wan's excited tone, Lu Ming guessed what she wanted to do. "Fruity. Come on, honey. Let's go buy you a watch." Lin Wan pulled Lu Ming and walked towards the store. "Welcome to the guest of honor." Lu Ming and Lin Wan had just walked into the watch store when a clerk wearing the store's uniform came up to greet them. I have to say, it's worthy of being a top international watch brand. Even on the island of Moss, where land is at a premium, the location of this watch store and the size of the store is exceptional. The store's decor also reveals the heritage of a centuries-old luxury brand. The two nodded in the face of the clerk's welcome. The clerk also recommended a watch right away, as is customary. We have a Patek Philippe Crown Ladies watch in our store that would suit this lady perfectly. Since they opened on Moss Island, most of the store's customers are hot couples or couples in love. Usually in this case, if a woman's watch is recommended, men are generous enough to pay for their women. Only this clerk was looking the other way this time. Just as she finished speaking, Lin Wan gave a big wave of her hand. Bring out all the most expensive and best men's watches in your store for my husband to choose from. Lin Wan's domineering tone made the store clerk freeze. She had every right to say so, because even the most expensive watch in the store, or even the one that rounds up the entire store, is not a problem with her wealth. That's the beauty of a rich woman. The clerk froze for a moment before coming back to his senses and said in a rush, Okay, you wait a moment. I'll prepare it for you right away, he said, hurriedly turning and trotting over to the storeroom. Mindfulness. Is today favored by God? This is a big client coming in. If we make it, we'll be rich. Just as the clerk trotted over to the storeroom, another clerk pulled her back to whisper sourly, Xiao Lu, don't be too happy. Maybe he's just pretending to be a bee. It's not rare to see this kind of person in the store. Surely you're just here to have a good time, and you're just waiting for it to be for nothing. It's up to us to fulfill our customers' requests, no matter what. And Sayuri didn't pay any attention to his words, dropping a sentence before going back to make a selection of the highest-priced watches in the store. Finally, 6 watches suitable for Lu Ming's age were selected and brought out.
Mom.
These are the 6 most expensive watches in the store that I've selected for this gentleman, the ones that are most suitable for this gentleman. Starry Moon Tourbillon Ref 5002p priced at over $18 million. Out of print Patek Philippe caliber 89 cells for $165 million. See which one you like. The clerk presented the 6 watches in order from lowest to highest according to price. Looking at the 6 exquisite watches, Lu Ming was once again caught in the midst of a selection dilemma. It wasn't like picking things out in the first place, plus he hardly ever wore a watch, mainly because he didn't feel comfortable having something on his hand. They say that poor people play with cars and rich people play with watches. But Lu Ming didn't have this concept. If he didn't like it, he didn't like it. Lin Wan, on the other hand, was different from Lu Ming in that she never intended to pick. Since it's for my husband, naturally I want all of them, all packed away. But Lu Ming could have guessed Lin Wan's thoughts long ago and had already curbed her before she could even open her mouth. He knew that Lin Wan was rich, but even if she was rich, she couldn't be so spoiled. It's okay once in a while, but it's such a crazy spending spree every day. Even if you can't spend the money, you can't put it in your house. So for a while, the selection process came to a standstill. Not far away, another clerk in the store was secretly watching this way. Looking at Lu Ming, they were slow to settle, secretly covering their mouths and sneering. She knew it would be. Which one do you prefer, sir? Sayuri enthusiastically introduced. Lin Wan, who was beside her, knew that Lu Ming had a hard time choosing. Plus Lu Ming didn't let her pack them all, so she just picked up the most expensive one, helped Lu Ming try it on. They say you get what you pay for, and this watch naturally has its reasons for being so expensive. The workmanship is not typically sophisticated or complex. The watch was already expensive and exquisite, and then on Lu Ming's hand, it was even more expensive. Wow, nice looking eh? Lin Wan couldn't help but marvel. The sales clerk Xiao Lu also hurriedly said, This is our Patek Philippe Master Harry's handmade product from 30 years ago, limited to 16 pieces in the world. Definitely the top men's watch in the world. As Sayuri spoke, her heart was thumping wildly. If Lu Ming and the others really bought this out-of-the-box watch priced at $165 million, her commission is at least $7 or $8 million. That's a lot of money that could buy a house outright in any second or third city. Honey, just get this one. I think it looks good. Lu Ming shook his left hand. It wasn't too comfortable, but it was good. So he also said faintly, That's it then, it's quite nice. Good. I'll prepare the formalities for both of you right away. Hearing this, the clerk Xiao Lu immediately excitedly that came the PSO machine. When the dust settled, Sayuri was almost ready to jump with excitement. Luckily, she didn't give up. Finally, she waited for a big client. Now she's making millions in commission straight off the bat. And the other side, The other clerk in the store could be regretting his gut at this point. It was the closest she'd been to the front of the store just now. If only she'd taken the initiative. This big deal may be hers. Chapter 129, Wedding Photos. After buying the watch, Lu Ming and Lin Wan left satisfied. After eating at a random upscale restaurant on the road, the two of them made their way to the photography building they had crossed over to earlier. Honey, I'll choose. When you arrive at the photo studio, the first thing you start doing is making choices. There are so many things to choose from the smallest of clothing and props to the largest of styles, that the photographer needs to make choices according to the intention of his or her heart. Lin Wan knew that Lu Ming had always had trouble choosing, so she took the initiative to wrap it up. Lin Wan was so considerate, so naturally Lu Ming would not refuse. Good. I'll leave it to you then. Lin Wan nodded with interest, clearly looking forward to it. During the time that Lin Wan was picking, Lu Ming waited in boredom. Finally, after waiting for more than half an hour, Lin Wan has all been chosen as well. Immediately after, it was time for the two to do their styling. The photo studio has a professional makeup artist. It's reasonable to say that it usually takes quite a long time to do the makeup building part. After all, you have to try to make up as much as possible to look good as a man and a woman. But since Lu Ming and Lin Wan were both naturally beautiful, it's perfect with almost no makeup. So this troublesome part passed quickly instead. Onto the photography session. Lu Ming had changed into a dark blue suit, while Lin Wan was in a long white bustier dress, which Lin Wan had picked out beforehand. The two came to change their clothes to the front of the studio. Oh my God, it's so perfect. I have a feeling this is going to be absolutely the most perfect work of my life. The photographer in charge of the wedding photos was a fairly young-looking woman. Although young, he is talented in the direction of photography and has won many photography awards at a young age. Hiring her out to be in charge of the wedding photos would be a hefty price tag. The photographer looked straight at the tall and straight Lu Ming, his eyes not moving. She had taken countless portraits, but never had she seen such a handsome man. The face value, it's unbelievable. At the same time, his aura and charisma are nothing less than those of the top-stream fresh meat. A man like that would be well earned to have for one night. The photographer couldn't help but think about it some more. The comment was overheard by the owner of the photography studio next to her, who was also her best friend and partner. Also chiming in, who says it isn't, but just think about it, you can only dream. The photographer tried to retort how he could only dream. She also wanted to say that she was at least an internationally renowned photographer and not bad-looking in person. There's not even the slightest possibility of falling for this handsome guy for one night. But before she could finish her sentence, her best friend interrupted. Since people have this capital to spend millions to hire you for wedding photos, they must be worth a lot. Besides, their wives are so beautiful. Speaking of which, the partners couldn't help but envy Lin Wan's looks. Then he went on to lower his voice and said, "The most important thing is that they are a big deal. The people from the management of Moss Island made a special call that this VIP must be entertained." The photographer couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air at the sound of the Moss Island administration. The Moss Island management holds the power of life and death for those of them who set up store on the island. If you don't get approval from the Moss Island administration, you don't get to set up store on the island. After some small talk, the wedding photography has also officially begun. Under the guidance of the photographer, Lu Ming and Lin Wan posed for a movement. The clicking of cameras continued. It didn't take long. The photographer then signaled that the indoor shoot was complete. Well, let's get ready to go on location next. Hearing the photographer's words, Lu Ming was still frozen for a moment. That's good? Just a little while for a set of modern photos of an interior? Although he had no experience with wedding photos, it was a little too soon by all accounts. That fast? Lu Ming posted directly. The photographer hurriedly explained, fearing that Lu Ming would misunderstand. As a rule, it's a matter of having to find angles and keep adjusting the details so the average person isn't that fast. But you two are naturally beautiful and look good in any shot, so it's a little quicker. Hearing the photographer's explanation, it was definitely a compliment to them. Lu Ming and Lin Wan accepted it cheerfully. Since we are going to do location shooting next, or different styles, sports style, vintage style. So the two had to change clothes and stuff all over again before leaving for the location. It's another load of busy work. That's all. The afternoon passed. Lu Ming was feeling tired of his heart, and only then did he finally get the picture taken. You're shooting this the fastest I've shot since I've been shooting. Not only is it quick to shoot, but it takes almost no processing in post. So you can come and pick up your movie every day. Before leaving, the photographer was still praising Lu Ming and Lin Wan. Okay, thanks. And the other side. And Yen Yen knew that Lu Ming and Lin Wan went to take wedding photos in the afternoon after the report from her men. The mind was irritated. But at the same time, she couldn't lie to herself any longer. Originally, she had been holding on to the idea that Lu Ming and Lin Wan were unhappy and that she was chasing Lu Ming for their own good. But these days, she had been observing Lu Ming and Lin Wan and knew how in love they were. Plus now we know that they went for wedding photos. It was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. And Yen Yen finally couldn't hold out any longer. He and his wife have a really good relationship. Does it really make sense for me to do this? And Yen Yen sent countless messages to her sister Anai Xiao Xiao to vent her heart's bitterness. And Anai Xiao Xiao rushed to reply the first time she saw it.
Sis.
You're wrong to think that. Think about it. He's so good to his wife. That's more proof that he's a good man. He'll treat you better too if you stay with him in the future. Where can I find such a good man? That's why you have to insist. And Yen Yen, who had originally broken down inside and already wanted to give up. After seeing Ni's reply, it was a moment of realization.
Yeah.
That's a very good point, sister. I envy Lu Ming for treating his wife so well. When she became Lu Ming's next wife, she would be able to enjoy Lu Ming's kindness to her. Thinking of this, and Yen Yen instantly powered up again. Dawn, I've come to my senses. Thank you so much. Go, sister. Where there's a will, there's a way. I'm sure you can do it.
Nin querido.
After seeing this message, and Yen Yen is also ready to regroup. She must chase such a good man as Lu Ming into her hands. The heart has unconsciously begun to bring into the role of Lu Ming's wife, fantasizing that Lu Ming will be as gentle and considerate to her as she has seen recently. Chapter 130. The Three Stooges. Early the next morning, Lu Ming had just woken up from his nap when a system beep came into his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for passing the soft meal. Soft meal gained assets plus 5,000,000,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The assets gained from the soft food exceeded $950 million. Rewarded with proficiency in gambling stones. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an out-of-print Patek Philippe caliber 89 watch, plus 165 million,000 in assets from soft food. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Soft rice income assets exceeded 1 billion. Reward 25% of the shares of Manning Group. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up to LV10, increasing the daily cash increase to 100%, and rewarding God-level treasure identification skills. Please continue to work hard. Ding! Daily asset increase reward has arrived. SMS. Your account 7688 transferred 1,157,457,288.00 yuan on September 24th at 8:25 p.m. Account balance $6,258,259,826.06. Listening to the system's beep, Lu Ming was a bit surprised. You've risen to level 10 yourself? But when you turn your head and think about it, it seems right. After all, the watch Lin Wan gave him this time was too precious, and was actually worth $165 million. In one fell swoop, you've flushed up the assets you've gained from your soft food. And after the system went up to level 10, the daily increase in cash was now at the point of 100%. You'll be able to whore out twice the cash rewards every day as soon as you wake up. And this time, the system also rewarded 2 skills, treasure appraisal and stone gambling. The skills that are usually rewarded by the system are very good. For example, the divine cooking skill allowed him to make incomparably delicious food that captured Lin Wan's appetite. God-level car skills so that he drives a sports car like a fish out of water, the operation of full marks. There were also medical skills, self-healing, and so on, all skills that Lu Ming found to be of great use. However, this time around, Lu Ming hadn't felt much use for these 2 skills for a while. And another reward, 25% of the Manning Group. Lu Ming thought it was good, since Lin Wan's Shuang Mu Group is in the cosmetics business. So Lu Ming usually pays more attention to these kinds of companies. Manning Group, he was aware of some information. The Manning Group, a world-class cosmetic giant with operations in several countries, has a number of best-selling products under its belt. Now that he had 25% of the shares of this cosmetic giant, he would be able to help Lin Wan more in business in the future. Just as Lu Ming was thinking, Lin Wan's figure walked into the room. Honey, get up and eat. It turned out that Lin Wan had gotten up even earlier than Lu Ming and had already prepared breakfast. Wife, the doctor has said that you're overworked and that you need to rest more. Why are you still getting up so early to make breakfast? Although Lu Ming was scolding, his tone was all full of concern. No, next time, huh? How can you be tired of making breakfast? I'm not tired. I can't tell you how happy I am to make breakfast for my husband. There are tons of people who want to make breakfast for my husband, but I'm the only one who can do it. Facing Lu Ming's rebuke, Lin Wan responded mischievously. Although Lu Ming knew that Lin Wan was being kind to her, he was being intolerant. So he held Lin Wan tightly in his arms and said seriously, Wife, I mean what I say. Don't be so tired in the future. I'll be heartbroken. Lin Wan was touched in her heart when she heard Lu Ming's heartfelt words. All right, hubby, I understand all your thoughts. I'll pay attention in the future. Let's go eat first, Lin Wan said. Lu Ming nodded and got up to wash and eat breakfast with Lin Wan. After breakfast, the two went out again. Today they had no specific plans, just a casual stroll. After strolling down the road for a while, the two suddenly saw a place in front of them that was very busy and surrounded by a lot of people. So they also came along and followed. Just see, the poster reads, the lucky district of Moss Island is hosting its quinquennial gambling convention. Welcome. It comes with background information and the address of this gambling convention. It is even posted with many examples of overnight wealth, tempting those who fantasize about getting rich to go there. Gambling on stones, in the end, was still a gamble, and Lin Wan didn't have much interest in watching it. I thought it was something interesting. It's this, Lin Wan said with disappointment. But Lu Ming looked at the poster and his eyes flashed with a brilliant light, thinking of the system's rewarded stone gambling skill in the morning. Such a coincidence? Everything seems to be anticipated by the system. So, Lu Ming got interested and said, there's nothing to do today, so why don't we just go and join in the fun? Hearing Lu Ming say that, Lin Wan naturally wouldn't refuse. Since Lu Ming wanted to go, she would definitely accompany her. Yeah, well, let's go check it out together. Lin Wan's words just fell. A young, innocent-looking sister suddenly appeared right behind them. Yeah, since we're all going to the stone gambling conference, why don't we join together? Lu Ming and Lin Wan turned their heads to look. When he saw this young sister, Lu Ming immediately felt that this person looked familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere. This is not the first lady of the Ni family, Ni Yen Yen? He almost didn't recognize it. The Ni Yen Yen that Lu Ming had met before was at the reception. Ni Yen Yen was dressed in a long dress, which was very mature and sexy. But today, she was dressed in shorts and short sleeves, looking very young and innocent, just like a high school student. The change in the two styles was too great. No wonder Lu Ming didn't recognize it at first. At this moment, Lu Ming's heart could not help but feel a little flustered. I wonder why Ni Yen Yen is here. Just in case she suddenly explodes in the next breath that they've met and that Lu Ming saved her. That Lu Ming just wanted to refuse. One more second with her was one more chance of exposure. But Lin Wan immediately agreed. Yeah, let's get together then. Is it okay to take our car? Well, I was worried about how to get over there. Thank you. And Ai Yen Yen all of a sudden followed the pole and climbed at night. Seeing this, Lu Ming hurriedly whispered to Lin Wan. Honey, we don't even know her. What's the point of bringing her? Although Lu Ming didn't know why Ai Yen Yen appeared here and didn't know what she was playing at. But it certainly wasn't a good thing, so Lu Ming didn't want to bring Ai Yen Yen with him at all. And Lin Wan is a kind-hearted person. She heard Ai Yen Yen did not have a car to go over, so she thought to help her. Honey, let's just send her there. She's a girl, she doesn't have a car, and it's kind of a hassle to take public transportation. Lin Wan had said so. Lu Ming could not say anything else, so he had to acquiesce. She hasn't acted like she knows me until now, so nothing should happen for a while. Anyway, just hurry up and separate from her when we get to the place. Lu Ming secretly thought in his heart. Chapter 131, Arrival at the Venue. And so, Lu Ming just drove and took the two of them, Lin Wan and Ai Yen Yen, on the road. In the car, Lin Wan didn't sit in the passenger seat out of respect. Instead, he accompanied Ai Yen Yen to sit in the back row to keep her from feeling lonely. The car was heading towards the location of the rock betting convention. After driving for a while, and Yen suddenly asked with a curious face, "Sister, you and brother-in-law look so in love." "Yeah. My husband is my favorite person and I'm sure he loves me the most." Lin Wan responded with a happy face. "So envious. I haven't had a relationship until now." And Yan's tone was low though, as if she was envious of Lu Ming and Lin Wan's love, and sad that she hadn't experienced this kind of love. But her real purpose was actually to reveal some information to Lu Ming. Tell Lu Ming that she's never been in love and is still pure. But she was doomed to waste her efforts. Lu Ming drove the car peacefully, and although he heard them talking, he did not intend an Yan's words at all. "Sister, how did you and your brother-in-law get together?" And Yen threw out the next question. But Lin Wan wasn't on the defensive either, and just responded truthfully as if it was just an ordinary chat. "Your brother-in-law and I met on a blind date and got married." Although Yen originally looked pure and lovely, harmless appearance, and speech is also very sweet talking, constantly calling Lin Wan sister and calling Lu Ming brother-in-law. However, Lin Wan didn't go into too much detail about Yen, a stranger. After hearing this information, Yen couldn't help but be delighted in her heart. Mental note: if Lu Ming and Lin Wan met on a blind date, then they shouldn't have much of an emotional foundation. This would be more favorable for her to compete for Lu Ming. Subsequently, Yen also didn't dare to ask more questions for fear of revealing her purpose. Started talking about something between women. That's all. The three of them arrived at the location where the stone gambling convention was held. As soon as he arrived at the place, Lu Ming tried to find a way to get Yen to leave. I only saw Lu Ming find a random place to stop and said, "We've arrived at the place, go down. My wife and I won't be joining you." Lu Ming's words were simply a naked attempt to drive people away. Although Yen was very dissatisfied in her heart, she acted like she was soft. "Sister, I don't quite dare to go in alone. In case of any danger, can I come in with you guys?" Hearing her say that, Lin Wan also quickly agreed. She had just had a very good conversation with Yen in the car, so of course she was willing to take care of this sister. Seeing this, Lu Ming shook his head helplessly. "I can only take Yen for now." So after finding a place to park his car, he led the two into the grounds. Upon entering the site of the Stone Gambling Conference, a staff member is then available to guide them. "Hello guys. Please get your number plates first." "Aha." Lu Ming nodded and went up and then received a number plate, opening it to see number 520. Lin Wan followed suit and went up to claim one. 1314. Her and Lu Ming's number plates are connected to 5201314. "I love you for life." Apparently Lin Wan also realized this and exclaimed in shock, "Honey, look, our number plates connect." Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh when he heard Lin Wan so happy. He and Lin Wan really were a match made in heaven, randomly receiving a number plate and actually being so showy. "I know, maybe God is blessing us," Lu Ming said as he stroked Lin Wan's hair favorably. And Yen on the side looked at this scene, although her heart was very bad. But still, playing her current role well, she hurriedly said, "Sister brother-in-law, this is too much of a match for you guys. This has got to be a picture to remember." Once Lin Wan heard this, she felt that Yen had a point. This event is indeed memorable. "Yeah. Then please take a shot for us, sister." With that, Lin Wan stood next to Lu Ming, and the two of them also placed their respective number plates in front of them and linked them together. "Okay." And Yen enthusiastically took a number of pictures of the two. After the shoot, "How do I send it to you, sis?" "Let's add the prestige." Thus, the two of them, Lin Wan and Yen, added prestige to the mix. Even if Lu Ming wanted to stop it, he couldn't find an excuse for a moment. "Okay. Let's go inside." Lu Ming helplessly prodded the duo who were looking at the photos. Only then did Lin Wan and Yen temporarily stop picking out photos and entered the venue. According to the presentation, there is a grading system for the Gambling Congress. There are 3 venues that exist at the conference: millions, tens of millions, and billions. It represents the lowest starting price for a stone in the venue. Looking at the crowded stone gambling convention, the 3 of them didn't know where to go for a while. "Honey, where are we going?" Although Lin Wan was asking about Lu Ming, and Yen was the first to speak. "Let's just go to the $1 million venue. After all, none of us know anything about this, so just play around." Once Lin Wan heard this, She also subconsciously nodded. She hadn't tried the stone gambling thing, but she knew it was risky. One cut to heaven, one cut to hell. So it felt like what An Yen said made sense. It was better to be sensible and just casually stroll around. Although she was worth a lot of money and was willing to spend money on Lu Ming, the matter of gambling on stones was a shot in the dark. Just as Lin Wan felt like following An Yan's advice and heading to the million-dollar gambling venue. Lu Ming, however, suddenly said, "Honey, let's go to the top billion-dollar venue." The words came out. Lin Wan and An Yen both froze at once. "Trust me, I can do it," Lu Ming continued. Lin Wan also immediately held Lu Ming's hand. "Of course I believe in you, husband. Just listen to you. Go to the highest level venue." Lin Wan was completely 100% trusting of Lu Ming. As long as Lu Ming said he could, Lin Wan had no doubt. Because Lu Ming had already given her many surprises, she wouldn't be surprised even if Lu Ming showed proficiency in stone gambling now. And Ai Yen, on the other hand, thought differently than Lin Wan. She knew how risky it was to gamble on stones, and even experts who had been immersed in gambling for decades couldn't win 100% of their bets. And the intense thrill is so addictive that you can lose your entire fortune if you're not careful. She was surrounded by people she knew who were the ones who had gambled all their assets into it. So she didn't think highly of Lu Ming's decision. "I think." And Ai Yen just wanted to make an exit to stop it. But nay, Lu Ming had already taken Lin Wan with him. She had to follow suit. "Aren't you going to the million-dollar venue? Why are you following us?" Lu Ming realized that Ai Yen had followed him again and said unhappily, "Why is this woman like a piece of rubber candy? How can't you shake it off?" Chapter 132, High-End Socializing. Lu Ming definitely didn't want to take Ai Yen with him. But in the way of her dying to follow, Lin Wan also helped her put in a good word. So in the end, Ai Yen followed them as expected. The three of them arrived at the highest level of the billion-dollar gambling venue. Once inside, the three of them had been a little surprised. Don't look at the sea of people outside the stone gambling conference. It's very lively. But this highest level of 100 million gambling venue is actually very cold, the number of people only a few. Just then, a middle-aged man who looked like he was in his 30s or 40s walked over and took the initiative to accost the three, saying, "Hello guys, I'm Huang Mingqiang, the chairman of the Ling Shan Group. Let me introduce you guys. This is..." The few people in the field were introduced by Huang Mingqiang one by one. They were either the chairman of some group or the son of some family. When Lu Ming saw this, he suddenly realized, this is treating this billion-dollar gambling venue like a social place. But yes, those who could come to the highest level of the venue were either rich or noble. It's pretty much the same principle as going to an auction. Attending the event and participating, you might have made a deal with someone or made friends with some big shot in the process. And Ai Yen was the first to speak up as she had seen this kind of scene many times. "Ai family and Ai Yen." Just as soon as Ai Yen exited, someone recognized it. "Oh, so it's Ai Hong who's eldest daughter. I've met her a few times." And Ai Yen also seemed to recognize the visitor and nodded with the opposite side. "Uncle Wang." At this point, someone looked at Lu Ming and opened his mouth to ask, "This gentleman." The words were not yet finished. Lin Wan then took the initiative to stand out and introduced herself. "I'm Doublewood Group, Lin Wan. This is my lover, Lu Ming." When he heard Lin Wan's name, the visitor was stunned, but quickly became more enthusiastic. "So you're the famous founder of the Doublewood Group, Mr. Lin. I'm the boss of the Fuga Group, Fubo Man." "Oh, you're Mr. Fuzzy." Lin Wan had also heard something about the Fuga Group and Fubo One. This is because the Rejuvenation Group is also a beauty company that focuses on skincare and specializes in acne products. Although the company doesn't have a wide range of products, they are pretty good at getting rid of acne because they are more specialized. Many beauty companies will work with the Fuga Group in this regard, but not the Twinwoods. "Mr. Lin, the matter between the Doublewood Group and the Roe Group has shocked our entire circle. You are worthy of being one of the premier women in our circle." Fubuki spoke with a hint of flattery in his tone. Although he was older than Lin Wan in the business world, it was not age that was compared. Rather, it's the size of the group, and whoever does more business is in a better position to do so. And Ai Yen, who was on the side, also sensed Fubo Wen's deference and couldn't help but be angry in her heart. The difference between her and Lin Wan now was just too great. The people present treated Lin Wan with such respect, while she could only exchange her father's reputation for an entrance ticket. But there was no place for her to speak at all. "Mr. Fu, you're joking, our group just got lucky. Lin Wan responded officially. After saying that, she turned her head to look at Lu Ming beside her and smiled sweetly. She was the only one here who knew that if her husband Lu Ming hadn't appeared in time to stop it, DoubleTree Group would have really cooperated with Low Group. It was all thanks to Lu Ming. She herself didn't get much credit. Mr. Lin, you are also too modest. Holding some sort of purpose, Fubo Wen kept bragging about Lin Wan. Even an Yen Yen couldn't help but feel that Lin Wan was really powerful after hearing more. With such a powerful woman, it was no wonder Lu Ming was with her. Mr. Lin, look, can't there be some cooperation between us, the Fuga Group and the Shuangmu Group? Finally, Fubo Man showed his foxtail. He has been bragging about Lin Wan for so long, not for the sake of being able to get closer to her and reach business cooperation. Mr. Fu, the cooperation between Shuangmu Group and Fuja Group is definitely a win-win thing. But this year, we have all our development plans for the Doublewood Group set. So why don't we work together again next year to develop new products? Lin Wan didn't say the words to death and politely refused. Mr. Lin, I really think that we can cooperate between our two groups to make an acne skincare product. We, the Fuga Group, are willing to provide the latest technical support for acne elimination. Fubo Wen played his bottom card, even though their Fuga Group was not large enough to compare to the Doublewood Group. But when it comes to acne removal techniques, there is some real research, or else you wouldn't be able to get a foothold in the beauty industry. Although your company's main perfume has been selling very well lately, one more excellent product would be of great benefit to your company. Fubo Wen had been very confident that Lin Wan would not refuse this cooperation. After all, this was indeed a win-win cooperation that would benefit both his Fuja Group and Lin Wan's Shuangmu Group. But Lin Wan is... What Repo Man doesn't realize is this. Nowadays, Lin Wan is letting go of the Doublewood Group in order to better accompany her husband Lu Ming. But Fubuki kept talking to her about business while they were traveling on their honeymoon. At this time, Lin Wan didn't even have the heart to pay attention. More importantly, Shuangmu Group was not in immense need of Fuga Group's acne elimination technology to develop a new product, as Fubo Wen thought, because now the DoubleTree Group is fully preparing for the mask project given by Lu Ming. This new mask product comes with a strong acne and mark reduction effect already. So the technology that the Fuga Group should be most proud of is actually not very attractive to the Shuangmu Group. Honey, let's go over there. At this time, Lu Ming took the initiative to step forward to create an opportunity for Lin Wan to leave. He could already tell that Lin Wan didn't want to work with this general manager Fuxing, but was just in the way and couldn't leave. I'm sorry, Mr. Resurrection. My husband called me. We'll talk again later when we have the chance. Lin Wan ended the conversation apologetically and returned to Lu Ming. It was only then that they had time to start looking at the raw stones in the room. Only a dozen or so stones of various sizes, not a very large number, were visible in the meeting place. But that's normal, the threshold of the billion-dollar venue has eliminated most of the raw stones. These pieces of raw stone look unimpressive. Ordinary people look and feel like the roadside boulders are not much different, at most some places with the kind of green like moss. Who would have thought that there was beautiful emerald hidden in the thick surface of the stone if it hadn't been placed here? So that's the biggest risk of betting on stones. No one can be sure what kind of texture of emerald, or even if there is any emerald, is hidden inside this unimpressive appearance. If the original stone is also just a pile of scrap inside, that would certainly be a big loss.